Greetings, Ranger fans! We are back. We are ready to kick off day 2 of our mighty Votin Power Charity live stream. And I realize already I need to update our now playing to reflect what we will be moving on to. We have had a night's worth of sleep, feeling a little bit better, feeling alive, ready to roll into saving the world by raising some funds. I know that we only have a few people in so far, but welcome. I'm going to give it just a few moments for a few more people to roll in and join us. I'm making sure that the social medias are alerting our fellow Ranger fans. I hope that everyone out there is ready to make a difference, to again help to save the world. I have my setup ready to go. I'm excited. I do know that there was a little bit of an issue with the archiving of the stream from yesterday, though. And I thought maybe it was a fluke with last week. Now I know for certain. We do have one big issue, which is that apparently YouTube cuts off on its archive streams at 11 hours 55 minutes, which I did not know, because that is not posted anywhere publicly, nor is there any notification while you're streaming that, oh, by the way, everything past this point won't be saved. So, those of you who were here last night, you got to get some pretty exciting, exclusive, one-time only action. For the rest of the time, though, we are going to have to be making sure to, if we make it past the 12-hour mark today, we'll be recording this on the camera so that we can post it another time. Apparently you cannot upload, you can't post more than 11 hours 55 minutes of video to YouTube in a day. I don't know why. I've also learned that apparently when a video is over 3 hours, you can't trim it. I got the alert this morning that this video is too long to trim, which is so counterintuitive. I don't know how that works. But I'm figuring things out. I'm getting the Netflix ready to go. So if you have not already notified your friends, all of your comrades, all of your close family, all those people close to your heart that this is going on, that they should be joining in, then you should be alerting them. This is crazy important stuff we got going on here. We are, again, trying to raise funds for spreadthevote.org. That is going to be... Good morning. That is going to be, again, the charity to help get people to the polls. This helps get people their voter IDs. This helps get people registered. This makes sure that they have the knowledge and ability to get to their polling places or to submit their vote-by-mail ballots, whichever is the appropriate choice for them. Obviously, we are going into a monumental election, one that I personally believe could decide the fate of the world. So that, I think, is very important. And saving the world, I think, is a good thing to do. So we are going to be looking at some good old teenagers that save the world. And I do want to give some shout-outs to our top donors from yesterday. Ranger Liz came in in the last hour and really delivered with $48, popping right into the leaderboard, exceeded by my good friend Steve Hennell, who joined me for a number of hours and enjoyed the absolute absurdity that is the Ninja Encounter trilogy. And then, of course, my good friend Seamus Kelly, aka Ryder Jetfire, who you might know for his articles on Den of Geek, as well as his many podcast appearances over the years with originally Dan's Toku Rants, and then No Pink Spandex, and the Robo Skull podcast, and just everywhere on the internet, killing it with $100 yesterday. We raised a total of $355 yesterday. We're still shy of our first goal. Our first goal is to hit 600, and if we hit 600, then I'm going to keep on rolling past Season 2 into Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie, which will be, I think, quite an accomplishment. And then if we can make it past that and get up to 1,200 today, which I still believe that we can do, then that will push us all the way into Season 3 going into tomorrow. So we've got a whole lot of Power Rangers planned. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page for what's happening today. We're going to have guests Skyping in all over the place to join us on this crazy journey where we will be watching so much Power Rangers. At absolute least 19 episodes in a row. Hopefully 19 episodes a movie, and then going like another 10 episodes deep into Season 3. That's the plan for today, if we can hit it. And the only way that we do is if we get more people in the stream, so spread the word on that front. I know we have just a handful now. That is going to grow. Let us kick things off, though. And if you're someone who wants to join in, I know we had... How much of Campbell did we lose? I'm not entirely sure. I haven't had a chance to go through it. But we did lose a good bit. So I'm going to try and see about maybe if we can get him back later in the day. Because right now I believe it is bedtime in New Zealand. So I'll reach out to him. We'll reach out to him later today to see if he's up for returning later in this afternoon. At the very least, I know that we've got a few great guests coming on. I know that there are other people who may be joining us along the way. And if we will definitely be seeing more from our good friend Mark Litton to talk to us about some of his episodes towards the very end of this season when we get to Wild West Rangers. But for now, we've got to kick things off. We've got to get things rolling because YouTube gave me a bit more of a deadline than I realized. So let me update my now playing. We've got our next episode coming up. This is an episode, one of few that I very, very only vaguely remember. I am Database Ranger, and I do have a lot of Power Rangers knowledge, and I have watched all of Power Rangers, obviously. But every now and again, there are some episodes that slip through the cracks in my mind. There is a hole in my mind, as they might say in Babylon 5. And we are about to address that with the next episode of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Season 2. We are at episode 34 of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Season 2. But before we do that, before I forget, let us all, you in the chat, everyone at home, let's make sure that we don't forget our non-controversial phrases, the phrases that we believe should be equally non-controversial. Number 1. Say it with me, chat. Black Lives Matter. Number 2. Say it with me, chat. Fascism is bad. And number 3. Say it with me, chat. Superheroes are fun. And let's kick off with those fun superheroes with episode 34 of Season 2 of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Play! But yes, thank you to Sheree, Kiryu Godzilla, Scott Sandler. I believe Chris Tyler is here as well. Oh, get those chords going. Come on, volume up. There it goes. Oh, those lovely, lovely Ron Wasserman chords. Go, Power Rangers. Go, Power Rangers. Go, Power Rangers. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Bottom, boom, 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 boom. Go, Power Rangers. Boo doo doo doo. Go, Power Rangers. Go, Power Rangers. You Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Boop, boop, bada, boop. Good old Angel Grove High School. Another day kicking off. Firefighter Newman. Oh, they want that firefighter calendar. That's what they're after. Alright, I'm just taking a look here, see if I can spread the word on any further social media. Once again, all of our best wishes, safe wishes to places very much in need of fire safety. California, obviously, has been having so many problems. So please stay safe if you're out on the West Coast in the United States. I know that we also have fire spreading in various other parts of the world. Please stay safe. Obviously, we have a lot of issues with that that need to be addressed. Also, on a random note, Netflix, how do you not know how to spell Aisha's name still? She's part of the main cast now. Why do you keep putting an E in her name? Come on. No, we can't send out putties with matches. We need to have a gender reveal party. That's the only way.
Most fire prevention is common sense. This morning we're going to talk about the hazards of overloading electrical circuits.
Yeah, don't plug in all the things into all the things. Wait. Are you doing this through an example? Oh, here we go. We got Chris calling in. Yo. Welcome, Chris. Sorry, I didn't reach out to you initially. Hopefully, you've got your.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Good morning.
Good morning. Put up the audio there. There it goes. All right. So welcome again to Chris Tyler, who's been joining us so often this weekend.
Sure.
Oh, hopefully, can hear you okay. I think so. And it sounds like your audio is doing much better today, so that's great.
Why?
Also, I feel like Aisha's presentation is just inviting danger with plugging everything in, unless she's not plugged in that power cord at all. Like, there's no reason for her to be plugging all those different things in at this time. Also, gotta love Kimberly's little firefighter hat there.
Oh boy.
I am so glad that I do not have to deal with a projection screen like that in my classroom.
Boy.
That is why there was no reason to be doing this demonstration with live power. That was a bad idea to begin with.
Pretty much.
Like, yeah, Bulk and Skull were pushed things too far, but Aisha was the one who created that dangerous scenario.
Oh.
Don't be proud of her. She endangered the entire class. Yeah, she fixed the problem, but she endangered the whole class.
Really?
And now Tommy's got the tiny fireman's hat. That thing is for a child, and it's just precariously balanced on top of his head.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, you should take fire safety seriously.
Yeah, take it seriously.
Yeah.
Fire safety.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the Flamehead monster is finished. What did he make the Flamehead monster out of? Is a question I have. We didn't see him turn anything into a monster. We know that it's gonna breathe fire. Wow, these putties are in full Fosse mode right now. They have got the jazz hands going. They look like they're ready for Fosse's Follies. I don't know what was happening there, but they're just. That was not standard putty movement. They were coming from dance rehearsal right there. I do always love that move where it's, even though I know that it's not real, I like it when you can kind of see the choreography to it in a way that's still impressive. Like the
That's perfect.
yeah, like when you see them like grab like Adam's legs and help him do the flip. It looks cool, but you also know that they're working together to make it look cool. I still remember the old PSAs where they actually like highlighted how some of this choreography works. I really gotta kind of dig through the recesses of the internet to see if we can find those PSAs.
There must have been minor problems when it comes to fire
Completely.
safety. Next week could be too late.
I guess you're right, Aisha.
I mean,
Get on it right now.
she's not wrong. She's not wrong.
Well, Ernie seems genuinely concerned.
I'm responsible for the safety of everyone here.
I mean, she's being pushy, but she's also being correct.
Who runs the parking place attacked us?
Lord Zed's up to something again. Or I don't know, I feel
Oh, that Lord Zed up to things again.
glad everybody's alright.
That rascal putting the planet in danger.
Yeah, we never
Oh.
reached the mall.
We better get going if you're gonna go to the library also. Are those extra
Also,
properly posted?
Okay, this is the point where we are starting to go a little far. Like yeah, obviously important, but also planet in danger.
I think my knowledge is politics. You nitwit. Alright, I'm gonna explain this whole thing to you one more time. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Where there's fire, there's trouble. When there's trouble, there's the Power Rangers. You get it?
Nope.
I'm sure I will someday. You smell something? Oh, that might be one of those ghosts in the cafeteria. I mean, fire.
Uh,
Oh, God.
barbecue.
Just our luck.
What is it? Okay, that was. I was expecting a little bit more to a punchline for that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Please don't set the world on fire. The world's already on fire. We don't need more fire.
Oh.
That's overcooked barbecue there.
Yeah.
I so like barely remember this monster. How did I not remember that the monster had a horse?
Fire is kind of scary.
That we had a monster with a horse.
Then maybe the Power Rangers will show up and save us, and we won't have to
How did I forget?
fire. Don't be such a whip.
How did I forget a monster had a horse?
Besides, the Power Rangers are too smart for that.
That's a lot of fire.
Really? Really?
I just told
Yeah.
you that the Rangers are too smart to fall for that. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Stop.
yeah. That's a garbage fire. Ooh. Yep. They're running, and they're just going into the lake. There we go.
Into the muddy water they go.
Yep.
Wait, did you guys hear something on fire? Sounded like it came from over there.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Bulk and Skull are actually being not irresponsible at the moment. They did yell fire.
Oh. Overtime.
About that.
Yeah.
Water time.
Ooh, now I want French toast.
This
Yes, thank you, MJ, for creating that Instagram image, because I don't Insta the grams. I like my grams with marshmallow and chocolate, a little sandwich, a little toasted, very nice. I feel like I was vaguely aware at the time that there was something not right with these fight scenes, and it did dampen my engagement at the time when we were seeing these fights between the Rangers and monsters that were clearly not in the same space. Even if I couldn't recognize the reason why it was happening, I could still there was some sort of cognitive disconnect that I was experiencing.
Mysterious fires have broken out all over Angel Road.
Yeah, but you
Fire
got
department is baffled and just about reached its limits. We'll keep you updated with any new developments. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Oh no, what am I gonna do?
I wonder what their regularly scheduled program is.
You know, the odds of so many fires occurring at the same time really defies coincidence.
will. And off they go.
Sorry, what's going on?
The fuel glow.
As you will see, this is Flamehead Monster. Lord Dan has unleashed him on Angel
I feel like it's not necessary to add monster onto its name. I feel like you could just call it Flamehead and that would be fine.
You must hurry. Destruction by fire will hurt.
Oh, today's National Coming Out Day. I didn't realize that. Happy National Coming Out Day to all of our LGBTQ Ranger fans out there.
I'll go to the park. Can
Happy
you
day.
guys stay here with Alpha and find some kind of way to defeat this horrible monster?
No, actually, Aisha, I think all of us need to go help Tommy Rocky now.
Yeah,
Please, guys, this is my responsibility.
Let Aisha go.
What?
Him and Billy. Remain
This
here
is
to help Alpha find a way
this is just
to stop that
strange.
fiery villain.
Thanks, Zordon. It's Morphin time.
Very strange plotline.
I'm not too late.
Right on time, Aisha.
Great.
No. There come the pines.
There we go.
Guys, my battle now.
Oh.
What is happening right now? I don't understand Aisha's character arc in this episode.
She's going overboard.
Yeah, but I also don't fully.
I got it, Tommy.
What did? Okay.
What's going on? What's with Aisha? I don't know. What she's doing is really dangerous. I agree.
Okay.
Are you just trying to destroy the place by yourself?
It's gonna take too long to create any kind of chemical compound to extinguish this monster.
Alpha, teleport the rest of the Rangers to the
To
command center.
to be fair, she's actually being fairly efficient in taking down buddies.
One boil.
Oof. So, this has been this is a weird episode. Yeah, that is a very good point, Aisha.
I let you go to the park so you can learn an important
Yeah.
lesson.
Really?
Many times in life, situations arise
Zord-
that require
Zordon.
clear thinking and to be brave enough to seek the help of others.
Zordon, I'm responsible. I agreed to be fire safety captain.
You accepted that position under ordinary circumstances. But now you must realize that we are in great danger. It is your responsibility as a Power Ranger to understand that teamwork
Yes.
is the only way to defeat the forces.
That is fair.
That's right. There's no art in the word team.
I don't know how we got here to this teamwork lesson.
I guess I got a lot to learn about being a Power Ranger.
Okay.
Says monster continues to shower the city with flames. You must work together as one, or you will never stop him. Work quickly, or there will be nothing left to save.
This was such a compressed little arc in here. Like prior to this, it was all about her going overboard, and then all of a sudden, it was going overboard specifically in a way that is not conducive to teamwork. Even though she was actually delegating responsibility heavily prior to this. It was like a 5-minute long moral of the day character arc for her. Wait, what? What does that mean? What? Okay, you apparently can glow and do that now. Wait, Aisha, you still have a lot to learn about being a Power Ranger, but you just pulled out a whole new Power Ranger power out of literally nowhere. And we're just back to the squishy grenade again. That was interesting. Ooh. I like the upgrade on the monster's face here. Very fun.
I do too.
Yeah. Ah, good old Thunderzords. Bringing the thunder. And I'm keeping an eye on the social medias here as well. I really like the black and gold aesthetics of the Thunderzords. Made it very nice and easy to mask the fact that the Black Ranger Zord was actually a Green Ranger Zord. Like, they just changed the face of the lion for the toy.
Nope. Nope, not today. Nope.
There we go. I also love that little inked background of like the chasm or the gorge or whatever it is that's behind the Thunder Megazord before it does its big finisher. It's gorgeous. It's a nice aesthetic touch, and it really adds to that whole mythological Chinese look of the Zords.
Hey, what's the matter with you two? You guys are quarrel. They kicked us
Wah,
out of
wah,
the
wah.
Firefighters Club. Something happened to do with it being against regulations to hide in a lake during a fire.
That's a regulation.
Well, we never even got to see a Power Ranger. Well, you two guys just
You got a surprise.
We wanted to show you how much we appreciate all your hard work with fire safety.
Aw, that's a lot of lights on that candle. There's a lot of candles on that cake. It's a little much. That was a thin plot there. I'm not gonna lie. I see why this episode so easily escaped my mind. It is one of the weaker episodes of season 2 in many regards. Just because it's really mostly people shouting fire for an extended period of time. That's about it. Alright. Time for another episode of season 2. We're moving right along to Scavenger Hunt. Which is an episode that I actually rather like, even though I don't, it's not so much that it had anything particularly crazy in it. I just kind of like the idea of scavenger hunts. And I like the monster that comes from this episode. This monster was another one of my first ever drawings when I started drawing Power Ranger monsters. And here we are in Scavenger Hunt. We are 1 minute and 12 seconds in. It's a red car. I love scavenger hunts. I'm not gonna lie. This just is good old fashioned fun. And we're also establishing Tommy's aviator jacket that he just randomly has for a big chunk of this of MMPR now.
Small but makes a noise.
Okay.
I'm thinking a dog.
What's small makes a noise? Okay, small makes a noise, stop the game, people do it just the same. I'm trying to think what that could be. Not a, it's not a bell, because people can't bell. Ooh. Oh my. But yeah, I do feel like this was sort of that spot where we started to get into a little bit of a rut. After we'd introduced the new characters, they were still trying to get a feel for who they were and what to do with them. And so we get into sort of these kind of very loose premise plots. A whistle! Oh, MJ's got it. Yeah, let's MJ guesses whistle, and I agree. A whistle, that makes sense. I'm still a little sleep-addled. Also, this is questionable stereotyping there. Just putting that out here.
Yeah.
It was a different time. It was definitely a different time. But just a reminder. Although I recognize that there are multiple different spellings of the word with multiple different meanings, gypsy is not a cool thing to have as like a nickname. Don't do that. It's actually it's actually pretty disrespectful to the Roma people who have been like classically marginalized and mistreated over the course of history. And also the fact that this is like clearly a white blonde woman is not helping anything.
Yeah, not helping.
This is one of those sort of situations where it might not have been something that people were aware wasn't appropriate back in the day, but we know better now. Okay. Yeah. The Lost Universe. I love how he's just like, just pick something. I'll turn it into a monster. I don't care what it is. Just grab something. Some scavenger item. Like, I don't know. Let's get a fork. Can we have a fork? It hits its target from the sky with a great big blast. Okay. No, it doesn't. We've got a little cannon. Why does he have a little toy cannon? Oh, okay, his cousin left it there. That's still a little weird that it's in a little box like that. Oh, I'm starting to get background noise on there, so I'll turn it down for now. It's going to get turned into a monster. Everything gets turned. You just had a lipstick monster a few episodes ago. Come on. Like, I have a projectile launcher just on hand as a physicist. It's a good thing to have as a physics teacher. I want to do what? Okay, the putties were doing Swan Lake there. Let's not make any illusions that they were doing anything, but that was totally Swan Lake right there. Like, the stuntmen are just are just messing around with choreography at this point. What? I'm not imagining this. Also, I love how that putty had that big dramatic jump from the tree and this just landed next, like right behind Aisha and just calmly put its hands on. Like it didn't try to knock her over, just put its hands on her after it jumped down. Man, everybody on this show could flip. I really want to learn how to flip someday. I know I'm in my mid-30s now. I feel like I'm not too old. Yes, I know I have arthritis, but I feel like I'm not too old to still learn how to do that. It's on my to-do list. Why do you have a duffel bag? Oh, that's where the cannon is. Okay.
The bag with all the scavenger in it. What is Zed gonna do with those?
Then turn them into monsters. That's what he does.
The others to see if they're okay.
What else would he be doing with them? That's what he does with everything. He turns everything into a monster.
Okay. Small makes a noise that can stop a game.
It's a whistle.
Also do it just the same.
Talking about a noise that can stop a game. Come here, Perugia. This is Billy. We just got attacked by putties in the park. Fill that bag and I'll let you capture it.
Man, I knew this day was going too well.
Are you guys alright?
I'm just sharing the Discord now, letting people know that we've got our fundraiser going again. If there's anyone in the stream right now who hasn't donated yet, again, you can use our Streamlabs link in the description to donate to spreadthevote.org. We are trying to get to $600 to expand things to head on after Season 2 into the movie, and then hopefully beyond. Oh my. This is ridiculous. Yeah, and MJ was correct. It was a whistle. I have to wonder how many times they actually did filming on Lord Zed's set, because they did reuse footage so often. Even though it's original footage, it still gets reused so very often. Oh, and now we have Cannon Top. I do kind of love Cannon Top. He was my second monster that I ever drew right after the Mirror Maniac. Here we got Cannon Top right here. Again, 9-year-old me drawing out the monsters. Cannon Top and Mirror Master were the first two that I drew, specifically because of the Super NES Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie game, which sort of went through a lot of the story of Season 2. So you fought Mirror Master as the first monster, then Cannon Top, and then there was the whole mission on the deserted planet from the power transfer. So it was really great seeing those monsters and those scenes recreated for the Super NES game. And that's what got me started on drawing Power Rangers. And again, I've got just a stack of these monster notebooks, so I'm going to be pulling out more and more monsters as we get closer and closer to Season 3, when I really start doing it regularly.
Be careful, Rangers. This monster has the power to
Okay.
shoot you all into an intergalactic dimension of no return.
Understood.
Oh, the goal is about to auto-end? I didn't realize it had that deadline on there. I'll adjust the volume there.
The other Rangers must be made aware of the situation.
Yeah, our deadline is 5 p.m. Ooh, that distorted things a little bit. Hopefully, there it goes.
What's up, Alpha?
Santa unleashed another of his monsters.
You must morph into action against Cannon Top immediately.
Thank you for the adjustment there, MJ.
Rangers are waiting for you.
Yeah, we're morphing it. Ba-doo. The scenery matching was not strong at this stage. Like, they were always filming in the park during season 2, and the monsters were almost never in a park. But I do feel like Cannon Top worked better than most by virtue of simply being a long range, a ranged attack monster instead of a melee monster. Power Blaster again.
Oh yeah. Here we go again.
I know it just slowly but steadily disappeared across the course of the show, but man, they were still using it this far into season 2. I did not remember Rocky, Adam, and Aisha actually using the Power Blaster. Nice. And now we're back to that other angle with the different grenade. So they definitely shot him summoning the grenade twice. And in one he uses the squishy grenade, and in another he uses the proper grenade prop. And they seem to just swap back and forth without too much attention to detail on that front. Which, they're putting out 52 of these in a year. They're scrambling to try and create and put together a movie. Like, there's so much stuff going on at this stage here. Now, they definitely haven't filmed the movie yet at this point. Rocky, Adam, and Aisha have only just now joined. And, like, I feel like the point at which we can reasonably assume that we've gotten to where they'd be filming the movie is whenever Aisha's braids show up. So right now we're definitely before they start filming the movie by a good margin, I would say.
Yeah.
Nope. One nice thing right now with Streamlabs is that I actually am getting the chat to load properly over here, so I don't need to look over here for the chat to load. And yeah, they don't seem to go into the city of Angel Grove very often. That is true.
Pretty much not.
So thank you to everyone sharing on social media. I know Sean and Paladin and Scott have all been participating. Oh, and I see that Linkara has now seen me share the play-by-play from yesterday on Twitter. So if anybody else would like to nudge him to join us, that would be awesome. I didn't have a direct means of reaching out to him. But if anybody else would like to reach out, that would be great. That's an interesting thing. I didn't notice before, but in the when they have the Thunderzord Assault team, the Unicorn Thunderzord actually repositions its neck to match up with the Griffin Thunderzord. Because normally the Unicorn Thunderzord has that leaning forward to create the horse's mane kind of effect, whereas the Griffin's more reared back. But the Unicorn does the rear back move as well when they're in the Thunderzord Assault team.
And there we go.
This monster's not really doing much of anything right now. He's just kind of taunting them until eventually they launch off the fire bird. This was such a cool finisher to me as a kid because I was... Back in 1994, me was just blown away by anything with CG. I loved CG whenever I saw it anywhere as a kid. Obviously now we have different standards, but that was always like my reaction whenever seeing CG, especially on TV. Oh, and now Chris, I see your video's up, so I can rotate you in here. Oh. Feel like something got nudged over. That's it. The laptop got a little nudged over it last night, it looks like. There we go. We know you didn't do anything, Squat and Babu. You never do anything. It's season 2. You got to set off that one like sleep bomb thing for the power transfer, and that's the extent of like anything you do this season. Dun dun. Hey, remember Reboot? Yeah, I remember Reboot. Reboot was great. Reboot was amazing. This was pre-Reboot, though. I think this was right around... This was just before Reboot came out and blew my mind.
Ernie, we only need one more thing on the list.
Guys, better hurry. One of the just got working something. I got all the items and they're on their way back.
Ooh. Central High.
For the colors of the rainbow and the bright villains, too.
Yeah,
Find a picture there and that will do.
You just need a picture of the Power Rangers.
Oh, Lord.
Like, they better have a picture of the Power Rangers. Oh, man. Apollonia, you are all kinds of problematic.
Here it is, guys.
Good timing.
Power Rangers. Yeah, in an 8x10 glossy. Look into
Irony.
our fire.
I mean, she was all kinds of problematic there, but she does seem to have some genuinely good instincts. Rattle and all sorts of other random things. But yeah, it's amazing how much, like, my enjoyment of this episode is really just driven by my enjoyment of scavenger hunts. Like, I really like scavenger hunts, and I like Cannon Top as a monster, just as having a cool design. There we go. Yeah, the live action reboot. That's not reboot. I don't know what to think of that. I haven't watched it, but no, I'm not. I don't really intend to. It just doesn't. It's not right. Oh, now time for the Great Bukala Escape.
Pokemon escape.
It's Bukala. Who doesn't love Bukala? I forgot just how, like, random some of these episodes were back then. This was sort of the string of episodes where I did start to drift away from Power Rangers for just a few weeks. I was starting to drift away. And I think part of that is because we're getting closer and closer to when the filming for the movie started. And I think that around that time they really started to lean into reruns. And it was reruns of these episodes which were kind of all over the place. And not as focused as the rest of the season. Although, this is another Chiplin episode. you put the film in the camera? That would have been. Oh, we've got Serpentera back. Yeah, it's just like Dragon Ball Evolution isn't Dragon Ball. The reboot is not reboot. No, Bukala! You know that's just another Mark Richardson creation of craziness there.
It appears to be some kind of extraterrestrial transport.
I love how Billy just jumps straight to, like, this is the insane version of this. Whatever it is that it could be, it's going to be the craziest version of this. Like, this is not, just like, oh, it's a, somebody was playing with some sort of model spaceship. No, this is full on a spaceship. This is an alien. I'm just going to jump straight to that conclusion. That doll is an alien, obviously. Is that a diamond, though? It looks like it's full of little marbles.
Zordon, the spaceship crashed in the park.
This will explain why Serpentera is approaching the city.
Oh no.
Oh.
Right, we're on our way.
Oh.
Come on, let's go.
What?
Craziness.
Go.
Alright, get the blanket.
I'm just gonna check on the little thing here, make sure that I don't have any. Oop. Right there. I don't think I have any new notifications on there. I thought I heard something earlier. Oof. Good thing you got that picnic blanket. You couldn't hit the wide side of a planet, Goldar.
The spacecraft crashed in the park.
That has been chasing this craft across the galaxy.
Attempt.
It is powered by a rare lightning diamond. If Zen gets the diamond, he can use it to give
Lightning
Serpentera
diamond.
an infinite power source, making Serpentera invincible.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this won't get real neat. We did see the diamond.
Billy,
Yeah.
open the ship's forward hatch.
Yeah. Doo doo.
Oh.
And
Hey, Bukala.
He is called a Bukala from the planet of the same name. Everyone
oh.
step back.
I.
Now, Billy, place the diamond in the cockpit in the Bukala's hand.
That's such a weird little crystal thing.
Observe, the diamond's power will have an almost immediate effect on the Bukala.
Bukala? Bukala, Bukala.
Do not be alarmed. The Bukala is merely a traveler, journeying to his home planet many light
This is
years
just
away.
so bizarre.
Whoa,
Yeah.
the universal traveler.
Like this sort of
Bukala are very
very kabuki aesthetic, and apparently the instinct was, let's make it an alien creature. And I don't know what to take from that.
Don't worry.
This is
very little time.
Yeah.
Then we'll try again to get the diamond as soon as Serpentera is
so bizarre.
You will stop at nothing.
I have a weird affection for Bukala. I don't know why, but it's just so strange.
Good idea, Aisha. Hence the diamond.
No.
The diamond will become your ally.
I believe I have a Bukala drawing in here. Let's see. Do I have a Bukala? I think I might have a Bukala.
Uh-oh.
Alright, we'll see her without the designs. Yeah, you guys keep going.
Oh, I do have a Bukala.
Really?
Yep.
Oh.
Bukala trying to communicate is so awkward. What is the deal with that?
Of course, because I decided that. Alright, let me take a
Every week they were obsessed with something new. It was fire safety, and now it's UFOs, scavenger hunts.
Oh.
Bukla's picking up on English pretty fast. Snow globe.
Oh, it smells on Bukola? Wow, I wish it smelled Angel Grove. But it doesn't.
This was the moment when I started to realize that Angel Grove was in California. Because I grew up in New York. I didn't realize that they had no snow there. And then it's like, oh yeah, we've never seen it snow in Angel Grove.
Yeah, never.
Oh. Weldo.
Oh,
Now,
no.
oddly enough, I never drew a Weldo. Also, Weldo, what is with your You've got a weird aesthetic going on there, Weldo. I don't know. I feel like there's something I feel like there's a lot of cultural aesthetics to Die Ranger that I just don't understand. Like, why Weldo is like all like military cyborg looking, but with a giant like wig thing. It's all very strange.
Yeah, pretty much.
Fukula has this little umbrella. Oh man, that poor suit actor just got to that door. He's like, what do I do here? There's just nothing to be done there.
Hey guys, we thought you could use some help here. Have you got everything ready to go for Bukala's escape?
Oh.
We're all set.
Bukala, 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 bukala. Bukala, bukala. Oh man.
Oh.
Bukala! Oh, poor Bukala. Bukala's like just such a wooby of a character. Oh, Billy's messing him up. Going to town on Weldo there. Billy just totally destroyed that monster with one shot. Billy's a beast right there. You do not mess with Billy's Bukala.
Yeah, he is.
You'll be on your way home soon, my friend. I promise. We'll meet you back here.
Aw. Billy is so like this. This is when we sort of established that Billy's affection for alien creatures. This, like it didn't occur to me, but it does make sense. This would be the episode that first establishes that Billy loves alien creatures and is fascinated by them and wants to befriend them. Which obviously gets, elaborated on with his relationship with the Alien Rangers.
Spacecraft out here in the open. Yeah, we're just sure to see it. Good thinking, Al. Way to go.
Here's the fake
Here we go.
diamond,
Buckethead.
and here's the fake Bukola.
Excellent work, Aisha.
Oh.
It looks just like it.
It isn't. It is a different doll, I think, than they had in there before, which is more effort than I would expect to be needed here.
Yeah, that's good. More effort.
So, the putties aren't engaging in a kick line, it seems, this time. I really wanted to see the putties pull off like a different choreographed dance intro each episode, because those last two were just amazing.
Oh. Oh.
United States Bukala, Mexico Bukala, Haiti. United States Bukala, Mexico Bukala, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru. They've really gotten so much smoother with these moves than where they started this season. They just kept pushing and pushing. I mean, I always kind of prefer the unmorphed fights because I find them usually to be more creative and connects you better to the characters. But you do like seeing the stunt team stepping up its capacity. And obviously, when you are trying to put together a movie, it does limit how much time you have with those actors. Okay, so we are back. There we go. There we go. I don't know what happened there. That was all very strange. Let me get this back onto the Great Bukala Escape. I was so enraptured in the plight of the Bukala that I did not realize that we had frozen. So let me update again with which episode we are on. We are on the Great Bukala Escape. And we have just witnessed the arrival of Bad Bukala. Dun dun dun. Showing off that, 26-year-old artwork from me being 9 years old. Well, actually, it's probably more like 25-year-old artwork. Okay, we are 16 minutes, 23 seconds into the Great Bukala Escape. So if you wish to resume with us, again, we are at 16-minute, 23-second mark, and I'm hitting play now. Here we go. We are summoning the Thunderzords to fight against the Bad Bukala. So thank you to those of you who stuck with us through that. Apparently, I am just not meant to look at the chat in Streamlabs because it's gone again. Here we go. Got a few people back in there. Let everybody know that we are back up and running. If you've got any friends or family who you would like to see contribute, please, as always, send them our way. There's Bukala is like so oddly problematic in a number of ways, and I really don't know how. Like, I like Bukala in that I'm endeared to him, but at the same time, it's also I feel like there's some serious cultural insensitivity going on here. That's the thing that was used for the Salaguana's tongue. That was the shot. It was actually still a tongue, not a tendril. It was Bukala's tongue. Bad Bukala's tongue. That is fascinating. I did not see that coming. I thought it was going to be something like some squid monster or something. I was not expecting it to be Bukala's tongue. Still, using a tongue to represent a tongue, that was appropriate editing move there. Oh, nice.
Hi guys.
They got a postcard.
We've seen incredible things, too much to tell. The people
Aw.
are the best part. No matter where they come from, we all have the same dreams.
Aw, that's sweet.
For the world, but we wish to die. There's still no place like home.
Aw,
Even if it is 10,000 light years away.
yeah. It was a nice little callback. It's one of the only ones I think we get to them with regarding them in the peace conference until Jason's eventual return.
The true identities of the Power Rangers, who we caught in the park yesterday.
Why do you think that you caught the true?
Park is
You think
fun,
that
right?
so you think they were inside of the spaceship? Is that the idea? That's not appropriate. That's not the correct photo you're going to be looking at. Always look at the photos first before you go and make a big deal about them. No one seems to realize this is how it should be. Here we go. Bukala escapes. All is right in the Bukala world. Bukala, 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 Bukala. Bukala, Bukala. Alright, we have Forever Friends coming up next. And again, we are raising funds for spreadthevote.org. So, if you think that there are people who would enjoy my insane ramblings, forever friends of your own, please send them our way. See if we can get them to donate to this wonderful cause, helping people to vote through spreadthevote.org.
Spread the vote.
We've got some great people on our leaderboard. Yeah.
Gotta go. I'll be right back.
All right. Thank you, Chris. We'll catch you later.
Looking good, girl. Thanks. Good competition's really tough. You might be right.
Kimberly is so talented.
I don't think her son is on. Oh yeah, can I finish? No, I can't wait to see her. So anxious.
Aisha's best friend. Oh, they finally figured out how to spell Aisha. Hey, Shauna. You're not nice.
Right? You know I couldn't do anything about that. But you think of changing something to Finger Road. So let's see.
So what's the deal here?
I'm Kimberly. I just told me a lot about you.
Shauna's not cool with you.
So it looks like we're both competing for the district title, huh? I'd say
Oh, because of the competition
a lot
thing.
more than that. Sorry.
Yeah, around noon is when we'll start having more people popping in here. But I would love for people to join for this sort of wacky little lull in the middle of the season here. Ah, that's amazing.
That was really great. Thank
I
you.
really would like to know how to do moves like that. It's great.
It's good to see you again, Aisha.
All right, Shauna,
You don't seem to have a
what are you talking about with this good to see you again? You were just talking like 2 seconds ago.
We just keep missing each other. Well, whenever I call you, you're never home. Sean, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm just been really busy.
This is awkward and uncomfortable.
Honestly. You guys probably need some time to catch up, right? So, I'm gonna go see how the boys are doing.
All right. Sounds good.
Can't wait. I'd like to get to know you.
No. But yeah, let's see. We are at, again, 355, so let's see if we can get ourselves to 400. Let's see if we can get any more people into this stream. I'm open to anyone who wants to try and continue to raise awareness for these great causes. I really want to try and get the word out there so we can save the world. Let's make it happen. You guys are not good at what you're doing here.
You're such an expert in shock. Why don't you give us a hand?
One thing that I feel is a little bit of a tricky thing with regards to the to this era, this little run of Power Rangers, is that when we had the transition into Rocky, Adam, and Aisha, although I think that they were enjoyable, they were not as well defined as far as their roles in the team as Jason, Zach, and Trini were. And I think that's the main issue when it comes to this run of episodes, is that they didn't quite have their place well established. They were nicely well established as being friends, friendly to the Rangers, and that was a great new dynamic. But you know, we have little things that where they try to go one way, they try to go another. They're trying to figure out who these characters are, and I feel like they're not quite hitting them yet. And I'm also curious. This might be something to talk to Mark about. If any of the ideas that they had for episodes they were going to do had to get adapted into into episodes that would have been for like Jason, Zach, and Trini that got turned into episodes for Rocky, Adam, and Aisha. And I forgot to ask that question of Mark Litton when I talked to him yesterday, and I should remember to try and talk to him about that today. Yes. Here we go. Yep. That's what it's like living in Angel Grove. Oi. He just grabbed those two, not Aisha. This is one of the few bits that actually like focus on Aisha being a new ranger in a way that feels appropriate to her character. Yeah, so thank you again to those of you who are working so hard in the chat to get people more aware of what's going on here. I know that you guys are all working hard to trying your best. Thank you, El Nero Diablo. Oh, Jaws of Destruction. Now, Jaws of Destruction is an interesting one because it's one I never actually finished. I started drawing him, and for some reason I never got to the end of him, so he's right there next to Bukala. Jaws of Destruction. I got started, and I never got his arms and legs, and I don't know why. Maybe I just didn't get a good look at them. Yeah.
Why are you being so nice to me, though? I mean, I was rotten to you.
Yeah.
I think I understand how you feel, that's all.
Yeah.
It's tough when you're close.
Aw.
My parents got divorced, I felt really
Yeah, Kim knows all about the. Oh, yes, talking about actual issues that children actually deal with. Yes, divorced parents is such a relevant thing that I love that they have that as part of Kim's character, and they discuss it, and they recognize that it's not something that's about. It's not an abandonment. It's so important, and I love so much that they address that here. It makes this episode so much more emotionally intelligent, and I love that. But yeah, Aisha's sort of, very great focus on her friendships is something that they slowly figure out how to make use of her effervescent personality. Aw.
The Jaws of Destruction is one of Zed's most dangerous monsters. You must stop him now before he destroys Angel Grove.
What about Sean and Kimberly? You can't just leave them there.
I'll get them out, Aisha. The rest of you guys will go after the Jaws of Destruction.
Save them, Tommy.
It's Morphin time. Tiger Sword, Mastodon, Triceratops, 17 Tigers, Tyrannosaurus.
Oh, more jetting. Good old jetting. Every now and again, you get a little bit of the jetting. It's not even like he has that complex of arms and legs. I don't know why I never finished drawing him as a kid. Attitude define. Oh, this is great stuff. Now I'm just intrigued by this monster at the moment because I'm like, I have just that part of him drawn, but not the rest of him. I'm like, okay, I need to get a better look at this monster's legs. And that's such an oddly specific thing to want. Call the 541. Yeah, I know that you're all doing your best, and I love that you're putting in that work. It's fantastic. It's what we all need to be doing at this time. 541 is just, yeah, there's just so many just good jams throughout this season. Oh, those putties, they're just clinging to each other for some solace in this crazy world.
Hey guys, is everyone okay?
Yes. Wow. It's the White Ranger.
Oh, she's completely over her issues now. She sees that White Ranger, she's like, wow. Gotta love this spiky thing here.
Teleport Sean home right away.
Everyone, mission initiated, Tommy.
Alright, there we go.
Just stay there. It's okay. He'll get me out.
Yeah.
I know he will.
Yeah, she knows. She knows. She knows the White Ranger very well, Shauna. You got that little wink in there?
Kimberly, I can't leave.
Yes, you can. Just teleport her. There you go. It's okay. There we go. Just punch, kick, boom. No more force field. That was incredibly easy. Coulter's just like standing there and taking it. It's just like, yes, I do have a bucket on my head, Tommy. Also, remember how Goldar, like, 10 episodes ago, was saying how, or not 10, 20 episodes ago. Man, I'm just flying through here. How like 23 episodes ago, Goldar was saying, I'm going to devote the rest of my life to ruining yours, Jason. And that's just not a thing for him anymore. Kim to the rescue!
Aisha, thought I wasn't too late.
Although I like the build-up of the relationship between Aisha and Kimberly here. It does also really display how much better fleshed out of a character Kimberly is. Like, we understand Kimberly's backstory with her relationship with her parents. Aisha, it's her friend that's in play here, but we don't really know a tremendous amount about the relationship that she had with her friend Shauna. Outside of the fact that it's now strained from her having moved away. And in many regards, we learned more about Shauna in this episode than we did about Aisha, which is interesting. Not that I feel like it's necessarily a weakness or an issue with this episode per se, but it is one of the struggles that they had with these new characters. That they wanted to make them different from the original three that they were replacing, but making them also be distinct and fit within the roles of the teams was definitely a challenge. Yeah, it looks like his feet are about the same as his arms in terms of design. I love the Red Dragon Thunderstorm just kind of surfing behind the others as they transform. It's random, but it's delightful. Go Power Rangers, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. This is one of the things that you don't really get too much out of a lot of modern shows. That real sense of of a show trying to find its footing under different circumstances. Because most shows out there now have much shorter episode runs and much longer pre-production times, where they really refine what their show is supposed to be before they ever even start it. Instead of, okay, we're hitting the ground running, we're going to try and figure this thing out as we're going, we're going to try and find these characters as we're introducing them. Where nowadays you pitch a show, you don't just know the pilot or the characters, you know what the first season's going to be, you know what the finale of the season's going to be, you know what the next 5 years of the show could potentially be. Where here, you're very much playing it by ear in a lot of regards, even as they have refined the production method. The story, the characters are being still refined. Even as they get in the habit of like, okay, we know we gotta grab this, do this, go here, do that. All right, we know we gotta do this random thing. We know how to do this random thing. We know how to do that random thing. But the overall feel of a lot of it is still in flux, and it remains in flux for a great portion of the franchise. When you get right down to it, they're always trying to figure out how to make something new work, or figure out how to make it new in some way. And is it bad that I kind of forget a little bit what it was that Bulk and Skull were doing this episode? Also, Kimberly has Tommy's green hoodie, and that is such a nice touch. That's an amazing little touch there. Because Tommy doesn't wear it anymore. And, that we get these nice little nods to their relationship without really focusing on it tremendously. And that speaks to a confidence in and an understanding of who these characters are and how they operate, how they interact. And Kimberly is really one of the best developed characters of the franchise in many regards. And you've seen her over the course of these, we're almost 100 episodes into Power Rangers now. And we've gotten to know her in many regards. And see her mature as a person. Where originally she may have been taking the Power Rangers thing a little bit like it was just sort of weird and but rolling with it, and not super serious in terms of her attitude, even while taking things seriously. And now she's clearly like grown into that role. She's not seeming like overwhelmed by what her role is, and she really is comfortable in it and understands how to have everything work. And demonstrating, this great empathy for someone who doesn't even like her. And building a new friendship through that empathy. And that is something that, you only really can do if you are in an emotionally stable place. Also, this Shauna girl is really good with her gymnastics. Like, they got a genuine gymnast doing this. That was really good. I'm actually hard-pressed to say who delivered the better performance there. That was close. Yeah, exactly. That was very close. That is fair. Like, usually, you call that things are just kind of nonsense when you see a tie, but I mean, I don't know gymnastics. Maybe I'm just a bad judge, but that felt like those were pretty equivalent. Those were both really good performances. I would love to learn more about gymnastics. I'm not a gymnast myself, though. All right, we are coming up on yet another two-parter. It's hard to believe it. But we're coming up on episodes 99 and 100 of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. My goodness. My goodness. We should have 99 and 100 people in here. We gotta get them in here. I don't know how. I don't know what to do. But we are about to hit that big milestone, episode 99 of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Rangers Back in Time, Part 1. So let's make note of that here in now playing Rangers Back in Time, Part 1. That is queuing up in another 3 seconds. Where we again auto plays right past the opening credits, so we'll be starting about a minute and 5 seconds in. I'll keep an eye open so you can make sure that you are synced up as well. You can hear that rift ending. We are 1 minute and 5 seconds into the episode. No, wait. Oh, no, we're on Real Fish Story. What is wrong with me? I looked past it. I am foolish. I got ahead of myself. We are on Real Fish Story. I was not looking. We're on Real Fish Story. My bad. I'm Database Ranger. I should hold myself to a higher standard. Dougie is worried about monsters, and you know what? That is a legitimate concern. I am sorry. We have 20 minutes until we get into episodes 99 and 100. We are at episode 98. What is wrong with me? I'm getting ahead with myself.
The Power Rangers are supposed to protect all the Ranger Grove, right? So, here is what we
Oh, man. Of course.
Are you sure you don't want to go in the water? I'll stand right here and look out for you.
Let those monsters get me? No way.
Rocky trying to be responsible lifeguard here, which, you know what, is legit. That's fair. You don't have to if you don't want to. Like, you should still feel like you have a safe space here, but you shouldn't have to if you don't want to. That is fair. And now, Zed just listening in. Oh, my goodness. I've said... Oh, nice. Another monster. Just Monster Orama, which are fun. I like... It is often a sign that you're sort of running short on things, but it is fun when they do that.
Great. I'm a little worried about Dougie, though. He won't go in the water.
Why not?
Well, he's got this thing about monsters.
Yep.
And I just how he feels. You know, there was a time where I would have gone swimming myself.
Ah, good acknowledgement here. I love that. This is, again, a sign that, you know, Billy is a well-developed character. Like, we know who Billy is. We understand who Billy is. We remember that Billy has issues with fish. Vulcan Skull, you and your shark fin helmets right there. Do you at least have snorkels? You should have snorkels. Nice little jet ski. I don't know why Billy's leading the jet ski, because he doesn't seem to be a lifeguard on duty here or anything. But, okay, yeah, Billy can just drive a jet ski. Sure. Billy can do literally anything. It does not matter. Billy, at this point, is just such an overpowered character in so many regards. Yeah, guys, you should have worn snorkels. Come on. Oh, we've got Chris coming back again.
This isn't funny, you guys. The lake's in a place to be fooling around.
Yeah.
And you're lucky the Power Rangers didn't catch you. I don't think they'd appreciate being called into action if there's not really...
Welcome back, Chris. Good to see you again.
Now you two stay out of trouble. I've got enough
Two.
to look after.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cold lake, apparently. So yeah, we are on a Real Fish Story. We're just rolling right through. We are ahead of schedule. It's already, we're a few minutes in at 10:40 right now. I'm probably going to keep rolling ahead of schedule on things. And again, if there's if any of you guys want who are in the chat want to join as well alongside Chris, you are always welcome. Just let me know. I'm all for, the more the merrier. Here we go. Hey there, Chris.
There you go. Alright.
At this point, Power Rangers should realize they just shouldn't scuba dive. Never goes well. You go scuba diving, you know there's going to be a monster attack while you're under there. I remember, I could only imagine if, all 6 Rangers were to go scuba diving at the same time, they would come back up and Angel Grove would just be gone if they did that. There we go. Slippery Shark, yes. Not a shark monster. His name is Slippery Shark. He has a name, sir. I really gotta wonder how they made these decisions, because this was something that Mark wasn't really sure on, how they made these choices to reuse old footage for episodes, as opposed to just using Dog Ranger footage.
Then try the other. There is not much time. The creature must be stopped before it reaches the water.
I'm tired. I'm still recovering from yesterday, and I know I've got a long road ahead today. We're less than 2 hours in. I've still got hours and hours left to go. Hopefully we will at the very least hit 600. If we can hit 600, then I'll be continuing through into Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie. So we are a little under 250. We got 245 left to go there. All right, good man Steve stepping up. This is something where kind of goes into a little bit of my if we want to dive. I know that right now we have sort of our most loyal viewers here, so you're probably more open than others to listen to my nonsense. But one thing that I find interesting here about you have somebody who can cover for you. That is how the workforce should function in general, I think. You should always have the ability to rely upon others to step up. A lot of businesses, a lot of workplaces, and I know I'm talking about, this is volunteer, lifeguarding, obviously this doesn't apply to the workplace in most circumstances. But we should have things set up in such a way that, if somebody needs time off, they can take it and not worry about their workplace collapsing. As a teacher, obviously we always rely upon substitute teachers to cover for us. Although that is a heavily compromised situation at the moment with our current environment and schools not being safe for a lot of people with the public health crisis. But you always want to have those backups, and not having them is a sign of sort of a weakened social safety net in certain regards, and it makes businesses more fragile, that they need to have always the fewest people possible in order to function, whereas other businesses that are more stable are able to do that regardless. So very much a bit of an odd tangent there, but it was just something that came to my mind when observing good friend Steve covering for Rocky there at the lifeguard station. Oh, here we go. Now we're getting fishy here. Piranha's head, goofish. It's really interesting how Zed can just bring back all these monsters. Also, I can totally tell that one little gap right there at the throat of Slippery Shark must be some means for the stunt actor to be able to see. I imagine that must be what it is. Again, you're just getting all of their names wrong, Zed. It's Commander Crayfish.
Yeah,
Just the litany of Zhu monsters. And this really kind of highlights just how much more iconic these designs were, and how much more utilized they were compared to the Die Ranger monsters, which really didn't seem to get sent over. Those suits didn't really get used in most of the original footage, which I find really interesting. Like we got Bukala, and that was like one of the only ones we saw in American footage. Most Die Ranger monsters just didn't get transferred over, and I gotta wonder if that's just some aspect of their design. Oh, there we go. We got the Scooby Kids out. And Tommy and Adam just not wearing shirts at all while scuba diving feels a little weird. But I don't know. I guess maybe it's comfortable in that weather. I have no idea.
Yeah, pretty weird.
Yeah. There we go. What the? Oh, there's Robert Axelrod reprising his Goofish. But did they just give Commander Crayfish a female voice? That's fascinating. Oh, love that pose there. It's just a great shot of all six Rangers there.
Yeah.
Do.
Oh.
Oh, here comes the inner tube for the tube monster. Another one on my list here. Here we go. Which very much feels like a retread of when we see its design. It looks so much like it's a retread of the pipe brain monster that was made of the from the trophy from Missing Green, which I find really interesting.
Alright.
Oh, and there goes the. Also, it's clear that they're in like 3 feet worth of water. It's great. I mean, that does happen. There are a lot of monsters. Come on, gotta get going, guys. Go. You guys are totally in like 3 feet of water, and it's great. And where we got a tube monster, we got a tube monster. Right here. Tube monster awakens, and is totally not just a repainted pipe brain. Tube monster. They were not doing great on the names of the monsters at this stage.
Yeah, they pretty much weren't.
Like, they got to a point where they just tossed monster onto the end of all the names. Like these, we got the placeholder names functionally. Yep. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was making mention of that earlier, El Nero Diablo, that it looked like Pipe Brain was the first monster from Die Ranger, just because it's one of the only monsters that we really got a solo fight for the Red Dragon Thunder Zord, and that was the first actual proper Zord fight we got that had a monster with the Thunder Zord, so that made sense. I suspected it was the case. This feels like a callback to that monster, so I imagine this would have been much later in Die Ranger, where they start reusing and repainting monsters, which happens in plenty of Sentai series. Power and force that you never seen before. One, you can never take them down. But yeah, I want to know more about Die Ranger, because I feel like we did not see a huge number of monsters here. I'm always curious why. Ranger. Bad, 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 boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I'm looking at the list right now on Ranger Wiki of Gosei Sentai Die Ranger monsters, and it's a weirdly short list. I feel like a lot of it was more focused on monsters that looked more like humanoid. I think that was one of the big problems with Die Ranger as a source material. And meanwhile, Tommy just this is really where we solidify just how overpowered Tommy has become, where he just takes on 4 past monsters all by himself that the other Rangers were struggling with.
Well, I'm sorry. I guess I forgot to tell you that. Sushi's my favorite food. So much for the seafood special.
There we go.
I can't believe it. Last two fumbling B-brains. If I never see another fish in my life, it would be too soon. Oh, what's for lunch, ladies?
Oh no, what is for lunch? Really? Trout Almondine? Like, what? How?
Oh.
How do you have trout almond? You're on the moon, sir. I thought you eat like spiders and snakes. You're eating trout almondine for... That is such a strange thing, considering what we usually see them eating. Oh, Dougie's got to save the day. Steve is too busy, like, putting a Band-Aid on a little girl there. Dougie to the rescue. Go, Dougie. This kid's great. He's just doing what he got to do. There we go. Good job, Dougie. Yeah, right now I'm just like looking up some of the Die Ranger monsters because I'm genuinely curious about how many we actually ended up seeing, and I love that we've got like some of the names here are great. Like Master Mirror. Okay, I get that. That's Mirror Maniac. You know, Terror Blossom was Baron Sakura. I'll roll with that. You know, Magnetron was Father Magnet. That makes sense. But Trumpet Top's name was Tofu Hermit. I don't know why. Or sorry, Magnetbrain, not Magnetron. I'm blanking on names at the moment because my brain might be a little funny. Boop 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 boop. Yeah, the inner tube came back so that they could all help. All right, now we're getting into episode 99. There we go. Rangers Back in Time Part 1 coming up next. Let the people know that we are coming up on 100 episodes of Power Rangers. Rangers Back in Time Part 1. It's a milestone. So few series make it up to 100 episodes, and that's crazy. Did you say that Black... Sheree just said that it blacked out. I'm just not seeing any problems on my end. I'm still seeing an excellent connection. Okay, it's fixed. Okay. I know that we have intermission issues here and there. Alright, we are up to 1 minute 5 seconds into Rangers Back in Time, Part 1, title on screen, written by Sheikah Levy and Shel Danielson. Man, these people just pumping out episodes. It's crazy to me. Aisha's being so enthusiastic, and it's great.
This is me after my first dance recital.
Oh, that's so
This is
cute.
so special because my grandmother, who was sick, was able to come, and I made her real proud. You look so cute.
Kimberly, would you like to be next?
Go for it, Kim.
Sure. Okay. This is me in my first gymnastics competition.
Nice.
I was kind of bummed though because I lost. But you know what? It taught me to be a good sport. And that helped me a lot.
Very nice, Kimberly.
There we go. But yeah, at this point I'm really getting curious about various aspects of Die Ranger. And now Zed's getting inspired.
Yeah, he is. Be right back.
Okay, see you in a bit. How will we accomplish it? That is a good question. But yeah, we've had so few Die Ranger monsters actually utilize this season, and I really think it's just that there aren't that many Die Ranger monsters, and that's so strange to me. And it makes me want to watch Die Ranger because I'm kind of really intrigued.
You may sit down, Kimberly.
What was going on in all these episodes?
Tommy? Oh, you're next.
Little touches here.
This shot's really important to me. This is when I first learned.
Ah, nice. This is really, and it's a nice little
I learned about determination.
nod to the fact that we are going to be seeing all of these child actors in just a little bit. I really like their use of photographs here.
I learned about responsibility here.
It's cute.
I like this picture because it shows my dad and me doing stuff together. He loves to work on cars.
Nice.
And that's when I discovered that both guys will make me lifelong pals.
Great.
That's when you stuck a great popsicle down my back and I decided not to collaborate.
There you go. I'm just going to take a quick look. Just got a little buzz here. That's about. Welcome back.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I just got notifications. I'm just checking what that's about.
Thank you.
There we go. All good. The Rock of Time. The Rock of Ages. The School of Rock. Rock and Roll High School. But yeah, so far I'm looking through the list of Die Ranger monsters right now, and I've only actually found one. Oh, and here's that classic turning the Earth backwards to undo time somehow, even though that doesn't make any sense for time travel and would cause all... if you can turn the Earth backwards, you would disrupt so many things, just the way that momentum works. That would just murder everyone immediately.
But my dad always taught me to face my fears and conquer them.
But I am amused by the turning back of time approach. And it's interesting that this ended up being a plan that was thought to be so impactful that they revisit it later.
Yeah, pretty much.
Excellent job, everyone.
Oh, Shadow Ray coming in strong there with donating 30 to spreadthevote.org. Thank you so much, Ray. Very much appreciated. Gotta love
Yeah,
it.
very much appreciate it.
And Ray will be joining us when the wedding starts, and that's gonna be great.
Oh my goodness, that is rather odd, isn't it?
Now, yeah, here's what's strange. What's arguably stranger: the fact that you can see the clock turning backwards, and you're not simply experiencing time going backwards. I do not understand how time travel works with this whole within the context of Mighty Morphin. Time travel is very strange and very inconsistent.
Yeah, strange.
Okay, so I just looked it up a little bit to get a better idea for the Gorma monsters from Die Ranger, and fascinatingly, the tube monster was from the last episode of Die Ranger. So what we just saw in Real Fish Story was actually footage from the final episode of Die Ranger, where they had a repainted version of the first monster from Die Ranger. And that's really interesting to me, that things are so far out of order in that regard.
Yeah.
Oh, and here comes the whoop. Everybody's just been rewet. I love Miss Appleby's hair. It's like
Oh.
they just like gave her an 80s wig, and it's great. And nobody like the way that this time travel thing operates is so bizarre, because it's handled in such a way that they don't actually travel back in time. They're just reverted to their previous selves, and it's so strange. Because obviously these kids weren't in this classroom at that age. That wouldn't make any sense. But somehow things are operating under this very different version of how timelines work. And Vandalia, you are correct. This two-parter is the last. This is the last pair of episodes before the wedding. We're on episode 99, about to kick off episode 100, and after that, we'll be seeing the return of Rita Repulsa.
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah, I just looked through it. There were literally only like 2 monsters that I could find just now that weren't adapted from Die Ranger. And that's so interesting. There were so few monsters. It explains so much of why this season relied upon those past monsters to fill things out.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Lil Kim.
Mm.
Not to be confused with Little Kimberly. You know what I mean. Not the musician Lil Kim. But yeah, very strange use of time travel, both here and in season 3 going into Zio. Of course, a remote molecular descrambler, that makes the most sense.
Can't we just teleport them here?
No, Alpha. They are children now, and it would be much too frightening for them.
That is fair.
I'm absolutely terrified. Oh, they can't check out this.
This definitely seems to be one of those seasons that, with regards to Die Ranger again, that
Yeah,
is
fine.
is focused on much more humanoid characters and does not lend itself well to adaptation. And so Power Rangers was very much put in the position of having to figure out their own thing in order to fill out 52 episodes. Because they have, like, let me get my count going here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. Yeah, there were only like 20 monsters in Die Ranger, and they only adapted like 18 of those monsters, and a few other like villains from Die Ranger here and there. It's so strange.
Yeah.
Aw, the camera.
Uh,
I feel like we're coming, and now we're coming right up on the wedding, which means that right now, these episodes, this was probably the last pair of episodes that they filmed before they had to go off and do the movie. Which is fascinating. Like that turnaround is so quick in many regards. Like it's crazy to think that Rocky, Adam, and Aisha have been around for almost 20 episodes at this point now. They were introduced in episode 22, and we're on episode 39. So this is their 18th episode with Rocky, Adam, and Aisha, and so they were less than 20 episodes into this show as characters, and even less as Rangers. Before they had to go out and film the movie. Up. How do you all manage to have the time to dodge that dodgeball in that way? And here we firmly establish the putties as being just completely ridiculous, and the threat has officially evaporated at this stage. They are like play acting as if they're playing really old-timey football, and they are fighting literal children. Nice. Like, I always got the impression that they're supposed to be like maybe 10-year-olds in this, but I'm never really sure.
yeah.
Yep. Almost knocked over his head here. I still got him. They do not want to. They're not here to play. They are here to mess things up. All right, so we are only $15 away from 400 now, which is great. I can't wait for us to. I hope that we're able to hit 400. We're coming up on noon, so if we can get that last $15 in there somehow, then we'll be hitting 400 by noon. And I think that is fantastic. We'll just keep that rolling. Oh dear. These kids are just destroying you.
Yeah,
Like, these
are.
putties are just so useless. This is not Zed's strongest match. Like, these were the next level putties that were introduced at the beginning of the season, and now they're just complete and utter jokes that can be defeated by children with a dodgeball. They're all exhausted.
Yeah, fantastic.
You sure were lucky.
Remember, Alpha, we chose these young people to be Power Rangers because of their intelligence and resourcefulness. But you must hurry and get the scrambler working. Lord
Yep.
Zed is bound to be furious and send in one of his monsters.
I'll do my best, Zordon.
Bum 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 bum. Zed, you've fallen so far, sir. There we go, Photomare. Now that's another one I believe I have on my in my old sketchy books here. Here we got Photomare. Nice. See, there it is. And I didn't know how to spell Photomare, so I literally had it as Photo Mayor, as if like the mayor of a town, because I didn't know what that was trying to be. I think it's supposed to be a play on Nightmare, but instead it's like Photo Mayor. Okay, mayor of like a city. Okay, sure, I'll roll with it. This is not like having your class picture done. This is very different. Oh no, they're frozen in a picture.
Oh
Like this alone is a pretty good actual effective plan, and now that you have the photo, just take it. You could keep that photo. Alpha is, and this is why Zordon doesn't trust Alpha to create devices and always passes it off to Billy. This is the exact reason.
Captured inside a photograph by Lord Zed's evil Photomare monster.
Without the scrambler, we will be lost forever.
I really wonder just how many scenes they actually like bothered to shoot with Zed and Goldar and crew, because like I feel like I've seen so many of these shots so many times in the last 2 days. Even though I know they're original American shots, they were still recycled heavily. To the extent that it becomes difficult to analyze after a while because there's so much repetition in there. I do my best. This is one of the reasons that Power Reviews was shaped in the way that it is, with so many of its own story elements tying things together. And now, playing the Rangers Back in Time Part 2, the 100th episode of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. So I'm going to quickly try and let's tell people that we are on our 100th episode. It's pretty crazy.
Alpha, is the molecular descrambler completed yet?
I'm working on it as fast as I can, Zordon. Ay, this is a disaster.
You must hurry, Alpha. The Ranger's rescue depends on this device. There is no time to spare.
You're telling me, oh, woe is Alpha.
With Zed having turned the Rangers to children and imprisoning them in a photograph, there is no one to destroy his evil rock of time.
I'm gonna share this on social media here. We are now officially 100 episodes deep into Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Whoa, the picture we've got. Come on, Skull, we've got to get this thing all going.
There we go. Good job, little bulk, little skull. So I just informed Twitter that we are 100 episodes deep. If you wish to inform people through other social media means, please by all means do so. And this is a great little bit of Bulk and Skull being actual like heroes of the story, which is crazy. You gotta bite those ankles. Fair enough. Who just donated? El Nero Diablo just tossed in another $5. Thank you so much, El Nero Diablo. I very much appreciate you spreading the word. Welcome to Ranger Vision for joining us. We are just $10 away from hitting 400 at the moment.
$10 away.
So close. I love the little dancing star man. Won't you make a little dancing star man dance? It's delightful. You really need to figure out how to use your people more effectively. Yeah, they are children. They are literal children. You don't need to negotiate here. Just take the photo.
Just in time, Alpha. Right now you must teleport to the park and stop Goldar from taking a photograph from Bulk and Skull.
There we go.
I want you to bring back the Power Rangers. Use the laser stun scanner.
Of course, the laser stun scanner. How could we forget about the laser stun scanner?
I'll take that as a compliment. Now, give me that photograph before I have photograph for you and no one knows.
This is nice.
Right there, you big golden
Get a ball swallow.
That's amazing.
something for you too, sister.
What do you think you're doing?
This is great.
Wait, you two. I need that picture. Please, wait.
Alpha is now becoming is basically taking on the role of the Power Rangers for the moment. And it's hilarious.
Yeah, yeah.
I love that Principal Kaplan's toupee is just darker now.
And a camera monster chasing us. And a regular Martian is after us. And a camera monster took a picture and kept it Tommy in it. Look.
What have I told you two about telling lies and detention for both of you?
Don't.
Yes, I want you each.
Okay, don't just assume people are lying. Like you don't know what the world is like out there. Like
Yeah.
telling lies is very different from. Oh, that's great. Alpha just teleported into the hallway and then just teleported away. Also, I kind of love that Principal Kaplan just froze in walking so they could cut together that edit, and it was not smooth. That was not a clean cut there when he froze. But I guess you just work with what you got when it's that time period. They don't have the sort of editing abilities that we have now. Ah!
Relax. I'm not here to hurt you. I must have that picture. When I count to 3, you will fall asleep. And when
Okay.
you wake up, you'll remember nothing.
What even is this? What is this gadget that you have? Some crazy Men in Black neuralizer thing.
Okay now. Come on, Rangers.
What is this device that it can that it can not only knock people unconscious but also somehow regenerate people from a photograph?
That tickles. Hey, listen. I have to change you back to your real ages. What are you talking about? Well, it's kind of complicated, but let me try to explain.
There we go. And is the effect finally? There we go. He kept them frozen for a good long while. It was actually rather impressive.
Yeah, that's impressive.
So you see, it is imperative that you allow me to re-scramble your molecular
Yeah.
Yeah, just gotta re-scramble you a little bit. Just your molecular structure, nothing major.
Power Rangers. They're calling some superheroes called the Power Rangers?
Yes.
So they're called.
Yeah, there you go. That is the appropriate child reaction.
Let's do it.
The effect of the laser stun scanner has worn off. Goldar and Photo Mirror back to full power. You must
love how the subtitles have changed the name of the monster to Photomir now. Even not even Netflix doesn't know how to consistently spell anything.
No, but you can close your eyes if you would like to.
Okay,
Here we go.
there we go.
Alright.
Boom.
Goodness. Whoa, that was weird.
Come on, guys, we gotta kick it. All right.
Let's kick it. There we go. Nice.
Yeah.
So obviously, everybody's donating what they can, and it's very much appreciated. So I want to hear, what are some things that you guys are planning on doing over the course of the rest of October? Whether it's to, try and help out with the election or otherwise. What are things that's going on in your lives this October? I'm going to be working to try and keep phone banking and keep raising funds to make sure that people are capable of voting in this election as early and as best as they can. And that's my big focus for October. But if you have other things that you're doing in October, whether it's other forms of volunteering or helping out or just making your world a better place, making your life better, what are you doing that you're excited about this month? I want to hear about it. Oh, Photomir's gotten big. We gotta bring out that Thunder Megazord. There we go. I really would have liked to see Rocky be a little bit better fleshed out as a character. I feel like there was a little bit of a missed opportunity during this time to better flesh out the new Rangers.
Yeah, flesh them out.
And part of that was just because they were gearing up to film a movie. They were really rushing the production at this point in many regards, although they had smoothed out a lot of things. At this point, they just didn't really have the time to figure it out, and it's a shame.
Be right back.
Yeah, sure. I'll see you in a bit. Wait, MJ, have you really never actually watched the movie all the way through? We've been together for over 15 years, or almost 15 years, and you've never actually seen the movie all the way through? How is that possible? I feel like I failed as a husband. Have I failed as a husband? That my wife has never seen Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie, all the way through? I have to think about my choices in life. I'm going to try and not think too hard about those choices in life that led me there. But instead try and focus on some positives, like the fact that we are getting all these other Zords in here, and that's exciting. And we're having a match Zord fight between Red Dragon, Thunder Zord, and itself. And just whatever is positive with you guys down in the chat. Just what's happening? What you up to? What is life for you this October? This crazy, scary October where we're trying to save the world. Like, what are you excited about? What is it that you're looking to save? Obviously there's part of saving the world is, you're trying to protect the ability to continue to find joy in it, continue to have joyous experiences, like revisiting your favorite show from your childhood, like Mighty Morphin Power Rangers in this particular regard. Oh, I've got a question from Sean. What about the Turbo movie? The Turbo movie, I would be planning for, I would want to do that after going through Zeo. If I continue to go through all the streaming instances, I would want to do the Turbo movie after Zeo. Oh my god, MJ hasn't seen the Turbo? How? Oh my goodness. I need to get my house in order here. How have we not discussed this and addressed this? I've been doing way too much procrastinating. like that little shot underneath the power station, even though that's clearly not where they were actually standing a moment ago. But it's still pretty cool. It creates it created a nice look to the shot. But yeah, I can't believe MJ hasn't seen the Turbo movie either. No, I can believe that. The original movie, though, I did not realize that you'd never seen. How have I not addressed this? I talk about Power Rangers nonstop all the time. So yeah, that is something to spread. Let's get to that goal so that MJ can finally watch all of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie. That is an imperative right there. At the very least, if we can get another $10 in there, that will at least get us to 400. That would get us like 2/3 of the way through the movie. We're almost 2/3 of the way through the movie. We're almost to like an hour's worth of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie. Oh no. Oh, that's not good. The planet shouldn't be destabilized. I recognize that the planet is, destabilized in other ways in our current timeline, but you don't want to destabilize the planet in general. There isn't a specific goal yet with regards to the Turbo movie being after Zeo. That goal would have to be applied to if we hit Zeo. If we hit Zeo, I'll probably make a new goal for what we would need to do to include the Turbo movie in that stream. That would be the idea there. Oh, we've got another monster rundown here. Oh, that jetting. That jetting effect is just so... It looks like it's something out of the 60s and it's amazing. Oh, nice. Well, what? I don't think I got anything from the original movie when I went to go see it, but I did get something from the Turbo movie that my father could not believe ended up happening. We had this amazing moment when we walked out of the walked out of Turbo Power Rangers movie. When we walked by, those giant cardboard posters. Actually, you know what? I'll address that in a moment. Let's finish this episode first, and then I'll talk about the Turbo movie experience. And then we'll have Shadow Ray joining us for the wedding as we get into almost noon here. Here we go. We've already got Invincible Flytrap, Drommel. This is the first time we've seen Drommel in a while. Oysterizer. This is the first time that we've seen Oysterizer. I think this might be the first time we've seen Oysterizer in American footage thus far, because we've seen him in I think both him and Drommel we've only seen in Ju2 up until this point. They didn't reappear in Zed's Monster Mash. They didn't reappear in Orchestral Maneuvers in the Park. I'm actually kind of surprised that Oysterizer didn't appear in A Real Fish Story just, one episode before. Alright. Oh, nice power weapons. This is pretty rare that you get to actually see all the power weapons in original footage. That is actually... Welcome back, Chris. That is so unusual. We need a hero. Need a hero. I love the use of the power weapons here. It does highlight how these resurrected monsters are weaker than they were in their original forms. Oh, we know. We know you're still around for like 2 more seasons, Goldar. We get it.
This is gonna require the power cannon. Stage 1. Stage 3.
I love the power cannon. It was used fairly sparingly. I think this is only our second appearance of it. With the previous appearance, I want to say being with Skellerina in oh yeah, there was a toy version. It was way smaller than that. That thing was massive. This thing was massive. But yeah, I think Mirror of Regret might have been the introduction of the power cannon. And then this is, I don't think we've seen it since then. I think this is only the, well, it was introduced like 10 episodes ago, and this is like the first time it's reused.
I am so glad everyone's back to normal, especially those people trapped in the photograph.
Hmm.
You know what, I kind of like being a kid though. Everything seemed less complicated.
Yeah. If I had known then what I know now, I'd be in less of a hurry to grow up.
Oh. You and me both, Rocky. I get it. I mean, there are some great things about, you know, being an adult, living your life. But, they just live in the classroom now.
Makes no difference.
He doesn't even care anymore why he just sent, why they're in detention. He's just used to it. Now you see, this I think this can be a commentary on a lot of things with regards to our criminal. We could easily apply what's going on here with Principal Kaplan to some of the issues with our criminal justice system. Even if you where you just have the assumption that someone is guilty of a crime, even if you don't know what it is and you have no actual evidence, simply by virtue of the circumstances and your preconceived notions regarding them. And that's something to watch out for. Why, yes, I am going to keep making Power Rangers, like, about random social allegories wherever I can. I am analyzing this show, like, so hard. It is so hard to actually, like, you know, do on-the-fly analysis of a show this long, with this many episodes to it. Alright, so I know that we are ahead of schedule again. I know that we have some people joining in. Hey, Chris? I know that we have some people joining in for the wedding. And it's been advertised as taking place at 11:55, and we are about 20 minutes ahead of schedule right now. So I think now feels like a good time to take this just a moment's breather. I know we're trying to stay on task here, but I think now is a great time to just take a breather, answer some questions from the chat if you guys have any questions. I know that it is, like I said, it's tricky to continually improvisationally analyze so many episodes in a row, especially when there's so many aspects of repetition to them. I try to keep my analysis from getting too repetitive. I know that I do get a little circular. But again, what are you guys excited about for this? What's going on in your lives this month? What's happening? Like chat, speak to me. Let me know what your hopes and dreams are. What are you excited about in the month of October? Do you have any plans for Halloween? Are there any, great causes that you're participating in that you want to plug? Like, just you name it, I want to hear it. Let's see here. What do we have going on here? Yes, so we are about to go into Australia, which, yes, was the first of the episodes filmed in Australia, to my understanding. Obviously, this episode, it looks like they tried to limit how much screen time they were asking the Rangers for, because this was probably right before they're like, okay, we need to go on a quick hiatus so that we can go down and film a movie and then start filming there, which is crazy. Oh, yes, I do remember that. The Lost Galaxy Rangers that had the little speaking ability. I had those, and for the girls, because the figures were so slim, they couldn't fit the sound device inside of them, so they gave them the little backpack so they could get the phrases out. But yeah, for whatever reason, they had Leo saying "Let's rock it," and I have no idea why. All right, so what else we got going on here? Music is great in the early seasons, absolutely. We are at. Was I a fan of Three Ninjas? Oh, the actor who played young Rocky was in Three Ninjas. I didn't realize that. I vaguely remember. Three Ninjas. I can't remember if I actually. I keep getting it confused with Surf Ninjas, to be perfectly honest. But I believe Surf Ninjas was the one with Rob Schneider for some reason. But no, Three Ninjas sounds very familiar. I'm pretty sure I watched that on VHS back in the day. Like, I've got a pretty sharp memory in many regards, but I'm not going to pretend that it hasn't dulled with age. Alright. So, I know that... Okay, so we've got Shadow Ray about to join in. If anyone wants to spread the word that we're going to be hitting the wedding early, please by all means do so. We're about 20 minutes early at the moment. All right, so Chris has popped out, and let's see here. Checking on a few things here. And and I know to Gold Phoenix Ranger, I know you were just asking me in a separate chat, but no, actually we were getting the comics at this address for a while, and for some reason, so it wasn't a change of address issue with the comics. It was, I'm fairly certain, related to the quarantine. All right, let's bring in our next guest. Here we go.
Hello.
Hello, Ray. How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you doing? Thanks for having me.
I'm doing all right. Keep myself busy. Did you want to be video or pure audio?
Just pure audio.
Okay.
It's pretty early in the morning, so.
Yeah. Oh.
Not early, but I just woke up.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. How early is it where you are? I forget which time zone you're in.
I'm in New Jersey, but I spent a lot of time editing last night, so I went to bed pretty late.
That is very fair.
Mm-hmm.
Working on working on the grid?
Yes, the grid.
All right. So
I edit the episodes now, so.
So yeah.
A lot of time on that.
Introduce yourself a little bit to the to our stream. I'm sure that most of them are familiar with you, but always good to get a proper introduction.
Well, I am Shadowray22, Vice President and Database Writer of MorphinLegacy.com. For those unaware, the Morphin Legacy database, if you ever look up there and you see a picture or some information, I was pretty much the one who wrote it or added the picture, so you're welcome.
Awesome. Yeah, I know. So I know that you do Morphin Legacy and the Grid, and you guys have been doing good work. I know that I feel bad because I used to post my new episodes of Power Reviews to Morphin Legacy, and then I got into my long hiatus and didn't get back into that. So I've got to at some point get you guys our backlog.
Okay. Well, we will definitely retweet any new things you have. So.
Oh, thank you.
Just give us a heads up on anything we have that you would like us to.
So I'm quickly letting Twitter know that we are hitting things a bit early. So the wedding,
okay.
the wedding of the century.
Mm-hmm.
The wedding of the century is about to begin.
This is pretty much where Mighty Morphin starts out as being pretty good, in my opinion. because I don't know how you survived all of Mighty Morphin season 1 in a row, because I could not personally. It's a little rough in the beginning.
It really depends, I think, upon what you enjoy from the series, because the first season, I feel, really is driven a lot by the chemistry of the cast and their talent as martial artists, and
it
just
was very experimental too with what they wanted to do. If
right.
They wanted to heighten up more on the comedy, or the martial arts, or the lessons of the day.
Yes.
It was a mixing pot, that's for sure.
It was. And we right now, and they really did sort of grow into what they wanted to be over that time. So
yeah.
let's look at this. This was a big game change. There were so many game changers across the course of this season between, we got Lord Zed, now there's no more Green Ranger, now we got the White Ranger, now we had the change up of the team. But
I mean, some of them were out of their hands. I mean, the power transfer.
But the wedding, I feel, this was a pretty monumental moment here in a season full of changes.
It is one of my favorite episodes of Mighty Morphin.
I
love it. Unpopular opinion. A lot of people like Lord Zed as the Mr. I'm dark and super bad. But I kind of like Zed when he's like married and a little goofy.
Yes. It added a much needed dynamic to the villains that I think we were missing up until that point.
And we got more original footage from the villains.
Yes, because up until this point, we were reusing the same shots from Zed and Goldar over and over and over.
The turning throne shot, him being like punching Squat and Babu, and them looking behind that little thing, that wall with the little peephole.
Oh, and of course, I received for my wedding anniversary, I had to get the I had to have MJ get me the silver anniversary Rita and Zed Lightning collection. So I've got.
I'm so glad we finally got the Rita figure.
I've got the couple of honor ready and waiting.
Mm-hmm.
So are you ready? Are you ready to kick this off?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, let's go.
Just tell me when to start.
All right, we'll start from right at the top. We'll even play the opening credits this time. So ready.
Okay.
And go! Power Rangers.
All righty.
There it goes. It's loading up, and there's that explosion guitar riff, quick flashing to make us quickly summarize everything that we just saw over the course of the last day and a half.
Oh my gosh.
I have watched like 16 hours of Power Rangers across the course of the last day and a half.
Oh my gosh.
This is
I mean, it's for a good cause.
Yeah, exactly. We are doing our best to save the world here in whichever way we can, and I'm choosing to do that by watching an absurd amount of Power Rangers in hope that brings attention to voting rights.
As much as I love Power Rangers, even I couldn't stay that long watching it all in a row. So.
It's a marathon. It is. Like this. Obviously, I could. This has trained me, so now I feel equipped to like run 5 miles. I'm totally now. This is how I train for that. I remember running into you guys when I was out for Power Morphicon one year, and we all got photos in front of Angel Grove High, and that was great. I love this one girl in front who's just like not impressed that she's about to go to Australia.
I can take it or leave it.
Yeah.
I think this shot is filmed in Australia too. It looks it because of the way the cameras are using. This isn't the same camera they use for the show.
No, it definitely looks different, and that was just like the one shot they got of, because Ernie was, if I recall correctly, only just barely in the movie.
I don't think he was in it at all. I think they brought him to Australia, but he didn't show up. Ernie's was there, but
right.
Ernie himself wasn't there.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if he.
In the movie, he was only in there for like a millisecond.
Yeah, it would have been very, very brief. Also, I think they might be hiding Aisha's new change in hair right now with that hat.
Takes us to the airport.
Oh, right, because she went from the short hair to the cornrows, right?
Yeah, to the long braids.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, it just happened out of nowhere.
yeah,
And she kept them.
yeah. I know they look good. But it was definitely a sudden change, so I'm not surprised they tried to hide that they changed things up.
Mhm. Same footage.
Such convenient timing.
Right when they're about to leave, he needs to take a nap for 100 years.
Yeah. I mean, not that it should really matter, like, he doesn't really have a good reason to attack Angel Grove when the Rangers aren't there. He could attack literally anywhere else.
Pretty much anywhere in the world. But Angel Grove is pretty much the center of the universe for the first 6 years.
Empress of Evil is returning. There we go.
I didn't know she rode shotgun.
There we go. Let's see if I can actually. Can I get Rita to stay on here? Is that a possibility? I'm trying to see if I can position.
I is a pain to maneuver. I had to have her leaning on something to keep her up.
Yeah. Whoop. There it goes. There we go. I think we almost got it. Oh, and there's Aisha's new hair. I actually kind of like this song. This "We're on Our Own Now" song.
It's a Fisher song, right?
Is it? I don't know.
I think so. That's Juan Rasterman's band, right? Fisher?
I want to say yes.
I think that's the singer is Juan Rasterman's wife.
Yeah. It's just a sweet little song there.
Mm-hmm.
Do I detect a deviation in your behavior pattern?
A deviation in your behavior pattern. That's like Zordon just trying to so vaguely say, Alpha, is everything okay?
Are you alright now? We can talk.
There we go. I managed to get the happy couple up there.
Yes.
Perfect. Oh, they look so happy, don't they?
The couple.
Aww. Leave me, Goldar. You've done your job of providing exposition.
Even though it doesn't really matter that he didn't take the nap.
Yeah.
Really.
I like that. Yeah. I couldn't remember for certain if Richard Janelli was actually in there. And Ranger Vision is confirming. Yeah, no, he basically just got a free Australian vacation because he didn't end up having to do anything.
Yeah, I wouldn't complain.
Yeah, exactly.
Give me a burger.
It-
Give me an extra plate.
It's crazy that they.
Might get a lobster, mate.
It's crazy that like they just sent the whole class to Australia, including Vulcan Skull, even though we never see any of the rest of the class.
Isn't this the same city that got 3 teenagers a trip to Switzerland for a peace conference?
Yeah, it's crazy.
The budget for this board of education is insane.
Oh my god. Like, I know my school is pretty well funded, but like, we don't have Australia money. By the way, if anyone, so I see that Ranger Vision also would also like to join on. So, if you'd like the company, I think we might be able to have additional company here. And also,
That's not a problem for me.
I believe I have another friend who's looking to pop on a little bit as well.
Okay.
It's just a live lobster for no apparent reason. That's just trolling. That's not really how you run a business. Don't troll your patrons.
She's not getting a tip, that's for sure.
Yeah, you're not getting the tip. You're not getting anything. All right, so I'll see if I can bring in Gold Phoenix Ranger here.
You know, I really ought to put some safety seats in this baby. Sweetheart.
I can't believe she actually managed to steer the dumpster to the moon.
I mean, if she had the power to do that, why was she spinning around the universe for like, how many episodes? Like 40?
This
40 episodes in this season 2?
Yeah, we are 40 episodes deep now. This is episode 41 of season 2. Which is
wow.
crazy.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, welcome to Gold Phoenix Ranger.
Thanks. So, to your point before, do remember, this is a city that can afford to rebuild an abandoned warehouse district like every week. I can only imagine what their school district budget is like.
Crazy.
Oh, you've got a point.
Also, I love Finster's clock. Finster's clock is amazing. You've got high noon, low noon, mid-noon, some other form of noon. Oh, I didn't change the title. Thank you, Chris.
Low noon.
Finster's not wearing his bandana in this footage.
I forgot to change.
He has like a blue bandana.
Now playing is The Wedding. We are no longer in Rangers Back in Time. We are in The Wedding Part 1. Rita has just entered.
I had to keep up. You guys are a little bit ahead of me.
Okay, so yeah, Rita is now in Finster's workshop here. Finster's apparently lost his little hat. So you set it for blender puree. There we go.
Don't show her face yet. Don't show her face yet.
Oh man, I love that Finster's getting some love here. It's fantastic. Finster deserves all the love.
Did he just to himself for the first 40 episodes? There's his bandana.
There we go. This is so cute.
Like I said, with Reed on that little white platform, that was such obvious green screen.
Oh, big time.
Yeah, I mean, that was the 90s.
Like, I feel like it was like...
You could see her slightly moving like they didn't have the footage stable.
Their compositing is so strange whenever you see it. Genius.
Oh look, the season 1 generic monster scene. Gotta love that footage recycling.
Gotta love that footage recycling. It's amazing. Alright, let me get out. I have the love potion over here.
Oh, I'm with that. Nice.
Yeah, this thing actually comes with the love potion.
I've never really paid attention to detail for all the little things it comes with.
It's fantastic. You got Zed's growth bomb in there. You got the love potion in there. I even have like a cake. There's the cake and Rita's bouquet. Like this is their anniversary collection, right here.
Oh yes. I mean, it was like $50. So,
I love Alpha's little motion to create that little flower to brighten up the place. It's so cute.
Tap into the Morphin grid. I mean, I guess it's foreshadowing for being able to tap into the Morphin grid to charge your batteries with Morphex.
Yeah. Or alternatively, something like, you know, maybe the how they're able to bring back the whatchamacallit, the flowers at the end of RPM. Also, did they just replay that same shot of Rita hugging Finster? Oh, this is amazing.
Troll out, I love it.
Troll Alpha's amazing.
You would think after the last time that happened, somebody would have plugged that disc slide.
Yeah, exactly.
You would think.
I mean, honestly, my desktop, the disk drive is so messed up, I literally have to open up my computer to put a CD into it. That's how dead my disk drive is on my desktop.
Oh.
So I actually open up the side of the tower, take out the disk drive, disassemble the disk drive to remove the casing, put a CD in there, put the casing back together, put it back into the computer, and close the computer. And that's how I give it a CD.
Oh, wow. That's a lot lot of work.
Yeah, this is why I don't burn DVDs for anything.
Yeah. I've got a USB one, so that's how I do it.
Yeah.
Once there, wait for further instructions.
Alpha, what are you doing?
At the moment, shutting down your communicator so you can't alert the Rangers to my plan.
Oh no, Evil Alpha, no!
What's happened to you?
In fact, I think for now...
What happened to you, Alpha? You used to be cool, man. What happened to you?
They got full of virus energy or whatever this is you put inside you.
Alpha. Alpha. Something's not right, guys. Alpha, are you okay?
Alpha's not okay.
Alpha, come in.
Nothing.
We're doing? I'm shutting you down, old man.
Rangers, this is an emergency. I will contact you as soon as I can. Alpha sounds a little weird.
Alpha's very weirded out here.
Alright, we better go.
We're walking away.
But yeah, Aisha, your extensions are
In fact, I was
fantastic.
reading the reason David Yo stopped wearing the fake glasses here is because the fake lenses were actually hurting his eyesight.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, they didn't just use like the one. They didn't just use regular glass. They used a prescription.
I don't know. All I know is that whatever they were, apparently it was hurting his eyesight. So we asked him if he could just stop wearing the glasses because I guess he'd had the contacts for a while at this point in reality.
I think one of the
transition to that was the movie. He didn't wear it in the movie.
yeah. Oh yeah. No, in the movie he just kind of convinced them that he didn't. The people working on the movie, I think, didn't know the character as well, so he just kind of convinced him that his character didn't need glasses, and then they just kind of rolled with it.
Parallel universe anyway, so.
But one of the big things with Billy, I think the issue was, it wasn't that they were prescriptions that they gave him. They were flat lenses, as far as I could tell. But due to reflective properties of glasses, they put like hairspray on them or something like that to reduce the reflectivity, so it was still messing with his vision and giving him headaches.
Oh.
I could be misremembering, but I believe that's what it was. I'll try and grab more of these little Rita and Zed accessories from here. Apologize for the noise from that.
Would somebody please tell me what we're doing this birthday?
I guess we just have to wait to hear from Alpha.
I love this set. This is just
the abandoned theater.
I love the abandoned theater set. I know that it's just
This is like a location. This is a location, right?
yeah.
It just had to film this on somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, this was probably just some abandoned mansion set they had for some movie that Fox was filming at the time or had just filmed, and they were like, "Oh, we still got access to it. Let's use that."
Yeah.
That could be possible. I'm sure Saban himself.
Oh no, they clearly didn't create it. They had to have just like rented out the place. But it's a cool place. Was this like, you know, maybe an actual like Halloween mansion attraction that they all went into?
Could be.
And here we go.
There's Carla Perez.
Carla Perez looking fabulous.
You know, is it possible? I don't remember the timeline for when it launched, but could that be the haunted mansion for Beetleborgs?
Oh, I don't think so, but that would be really interesting if it was. It doesn't feel like the same layout as the Haunted Mansion for Beetleborgs.
I don't know if that was an actual mansion or if that was a soundstage.
I don't know either. But I think the layout of that mansion was different. Here we go. There we can see that show accuracy right there. Same bottle. The little blue bulb with
Yeah, they really did their homework for the readings that you back.
it's so wonderful. I love it. There have been so few things that I have seen and be like, I need to own this. And few things have taken that spot quite like the Rita Z 2-pack.
Oh, I'm so excited for the Andrus and Astronomer 2-pack.
Oh my goodness. Need it.
That looks so good.
I love Photoshop Zordon. He's great. Yes.
That's some rough Photoshop.
I want to talk to David Fielding. I know that I talked to him in the last stream. I would love to talk to him a little bit about this scene because I know that he had already stopped being a part of the show for like a year at this point. But they're still using his face.
Like the first 40 or so episodes.
What was that?
I think it was like the first 40 or so episodes, and then they just replaced him with Bob Manahan to be the voice, right?
Right. Bob Manahan took over, I believe actually starting with episode 32.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Because apparently his last episode was Calamity Kimberly. But...
Oh, really?
But it's... That as far as I understand from talking to him. But I wonder what he thinks of this episode where they're still using his face and just like putting random glasses and hair and stuff. And it's his face!
Yeah.
They kept using his face.
Yeah, before the panel happened, I was at Kineticon last year, and David Fielding was on a panel with Austin, Walter, Johnny, and Karen.
Right.
And he was talking about the fact that basically he did like one filming shoot, just like basically just recorded one set of his face, and they just kept reusing it for years.
Right.
And like he was always upset because he never got to actually be on set with the Rangers or anything.
Right.
The Rangers basically just looking up at a piece of tape on the wall.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But he did the voice though for like the first 30 or so.
Yeah,
right.
but that was with ADR, so he was never actually on the set with the Rangers, so he never got to have all the fun stories that the rest of the Rangers did. And
Yeah.
I was disappointed in him.
It's the struggles of the voice actor. Like some of the voice acting crew got to work together a
At the
lot.
very least, he would have liked it if they could have had him on the set just so he could read his lines off set, so there was, rather than presumably some director reading it to them.
Yeah, but then you need to pay the actor for that.
Yeah.
Now this is kind of interesting with regards to all the different monsters we get back, because Invincible Flytrap wasn't a Finster monster. Saliguano wasn't a Finster monster. Like, it's great to see them again, but they were not Finster's monsters originally. Yes.
Make it out of clay,
That's true.
Be like, oh, make this salamander monster out of this clay. You can never make anything out of that clay.
Well, it is magic clay.
Oh, here we go. Song. Do, Ranger, sing. Do. They don't have their power weapons. The Rangers, they're all doomed. I love that. To be continued.
Or are you gonna pause?
I can pause this. What were you saying? Do we want to just let it roll on through?
Do you want to just press next and just... I don't know how this works, because...
Oh, okay.
I've been on...
What I do is I let it keep rolling. It auto-plays on my end and it'll skip past the opening credits. So it gets to the end of the closing credits, it waits about 20 seconds, and it'll jump past the opening of the next episode.
I'm on the DVDs, I gotta jump to the next one here.
Okay. Yeah, I know every Netflix app is a little bit different.
There we go. Okay.
This is just the autoplay function for our smart TV. Our 5-year-old, not tremendously smart TV.
Alright, so where are you on the...
Alright, so it's about to load up in another 19, 16, 15 seconds. And then once it does, like 105. So if you want to queue yours up to like 105, then I can tell you when to hit play.
He froze.
Oh, did I freeze? Did you freeze?
Oh, there we go. Oh, you're back. You're back now. You're okay. You just glitched for a sec.
Alright. Yeah, it's about to hit 105 any second now. It's loading up. And you can hear that there it is.
I'm on the exterior shot of the page.
I'm on the exterior shot. There we go, the wedding. We are at 105. The wedding popped up on the screen. It's...
Okay, I'm there we go.
Okay.
I'll just let it play the next time. Make it easier for you.
The time has come for the Rangers. Dude, I love the monster song so much. Even though it's just like a teaser before they go into to be continued and then come in back at the beginning of this episode.
I mean, you gotta make an entrance.
I don't know why I love that song so
Monster
much.
need to be memorable. What's more memorable than the song?
Truth be told, I'd almost forgotten about it, and then the music, those chords started to play. I'm like, oh, the song. And then, yeah, RoboGoat's another one that was not a Finster monster. half of these are Zed monsters.
They're all just suit monsters, but they have the suits.
Yeah, I know.
Well, given that Finster presumably saw them in action, he could probably just easily recreate them out of clay.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, just make a counterfeit.
I do so love the use of the monsters in this trilogy.
Speaking of which, I still have no idea what mythology Robogo comes from.
Oh, we were talking about it. We think that he was because one person who was here is who had like a background in folklore and mythology as like their degree. Was saying that maybe he might actually be based off a satyr, like a fawn.
Oh, okay.
And that would make so much sense. That's like, you know,
I can see that.
a half goat, half human.
That would make sense. Okay.
And Cyber Satyr would just be too difficult to say, so they decided to go with Robo Goat. That was my further elaboration.
The Choo-Choo monsters have always been kind of interesting to me, because those are monsters that did not appear in Jew Ranger. Those are monsters that were specifically made for Mighty Morphin.
Exactly. I love them. They all have just simple inspirations. They're all just based off of basic animals. There's no like clear theme beyond that. Well, Invincible Flytrap obviously being a plant, but somehow they just create these great designs for these very simple inspirations.
They're a bit different to what Jew Ranger had, because the Jew Ranger monsters are based off like more fairy tale things.
Exactly. But I can't think of any other season of Power Rangers that has had quite such iconic looking monsters as the Jew Ranger and Jew 2 monsters.
Is it just me, or are the Rangers drastically underreacting to the concept of their two greatest nemesis getting married?
I mean, they're in a bit of a skirmish right now to react.
This... I love that she just turned to the camera for that.
Yeah, little mess. Hey, that means it actually works.
Oh, welcome to the stream, Jenny. We're in the middle of the wedding right now, and it's great. I love this.
One of my favorite three-parters.
So, okay, there we go.
Why not?
Here's the question: based on what we know from later, why did he decide to sell this so hard right now?
What?
I guess the love potion was very heavy.
But why did who decide to sell what so hard?
No, I mean, why Zed to sell this whole, I love Rita thing so hard, because wasn't it revealed that the potion didn't do anything and he just loved her the whole time?
No. It was that he developed love for her while under the effect of the potion.
Yeah, he developed.
Oh, okay.
Because he definitely did not love her the whole time.
Antidote.
Because otherwise he wouldn't have kicked her to the curb in that first episode. Love is something you develop after being, trapped with a person apparently on the moon for long enough.
Yeah. I believe we call that Stockholm Syndrome.
Yes. Which ironically is actually not a legitimate thing. It's nice we got Snizzard in here now too. Snizzard was the first ever monster figure I ever had, but like almost all of these monster figures I had. Actually, I think I had all of, with the possible exception of like Grumblebee. Like I had Snizzard, I had Robogoat, I had Pexter, I had the Invincible Flytrap, I had Eye Guy. Like this is one of the things that made this so great, was having them.
Now we're lucky to get one.
I loved having those figures growing up. They were great.
See, I don't remember the figures. I had like a couple of flippant heads, but other than that, I wasn't focused on Megazords. I wasn't big on the individual figures.
Monster figures I really enjoyed. Those were some of my first loves when it came to the Mighty Morphin action figure line. I don't collect them as much anymore.
With their monster line, because they picked two good ones to start out with. King Sphinx and Monkey Master.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, like, right around Power
See,
Rangers
were
in
even
space, they
bones?
just
Because there was
really
clearly
stopped.
bones on the working desk.
What was that?
It's just
That was clearly bones he was carving on the desk.
Yes, yes. It was. They love recycling that old footage.
Get any ideas? You've done enough already.
Well, I guess it's our stuff now.
Quiet up there, you gaseous goon. I can go to these two
Do it, Alpha.
down under.
I love the wacky Zordon face in the background. It's great.
Right. Just knowing him from other roles, I can only imagine the giant smile that went up Richard Horvitz's face when they handed him the script for this episode.
Has he said this was one of his favorite episodes to do among them?
I don't know. I can just only imagine knowing the other characters he does and how over the top they tend to be.
Oh,
that
yeah,
he would have
Zim.
loved this.
Oh yeah.
Sam, Daggett from the Angry Beavers, and all.
All right. I love how like they really just let these
And they play evil. They love playing evil.
like
When they get to play evil.
Bulk and Skull were clearly just Jason and Paulie were just let loose in this area to just like, okay, just run around and freak out, just do your thing, we'll just roll with it.
Have at it.
Exactly. And yeah, Jenny, we remember Kimberly being in Rita's outfit. That was something we just watched yesterday with Beauty and the Beast. She's just continuing to dump more and more of her magical roofie into Zed's drink, and it's ridiculous. This scene right here. This scene was the moment for me, right here. And here's why this scene was the moment for me right here. Because, you know, obviously they had been focusing on putting together the movie, so I hadn't seen new Power Rangers in a few weeks. I was starting to drift away. The last few episodes hadn't been that engaging, because they were clearly scrambling around. And then we got a few weeks of reruns, and so I sort of lost track that new episodes were coming out. And then one day I come home, and you know, each day was on at 4:30. I turned on the TV at what how far are we in now? Maybe, yeah, we're like 10 minutes in. So I turn on my TV at 4:40, and I see that. I'm like, wait.
Oh my god.
Rita Repulsa is back, and she's captured all the Rangers in a mansion, and she's marrying Zed, and what is going on?
Are you saying the wedding brought you back?
It did, and that was the moment right there where I'm like, I go like 2 days without watching Power Rangers, and this happens. I'm never missing an episode of this show again. And now here we are, 25 and a half years later. And I committed to that promise to myself. So that's why this episode is so meaningful to me, and why that moment I'm just like, that's it. That was the moment. That's when I committed to, I am always going to watch Power Rangers. And here we are.
I love the wedding. This is where Mighty Morphin for me gets good.
It really, really just added a whole new energy to the show that it was starting to lose during the transition into the new Rangers. But
this stories and character development.
Yeah.
Especially season 3.
Yeah, this really sort of paved the way for season 3 to really amp up its stakes in a lot of regards. Like even and honestly, going through season 2 again, even those rougher episodes, weren't as rough as I remember. They just felt a little directionless and not very well fleshed out. A lot of these,
they were fixated on the movie that they were like, they're just write a plot of a day.
Yeah.
They learn a lesson and move on.
And they were really sort of, I feel like they were really hamstrung by the Die Ranger footage, is what I'm realizing more and more. Because Die Ranger had like no monsters.
Monster suits? They had like 6 of them.
Yeah, there were only. I was just looking it up and on Ranger Wiki, and there were only really 20 Die Ranger monsters, and we're 40 episodes into this season right now.
And they didn't even have all the Die Ranger monster suits, so they had to slice around footage of them standing there while they had putty attacks. And putties attack, putty attack.
Oh, and welcome Jada. I see Jada just joined our chat. Welcome. Oh, I've really got to check out more of Kamen Rider Saber. I've only seen the first 2 episodes so far. I haven't had time to watch more yet. Time for relentless Zord finishers. This footage recycling is next level.
Yeah. Gotta see that same footage of White Tiger Zord jumping in front of the Thunder Megazord.
Yep. Punch, punch. Okay, so...
Now direct contact.
This actually, this ties into something that was working on earlier this week and last week. I don't know how many of you recall I do work with Worlds Elsewhere, the new theater company that Kyle Calgren just created online with a number of friends. I was in Midsummer Night's Dream over the summer, and it was through a Zoom call. We did Midsummer Night's Dream via Zoom, and so it's theater via Zoom. And they're working.
That must have been interesting.
It was a lot of fun. And right now they're working on their new production of Lysistrata, which is a classic Greek play, a bit on the raunchy side, and they were I actually helped with working out some physical choreography for them to engage in, because when all your actors are in these little Zoom windows, it's like, okay, how do you have any sort of stunt combat or anything like that? And everything, for me, is inspired by this.
Yeah, the mashing it. Oh, there's some footage of a punch, and there's a footage of him falling down. So slice them together. Even though they're not making contact with each other, we'll make it work.
Exactly. You need to bring the punch, shoot the camera, and then have the reaction. And the mind fills in the gaps. And we learned some really interesting stuff about how the mind tracks motion while experimenting with that. Because it need to be direct to the camera, as opposed to a slap, which you could react to a slap and make that work. If it was something like this, where you're cutting back and forth. But in a Zoom call, where people are in different locations in the field of vision, you need to make sure that the motion of your hand is carrying over to wherever that other person is positioned, or else it creates a disconnect in your mind of the two being related.
Yeah, you gotta make sure it's edited right and directed right.
And when it's a live Zoom call, you can't edit it. So super interesting.
Oh, it's a live performance? It's not It's a live performance and not just something you just upload? Oh.
Yeah, live performance via Zoom.
That must have been tricky.
When everyone's in a different window, you need to be able to guide the viewer's eyes to where the action is going. And the other thing is, there's a lag with Zoom. You go to punch the camera, the other person will... First there's a lag before the other person sees that punch, then they would have to react to it. So if you want to create that motion, they need to actually be already falling backwards the moment they see you rear up your fist before you punch the camera. So you need to react to somebody before they punch you in order for it to overcome the lag between you seeing them and them seeing you. So fascinating.
I was wondering how people overcome Zoom lag like that, because there's that kind of lag, and yet you see things like, a while back I saw Lin-Manuel Miranda pulling the entire Broadway cast of Hamilton to do a number for a little kid who didn't get to go to the show, and they were perfectly in sync. I'm like, how did you do that?
It's crazy. Well, you gotta have some sort of The audio, it seems to be easier to sync with audio than with video, I think. It's really tricky, though. I don't know how much of it is just, maybe they might be editing it, I don't know.
I don't know. Speaking of Kyle, I know he jumped in for an episode last stream. Will he be jumping in this weekend sometime?
I haven't reached out to him. I know he's been really busy, so I didn't want to, I didn't want to, pull him in too much to a franchise that I know is not his core franchise. I know he focuses on a lot of other things. If I'd seen like another theater focused episode or more film focused episode, I would have reached out. But I know that he's had a lot on his mind lately. But I really did appreciate him contributing last time.
That was great.
And honestly, he's as I've said before, a huge inspiration to this channel. His work with Brows Held High really was one of the big inspirations for Power Reviews. And in terms of the in-depth analysis that we do here, and the juxtaposition between thematics of the material being reviewed and the story of the reviewers, that's totally inspired by Kyle Calgren and Brows Held High. This is so great. Yes! The cake! The cake! It is the cake!
We never got that figure. The Zed one's a figure, but I think the Rita one is a prototype for the figure.
Yeah. I have the cake! This is amazing. I love it. I love everything about this. It leans into the camp so hard in all the right ways.
It is so cheesy. I love it. It's injected into my veins.
It's perfect. Oh, and now we've got Pexter and Rhino Blaster here to babysit you. I love this mansion so hard. This is a set that I would love to see. This location, if it's still a place in LA.
It's an actual location.
Yeah. Because I assume that this part was all filmed in LA, while the actual Rangers were in Australia.
Alright, so I'm just gonna let it play.
Yep.
For the next episode.
Cool. But yeah, no, I haven't seen the. I don't think I've seen the Danger Force special. That sounds really cool. They choreographed a fight through Zoom, a special thing through Zoom with a fight and everything. Oh, I see Austin's in there. Welcome, Austin.
Hey, Austin.
I was looking away for a bit. Alright. We ready for part 3? Here it goes. It's counting down.
I'm paused on the command center.
Awesome. I will let you know when it's loaded. We got our countdown going, about another 5 seconds or so, and then we'll be kicking it off with The Wedding Part 3, which is so great. Love this. We are here for this. We are all very much here for this right now.
Oh, yes. Very much.
I'm just double checking, make sure I didn't get... And we're back! Wedding Part 3, there we go, title on the screen, yes. Alpha is living his best evil life right now. It's great. Now I want some power potatoes. That sounds delicious.
Extra butter.
Yeah. You get you get a little tomato, lettuce. You get in the red, the green, a little bit of cheese for the yellow. Something like that. Get a nice colorful like baked potato. I'm not gonna do like a loaded baked potato because that implies bacon. I don't need bacon, but I'll take a nice stuffed potato. You know, you get a little chives and sour cream. I think that'll work pretty well. That's a pretty powerful potato right there.
Really planned out this power potato out.
Yeah. Also, I love that like Finster is the officiant. It just feels right.
He seems like and be ordained.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I totally believe that Finster would be ordained. I don't know why, but it just
Oh, yeah.
feels right. But yeah.
I feel like the backstory of Finster before ending up with this group would be something for them to explore in the comics. I would read the heck out of that.
Oh, have you not seen the Finster origin story?
Oh my gosh.
I don't think I've seen that yet, no.
Oh, it is good.
It's part of the 2016 annual.
It is
2017.
good.
One of those. It's really not.
I saw the Gold Origin story, which makes it, makes me really sad when he's at this point now just groveling for whoever will not eject him into space.
Right. It is me, the Queen. I love it.
This is her day.
She's owning it. She's got her bouquet. The bouquet does seem to be the only thing that's not a proper match. It's still a nice little bouquet that we have here. Ooh. But it is not what she has, which looks to be much more dark and wilted.
It's not as flattering.
I mean, I do.
Yeah, whatever.
This is so great. Now, here's one of the things. I don't think that we ever actually... That's a detail I'm going to be looking out for now. I don't think that we see the ring on the rings on their fingers moving forward.
Maybe, I think there was, in Stop the Hate Match in Season 3,
Yeah.
their anniversary, I think. They have close-up on their hands, and you can see that it's right. I think that's the only time, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. This is so much fun. Is Rita an Empress or a Queen? She's the Queen Empress of Queen Empire.
This aspect initially surprised me in regards to the celebration.
Yeah.
But of course, in retrospect, knowing Hive Saban, it makes
Of
perfect
course.
sense.
Lord Zed is face Jewish.
I wish I knew the words to Hava Nagila better. Like I'm Jewish, but I'm not like heavily Jewish.
My only reference to Hava Nagila is this, pretty much.
This is like we did have the lifting of the chairs and everything at our wedding, and it was great. We did the smashing of the glass, which was far more difficult than I was expecting.
Is it like a glass, or?
Yes. Well, here's one of the things with the breaking of the glass, is that you put it in a little fabric bag first. You put it down, then you smash it.
So there's like a layer there where you need like extra force on it.
Well, here's the thing. We had a bridesmaid put the glass down on the ground, and the way they put the glass down on the ground was actually like open side down, which is the most stable way that you can put a glass down. So it was extremely structurally stable the way it was. So I went to go step up to smash it with my foot, and I just bounced myself up into the air. And then I had to try again where we tipped it on its side, and then I smashed it no problem.
I mean, at least you got a good story out of it.
Yeah. And I've had, our wedding was a lot of fun. We had a great time. Also, I love this fight with Pexter. It's adorable.
Yeah.
Also, apparently the Rangers don't have their powers, but Rocky can do a power punch, which is a thing we've never seen before.
Yeah. And in fact, he never shows again.
Yeah. This is wonderful.
Speaking of your wedding, I do have gonna say, I love how you color-coded everybody and then handed out weapons.
Yep.
That was great.
That was so much fun. Oh, Scott, was that? Yeah, cloth napkin, I think it's probably a little bit more traditional. We went with the, we went with a cloth bag. It worked well for us. We got a gorgeous glass. It was like a sort of a blue swirling glass. And where we get the props? Oh, we just use different people's. Sakadillo gets the bouquet. I want to know what happened with Sakadillo's love life after this. Did they find their did they find their long lost love, their armadillo love?
You get one of the other monsters?
Yeah.
You ship.
I-
Shot Sakadillo.
That calls to mind. I've had the song "Old Black Hole" from Dr. Dog stuck in my head lately, and one of the lines in there is, "I love the Serpentera just married sign." It's amazing.
Love that just married Photoshop.
But one of the lyrics to that song has
Car after this, their station wagon.
yeah, there's a tender heart inside that ugly armadillo, and I feel like that it speaks to Sakadillo's life right there. Like I just want love. That's all I want. Just looking for love. And to be able to turn into a giant soccer ball and smash children. Look, just those two things. That's all I want. Pexter's detachable head is so random, and I love all the random things in this episode. They're fantastic.
It's funny, it makes no sense, but it made me laugh.
Beautiful.
Aw, koalas.
Yeah. This is a sign of desperation when you are just, like, giving a piggyback ride for no reason other than you saw a koala doing it and think maybe that could help you.
I guess that was towards the end of the day. We're like, okay, we need more footage, do something. Okay, time's up.
Good. Comedy is organic. You work with what you got.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly found that genuinely menacing when Pexter came in through that door. Also, where did the Rangers get this net? Where did you just find a net?
Where'd they get it?
And that net barely even covers, like a little bit of Pexter's beak. Like, Pexter is not caught in that net. At all.
No, not at all.
Ah, that old wedding song.
One of the mysteries for them was Overcooked.
I've got Serpentera here again. He's a wonderful vehicle.
Cool.
Yep. I got this. A department store was having a going out of business sale. I want to say it was a Caldors, and so we got Serpentera for like $15 when I was 10 years old, and it's great.
Wow. Gosh, wow. What a deal.
Hey, my dad was all about those deals. Oh man. Good help is hard to find. You know, Power Rangers really, one of the things I still find kind of crazy as I'm now an adult is you look at Power Rangers villains and it's just like they're so absurd and incompetent in so many different ways, and to the extent that you don't think of them seriously as a threat. Because you think, oh, you know, real evil people are far more, you know, manipulative and calculating and clever than that. And then you actually get to know the world a little bit better and you're like, oh no, wait. Evil people are absurd and self-serving and don't know what they're doing and they're incompetent. They just happen to have a ton of power that they are applying in a reckless way for their own personal gain. And that's actually what evil people are. Power Rangers villains are actually way more representative of actual evil people than most movie villains.
Yeah.
And that's crazy to me. Like, that life just kind of circles back on that. It's like, oh no, I'm older and more mature now. I understand that's not how the world is. Oh wait, what? You mean that Captain Planet was downplaying how people deal with the environment? What? Also, we just got a little random listenator just suddenly popping in there as well. He wasn't in like any of the rest of this. Was listenator at the wedding and I just didn't spot him before?
No, that was his only scene. I watched this episode a lot.
Okay. Yeah, listenator just suddenly pops in here at the very end.
He might be one of the monsters they fight when they all go giant.
Yes, yes.
But
it's a good thing that's how discs work. They are only active to a system so long as they are still in the system. And it totally isn't like... You totally don't actually, like, upload malware, etc. Wait, what?
Oh, her hair's different.
Her hair went back. Oh, that's fascinating. They must have filmed this scene before everything else.
They went to Australia. This is the only scene that's out.
Well, that makes sense because they couldn't move this entire set to Australia. So.
Right. Oh, that's fascinating. It's crazy that her hair, that the hair change, I guess, didn't happen until they got to Australia.
To Australia, yeah.
Either that or, I don't know, maybe
they
braids...
They had to change the hair for the movie because they weren't planning on doing more episodes until after the movie, and then everything went to hell on the scheduling.
Yeah. I've got to wonder if, like... So I'm gonna have to create an in-universe explanation for this, because I like to create in-universe explanations for everything. I'm gonna go with just like their clothes change, and like Billy's glasses don't seem to always carry through when he's, in his ranger suit. When he takes off his helmet, a lot of times his glasses aren't there, even though he may have been wearing his glasses in a previous scene. So certain parts of your clothing or your accessories don't carry through when you're morphed. So apparently, neither do hair extensions, I guess?
I guess not, because you see her only like that helmet with it, so maybe that could be an explanation for it.
Which is so weird, but I guess that, sure, why not?
Sure. Fill that plot hole.
Yes. I love, yes, the Rita and Zed figures are stealing my show right now. Sure, as they should. It's their special day. Let them have it. But yeah, I have seen Rider Time Shinobi. It was fun. It was cute. I did watch Geo, and I did check out the Rider Time specials as well. And between Lord Zed and Mesogog, who is more menacing? I would say Mesogog is more consistently menacing. Lord Zed has arguably a more intimidating visage, but only by a little bit, and I think it's largely due to him having the whole body imagery there.
Let's be honest, because Lord Zed has a snake.
Yeah. This is also kind of a great... I love that that's clearly a different sword.
Clearly.
I do kind of love how they're cutting all this together in such a way that it feels like the Zords are getting overwhelmed by a ton of different monsters at the same time, even though nothing is sharing a shot here. We don't have...
No direct contact.
The monsters don't share shots with each other, they don't share shots with the Zords. Even the Zords don't seem to share shots with each other for the most part. But no, I still haven't seen Danger Force at all. I never followed Harvey Danger. So I've not seen Danger Force.
I only see commercials for it during the...
Oh, that was some Bob Pappenbrook right there. That was definitely a Rito Revolto voice for Salaguana.
Oh, totally.
I love this match reverse cut, whatever, match reverse shot editing throughout this whole thing. They are playing this up so well. They've gotten honestly really good at it by this point in the season.
Well, they had a lot of practice.
Exactly. Like, the first couple episodes, they were really working to make sure they did a good job. Then after that, they were starting to rush it a little bit, I think. And then by this point, they'd really gotten into their groove. But I loved this episode so much, I actually, like, made a little wooden box, like, recreation of the... Like, not, you know, not super detailed or anything, but a recreation of the mansion to have my monster figures fight the Power Rangers in.
Nice.
Aww, I like that. I love that.
There was just so much joy in this episode. In this trilogy of episodes. Oh yeah, I'm sure, I believe it was Romy Sharf. I forget if it was Romy Sharf in the Alpha suit at this point. I believe so. Probably just having a blast running around and being evil. And Yameo saying, Zed is scarier because no skin. Very fair. Zed has a much better full body aesthetic. Like, don't get me wrong, Mesogog looks amazing. But when you get right down to it, he's got just sort of that little kimono kind of top and just the baggy pants, and there's not as much interesting aesthetic there. Even though the face and the posture and the performance is excellent for Mesogog. There's just not quite the same level of detail in the full body aesthetic.
Aisha's hair swap back.
Yeah.
She's not formed anymore.
Here we go. I love how I love whenever I can find like these random little things. It's like, oh, it's because of this, which is internally consistent. It doesn't make sense why it's a thing, but it's at least an internally consistent thing. Nothing happened. Aww. Alpha is so cute. That like little waddle in place. It's just so adorable. Ay ay ay. I love the wedding so much. It makes me happy.
That day was just a hard day for him.
He's had a rough time. He's doing the best he can. He's having a rough time. Alright.
Indeed.
We ready for some,
Let's see what's next.
Are we ready for some more Tommy? Are we ready for the Tommy show starring Tommy and Tommy?
No, but I'll take it.
Let's do it anyway.
Alright. There we go. You do it anyway. It's like the Ben Folds song. Alright. Return of the Green Ranger. Part Uno. Oh. And I realized that it's spilling over a little bit, so I gotta tweak my my now playing to make sure that that looks right. We got 4, 3, 2, 1. Loading, loading, loading. Now playing Return of the Green Ranger Part 1. Now, just to make sure that we don't forget why we're all here, having this joyous moment, we are all working to raise funds for spreadthevote.org, so that people can get their voting IDs, get to the polls, have the information that they need to vote safely. Everyone out there should be attempting to vote as well. Actually, you know what? I am getting a little message here. Let me see if I can add in another friend of mine for this. One moment. I'm going to... actually, I think I may pause this for a quick second.
Okay, pause.
There we go. I want, because somebody just texted me, which tells me that somebody's daughter has finally sat down for their laid down for their nap. So let me see if I can get this going here. Yep. There we go.
Also, as a reminder, folks, we do have a little more than 4 hours to raise another $210 if we want to watch the movie later.
Yeah, we're running out of time to watch that movie. We gotta hit that goal. It's all about goals. So bring more people in. I'm bringing more people into my conversation. You can try and see if you can find anyone else to join in on this this wonderful live stream that we are having. Here we go. All right. So I've currently paused this. I think I'll just rewind it back to the 1 minute mark. We do have our good friend here. I will make a little room for him. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to say hi to the people? I'm going to point you at the camera. We have our good friend, Mr. David DePaula, better known as Guy, from Database Rangers Power Reviews. Dave! Can you hear me okay? I do not have audio from you.
Yeah, we are not hearing Dave.
Let's see if we can figure out how to make it so we can hear Dave. I hear nothing. Oh dear.
Check audio settings on Skype. It might be connected to something else.
Yeah, something else is using your microphone. It might not be letting Skype use it. That is an unfortunate thing that happens.
Yeah. Oh man, my phantom suit has just slowly been just falling over throughout this whole thing. My co-host here is wilting. Alright. But, yeah, no, I have no audio from Dave whatsoever. I don't know what's going on. I see his smiling face. It's a lovely smiling face there. It's always a pleasure to see the face of one David DePaula. What is going on here? I don't know what's going on with the audio there. Scooch you in at least. Nothing. I'm not hearing you. I don't know what's happening there. I got no audio from you, and I don't know why. Can you hear me? You can hear me, right? Okay. So that's cool. I don't know if we're gonna need to master mind here.
Signal. Alphabet soup is interfering.
The soup. So yeah, we'll kick this off once we get things sorted out with Dave, because I want to get Dave in here. Dave's a good old friend of mine. Dave and I have known each other for a very long time. There are a few people who have known me as long as Dave, and to that, I feel I owe Dave an apology for having to put up with me for so long. Okay, so you're trying a few things there with your settings? Okay, great. Yeah, I know that it's not on my end because I do have two other people in the call right now, and I can hear both. Stream resume. And we are back. There we go, getting that sorted out. Yeah, no need to freak out, people in the chat. We are back. We are operating at properly again. I will correct the now playing to what we are about to watch, which is Return of the Green Ranger Part 1. We have been struggling to get my good friend Dave DePaula onto the stream, but he's having some trouble with his Skype, and I don't know why. Nothing. Still nothing. It's unfortunately complete lack of sound there. Now one thing that we could try is Dave, do you do Discord? I'm not hearing you. So thumbs up if you do Discord. Okay, we could try Discord and see if I can get you there. I don't know if my phone will react to everything, but I'm gonna try it. Let me text you my Discord. Cause I gotta find
I don't know about Shadow. I can swap over to Discord if it would make it easier to not have the Skype open.
We can try it out. Let me see here. You know what? I'll message you on my Discord once I remember what it is. There it is.
I can make a Discord if it's easier for everyone, or if you just need to just link it in.
Yeah, I'm just making sure you all have my proper little code there number. There it is. Alright, so messaging you guys, making that happen. There we go. There we go.
Oh, wait a minute, hang on. I can hear Dave. He's very quiet, but I think I can hear him.
Oh, really?
I thought I heard a brief hello and then a blowing into the mic there.
Oh, wait, I think I heard it too. Yeah, Dave, you're very quiet. Go to your settings. Have you checked your mic input on your settings?
Yeah, sometimes Skype has a bad habit of trying to auto-moderate your mic volume. You can uncheck the box that says auto-moderate to automatically adjust your mic volume and then turn it up.
Okay,
we can hear you.
We can kind of hear you.
Yeah,
Okay.
you sound like this, like you're the quiet person, timid person at the drive-thru. I don't know if you want fries. But yeah, I just heard those little.
Commentated golf game.
So I don't know what to do about this because we're not. I'm trying to figure out how we can make you audible.
Yeah. Now, Dave, have you checked the mic settings both for your computer and the mic settings in Skype? Because the mic settings in Skype are the ones that tend to get messed up. Okay. Now I don't know.
Okay, so
what about your mic gain in the computer itself? Is that turned up?
yeah, it's usually like just settings, devices kind of thing. If you go to sound under your settings.
Yeah, and then just look for the microphone. Yeah.
I'm sure this is riveting for our YouTubers out there. I hope that you guys are enjoying this. It's fascinating. This way you can know how to handle these things if you encounter them.
There you go.
Yes, it is the Dane Cook Pickles drive-thru joke. Yes. Jenny C is freaking out. Jenny, why are you freaking out so hard? What's freaking you out? Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are at 390 on our way to 600. So if we could even get like another $10, that'd be super cool. Because that would put us right at 400, which is a nice round number. And then we'd be 2/3 of the way, and then we could, do that other $200. Would also be great. We just want to try and get there. Okay, we can try Discord. So I just messaged you in Skype my Discord ID. So if you want to message me there. We'll see if that works. Okay, so there we go. I just got your friend request. So I'm going to try and make this connection happen. Oh, there's an Animaniacs panel at New York Comic Con. Is New York Comic Con this weekend? Is that happening right now? I totally forgot that was a thing.
Well, virtually.
Well, virtually, yes. I totally forgot that was this weekend.
That is a thing virtually happening right now.
I don't know what's happening with the worlds of the fandom things. What do you think I am? Some sort of guy with his finger on the pulses? I've got no fingers on no pulses. I'm Database Ranger. That is the DR initials, but that does not mean doctor. I had the option of PhD, and I'm like, no sir, not for me. I'm looking at what's happening here with the option, and I'm like, oh man, this is not for me. All right, so let's see if I can. There it goes. What did I just do? There it is. Alright, I'm going to try it. There we go. I got the incoming call. Let's see if this works. Is it going to work? Can do a thing? Connect? Maybe? Hello? Call ended. Did I accidentally end? What did I do? Oh no, that was somebody else. How did I get over there? Okay, yep. Just join the call. Don't try and take me to somebody else. What's going on here? I hear something. Hello?
Hello.
Hello? I can't.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you very softly, but I can hear you much better than before.
Yeah, you should be able to actually turn my sound up just through Discord here.
Let's see if this works. I don't know where these settings are, because it's all on my phone.
Oh boy.
Voice settings, there we go, I see voice settings. Alright, we're getting this, we're getting there. Output volume is max.
Let's see here. How are we connected?
I think we're doing okay.
Sorry for the technical difficulties.
Am I still also in the Skype call with the others? Can you guys still hear me as well?
Yes.
Oh wow,
You're still here too.
I'm in 2 different things right now. That's amazing. My phone might catch fire.
I'm saying, I really hope your phone is plugged in, because this is going to murder the battery.
Oh no, it's plugged in this whole time. This phone has at no point not been plugged in today.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't have video from you, but I do at least have some level of audio from you.
Yeah.
So...
Actually, within the call itself, you should be able to pick on...
Well, he's still on the video in the Skype.
Wait, yeah, that's right, you're still on the video in the Skype, so I can hear you through Discord while seeing you in Skype.
There you go.
We live in the future, sir. Where technology is magical and does not work. But if you smash enough of it together, you get like a Keiko-matic of technology.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I haven't used Skype in a long time, so I'm not exactly sure why it's just not working at all there.
Alright, but we got you. We got you. We see your smiling face. We can hear your lovely dulcet tones.
Cool. I'll try and keep the mic up near my face here, because it's the old phone headset that I'm using.
But yes, Dave and I have known each other for over 20 years.
Sheesh, it's hard to think it's been 20.
I know. We were such youngins doing the guys and the dolls in the musicals on the stages.
I think different facial hair.
A little bit less. A little bit less
Yeah.
facial hair.
Slightly, yeah.
All right. Are you ready to watch some Return of the Green Ranger with us?
Sure, I've got it up here on a viewing platform.
All right.
What timestamp are you at?
I decided I'm just going to rewind it straight back to the beginning. We'll just play it from the top with the with the opening credits. That way we're all queued up.
Like right at the beginning, you're going to play the intro and everything?
I'll play the intro and everything this time. Because I had to pause and rewind, and my rewind feature is not precise on the TV.
Okay.
Alright, whatever.
Alright, so let's kick things off. We're 1 o'clock now in the afternoon, and we are kicking off Return of the Green Ranger, Part 1. From the top, let's take it, people. Ready. And action. And here comes loading.
Top of the intro or top after the intro?
Top of the intro. Explosion, flashes, excitement, villains and throwing things.
Saba.
And Saba's laser eyes.
Power transfer.
Yeah, yep, so many things. All the things. Nodding to swords, waving at cars. Everybody's excited.
Episode of Power Rangers for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a couple years. Rangers. Bow wow wow. Go go Power Rangers, you mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
So is he still technically the Green Ranger at this point? Because we're watching Green No More, aren't we?
No, we're watching Return of the Green Ranger. So the Green Ranger is gone. We're on to Return of the Green Ranger. We're way farther. We are on the 40...
He is making a comeback.
Yeah, we're on the 44th episode of the season now. Here we go, we're on the lawn, enjoying things. Return of the Green Ranger Part 1, right there, the title is there.
Which period in history would you like to have lived? These are
This is interesting, because this, I'm fairly certain is stock footage of them being in the classroom, because this was, yeah, this is when they were in Australia. I want to grab.
The accent is amusing.
Yeah. Wait. got the monster for this one here. And I got those Heroes of the Grid. Aisha, I really like Aisha's change in the hair. I think the braids just suit her better. And I feel like they're less easily mussed inside a helmet. I mean, no shade on the bangs. The bangs are working, right? Those braids are I think made iconic by the movie.
Kiss and makeup.
You know this thing that we've never talked about before in public.
As you know.
As you know, I know you know. Let's see, where have I got? I've got a wizard. I've got Wizard of Deception from Heroes of the Grid right over here, which I still can't believe they actually made a Wizard of Deception figure for that. I just keep.
Really? Very interesting.
Yeah, he was one of the Kickstarter bonuses when the game originally launched. So Dave, I believe you have that as well, somewhere buried in your home.
So the Kickstarter stuff is in the basement. I've actually got
Which one was that?
Box of the rest of it in the box here.
The original release of Heroes of the Grid when they were doing the original Kickstarter.
Oh yeah, I got the big Kickstarter box.
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe how much complaining there is on the Facebook page about people who want that and can't get it now.
Well, tell the people on the Facebook page they should come out and hang out here. If they want to spend their money on things, they can spend them on voting rights. I think that's a good use of their time and money. Yeah, I'm not active with the Facebook group, so if you guys want to share the stream to the Facebook groups, by all means, very much would be appreciated. That Adam's such a little softy there. So Dave, I forget if I've asked. Do you have a favorite out of the Mighty Morphins, out of those Power Rangers? Who was your favorite when you were a wee youngin'?
It's kind of between. Like I don't remember as well when it switched over to the newer Rangers. Like I was always a huge fan of the Green Ranger. But kind of just the nerdy kid with glasses. The Blue Rangers really called to me as well for a long time.
Yeah.
Billy.
That's sort of part of the reason you were my green groomsman when I was assigning colors. And thank you for gifting me your Legacy Dragon Dagger. You really didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it.
It felt right.
Fair enough. No, I have not yet eaten my sandwich. I should eat my sandwich. I have not yet eaten my sandwich. Hey, Nerdy, yes, we do have a guy on here. We do indeed have a guy on here. Not being kicked in the face.
Yeah.
Oh, and there we go. Tony Oliver starring as the Wizard of Deception. The detailing on this figure is insane. For something that, was just made from, a mask they got at, Party City in Australia. It's crazy that he got, a super high detailed figure for this thing. And that's Tony Oliver. That's, one of their producers. Just in a robe and a mask.
Always got a stunty, too. Was he in that suit, too, or?
Wow.
My daddy was the suit.
Yeah.
He was in there.
Yeah. They were rolling through this so hard. It's just so sick of
You think
this.
his figure's impressive? Wait till you see his cards. He'll absolutely destroy you.
I like how since Skull couldn't have scissors, he just turned his fingers into scissors.
I mean, I did them just on a run. Okay.
Great.
on The Wizard of Deception, you can kind of sort of see the actor's face behind the special effects.
Oh, Nerdy, are you geeking? Are you nerding out over having Guy in here, having Dave in here?
Or the Wizard.
Or is it the Wizard? Who are you nerding out over, Nerdy? Oh, Jenny C donated $15, guys, up over 400. We're to 405. Thank you, Jenny C. Fantastic. We have passed our 2/3 mark. So we have not yet reached our goal for Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie, but we have now reached the 2/3 mark. So we're like, we could justify watching like maybe an hour of the movie.
There you go. By the way, in case you didn't notice, your wife reminded you to eat your sandwich.
Yes, I noticed.
Okay.
I'm not quite hungry yet, but I'll make sure to eat my sandwich. I know it's waiting for me.
I'll bet the 3 different tech things going on at the same time is strange. I've got the stream, which is a little bit delayed relative to the Skype.
Oh, Dave. I am talking to you on a laptop that is taking a feed from a camera that is pointed at my phone. Like it looks like I'm looking at you and talking to you. This is how I've been talking to people. Like this is like the ultimate social distancing. Like it looks like I'm talking directly at you, but I'm actually talking at myself, talking at you, on the screen, on this laptop that is taking the feed from the camera that is directed to the phone, where I am talking to you through the video of Skype while listening to you from the audio of Discord, and while the chat is over on a separate laptop here, and I'm reacting to Power Rangers on the TV there. That is my
image
life.
that MJ tweeted yesterday and Jake retweeted. You can see the whole setup. It's insane.
It's hilarious. It's absurd, but but this no single computer in this household can do all the things that we need them to do. So I've split it up over like over 5 different devices.
It's like you're not set up for a streaming computer or something.
No. Like the most powerful computer that we have is my desktop, which is working off of like Mac OS. It's El Capitan. Not even like Mojave or High Sierra or anything. Like El Capitan. Because that's the highest it can go, because it's a 12-year-old computer. By the way, we've noticed over the course of today that these putties have started really having fun with how they teleport in. Like, there were putties that teleported in totally doing, like, Fosse-style jazz hands. And another one and another set that came in as if they were, like, on point from Swan Lake, all holding hands as they came in. It's been amazing.
When you got the part, you really gotta do everything you can to make that character actor work.
You have some fun with it.
You gotta commit. It's so convenient that Australia also has random parks, just like Angel Grove does, so that they can still film in random parks and have it work.
Yeah, but you have a funny in a different location. It's all gotta be in parks.
Yep. There's so much Angel
I
Grove
cannot for the
Park
life
this
of me remember
season.
which episode it's in, but in one of these episodes, in one of those random parks, you can see the giant metal gimbal for the prop play for the movie because it was too heavy to move.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's basically, they would have had to bring in like a giant crane to move it because it weighed like 1 million tons, and they didn't have time to do it because they would have had to move it back, and they're like, alright, well, I guess it's going to be in the background of the TV episode.
This is so crazy that they're like, look at this, unmoored fight scene that they're engaging in, where they're just going to town while also being down there to film a movie. Like, where do you find the physical fortitude for that? Let alone to be spun through the air like whatever that was just now that happened to Tommy.
It was pretty darn cool, though.
Oh, apparently that $15 that was donated was our reward for having Dave here. Dave, you've got fans. You've got fans.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So you're saying
I feel especially bad for Karen, Ashley, and Amy Jo here because the suits that they were wearing for the movie weighed like 40 pounds, and it took more of a physical toll on them than it did on the guys.
Oh yeah, because they were
Really?
smaller. Oh man.
So you're saying that while this is going on, like the filming for this
And I
episode
quote,
specifically,
maybe old
the
school
movie
Yeah.
is as
that gets
well.
the job done.
Yeah, this episode was shot in Australia while they were down there for the movie.
Wow.
Same thing with The Wedding. Both these trilogies were shot in Australia, which is crazy. They're just like, no, we were supposed to spit out 52 episodes of this show in a year somehow, but we need to go to Australia to make a, big budget feature film, and so we're just gonna keep making the show there. Which, truth be told, that's like, if I had to go to another country and with everyone who worked on Power Reviews, I'd probably keep filming Power Reviews things there. Each time I go to California, I try and see if I can shoot something for Power Reviews.
It's also a nice way to get an additional location, kind of.
Yeah, true. Like the Power Morphicon episode is still a favorite of mine that we got to, that MJ and I got to do that. It'd be great it would be great if we could get you to Power Morphicon at some point too. Obviously, you're super busy in your life.
Yeah, a little bit going on here and there.
Yeah. How is the little one? I don't know if I don't want to say little one's name on the internet if that is discouraged.
Good. Yeah. We'll keep names out per se, but no, doing very well.
Excellent.
It's been an interesting challenge the past days here.
Oh yeah.
Jake's been struggling. I've been struggling with power being out.
Yes, that's true. I'm so relieved that I actually got power back. Yes. Like 30 hours ahead of schedule, because otherwise I was gonna have to film this craziness in someone else's apartment.
I just found the picture that that Mercer had posted. That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
It encapsulates my life so well. I'm not sure.
It's only halfway as mad as I would have expected.
I know. It's actually somewhat organized in certain respects. Like, I've got can't really see it too much right now, but I've got my my Phantom Ranger outfit here behind you, on a shovel. It's on the golden shovel from Grid Defense. So I like to joke, since the helmet's right here, and the positioning of the phone, whoever is my guest, congratulations, Dave, you are now the new identity of the Phantom Ranger. I'm passing the mantle off to you for about an hour, so enjoy.
I don't know if I can handle that.
You can honestly be anyone.
If there's anyone who I would trust to be like a responsible person, it would probably be you.
I mean, we use that term responsible. I'm not sure you means what you think of me.
Like, I know that you're, yeah. If there was someone who I trust to have time to do things, I recognize that you don't always have time to do things. But, like, you are, like, just one of the most genuinely good people that I know in my life. Like, I've said that many times. It is absolutely true. Now, that could mean that I know just a ton of terrible people, but really it's just that you are a really good person. Oh man, I gotta put this toothpick away before they see me with it.
I was gonna say, I gotta like that Rigatami is, indicated by toothpick.
Yeah. It's also really funny that he's, like, wearing green, and it's not suspicious that he just changed his clothes.
I mean, to be fair, they morph pretty regularly, so...
I feel bad for Tony Oliver, who had to climb all the way up there.
So Tony Oliver's actually one of the producers of the show you're saying?
Yes. he's a voice actor and voice director who'd been working with Saban since like Robotech. He's the voice of Rick Hunter in Robotech, and he was the producer for a good chunk of the early stuff. I forget exactly how long when the transition happened to Doug Sloan really having more of the show.
Season 3, right?
Something like that, I want to
Doug
say.
Sloan started in season 3.
Because Doug Sloan was obviously a part of the show from pretty much the beginning, being good old Uncle Steve.
Yeah.
Angel Grove, late 1700s.
As Alejandro Diablo pointed out in the chat, this is actually filmed in Old Sydney Town.
Yes, which is great. Apparently, Old Sydney Town is the equivalent of colonial Angel Grove, which, of course, the British colonized California, as we all know. Oh, welcome, Pocky, to the chat. Good to see you. And then Scott's just shocked that there were 376,000 people in Angel Grove. Look at the side of Angel Grove. It's got tons of buildings. The fact that they can just lose skyscrapers and people are still there suggests that had a massive population to begin with.
Well,
I'm sure the population goes up and down every time a monster attacks.
Well, but you've also got to have enough population to support the reconstruction infrastructure, too.
Yeah. That tax base, that is a strong tax base. Like, I cannot imagine the property values there.
Yeah.
It's intense. But yeah, Pocky, we are at 4:05. We've got our good friend David DePaula here, good old guy from Database Rangers Power Reviews, who, like, basically deserves a producer credit for having given me the camera that I used for the entirety of the first 50 plus episodes, and then audio for a good chunk after.
It finally kicked it, though.
I keep trying and see if I can get it working again. I just haven't been able to. Not even to, like, turn it on, just to, like, access its hard drive.
It's a lot of use.
Yeah, that thing, it chugged along for a good long while. Was this... I think that woman was just dubbed. I think that was a random Australian woman, and they were looking to hide it.
Sounded like Wendy Lee a little bit.
Yeah. Dun dun dun.
Oh.
Hey,
It's the first Tommy versus Tommy.
Yeah.
Cool.
Ooh. He's got a twig in his mouth.
Really wanted that to be a cigarette or something.
Only evil people eat twigs.
Precisely.
You see somebody eating a twig, you run. They're gonna mess you up. This is some Huck Finn delinquency there. Huckleberry Finn delinquency. Alright. So we've got, next up is Return of the Green Ranger Part 2. It's about to queue it up automatically. I got a little 20-second countdown, and then it's going to skip over the opening credits. So if you want to, at home, skip past the opening credits and pause until we... Yeah, so it's like 1 minute, 5 seconds in. If you want to go to that spot, that'll be where this will skip to, approximately. So right after the opening credits. So right now it's 3, 2, 1, loading. And we are about to be 1 minute. That you can hear the riff. There we go. We are 1 minute and 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds into the episode. There we go. Return of the Green Ranger Part 2. The title just faded out. We have redcoats running all along ahistorically in California for no apparent reason.
Because of course we do. It was well known in the history books.
Everything about Angel Grove is fascinating. One thing that I like to imagine with regards to the history of Angel Grove is that it's actually less of a specific singular location that has remained the same throughout. Marissa and Adam making those eyes. I believe less that Angel Grove is actually a specific location that remains the same throughout time, but that is actually somehow migrated across the country, due to being like an intersection of shifting ley lines. That is my interpretation of how Angel Grove operates. So, past Angel Grove is in like Massachusetts at this time. But later, Angel Grove will make its way to like Texas or Oklahoma region before finally settling in like the West Coast by the like mid 90s.
This is kind of the wandering grove.
That's a good theory.
Yeah. Which means that in about another 70 years, Angel Grove will be chilling in Hawaii. It's going to be great. Well, probably won't even reach Hawaii by then. Angel Grove will functionally be in the middle of the Pacific Ocean in about another 50 years. Which I feel I just made like a climate change statement right with that. Guys, we need to make a difference here and now before Angel Grove is underwater.
Save Angel Grove.
No, Angel Grove will just end up in New Zealand, and then all will be right.
Yes, but it'll take like 300 years for it to get there. Do you realize how far away New Zealand is?
Fair point.
We don't have that kind of time. We need to save the world, and the way we do that is through spreadthevote.org right now. Like this is, again, we're trying to make an impact in probably the most important election in American history, because this could decide the fate of the world.
Pretty much.
You tense so lightly on my feet. I love that. Okay. Omega Res Archive came up with a great hypothetical. Angel Grove will be a cruise ship with abandoned warehouses.
Yes. That's a good theory.
I love that interpretation of my theory.
So basically, it'll be an H-hole from the movie Waterworld.
Yes, basically. Oh, man. Oh, El Nero Diablo researched where Angel Grove would be based. What was that?
With the infrastructure they have in building, they'll be able to support plenty of space if they need it while they're going.
It'll be amazing. Like I said, though, with the way that climate change operates, I don't know how safe they'll be out there. Which means that, having a healthy... Like, really, when you get right down to it, the abandoned warehouse district is like the crush zone of a car. It's to take all the impact so that all the important parts where the people are remain safe.
Precisely. Hey, Jake, can I just currently ask where you are and what you got on screen? Because I had to switch discs, so I'm not totally sure where we are.
Bulk and Skull have just woken up. They're talking about the wizard.
Weird beans.
Weird dreams eat beans.
Beans, Bulky.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Please tell me they're gonna fight and someone's gonna make the joke, stop hitting yourself.
I love this split screen. It's great.
It's not familiar at all.
Oh, man. Good old Draken. Alright. Yes, so we have 3.5 hours left to hit the MMPR, the movie stretch goal. So, okay, so what's happening now is Pocky has promised to match donations until 5 p.m. or whenever we hit 600, whichever comes first. So that is fantastic. So that means that basically this next like 95, well, correct. The next $97.50 Pocky has sworn to match. If we can hit it in time to actually see the movie.
Yeah. We gotta get up to $1,500 or we won't have Alien Rangers, and then Pocky's gonna be very disappointed.
I know, let's not disappoint Pocky. We need to get those Alien Rangers in there.
It's looking like my time might be wrapping up shortly.
Oh no. Is little one regaining consciousness? I know we lost a lot of time with the audio issues.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it is really neat, the special effects where you can still see the mouth behind the glowing effect.
I never looked that closely to see. Yeah, you can totally see Tony's face in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
That. Oh, this is just a great fight.
I think Koichi Sakamoto directed this. This was one of his first directing credits on Mighty Morphin.
Oh, cool.
This is original footage here?
Yes, absolutely. And this is good, quick pace.
Yeah. I feel like when we're able to have in-person conventions again, we need to, like, crowdfund something to get Tony Oliver to cosplay as the Wizard of Deception.
Dave just donated $10 to spread the vote. Thank you, Dave. Very much appreciated. But yeah, one fun thing is one of the few fights that we've shot with Dave and I, when we had the evil database little plot arc line, was recreating that one fight scene between Jason and Tommy from Green with Evil Part 1. We stretched our legs for that one. I know it's been a few years since we've actually done, like, a proper fight scene for the most part, but, like, you are just such a trooper whenever it comes to taking a stunt hit, especially when it comes to taking a fall. I cannot believe how many times you slammed yourself into that one wall for the bit with T Omega.
Well, there was also, there's floors, there's walls, dive, duck, dodging.
And I would always just ask you, now, you know, if you're getting tired of doing this, we can stop. And you're like, no, we want to make sure we get it right. That is a professional right there. Oh, and Shadow Ray has just donated another $5 to spread the vote. Thank you, Shadow Ray.
Thank you, Shadow Ray.
You're welcome. Wanted a round number.
There we go. We need to get Colby Strong in here right now, because we have achieved.
You got it.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Somebody take a screenshot of the current numbers and send it to Colby Strong on Twitter, please. I would love it if somebody did that. Oh man, I don't know what's happening with Dave's video, but every now and then it keeps flickering to green. No, the Green Ranger's coming for you now, Dave.
Oh God! Oh no!
Man.
Could be just internet connectivity or something.
I guess. I mean, we are sort of overwhelming the internet as a thing.
So I've got YouTube up, Netflix, and I've got both the Skype and Discord.
Yeah.
Oh no!
It may also just be my phone getting overwhelmed. Because my phone is currently running Discord and Skype at the same time. So yeah, again, if anybody wants to take a screenshot of the 420 image right now and send that to Colby Strong to try and see if he would join in, that would be amazing. And I don't know if Dave has seen enough recent Power Rangers to have any idea what I'm talking about. Okay. So Colby Strong is one of the cast members of Beast Morphers. Oh, are we just recycling the footage of the Green Ranger from Green with Evil teleporting in?
Yes, they are.
Great.
Yeah, I know. Yep, now that shot.
This is great. Thank you, Shrek. So yeah, Colby plays one of the main villains on Power Rangers Beast Morphers, whose name is Blaze. And now I think you get it. Everybody's been leaning hard on that joke all season. Like, obviously not, not in the show itself, but the fans have been leaning into that whenever possible. So thank you to Sheree for sending that to Colby. Oh, Jenny C. Oh wow, you just popped into a major donor spot. You're one of our top donors now. That additional 40. You want to? That's wonderful. That is so excellent. So Jenny said that because Dave set that example, she donated another 40, bringing her up into one of our top donor spots. She's now our second highest donor at $60 for the weekend. Thank you so much, Jenny C, for your contribution. And that's your limit. That is fine. That is excellent work. Thank you. Wow, we just jumped up to 460. That is great.
Also, I see in the chat that Shaw Ray said she sent it to Colby.
Excellent. Yeah, I saw that too. So that is great. So hopefully Colby Strong will take notice of that, because that would be fantastic. And here's the episode where the whole idea of Thrax was introduced.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
He's not having a baby.
I need you to come up with a potion, Finster. It's called getting tubes tied. It's the tubes tying potion. Get a tubes tying potion, stats.
Somehow I don't think that they bought your story.
Mine or his, don't care. Let's make this not happen.
Oh, Lord, that gets the success.
I don't think we want to think too much about how that even works. Like,
Yeah, he does wear that metal. He does wear that metal thong. So
he does. Yeah, it's like we don't
Yeah.
want to think about that. We don't.
Yeah.
I love Colonial Skull. He's great. Like the ancestors of Bulk and like the idea that Bulk and Skull, like, sort of have that Doctor Who genetic recursion throughout time, where they just appear repeatedly throughout different eras of time. It just it tethers them.
The Wild West.
Like I love that whole concept. And yes, we will have Wild West Rangers later, and we will have Mark Litton back for Wild West Rangers, which will be great.
Nice.
Yeah, Dave, I know you've been busy, so you probably aren't aware. Mark Litton is one of the writers of like the first decade of Power Rangers, and so Wild West Rangers was one of the two-parters that he wrote back in season 2. Because he's from Arizona and he wanted to play with the cactus monster. Now, if you do, now I know you were saying that you might need to go soon. If you do need to go, you let me know. I don't want to keep you from, rearing your child. I know I'm going to have to be dealing with that soon enough on my end. Benny Bulky Ben.
Benny Balkmeyer.
Good old Benny Bulkmeyer. Oh, was Jason Narvey helping direct this episode? I forget.
Don't be so sure of yourself. I demand to know what you've done with the power.
What is that?
Let's just say wherever they are.
This conversation with Evil Tommy has gone on for a surprisingly long period of time.
Yeah, that's what I was like. It's so here when they come back to it.
He just, yeah.
Did you hear what he said?
Did you hear what he said?
Wait, that's okay. So Alpha just sort of walked away during that whole conversation.
Pressing at different paces.
Because the footage he had agreed with he was malfunctioning or he was shut down.
Yeah, exactly. But also, like, that shot where Evil Tommy just teleported away, you can see the damaged consoles behind him, and now all the consoles are fine.
Oh.
Well, I also am amused that when he's talking, you don't actually see the dagger on his belt, but it was there when he was fighting Tommy the White Ranger.
Yeah, it keeps so many things keep coming and going. It's great.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Sean Grove just said, next to Database Ranger Guy is my next favorite character. Oh, fantastic.
Thank you.
Like,
Thanks, Pure Nerdy. Thanks, Sean Grove.
oh, we just got another donation from, This World of Ha has donated $25. Everyone go vote, please. Thank you, World of Ha. Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
You are really stepping it up here and holding Pocky's feet to the fire. It's fantastic. Oh no! Oh no! The rats that were totally going to originally be in the movie.
Oh, right, because there's like a production, there's like a publicity photo or a production photo where you see those monsters behind the Red Movie Ranger.
It's, well, I can't remember if I've seen that photo or not. I remember the story, but this is just so crazy to me that this was a thing. Oh my goodness. Also, like, why do you keep putting Tony Oliver in these really high up precarious places?
That seems more dramatic.
I mean, it's a good shot, but like,
how did you get,
you want
like...
to risk his life by keeping him up there in that big old rope?
That looked really unstable.
It also means that they can take a wider shot, so they probably don't have to do as much of the special effects on the face.
But look at those rats. Like, Saban's people thought that would be acceptable production values for a wide release major motion picture.
I am not surprised.
Do you realize that wasn't Saban, it was 20th Century Fox. The regular TV crew were not directly involved in the making of the movie, which is why they had the problem.
Okay.
So it could have been amusing, though.
That's the same reason why the movie people, not understanding the concept of the show, were like, I know, let's take the visors and mouthpieces out so they can emote during fight scenes.
There's so much weird stuff with regards to that. And let me see.
As a kind of joke, it would have been sort of an amusing thing to have, like, these rat creatures in the movie, but not actually monsters, just gonna show up and then really just be people in suits.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, wait, where do I got him? I think I got him here. Around here somewhere. Oh, hey, look who's waking up! Oh, there comes the Dragon Zord, he's waking up! He's been asleep for a while, but he's coming back. I know that I have.
A little groggy. Gotta give him a minute.
It's taking a minute.
He's been in hibernation for a while.
Yeah, we've only seen him, like, outside the mutiny, we've only seen him one other time this season. Oh, here we go. I knew it. I knew I had him. So Dave,
I think it might be more than that, because I believe the stat that I read was that the Dragon Zord appeared with the Thunder Megazord twice, so...
Yeah. So Dave, one thing that I've been showing off throughout this stream is, oh, we're going to be continued. Throughout my childhood, starting in season 2, I started drawing monsters. Like, drawing the monsters as they would appear each episode. So I would record the episodes, play them back, and then draw them in my little sketchbook. So, right here, from me being 9 years old, there's the giant rats. And there's the Wizard of Deception. So I'm showing it to the stream. Showing the little magic.
I've got to wait for it to catch up in the stream here.
So there's the... I actually drew the giant rats and gave them their own title there. And same thing with Wizard of Deception.
Oh my gosh. That is cute.
Nice.
I was doing this
for
for
about
everything.
this is every one of these you made them like a custom logo.
Yes. That was 9-year-old me being on point with my marketing. Alright, it's queuing up for number 3. Here we go. Return of the Green Ranger Part 3. Alright, it is rolling now. It is rolling now. Tommy is waking up. He's looking groggy. He's looking down. We got 1 minute, 10 seconds in. That was me at maybe 9 or 10 years old. Probably actually 10 years old, because a lot of this is like interspersed with season 3 stuff. As I was talking earlier in the stream, I started doing it after playing the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie SNES video game, which I did not own, but somebody else had, which is why the first 2 monsters that I drew were the 2 monsters who appeared in that video game. which were Mirror Maniac and Cannon Top. And that's the reason that they were the first two monsters that I drew. So I'm showing that again into the camera with their own little things. And then I ended up doing that for like the next 7 years.
Well, and only getting better from there too.
So I was still doing that when we knew each other in high school. But I don't think I ever brought it up or mentioned it. But yeah, you remember me in high school. I was always sketching.
Oh yeah, all the time. So you still are, but you were really good.
Like I'm out of practice. I haven't drawn anything forever because I'm just always so busy with so many other. I do video now is what I do.
A different way of artistic expression.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just like I was doing theater for like 10 years.
Life also seems to just build up more and more things that make it harder to follow up on stuff.
Yeah. I try to be something of a Renaissance man when I can. I say, speaking to the guy with degrees in mechanical engineering and archaeology.
Detail.
You are.
My artistic ability is relatively limited, though.
Who also was a fencing coach and knows like Aikido. So you are pretty well rounded yourself, sir.
See, the Aikido helps a little bit because I know well enough how to take a fall, so that really does help with some of the filming we've done.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons that I kept having you do those sorts of scenes, because I knew that you could, because you had the training.
Yeah.
I love the guy in the stockade just yelling about the rest. Give them the cheese! I want the cheese! So much fun. I should have picked. I picked up at the time that something was a little bit off when with this filming, just because these locations I'd never seen before. And I thought that we must just be expanding into other parts of Angel Grove. And now I know.
The cameras they're using.
Yeah.
It feels different.
And now I know it's because they were in Australia. That's why they were filming at all these different new outdoor locations.
Yeah. It's interesting to at least have that background while watching it.
Yeah. So just
again, everything's repaired.
So just a reminder to the chat, because of Pocky's promise, all it's going to take is another $17.50. I'm a math teacher. $17.50, and then that will make sure that we get to our $600 goal for MMPR the movie. So that's what we got to do. And after that, I will change up the goal, or I'll have MJ change up the goal for our next leg of the journey. Because the next 600 after that will be to justify going onwards into season 3. Because yes, my thought when planning this weekend was 52 episodes of Power Rangers in a row. That feels a little weak. I can do better. I've done better than that.
Maybe over 100.
Yeah.
Or almost 100.
Yeah.
That's a movie.
Yeah, like.
How many are you at right now?
Well, right now we are on episode 46 of the weekend. I watched 60 episodes. We're on part 3. So yeah, this is episode 46 from this weekend, and I watched 60 episodes in a row 3 weekends ago when I did all of season 1, and then while also releasing episode 90, because that was a good idea.
Oh wow.
So that was just a big thing where I watched 30 episodes a day for 2 days in a row. So now I'm trying to see if I can do 33 episodes in a day for 3 days in a row. I watched 33 episodes yesterday. Right now we're another 14 episodes in, or 13 episodes in, and And I want to see if we can squeeze in another 20 episodes. Well, not 20 episodes. If we can squeeze in the movie. So let's see. What have I got left after this? Right now we're on episode 46. So that's our 13th episode of the day. I still have 6 more left to go in season 2, followed by the movie, and then the first. What did I promise myself? 10 episodes of season 3. So that's our big goal right now. What are those putties doing? What was that move there? What musical were you referencing? You know that was
It's not quite West Side Story, but...
Oh man, I want to see them do what? Oh, Dave, I want to see that now. I just want to see those putties coming in just... Because there's no way that the actors can snap with those gloves. But it'd be amazing. But then they come in like that. But yeah, they're just like... What is that? What wonderful Broadway musical are you referencing? I'm not enough of a choreography nerd to know. Like, I recognize that there was some Fosse and some Swan Lake earlier in the season, but that one right there, that was from something.
Have we gotten to the Nutcracker yet? It's a little bit of ballet.
Well, I'm pretty sure that we saw the Swan Lake ballet.
Okay.
So, I don't know what MJ is... in terms of what we're trying to match up right now. Yeah, we've had 80 so far. Okay. But yeah, that's what I said before. We're 1750 from being able to reach
Wow,
Pocky's. So that's great. Or Pocky can just round it off, because we can do, or apparently Pocky's now updated that to, if we hit 15, she'll toss in the remaining 100 to get us to 600, which would be amazing. Just rounding things off there, which is appreciated. I like those round numbers. Oh no, save the White Ranger!
Oh, rats.
Like, here's another thing. When I look at, like, you know, because I was in the Crucible. I remember the whole thing with the Salem witch hunts. And I do have to say, when I've mentioned it before, I think it bears mentioning again, I played John Proctor in the Crucible back in college. And I was extremely depressed that semester, and I didn't realize until the end of that semester that the reason that I was depressed was because I was playing John Proctor in the Crucible. And there are few roles more depressing than being John Proctor in the Crucible. Because the whole character is you go out there, you give it your all, you fight, and you lose. Every night. If you're inhabiting that character, it is brutal to play that role and fight so hard and lose. So please, people, let's not turn me into John Proctor again. Let's make sure we win this one.
For real.
Oh, Jenny's reading Crucible in English right now. Yes, and yes, that is how I met my wife. That is how MJ and I first met. Way back, almost, well, actually, yeah, 16 years ago, when we were doing the Crucible. And although MJ had a non-speaking role, I saw their audition, and I'm like, oh man, this person's really good. I hope that they get cast as, like, Betsy Paris, or whatever the name was. And they didn't get cast. And so instead, I'm like, that person should be cast in my show. Dragon Trainer 201 coming in with the $15. You know what that means.
Thank you, Dragon Trainer.
thank you so much. I had so much faith that you guys could pull it out, and I'm so happy to see that faith rewarded. So, according with Pocky's promise that we have seen in the chat, we're going to be watching a movie later today, people. We're going to be watching a movie later today. Oh, that is fantastic. Also, I feel like any multi-parter that involves time travel always requires some star-crossed romance. Like, every time. Yes, Pocky, let's go! Boom! I'm so excited and so proud of everybody. Thank you to everyone for contributing. Thank you, thank you, obviously, to Dave and Ray for sort of getting the ball rolling again. Thank you to Jenny for really jumping in and stepping up and popping into that leaderboard. World of Hot, and then Dragon Trainer for putting us up to that little limit. And of course, to Liz, Pocky, for making such a strong statement to match all that, to push us into our goal. So appreciated. We will not be streaming MMPR the movie. I'm going to be breaking out the DVD. A DVD that I've actually had sitting there on the shelf that I have not opened because I have the movie in my head. So I haven't actually broken it out of the DVD case. In all the years that I've had it sitting on the shelf, I always used to watch it on the VHS.
Oh, wow.
So I never watched it on the DVD. So this will actually be a genuinely new experience for me.
Any additional like cutscenes, bloopers on the DVD?
I'm sure there must be stuff on there. I don't know. I haven't looked at this thing really.
Yeah, Ivan Ooze. Wow.
Oh, Ivan Ooze. Ivan
Yeah.
Ooze. That is such fantastic performance. Oh, there goes Tony Oliver.
No.
This was the saga of the three Olivers. Tommy, and Tony.
Oh, T. Oliver too.
Yep. Well, that's where the name Tommy Oliver came from. It was totally just they were riffing off of Tony Oliver. But yeah, we don't have a Blu-ray player. We only have a DVD player that I've had for like, I don't know, 12 years? Something like that? Probably. I believe it may have been a gift from MJ, but I'm not sure. I gotta do an unboxing of the DVD. Yeah, it's just gonna be like, oh my goodness, this plastic sheeting comes off, and then it opens, and there's some sort of compact disc inside of here.
It's a strange concept.
No! Don't Thunder Saber the Dragon Zord!
Don't destroy it.
No! Slow motion Sentai footage followed by slow motion other stock footage of waving of hands.
So is the Dragon Zord. Prior to this, did it just kind of disappear?
Oh, man. Whew. Yes. I got this DVD player from MJ for when I moved into one of my apartments when I was finishing up college. Dave, you helped me move into that apartment.
Yeah.
And you had just moved into the area, and you helped me move into that apartment and did far more work than anyone else who actually lived in my previous apartment with me.
Do what you can to help.
That was so appreciated. And it was great. Oh, I see people sharing on the Twitters. Very much appreciated. I've got the social medias over here. Oh, good old Tom, going to the past to fight some.
Tom and Tommy.
Yep, we got Tom, Tommy, and Tony. That really should. I'm amazed that I'm amazed at the 90s they ended up going with Ed, and Eddie and not Tom, Tommy, and Tony. Still gotta see Tommy Oliver. You gotta get that going. Tony Oliver with an I. Get some of that in there.
Oh gosh. Female version, Tony.
Thomasina Oliver.
Thomasina?
Yeah. Oh, one last battle is the Green Ranger. That's some wire work and effects there. That's flying kick. We gotta pull off we gotta get some of that going on in power reviews. I gotta get myself on a wire on
What
it.
with that blur effect?
I gotta try and do some blur effect. I gotta throw some rats around by the tail. Like,
really, that's what's missing.
Like basically what we've evolved, our evolution of our fight scenes has been, in the first fight scene I kicked Dave in the face, and in the most recent fight scene I kicked myself in the face.
Again, stop kicking yourself.
And actually, yeah, and the funny thing is, episode 90, like, there's fights that happen between me character-wise, but there's also, like, fights that happen between me and me because I'm both the stunt people, because pandemic. So I actually composited myself fighting off demons that were also me. What? Jenny! Oh my goodness, I thought that you were... Oh wow, I thought that you were done for the day. Thank you. Oh my goodness, Jenny C donating another 45. Taking our top spot on the leaderboard from Seamus with 105. Oh my goodness. We're at 545 now. That's crazy to me.
Wow.
Wow, congrats.
Thank you, Jenny. I know that you're looking and impending happy birthday to you. I know you're about to have like your sweet 16 soon.
Hey, happy birthday.
So a very happy birthday to you impending. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Jenny. I'm verklempt. I'm verklempt. Seeing everybody just, banding together to make this happen. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Jenny, you've taken the top spot even knowing that Pocky is going to be donating another 100. Oh, wow. And then we got Adam getting his game on. Fun. It's like, wow, this girl looks exactly like the other girl I was smiling at later. I'm going to smile at her now.
That temporal displacement.
That doppelganger.
Yep. Oh my goodness. Crazy day.
Well, why not a quote-unquote descended doppelganger? I mean, Captain America dated his girlfriend's niece.
Yeah, that's not uncomfortable in the slightest. Not even a little. Alright, so this thing is just rolling on through. Alright, so Dave, do you need to head out? Just checking.
Up and down, who knows? Probably wrap it up soon for me.
Okay.
It seems like a good stopping or break point for now.
Yeah. Alright, so I will pause this once it comes up. Just for a moment so we can have a quick little breather. Because we just went through 2 trilogies back to back.
It's appropriate to have joined and watched all of Return of the Green Ranger here.
So much fun. Especially with the flashing green of your screen.
Yeah.
Which I don't know what that's about. So it looks like the movie is going to probably be a little bit earlier than we had planned. Because we have been flying along so well. Whew, how many episodes do we have left? We only have 6 episodes left, so we might be looking at the movie closer to 4. We were originally thinking 5, but it's probably going to be closer to 4. Now that we know that we're doing the movie. So, I'm going to say, what was that? Pocky Squirrel donating that $100. Boom. Next up, Alien Rangers? Question mark, question mark, question mark? We are at $645 now. That is great. Like, that we have now successfully just sort of demolished our previous our previous record from last stream, where we made it.
That's great.
Yeah. Congratulations, man.
That is so fantastic. Yeah, we like last stream we had, I believe it was a total of 470 donations, and then we filled it out to 600 with $130 from us. So we have now blown past 600, and MJ and I will be contributing to sort of round things out when we get when we're looking to getting near where our spot's going to be. So I know that we'll be donating at least, I'm sure at least $100 in there. So that's that. Yeah, we are on our way to hitting $1,000. That is fantastic. This has been killer. And Dave, I'm so glad that you've been able to be a part of this.
Yeah, glad it all kind of everything aligned.
Yes.
Between good nap time and getting power and internet service back, it all came together. I'm glad I could join on.
Yeah, it's always good to see you, man. I'm sad that we, like, one of the things that makes me sad, like, obviously there's a lot of things to be sad about with what's been happening in the world. You know, we've lost, you know, almost 250,000 Americans at this point, which is insane. But one of the issues with that is that it didn't need to be this way if we had been more cautious from the beginning. And I had a dream a few weeks back that I think I may have mentioned before. And one of it was I got to see a bunch of old friends, and we were all at a party. We were giving each other hugs. And that was the moment when I realized that it was a dream. Because I knew that if it was real life, we wouldn't be hugging each other. Even if I was running into these people who I hadn't seen in like 10 years, we wouldn't be hugging each other because of the world that we're in. And that's what the sort of failure in this response to this public health crisis has meant. It's meant that we can't hug our friends and family. That's something that's been taken from us. Not by the people who are taking the measures to make things safer, but from the people who didn't take the measures to make sure that things didn't have to get this bad. If people had taken things seriously early on, then we could have had this summer being sort of a relaxing and been able to hug our friends again. And that's one of the things I think is really unforgivable in terms of all of this. It's not just the obvious toll of life and health, but the emotional toll of you can't hug your friends and family because the people in charge were not willing to take this whole thing seriously enough early enough. So, like, when this is all said and done, when we come out the other end of this, Dave, I look forward to giving you a big hug. I know it's going to need to be like it won't be until like next year, maybe the summer, if we get that far. But I look forward to giving you that hug. And actually, I think, and truth be told, there's at least one moment where we're gonna film a hug too. I just remember that I wrote that. We need to have that hug. So
that's extra meaningful.
Spoilers, people, you're gonna get to see me and Dave have a hug eventually. So that's me going on a little bit of a rant there. So thank you again, and thank you to everyone who's been contributing to try and make this big difference. Our leaderboard has just completely changed its shape. And now we have the new thank you MJ for updating the donation bar. So now we have our new goal of 1,200 so that we can get to MMPR Season 3, which will be crazy, but I think we can do it. We just got to keep spreading the word, keep trying to do good things, and keep working together to save the world. This is what it's all about right now. I know that I'm going to continue donating. I'm going to continue donating when this whole stream is done, and I'm going to volunteer with phone banking to get people to the polls. That's going to be one of my big things. I'm hoping to get out at least 1 or 2 more videos to keep raising awareness. Maybe some sort of power PSA or something. I've got some things in mind.
Database data downloaded.
There we go. So I should let you get back to your daughter. Taking care of the little one.
She's been on and off, stirring, waking up, not waking up. Don't hear anything yet, but yeah, I figure that it's probably a good stopping point between episodes here.
Yep. We've got little Power Rangers in the making right now. Little heroes in the making.
Aww.
I'm sure your little one's like. She's got a great set of parents. She's gonna do great things. And
hopefully she's a good person.
Exactly.
That's the main thing.
Okay. I don't want to cast any aspersions, but if somehow she's not, I'm gonna have some questions about your wife's character at this point, because I can't doubt that you're a good person. So, I mean, no, don't get me wrong. She's wonderful. You know, obviously, like honorary groomsman there, helping out with our wedding. Wonderful.
Right.
I'm just saying, there's no way that your daughter's not going to be an amazing person. With those parents. Unless they're like abducted and raised in another dimension to be evil and smite you on someday, which it happens. These things happen.
To occur, it's been documented, really.
Exactly, It's been documented. We all know these things. But yeah, we're gonna make it, to sort of quote a little bit from Hamilton. We're gonna make it right for them. We're gonna make this world the world that they deserve to have. That is our goal. This is for our kids to have a world to grow up in.
It's not even a goal, it's kind of a responsibility, isn't it?
Yes. That's what we're here for. We gotta try and make the world a better place for who comes next. Especially if those people are coming from us.
Yeah.
Alright. So I'll let you get back to that parenting. I'm looking forward to trying it out myself at the end of the year.
Yeah. I think you guys are going to be awesome. Only to you is that, if your child isn't a good person, then I don't really know what happened there.
I think
if they'll come up with crazy and intricate ways of doing things, I'd be surprised.
Might have to look to Frankie. I think he's up to no good.
Yeah, Frankie could have a hand on
He's
that.
suspicious. Yeah. Where is, I don't even know where he is right now. Up to no good right now. Always plotting. He's got the shifty eyes. Watch out.
Alright, well, I will sign off. I'll let you guys get back to it. Good luck. Thanks for having me on, and thanks to Chad. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon here.
Thank you again. Have a great day, Dave.
My pleasure.
Enjoy your
Thanks,
weekend.
You too.
Alright, my love to the family. Hey.
I'll send you love. Just hear that everyone's waking up, so.
Okay.
Take care, guys, and nice to hang out at Gold Phoenix Ranger and Shadow Ray 22.
Awesome.
Take care, guys.
Take care, Dave. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. I'm going to make sure that I've successfully ended things on that call on my end, so I'm not simultaneously in 5 different things at the same time.
Yeah.
And then we'll kick things off with our election, our Power Rangers election special is the next one.
I was just gonna say, originally this was going to be my last one, but celebrate us reaching the goal. I think I may stay on for a few more episodes if you'll have me.
Yes, yes. I know that after this, so we've got Best Man for the Job coming up next, followed by Storybook Rangers, and then our good friend Mark Litton will be joining us for Wild West Rangers.
And then after that, it's Blue Ranger Gone Bad, right?
Yep, that'll be our season finale before we jump on into the movie.
I think I may stay on for the rest of season 2.
Awesome.
Those are some good episodes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I may as well stick around because I've signed up to do the movie anyway, so I might as well stick around until that happens.
All right, I appreciate the company. We're building up our Ranger army here, our Ranger nation, just right here in this chat right now, right here in this stream right now. Oh man. So just to update, the movie's looking to be closer to 4, not 5, because we are ahead of schedule. So let's spread that out there. Anyone who's sharing that to social media, may the power protect you as well, Dave. Thank you. When you're spreading things to social media, tell people the movie's going to be right around 4. All right? So let's say 4, not 5. That way people will show up early rather than late.
Okay.
Yeah,
Also, I've been doing some research. Apparently the movie is not available on any current streaming services, so...
Really?
Of course. Well, you're Ranger fans, though. You'll find a way. I'm sure.
No. I have a source that I won't mention because I don't want to encourage people to do certain things, but my DVD and my VHS, both of which I own, are packed away because I'm in the process of hopefully moving in the next few weeks, so I don't have access to my actual legitimate sources.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I'm also replying to another guest who's looking at joining in either later tonight or possibly tomorrow, so I'm just letting him know some information there.
Okay.
If you reach that goal, I have 3 episodes booked, so if you reach the
Nice.
goal, I will be back tomorrow.
Excellent. Yeah, we'll see how we keep moving along. We're at 6:45. That is so impressive.
Yeah.
Good job, guys. We made it past our first goal. Like now we just got, so that was our first like goal to stretch out the stream. So we're gonna keep this moving. Like, please, people. Like I'm a glutton for punishment here. MJ won't be back till 5. How do we make that work? Oh, we want MJ to see the whole thing though. Okay, so we may have to vamp. We may have to vamp a little bit. Okay, I'll take 5. I'll have it be 5. So no, Jenny, you did not mess up the sequence. It's not. Trust me, you did not mess up a sequence. It's Netflix skipping over the opening credits that makes things go faster. Honestly, the reason things are going faster than I had scheduled is specifically because I built in for Netflix to fail frequently. That's the whole reason that I put that off. Yeah. Oh, you're right. You know what?
If we need time for MJ to get home, given that it's technically a backdoor to another show anyway, we can watch Friend in Need before the movie.
No. Here's what I think we should do. While we're waiting for MJ to come on, it looks like we're gonna have a whole party here. You know what, Matty J? Yeah, we can have you join. We can have you join as well when we get to the movie.
Party.
We're gonna have a party in here. It's gonna be great. Bring some snacks. I say while I have honestly like 7 boxes of granola bars next to me as emergency snacks. I should eat a sandwich.
You should eat your sandwich.
Yeah.
I should grab my sandwich. This is a good time for me to grab my sandwich because we are trying to
At the rate
vamp
you're
for
going, MJ's gonna come home for the movie and you're not gonna
So
eat it. She's gonna be very unhappy.
here's what I'll do so that we have time. I'm gonna see while we're waiting on MJ, we'll do our unboxing of the DVD, and we're gonna find out what special features we have on there. I think that's a great use of our time while we're waiting for MJ to join in. Because I haven't looked at this yet.
I know there is at least a featurette. I know there's a behind-the-scenes featurette.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna go grab that sandwich. I'm not gonna bother like toasting it or anything. Oh my back. Oh my joints. I'm so old. My arthritis. arthritis. I know that sounds like me just making fun of myself, but I actually also do have arthritis. I have it well under control, otherwise I wouldn't be, like, you know, kicking myself in the face in power reviews.
Yeah.
But I do actually legit have arthritis.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta keep limber. That's how you combat it, honestly. You have to try and you keep the joints limber through just regular activity, and I take glucosamine and chondroitin. It doesn't work for everybody, but it works for me. Just in terms of keeping my my joints working, my old man joints working. I'm getting rather decrepit in my mid-30s now. I'm no longer a young man of my early mid-30s. I am solidly into my mid-30s now. That is the life I lead.
Next month.
You're turning 30 next month?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's all downhill from there, obviously.
I'll split the difference. I'm 33.
Oh, there we go. All right. So I've got a sandwich now. Is everybody here ready for the epic Power Rangers election special? I keep calling it that, even though. Don't vote for dummy. Oh my God. I hope that somebody joins this stream and says, oh, I'm sorry, El Nero Diablo. They're 32, and I'm just saying how it's downhill from 30. I'm joking, of course. My life has honestly been in many regards better since reaching 30, because I'm married to my best friend, and that's fantastic. And I'm a teacher now, which is also great. Like I have a career and a marriage, which are two things I did not have before I was 30.
There you go.
Those were great. We're just rocking the 30s here. We've got Sean, 38, coming on 39. And then meanwhile we have our lovely sweet summer children with Sheree and Jenny C. In working those teen years. Those terrific teen years. Alright. Oh, apparently it's Canadian Thanksgiving.
Are you guys pausing like the first senior? Because I feel like I'm looking at that poster in the background right now. It looks like it's actually been digitally edited so the word student elections are more visible.
Yeah, exactly. Even though that's not a thing. Alright. So, here we go. Let's kick off Best Man for the Job. It is 1 minute in. I'm about to hit play. We had skipped over everything with the opening credits. So, 1 minute into Best Man for a Job. I got my sandwich here on my lap. Surrounded by good vibes, good people. Let's kick things off. Ready and go. Student elections? That's timely and relevant. And now they're back from the movie. They're back on their sets. Being president is a big responsibility. Being school president is obviously a big responsibility. Not like being the U.S. president. That's not a big deal.
To be fair, some student body presidents may have more experience than some actual presidents.
This is cute.
I'll do it.
Like, seriously though. But why though? You guys have so much already going on. Like, weren't you all on like the football team for a hot minute there?
Center work.
At this point, they've kind of given up on their attempts to figure out who the Power Rangers are. Oh wait, no, never mind. This is how they're doing it. Like the last few episodes, they hadn't done anything, but now they are back at it.
I think a friend in need was like their final straw for trying to figure out the Power Rangers ideas.
Why not? You're good friends, that means you need a good clean race. And besides, we need more women in politics.
A good clean race. Clearly, you have no experience in politics.
We need more women in student government. Yeah.
It's true.
I like this healthy approach to competition that is not even remotely actually how politics actually goes.
Not at all.
Like it is actually really fascinating how brutal races can get, and then people just throw it aside the moment that they have to actually work together in certain contexts. Because you look at, like, for instance, the Democratic primaries this past year, and they went hard against each other. Like, you look at Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, and things got that was some tough debates where she really held him to task, and now she's going to be his she's his vice presidential nominee.
Yeah.
And that is, I think, some people like to indicate it as being a sign of being, like, you know, not honest or whatever, but honestly it is a sign of maturity if you can put aside your issues with somebody and still work with them. And also if you can, you know, hold them to task in the way that she did in the debates, you know, as a peer. I don't agree with either of them on a number of issues, but I can at least respect that that they do work to put things aside and work together, and find middle ground, which is how government should work. It should be working together to find middle ground for things that people can agree is mutually beneficial, and they're just working on implementation. Like, they don't have everything figured out, but definitely superior to our alternative choices, in my humble opinion, as I've very cleanly conveyed in my recent video about why I'm scared.
That was an excellent video, by the way. I really like that.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It felt like I was putting a lot out there on that one that I've been trying to subtly say for a long time without flat out saying, and I realize there's no point in not just coming out in clear terms and expressing what is at stake right now. Okay, win with Kim is literally, that's actually a pretty good slogan.
That is a good slogan.
That's honestly a much better slogan than Tommy's best man for the job slogan. I love it. Don't vote for dummy! Please.
Love it.
If you can vote, don't vote for dummy. Please.
I love the publicity photo they used for this poster.
Yep. Oh my goodness.
What the heck?
This is so much like, okay, Bulk and Skull are, right now we've gotten into how politics actually is. This is accurate. Like, no, I'll do the thing, you just trust me, I'll do the thing. And then just, oh yeah, it's coming in like 2 weeks. Yeah, like 2 weeks. I said that 2 years ago. Yeah, it's coming in another 2 weeks.
I feel like they must have already had like a really good sponsor behind them, considering the wardrobe budget they seem to have for all these cockamamie schemes they come up with.
Yeah. Yeah, where do Bulk and Skull find all of these random outfits? Oh, and I realized I did not update the now playing best man. Oh, let me, there it goes. Come here. Best man. Not nab. It's nab. It's man. For the job. I'll just leave it in that position. There we go. It's crazy to me that we actually revisit this so many years later in Ninja Steel, being basically the same plot.
Oh yeah, the one with the monkey, right?
Monkey, I believe it was Monkey Business, wasn't it?
Monkey Business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're back home from Australia. This is Angel Grove now. We're back in Angel Grove Park. We're back in the school.
Back to basics.
Yeah. You know, a fun fact with this kind of thing, and that same panel I mentioned earlier, Karen and Johnny pointed out the fact that when they filmed a lot of this stuff without bothering to get permits for it, for the shooting locations.
Really?
We'll be out of this country in a few days. They're not going to worry about it. If they don't let us back into Australia, we'll just deal with it.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, I mean the ones in California, in a lot of cases, they would drive in a van, jump out, the producers would be like, alright, shoot it as quickly as possible, and then jump back in a van and take off.
I mean, that's how I've shot all of my Power Ranger stuff. Except I haven't had a van in a number of years.
That's fair.
I have a station wagon now. It's great. I love it.
Well, if anybody's interested in actually hearing from the proverbial horse's mouth all these references, that entire panel from KinetiCon 2019 is on Austin St. John's Facebook page.
Oh, nice.
And if you listen, you'll hear me chime in and ask him about Forever Red Net.
Nice. I may have to check that out. Oh, I love this bit. I love this bit so much. It's great. This is just excellent. Excellent choreography and slapstick here. I love this exchange.
But he's just like, really? Come on.
Two allies having an argument mid fight sequence is great. This is great. He's just like, I just want to fight you though.
Pay attention to me!
Punch in the face.
But just the putties getting slapped around as they were slapping each other's hands. Oh man, he's got Saba. Goldar, please do not snap off Saba's head. Don't do it. Here's a collectible. Oops. And again, Netflix does not know how to spell Saba. Even though Saba is like also a word for like a type of sushi. Oh,
I did not know that.
Two bees.
I love this that Jen Yen and just said it's the Zhu Ranger versus Dai Ranger argument. Because it's literally White Ranger versus Pink Ranger there, Zhu Ranger versus Dai Ranger. Yeah, that's a good question. What shows are Kim and Tommy watching to spread awareness of the voting rights of the student body? That is a good question. Are they watching any Samurai Pizza Cats on the streaming devices that don't exist in the 90s?
On their giant televisions.
Well, as we established later in space for who fictionally exists in the Rangers universe outside of actually existing in the Ranger universe, they're probably watching Ninja Turtles.
Fair enough.
Because remember, the Space Rangers had heard of the Turtles but did not think they were real, so therefore the Turtles must exist fictionally in their world.
Or only in tabloids. Possibly tabloids.
That's true, that too. The Turtles are that universe's equivalent of Batboy.
Right. I feel like that could have so easily turned into a short joke right there. When he said I had it up to here with you, and it's like 6 inches above the top of her head. Because she's pretty tiny.
What was I thinking?
Aww.
Kim, I'm so sorry.
Aww. Like, honestly, that feels like, you know, if it was a real life thing, that would be like an embrace and kiss kind of moment there. But obviously, we have passed the threshold for when Power Rangers are allowed to kiss. For the most part, I know they do get one more kiss next season. But it's now limited only to mistletoe rules. You can only kiss under the mistletoe. Oh, she gagged Saba. Saba's had a rough time in life. I still find it amazing that the Draken figure comes with doesn't it come with a Saba with a detachable head? Is that right? We have excellent conditions back. We are back. All right. So unfortunately, again, the laptop froze, so I just had to make that little correction there. I'm going to update the episode title again to Best Man for the Job, which is where we left off. The 47th episode of Season 2. It's been...
Oh, wow.
It's been a busy weekend. Man for the Job. I knew a guy named Bob back in high school, not in high school, in college, who was very active in student politics, and within like the first few weeks of being at college, he had already created a website called bobforthejob.com. It was amazing. All right.
Wow.
So we have paused this at the 13-minute, 37-second mark. We are leaked. There's a reference to that's a hip reference, right? To the internet slangs. Leaked. People still use that in a terminological sense, right? Those are words that I've put together in some manner. Okay.
Sure.
So if everybody's ready to go, got it queued up, ready, and action.
This works. It only has a range of 10 yards or so.
Only a range of 10 yards or so? Alpha. You need to be... Actually, that's pretty reasonable with a magnet thing. Because... It's an inverse square ratio to distance.
Or something. When the last... original Zord footage.
Oh, man. I forgot about this.
It's kind of neat, I think. Oh, and Nature Quest Part 1.
Oh, this is great. I totally forgot that this was a thing. This is so great. Oh, okay. So the goal is for us to get all of season 3, we need to hit 1,200. For us to get Alien Rangers, we need to hit 1,500. And for us to get Zeo for next weekend, we hit 2,000. Those are our goals. Yeah. This is a great fight. I forgot this episode had this fight. It's been so long since I've seen Don't Vote for Dummy. I know that's not the name of the episode, but that's basically the name of the episode.
I sometimes forget this episode is sandwiched between so many multi-parters. Like, one's wedding after this. No.
Yeah.
Actually, Ranger Back in Time is kind of the place where they started just doing multiple parters. Which
Yeah.
is a layover to season 3, too. There's a lot of multi-parters in season 3, too.
And it's really enjoyable.
Yeah.
Saba's just like, what? I think I just saw, like, I feel like Saba just had an out-of-body experience right there.
I smell color.
Exactly. If we do get to Zeo, we'll see where we go from there. If this continues to be something that is helpful and keeps, putting things out there, we might see about if we want to extend things any farther. I know what I really want to... I do also really want to make sure that I'm still engaging in other forms of volunteer work as well. But if this is something that continues to be effective and helpful, I am happy to keep pushing through. And then we'll see what we might make for goals if we do go into next weekend.
In conclusion,
There you go. Know how to talk yourself up.
Well, look, I know you guys are expecting me to say that I'm the best man for the job. But the truth is, the best person for this job is standing right next to you.
Aw.
I'm really good at role in this camp. She's addressed all the tough issues and has some great ideas on how to solve problems facing the school. She was incredible president.
It's very appropriate.
That's why I'm voting for her, that is. I think you all should.
Aw, nice.
Let's hear it.
Look at her face. That's super cute. Oh man, this is amazing.
That's great.
Okay, I'm sorry. Skull is a one-man band, just one me there. There we go. This is great. Wait, Sheree, did you say that I've not likely watched all of Power Rangers Megaforce? Oh no, I've seen Raising Spirits. I just didn't include it in Power Reviews because I already had so much other stuff going on. I chose to do Tricks or Treat instead because I couldn't not do Tricks or Treat.
Oh my god, we just did a commentary for that episode, and it is insane how they made that episode.
Like,
how they got away with doing a whole episode without a frame of original footage.
it was like, it's one of my favorite reviews it's one of my favorite episodes of Power Reviews.
Yeah, it was pretty trippy.
It was so much fun to do that video. Because it all took place inside Database Ranger's head, and so I could pretty much do whatever I wanted, and it was just insane.
Pretty much.
How do you throw an E onto the end of heart, Netflix? What is that? Who spells heart that way?
I don't know where the thought process was at.
That's embarrassing.
You did vote for me, didn't you? I really liked Kimberly's speech.
Aww.
Oh, Scott likes Kimberly.
To Kimberly, the best person for the job.
Aww. That's cute.
Alright.
Nice. Very nice. But yeah, we are doing pretty good right now. Let's see, so it's about 2:40. And we're not actually, because we had that little break in the middle there, we're actually not that far ahead of schedule.
It's only off by about 7 minutes or so.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna let Mark know that we, for when Wild West Rangers comes, that we're not too far ahead of schedule, but, yeah, maybe like 15 minutes ahead of schedule. And here comes Storybook Rangers.
Yes, indeed.
So I will change up my now playing to the new episode here. Storybook Rangers Part 1, kicking it off 105 in. Title has just gone by. They really like doing these multi-parters. And it you know what? It was effective in terms of getting people engaged. At least it was for me.
Yeah. It makes you want to come back for more if it's a good enough multi-part. It's like, oh, part 1, it ends in a good way. It's like, oh, I gotta watch tomorrow.
I gotta find out how it ends. Like, that's one of the things that was genius about Power Rangers in Space, structurally.
Oh, yes.
You had these, like, 5-episode sagas that fit perfectly into the Monday through Friday week. You had to see the next episode.
Yeah.
And then you get, like, a break with a Saturday filler.
Space where it's like standalone, really. I mean, at the beginning,
Yeah.
A filler here and there towards the end, but only like kind of like stacked up and connected together.
Right. Oh, I see Chris is joining in again. There we go.
Tommy, you
Welcome.
are so sweet. Thank you.
Getting some water in there.
Oh,
We got that little kiss on the cheek.
I hope Rita's gonna tell us what she's thinking. He can't think of anything I feel.
I love that. That's just the delivery on that was perfect. So happy and cheerful.
yeah.
Part of me wonders, like, those putties in the background, whether they're actual, like, do they just have people standing back there just all the time whenever they want to film these scenes? Or are they like mannequins? Like, what's the deal with those putties just always there in the background?
I don't know. Maybe they're mannequins.
Entirely possible. Oh, Grumble the Magic Elf.
Hey guys,
Wonderful.
look at this book on meditation. It's really good for the martial arts.
Nice.
Are you
Yeah.
kids enjoying the book fair?
Absolutely, Miss Appleby. I'm glad.
Oh, book fairs. I forgot about book fairs. We used to have book fairs like every,
Listen, you guys want to go to the youth center?
I forget how often. But I would always get like an Animorph book each month or whatever from the book fair or whatever it was. Because that was a big thing for when you're in like elementary school. I don't remember that in high school, but I definitely remember that from elementary school.
Yeah.
It's perfect for your mom.
There you go. Monster making made easy. I love this.
Monster making made easy. Would you believe it?
Oh.
That's great. But yeah, the background, MJ, the background putties were the things that Steve kept thinking were Slenderman,
Monster dolt.
which was great.
We let it loose on Angel.
Really?
When the Power Rangers
Yeah.
show up, we unmask him.
He kept thinking that they were Slenderman in the background. I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure those were putties back there.
That way. Yeah, whatever it is.
They have no clue what's up.
Yeah.
Oh, El Nero Diablo, you just had breakfast. Yeah, I guess you're over on like the other side of the world, or else are having a very late breakfast.
I'm so glad I found this book, Tommy.
Oh no, it got zappified. Why are you throwing it away? Don't vote for dummy.
Oh.
I wasn't doing this this morning.
Oh wow, it is early where you are. Wow.
Oh.
You can't hear me in Skype anymore? Oh wait, I think I know what happened. Give me a moment. Chris, I'm going to close you out and I'm going to switch back over and bring you into that one. I accidentally picked one over another. Let me fix this.
Oh my gosh, where is my book?
You better call for help. Zora, come here.
Put us on hold.
There we go. Sorry, I screwed that up. I thought I
There we
was...
go.
When I hit for Chris to join in, I forgot that I was opening up a new call and not just inviting him into the existing
Yeah,
call.
you gotta put us on hold.
My apologies, guys. There we go.
It's fine.
Didn't mean to break up the party.
No, I figured you'd figure it out eventually.
Thank you for letting me know, Colt Phoenix Ranger, for that I had screwed that up.
You're welcome, it happens.
There we go.
Hello.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, Chris.
I'm Kimberly. This is Tommy. That's Rocky.
I can-
Another back number. I just want to say that as a librarian, I highly approve of the idea of book fairs.
Oh, you're a librarian. I didn't realize
I
that.
am.
Cool.
So that is an all. Book fairs are awesome.
Our good friend Sarah is a librarian as well.
Nice.
You guys probably know Sarah from because she's Mary Moore Potsner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I worked in a library back when I was a high school student.
Oh, nice.
I was a library page, so I was always reshelving the books. That was my job. I finished up my sandwich.
said they cut through far stuff. They should be here soon.
Oh, yeah, I was showering.
To have time to read again. I never find time to read. Oh, Grandpa took his... That's totally fair, Jenny. See, you've already donated so much, and I appreciate that.
Jenny's the top donor. That's
Jenny,
awesome.
Jenny, you killed it today. I think it depended on the high school. I don't know if there was still book fairs
Yeah, I
at
think
that
it
time.
varied. But they should last into high school because high school is where kids tend to start,
Growing away from.
reading and going to libraries isn't cool anymore. So you gotta keep them in there.
Well, also, Power Rangers is in the eyes of, high school usually Power Rangers is in the eyes of the audience, so sometimes they incorporate, things that for elementary schools in these high school plots.
Yeah.
Like in Ninja Steel, they were doing, second grade math.
Or like show and tell in Miss Appleby's class.
Who's show and tell?
Oh, and I like the little details in the background here.
By the way, can I just point something out about this?
What?
I'm relatively sure this is Tickle Sneezer painted blue with a bearded eyebrow stuck on.
Oh yes, absolutely it
It
is.
is.
That is absolutely what we're seeing here.
With a Santa suit.
This is definitely a repainted Tickle Sneezer.
Okay.
Like this, I have to admit, this is not terrible green screen work, considering that it's the mid-90s, and it's Power Rangers.
There's some green screen later on that's pretty bad.
Like it's obvious green screen, but
But there's a scene later on.
the lines are fairly clear for the most part.
Yet that green screen still looks better than certain CGI effects we're going to see when we get to the movie later.
Yes.
Oh.
I was just messaging Mark Litton, and apparently he was listening to me make a sandwich earlier.
Ha!
He's checking on various notifications of the social medias, and someone was very confused by...
Yeah, well, that's a good question, Jake. Have we had Mondo the Magician yet?
We've not introduced Mondo the Magician yet.
They take them and the story will never end and we'll never get out of
He's in the next episode.
Mondo, I think, doesn't appear really until the end of the two-parter. Mondo's interesting because he was one of the main villains from Die Ranger, which is kind of crazy.
Oh wow!
They didn't have suits, so they used these Sentai footage and CGI'd or photoshopped it in. It looks really bad.
Yeah, which is going to be interesting when we get there.
It would be that hard to recreate that suit because it's all it is a trench coat.
Right.
Yeah. They're just
Yep.
they just stooped high.
It's crazy stuff. Why do you need 9-volt batteries for a monster? What kind of directions are these? I feel like you're reading a children's book that is not supposed to be taken seriously. I feel like that's what the deal is here.
That's probably the case.
All of the how-to dummies.
Yeah. What is this space and what are these things? Why do you have so many random... You guys have accumulated so many random devices. It's like Billy's Garage, but without any... Actually, I don't really have any distinction for why it's not like Billy's Garage. It's basically Billy's Garage, except it's not a garage. Except it could be a garage. I don't know.
Billy's Garage, except in Billy's Garage, the devices are actually functional.
Are they, though? Do we know that? Are we sure? We don't know what many of the devices in Billy's Garage do.
He's built some things that work at least some of the time.
Fair
Kango-matic, he built that sonic interrupter thing in the episode yesterday.
I like these two random guys just like, there's a book in the trash. We should donate that to our local school. Like, that's so wholesome.
No. No.
They were here a while ago. I'm sure they've left though.
Yep. But yeah, somebody on Twitter was just reacting to my tweet from this morning about how apparently the previous video was too long to trim. Which is apparently a thing with YouTube that I didn't know. That YouTube has some weird restrictions that it does not really list anywhere, but you just kind of run into sometimes. Like, apparently there's a hard limit on, you can't upload more than, 12 hours worth of footage in a day. Or it'll just cut off the last amount of time.
Which is interesting, because I know for a fact that you can if you overlap a day, because I know a group called Team Stark had their online theater group, and they did a stream that was like 14 or 15 hours, but it started on one day and it went overnight to the next day, and
Right.
it went up fine.
Yeah, it's gotta be that 24-hour thing, or on the, not the 24. It's within the date period. And there were the 9-volt batteries. They were down on there.
59 volts.
Yeah, 59 volts.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Skull, what are you even doing?
Oh.
I love that light. I don't know what the deal is with that light. It's so random. It's like the mechanical arm from Iron Man.
The arm.
Also, here's a question, by the way, when it comes back to the batteries again. How did the book that they were just reading that he threw at Skull end up on the bottom of that pile on the table underneath everything else?
Yeah, exactly. By the way, to answer the question, yes, Mondo the Magician is a separate character from Mondo, from King Mondo of the Machine
He's not
Empire.
King Mondo.
Yeah.
Not that one.
Right. Oh, Scott Sandler calling back to Adventures in Wonderland, which, are you old enough to have seen that? Because that was so long ago. Like, I was so young when I watched Adventures in Wonderland. I can't remember when that came, how long that was on TV for, but I remember being, like, really young and watching that.
I'm not old to remember it, but I'm familiar with it, and it was on the air for at least a good number of years, and it was kind of a big deal. Like, it won a lot of awards, and, like, the characters, like, were appearing on other stuff. Like, it was a big deal at the time.
Yeah. I remember like when we were like little kids making like a monster, like a magazine collage with images that included Adventures in Wonderland. Oh, the snow monster. Basically, Premator with a mustache and a wig. You can't recognize me. I'm wearing a white mustache and white wig. I'm totally a different giant blue monkey. Not related to any prior giant blue monkeys you may have encountered.
Which is just made even more hilarious by the fact that the original monster's entire shtick was disguising himself.
Yeah, I know. And now it's been a whole season as disguises have amounted to. I'm wearing a mustache and a wig. What more do you crazy kids with attitude want from me? And speaking of which, here we go. Once again, coming back to the well here. Snow monster from the storybook, Crumble the Magic Elf.
And the morphers, of course.
Can't let those morphers get too cold. It's dangerous.
What did you listen to? Snow Monster?
Yeah, I was just showing off the snow monster. So if we keep this up, you'll see the slow evolution of my adolescent art style.
So you did drawings for every monster? Up to what?
Around, I want to say up once it got to like Time Force or Wild Force, I started to get to kind of trail off on it because I was getting more sophisticated in my drawing, so I wasn't drawing as quickly, and I just couldn't keep up with it anymore. But
You went that far?
but yeah, I went through for like I did that for like probably around about 7 years.
Wow.
From around the age of 10 to around the age of 17 ish. So I've got quite the stack of sketchbooks here, and over time you'll see them slowly get more advanced and then less complete. After some point, I just realized I wasn't going to keep that going. Oh no! You don't want the story to have an unhappy ending.
What will we do?
Kimberly is not dressed for snow.
Not the slightest.
Kimberly is like never dressed for snow.
I mean, with that California weather, you wouldn't have to.
It's fair.
Yeah. Really awful.
Oh no! But yeah, they dodged using Die Ranger footage wherever they could throughout this season because there was just not much that was usable. And it's shocking how little was actually usable. To be continued. We're just gonna roll right into the next one there. I get the end credits all the time. For some reason, Netflix loves to show me the end credits, but not the opening credits. Alright, next up we have Storybook Rangers Part 2 about to kick off. Oh, my neck is getting a little stiff there. We get some crazy monsters in our next episode. It's going to be good times. So yeah, if we want to get all of Season 3 in, then our goal will be to get to 1,200. That is going to be our justification for getting to see another 33 episodes. Like, that's some value there, you gotta admit. You get an extra 33 episodes for only another, what? We got $555 left to go. And we get another 33 episodes of this. This is high quality entertainment, obviously.
Yeah.
And we have resumed with Storybook Rangers Part 2. We can see this title has just faded off the screen, written by Doug Sloan and Cheryl Saban, who directed by John Wheel. 1 minute 20 in.
I just located the book. It's about all the others back at the high school book fair.
Dun dun. The high school book fair. Somebody wants to see me do a fundraising stream where I watch Die Ranger. That could be a challenge. Like, that's one of the things. There's no shortage of things I could watch that take an entire weekend to watch.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, like 50 episodes, 20 minutes apiece.
Like,
So if Zordon had detected the book, could he not just teleport it to the command center?
I think they've located the vicinity of the book, but not to that level of precision. Because that would, I mean, I suppose they could just teleport all the books to the command center. That wouldn't be suspicious. Disembalming gas? Usually, shouldn't you not use that unless something has already been embalmed? Are they just hanging out in, like, Mark Richardson's, like, basement? Is that where they are right now? I feel like that's where they are right now.
His prop shop. Yeah.
Looking at it, yes, those are just actual people in putty costumes just standing in the back, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. I love this. They just think they've created a monster.
Favorite monster to post on Thanksgiving.
It's a classic.
I mean,
This is
Thanksgiving special.
yes, turkey jerk, which is just such a like mashup of like chunky chicken and pudgy pig put together. Also, gotta love the cartoon cutouts. It's fantastic.
I love reading, but this is getting ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, so many styles. Look at this one. Know your iguanas.
Rumble is a magic elf.
Yeah, no, that one makes sense. That one's the one you're looking for.
What's happening?
I'm not sure.
It's glowing. That's a sign that it's likely what you're looking for. You knew you were looking for a storybook. Like, let's be honest. It was very obvious.
You okay?
That is some great composite work right there. It's hilarious. Because the page is curved, but their image is not.
Yeah, definitely.
It's really funny.
Get the green patches off.
Hey, Grumble!
Yeah. Oh.
Is it weird that I find Grumble less creepy than Tickle Sneezer normally? Despite the fangs?
We were trying to forward the story. Maybe we should be going back instead. Backward? Now there's a brilliant suggestion.
Oh, I get it. We should go back and find the magician that put the spell on him. Because maybe we can lift the spell. Then if we can lift the spell...
I like their logic here with working through the storybook. It's
That's against the rules.
like it's an interesting way to play around with it though. Like, can we find a different way to our ending? Well, maybe if we go back to the beginning and prevent the conflict that led to the story, that would be another ending, and that's not a bad idea. I like it.
But would it rewrite the entire story?
Possibly.
Would it change the universe's story of Rumble the Magic Elf?
I mean, they're in a storybook. You can always flip back in a storybook if you want. So working that way feels like something you can do.
I love that turtle in the background.
Yeah.
Also, at this point, it's kind of just they're just self-insert Rumble the Magic Elf fan fiction at this point.
There we go. This way. There we go. Oh, Matty J wants to know if he can join on. I think you can. My Skype is Database Ranger. I'll see if I can get you in on this. Just shoot me a line, and we'll see what we can do. More the merrier right now. What is that thing? That thing is Turkey Jerk, which is also in my sketchbook here. I love Turkey Jerk there. Ooh. Like, I even drew the little things that create the monsters, too. So I included the little rotating light thing and the random, like, machinery.
Now that's some detail.
I tried to be detailed in my sketches. Again, as like a 10-year-old. I love that Turkey Jerk just sees them as its parents.
And I do like that his weapon is a giant turkey face.
Yeah.
I'm rich. Oh.
I mean, do you have a moment to rest? You're facing a giant turkey with a baster blaster. I like this little like raccoon thing. This is just sort of a fascinating little effects showcase episode. And I don't even know what these effects are.
Rita said that Wanda's a magician is an old friend. She's a character in a book.
I don't know how that works. I don't know how any of this works.
A character in a book that was probably written while you were in the dumpster.
I feel like there's so much more to this story here. Like what if Grumble the Magic Elf is based off of like real events that Rita was present for? Like I feel there's a lot you could read into that.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah.
Or Mono the Magician could be an ally who got imprisoned in the book, but she got imprisoned in a dumpster.
Entirely possible.
You got a point there.
Or maybe she just really likes the book and has been reading it since she got out of the dumpster and trying to find a way to unwind. This is like one of the last times that we see a power weapon. I'm pretty sure this is the end of it.
They don't use them at all in season 3.
Yeah. Like, we see the axe in, like, Once a Ranger, but I don't think we see it again after this until Once a Ranger.
Yeah, I think this is the last time.
Oh no, cranberries! Not the cranberries!
Oh.
Alright, let me see if I can bring Maddie J in here. Boy howdy, Southern Fried Rangers.
Oh.
Let me see if I can make this work here. I'm gonna try again to try and see if I can bring Maddie into the fold here. See if maybe I think I need to like send him a message first, and then I think that might do it. So I'm just like hitting a random emoji, so maybe he's like saved in my history now. So if I click on this,
Yep, that's what I did yesterday.
yeah. Let me try again.
Before we started this.
Yeah. Because otherwise I need to like start a separate call with him and then bring you guys into the call, and that's all complicated. Yes, power cannon, use it, do it.
You used what, like 3 times?
Yeah, this is like the 3rd time I think we've seen it.
Okay.
Huh. Why am I not seeing Maddie J on this list of people I can add? Alright, let me try maybe if I do this. Oof. Volk, don't land on Skull. There it goes. Now I found it. Skype was being very slow with that. Yeah. And again, Jenny, you've already done plenty. You don't need to feel guilt on any front with regards to that. And if you are looking for other things to do, I don't know if you live in the States or not, but if you do, you can always do volunteer work. That's what I like to do if you want to still find ways to stay involved. Don't feel bad if you don't have more to donate. I don't want you to, I don't want for you to feel like you're not doing enough in that regard. If you want to do more, there's always other ways that you can help out through volunteer work and things like that. I know that people who are 16 and older can help out as poll workers. I can't imagine that there would be any blocks on being able to, volunteer to make phone calls if that's something that you're comfortable with. there's always other ways that you can take part in helping make the world a better place. And those are different ways that I could volunteer, that I'm planning on volunteering outside of this. It varies from person to person. Each according to, whatever their abilities are. Here we go. Like, we know plenty of people who are, like on the autism spectrum, and sometimes they can't make phone calls for people, but they're comfortable with, cooking a meal. So maybe, we might make a phone call for them and they could cook dinner, and things balance out in those ways. There's always, never feel like you're not doing enough when you're trying to. Like, every little bit helps, and it's appreciated. So we don't want you to feel bad or feel guilty. Oh, and there's that composited Mondo. That is, it's just a still image. There we go. Okay. Alright, we've got, actually with, so I just saw Mark Miss. Oh, the little kids. I love this. That was very much like what I was just trying to talk about earlier. One of the things that can make you happy is being a good person, giving to others. It makes the world a better place. And it is unfortunate that we do live in a world where systems are set up in such a way that people who don't necessarily give to others are often rewarded for their selfishness in certain regards, and that is something that is a whole separate issue that we do need to work to overcome as a human race. But I think the best way to do that is keep working towards all of us being good people and helping each other. It's the first step.
Agree.
There we go.
There we go.
And of course, even though he's only in like this brief little bit of the episode, who do I have next to Turkey Jerk? But of course, Mondo the Magician. With his magic coming from the storybook.
Not really the first thing I think of when I think magician with that.
I don't know what to think of when I see Mondo. He's with that metal face of his. Oh, looks like Maddie J has managed to join us. Fantastic.
There we go.
Hello.
Hold on, give me a minute.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, hello. We're nearing the end of Storybook Rangers now.
Yeah, we're near the
Good. I'm actually getting ready to load up the next episode.
Have to head to the Wild West.
Wild West time.
So Wild West Rangers, that's going to be interesting. So the way that we're going to be handling that is because we will have Mark Litton here to discuss it. I'm going to be calling him in on this next set of episodes. So he's been taking a lot of questions from me the last few times. So if you guys have questions for him as we're looking through the episode, you're welcome to partake. It'll be sort of a group interview. Hopefully it won't be too overwhelming. If it starts to, so I'm giving you guys the heads up now. If the oh, here goes Mondo. Oh no.
There are
mind that crap. There goes Mondo.
If the phone call gets overwhelmed by trying to do the audio of the phone call and the Skype call, then I may end the Skype call to prioritize the time with Mark. But I'll bring if that happens, I'll bring you guys all back after that.
Yeah. I mean, that makes total sense, yeah.
Yeah.
No problem. Also, just gonna throw this out there, Mondo looks like a setup bite from Hellraiser.
Little bit, very strange.
Yeah, a little bit.
He's only in like 2 minutes of this episode, and it's just such a weird design. But apparently that was,
They needed to use it.
that was, they're just like, we're trying to fill out these 52 episodes, we gotta find a Zord fight somewhere.
And we can't use the down footage because of the Sky Rangers in it.
Yeah.
We have the suit. So, right along.
Yeah. Trey Finney, indeed. Oh man, this is cute.
I'm on the Wild West Rangers. You let me know when you're there.
Okay. So yeah, we're just wrapping up Storybook Rangers right now, which has been fun. Everybody's all clean shaven and confident and laughing. It's good times.
And the rest of us see here, they haven't shaven in a couple of days.
Alright, so I'm gonna pause this. I'm gonna give Mark a call.
Alright.
Here we go.
Wild West Rangers.
I'll just message him first and get my phone going.
Well,
Here we go.
that's my cue to go. I'll be back later.
Okay. Catch you later, Chris.
Bye-bye.
Get my phone ready. I'm just confirming real quick to make sure he's ready to go. But yeah, we are at $645. So if there's anyone who is new to the stream who hasn't donated already and would like to participate, we are working towards the goal of. We've already achieved our goal of watching Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie after we finish season 2. Our next goal will be. And we are back yet again. You know, let's consider that our commercial break. Laptop had frozen up again, so I had to restart. It was, of course, while I was in the middle of phoning up our next very special guest, returning once again, Mark Litton. Say hi, Mark.
Hi, Jacob.
I know this is a little.
And everybody else?
Yeah, we've got a whole group of people on the Skype call as well. Apparently, we were just testing this just now, and they can hear Mark, but Mark can't hear them. So I will relay anything going that way.
You'll be the pigeon, the flying whatever.
Exactly.
Translator.
I'm the intermediary.
There you go.
That's that $10 word right there. All right.
That's a Billy word.
Yes, I am chock full of the Billy words. Just ask MJ, because I make her say so many of them when I write her as Dr. K. Yes, we've got a whole bunch of people on Skype right now, along with Mark Litton, the writer of our next episode, Wild West Rangers. So Mark, is there anything that you want to say before we get started with this episode? Because I know it's a two-parter, so.
Well, let's see. This was an episode that I lobbied to do for quite some time before we actually got it done. It was in the works for several months, actually.
Wow.
And during that time, it went from just a one-parter to a two-parter, back to a one-parter, back to a two-parter, before we decided, before we landed on this. And let's see, in the scripts for this particular episode were shorter than usual, because we had so much different kind of footage to fit into it.
Interesting.
So it would normally a Power Ranger script would be anywhere between about 20 to 22 pages sometimes.
Okay.
And because of the way in which we wrote scripts, which were not according to industry standard, the way we wrote them up, because we were all about efficiency.
Right.
And in this case, there was a point where I was told we needed one of these scripts to be 15 pages long, just in order to accommodate everything.
Oh, wow.
So
That's
we were
interesting.
telling quite a lot of story in a very small amount of space.
That is so fascinating. There's so many different moving parts to Power Rangers that I never really think about. Oh yeah, because you're using all that recycled footage, it does trim down on the script length.
It really can sometimes, but this one in particular, these were the shortest scripts I think I've ever written for the show.
Huh. Fascinating. Because I definitely remember there being plenty of interesting story going on here.
Oh, there's a lot in it.
Yeah, exactly. So that's efficiency there. You're being a very efficient writer.
Yes.
Now, I remember I had a question that I was going to ask earlier. And hopefully the chat will remember, because I know I said there was a question I wanted to ask you, but then I couldn't remember, but now I'm not remembering what it was, and I'm hoping they remember.
Is it something about Arizona?
Well, I know it's because you said you were from Arizona that you wanted to work on this episode with the cactus.
Well, as soon as I saw that we had a cactus monster that year, that's when I began lobbying for it and just claiming the monster.
Oh, okay.
And the fact that I had spent 20 years in Arizona before that, I was persuasive.
Fair enough. Yeah, I was surprised as we've been working through season 2, just how little Sentai footage really seemed to have been usable, and that seemed to lead to all of the frequent other reuses of footage of stuff from the previous season. And I looked up more about Die Ranger, and I realized it only had like 20 monsters to choose from, and you guys had to plug out 52 episodes. Like, that's just crazy.
I'll agree with you.
Alright. Oh yeah, someone was asking, yeah, I don't know what happened with the donation bar. I don't know why we don't see it right now. But we have reached, at this point, $645 on our donation goal, which is amazing.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, we are, and so we've reached our goal for watching the movie, which we'll be watching in another 3 episodes. And then we'll see if we're able to get any farther, in which case we'll get started on season 3. And we'll hopefully be able to bring you back tomorrow and talk about some of the episodes you worked on for that season.
I'll be around.
Awesome. So I think we're good to kick off some good old Wild West Rangers Part 1. So again, it's going to skip over the opening credits, I believe. So I'm going to let it finish the closing credits from the previous episode.
Okay.
And then it will skip to just like a minute into the episode after a quick little countdown.
Sounds good. I'm at 1 minute and 1 second into the thing.
Perfect. So I'll just say play when it successfully loads the next episode for me. And if anyone in the chat remembers what it was I was going to ask, please let me know. I know there was something else. Alright, it's counting down. It's got about another 10 seconds. So, Scott, we have Mark Litton back again. to talk about Wild West Rangers, and we've still got a whole crew of Ranger fans in our Skype call. Oh, and we are starting up Wild West Rangers Part 1 in 3, 2, 1, and there we go. Play. We are 1 minute with 2 seconds in. There comes there's the cactus. That lovely purple
There's
cactus.
that infamous cactus.
This is the needle nose.
Is the Arizona reference?
Yep, of course.
There's my credit.
There we go. Written by Mark Litton, right there. It has a nice rhyming tone to it. And actually,
Reference to Bloom of Doom.
yeah, with Bloom of Doom at the beginning of the season, it established that Kimberly is starting a garden club. So this is sort of a nice throwback to that.
Always strive for continuity.
Yes. Which I know is challenging in the world of Power Rangers.
It can be.
Thank you so much, that was really sweet.
I'm trying.
Well, especially because in how they travel back in time.
Yes.
They travel back in time in many different ways.
It's a little wacky. Again, I don't know what happened to the donation bar. I don't know why that's not popping up right now. I'll keep playing around with it to see if I can make it appear again. But I like that little touch of he played Keep Away with the Cactus at first, and then it actually disappeared right after. So nice little playful bit that keeps everybody in the scene.
And we have the appearance of the time hole.
Yep, she's just made the leap, the quantum leap there.
We originally had a different explanation for why the time hole appears.
Yeah.
And what I wanted to do was the fact that they had teleported in that hallway so often that it had worn through the fabric of time.
I love that idea.
And Zordon was going to show them and played over all the many times that they had teleported there. And the producers at the time didn't think that would be interesting enough, so that they wanted to move the explanation in a different direction.
Okay. I love that idea so much because I've even actually kind of used a similar idea in my web series. So those of you who watch Power Reviews, you know what I'm talking about. We actually did rip a hole in the space-time continuum in the hallway of our apartment building in one of our earlier episodes. And it's because of just the whole idea is that particular apartment is an unstable area in space-time, which ties into why, like, I have a Power Rangers character living in my character's apartment. So I'm glad to know we think along the same wavelengths there.
You're validated.
I feel very validated right now. Thank you for that validation. It's so hard to come by nowadays. I'm a high school teacher. I will take validation where I can get it.
I've been a high school teacher, so I can sympathize.
Exactly. I also love that we get two different time travel stories in fairly short succession, and both of them have these just fantastically absurd versions of Bulk and Skull. And I really enjoy them both.
They had fun with this.
Like,
especially that eye patch.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's clearly not anything but an aesthetic piece that he's choosing to implement. That's it. And it's wonderful. But it's great that when you have actors like Paulie and Jason, and you can just trust that they are going to just own whatever characters you give them. and I can tell that was the whole idea here. Now, out of curiosity, obviously there was the other time travel story that we just had with Return of the Green Ranger a few episodes before.
Right.
Was there any discussion with regards to having two time travel stories like this with similar trends so close to each other?
There really wasn't. not that I can recall. I'm thinking that I may be wrong about this, but I'm thinking that this story was in the works perhaps longer than the other story. But I don't know that any one of them influenced the other.
Right.
But I think it just happened to be the timing in the season where we were and when we were going to use this footage.
Right. Oh, right, because I imagine with Return of the Green Ranger, a lot of that seemed like it was a bit more improvised, because that's when the cast and everybody was out in Australia.
Right.
So that one kind of had to be thrown together at the last minute. I know they had Tony Oliver in the Halloween mask as their villain, and they had to film in Old Town Sydney.
Tony Oliver's good for a lot of stories about Australia.
Oh man, he must have had a lot of fun out there. So, I'm trying to, so how long was Tony with the show? I forget sometimes.
Oh, Tony's been with the show from the beginning.
Right. But I know at some point he moved on. I just don't remember when it was off the top of my head.
I don't know if it was when Disney moved in or not, but Disney came onto the show around 2001 or so.
Right. So he did stick with it that entire time.
Yes, as far as I remember, he was there.
Okay. So that's cool. So you guys get to work together with him closely with him as in that producing role?
Well, actually, I never really got to know Tony until the Power Ranger conventions.
Really?
Because Tony was working out of his offices at Saban headquarters, wherever that headquarters might be. Sometimes it was in Burbank, sometimes it was in Westwood.
Yeah.
And so I would rarely see Tony then.
Okay. Fascinating. So who was it that you probably worked the most with?
Doug Sloan, Ellen Levy Sarnoff, Chip Lynn.
Okay. That makes
Jonathan Zakar.
Okay. So Jonathan being the main producer, and then the other writers that you worked very closely with.
Right, and others were supervising, or there's Jackie Marchand, of course, was there in the office all the time.
Now this moment here where it's just established 1880 and we see the Wild West version of Angel Grove. I was just talking with others about how funny it is that we've established now that not only was Angel Grove apparently in the 1700s like a British colony, but now we've established that it was also an Old West town in 1880.
Yes. we have established that somehow.
Were there any discussions over the intricate political history of Angel Grove?
Well, there could be a paper in it. I think by putting all this together.
Yeah.
But it always seemed to me pretty well established, that Angel Grove was on the West Coast.
Right.
But that the one with the Colonials suggests that it's on the East Coast.
Now,
but all the landscaping shouts California.
Oh yeah, of course. Except for the one episode where they established that it was a British colony, which was of course filmed in Australia, so who even knows at that point?
I just figured they went to an alternate timeline.
There you go. That's a nice interpretation of it. I was playing around with my own like random theory, which is its own bizarre world, where Angel Grove is actually a shifting location because it's actually the intersection of like a set of shifting ley lines. So it started at the East Coast, but then it slowly migrated to the West Coast. And
I
so,
would certainly be okay with that interpretation.
so we're in the version right now. We're in the 1800s version of Angel Grove, in which case it'd probably be in the vicinity of Oklahoma.
Quite possibly.
I think that's one of the fun things of Power Rangers. There's so many different ways you can interpret the absurdities that rise up with producing such a wacky world in such a short period of time with so many different stories that you need to generate there.
I haven't seen this fight in a long time.
Yeah. Oh, it's great. I love like how the putties seem to across the course of this season have more and more fun with how they teleport in. Like they're from some sort, like they're just coming in from like jazz rehearsal or something.
Yes, yeah, I've noticed that too.
There was, as we were looking at the reruns, we had one where they were literally like doing Fosse jazz hands as they came in. There was one where they were all holding hands and tiptoeing in as if they were in Swan Lake.
That makes sense. We never, we just say that the putties appear, so that's, as far as the writers go, that's our job.
So they've got plenty of creative interpretation.
After that.
A lot of room for creative interpretation. I think that's a good sign of a good writer there. If you give your actors plenty of room to play with. A lot of these fight sequences, they really, I feel, just steadily refined their process across the course of this season. When you like look at the very beginning of season 2, it's very hesitant because it seems to be the first time they're fighting with the helmets with the American stunt team, and now they've just gotten such greater confidence.
Oh, they've gotten used to it by now. So many buddy fights.
Yeah. Oh, is something going on here?
Okay.
I thought there was a blinking on my phone. I wanted to make sure there wasn't an error or anything.
Okay.
All right, I'll ignore the blinking. So, can you tell me anything about this location where you guys were filming?
I should go grab my brother on that one. It's a location pretty close to here, over in on the north side of Los Angeles. There's a town you can rent.
Right.
Which they did for this.
And I believe is this the same town that got rented? I assume it was for the Time Force two-part movie Madness, years later.
Most likely.
Yeah.
Because the Time Force was still shot here in the country.
Right.
And Onyx.
Yeah, and Onyx, the Wild West, the Wild West style monster planet that we saw in Power Rangers in Space and Power Rangers Lost Galaxy. I imagine that was also the same Wild West town.
It's most likely.
I also like how Kimberly has her little sort of Western outfit that clearly doesn't actually fit in with the Wild West.
It doesn't at all.
It's very cute.
It's very 90s West chic.
Oh no, Putty's going in the time hole. So, I was just double checking if the chat had any questions there. Needle nose with the paralyzing spores. That makes a lot of sense as far as what a cactus would be able to do. It is an effective monster. It does have a good solid ability there with the paralyzing needles.
Yep, as monsters go. And yeah, there was a line inside the saloon we had to cut, or the censors wouldn't let us use, about because they were ordering. I think the White Ranger came, or the White Stranger in this case,
yeah.
Came in to drink and saying that they needed to be a juice in a dirty glass. And Ernie had said, well, like all our glasses are dirty. And the censors wouldn't let us do that because they thought kids would go drink in dirty glasses then.
It's always funny, the weird things you don't expect censors to latch on to. Like, that's nothing that would have occurred to me that a censor would have called attention to. I could see them having that concern, but that's a fascinating thing to cut. Especially when you have, like, someone, pointing guns at them in just the previous scene.
Yep. But it's always, with children's television, there's always a concern about repeatable acts. So anything that a child could do in their own home, and it's something you don't want a child to do, then that's usually what gets cut.
Right. That makes sense. So we're not worried about the putties. We're not worried about children chasing people into their homes and then coming back out wearing their clothes.
Right.
Oh. Okay.
Stealing their clothes.
Right. We're not as concerned about that.
Yeah. But yeah, it is an action-packed episode, so I can see how it's shorter. Now, was all this, like, the chaos that the putties are causing in the town? Was that, like, just sort of a short little putties cause chaos in town kind of scenario, and then the whole team just went crazy with it?
Yeah, well, I mean, that wouldn't have taken more than maybe a quarter of a page.
Right.
To even, certainly no more than half a page to describe, and it can go on quite a bit longer.
Yeah. I like that this is one of the only times that we see the Rangers and villains, like, in this iconic hallway of the youth center. Of the youth center.
Also, you never see it from that perspective.
If the monsters rarely go there.
Yeah. And yeah, this is one of the only times we ever see that little space from that angle, too, as they run in there. Can you tell me anything about what led to the return of Rita Repulsa, at which point it was decided that she would be coming back? I don't know if you were part of that.
That would have been a decision by the producers at a certain point, so no, I probably wouldn't have been, at that point in time, I wouldn't have been let in on that.
Okay.
We would just simply been told, hey, Rita's coming back. That's often how things happen. Or would say, for instance, the next season they'd say we've decided to bring on Rita's father, Master Vile.
Right. Which was so you were told, obviously that's season 3, but you were basically told, okay, we want to bring in this new character, Master Vile, and that character is going to be Rita's father, and we want you to introduce him.
Right. So we would like you to come up with an episode about Master Vile, and then and in that case that was a 3-parter.
Right. Oh, and here we go into the part 2 now. So right now I'm on my closing credits.
Yep, I'm being moved ahead to now I'm in the second episode already. Should I pause?
If you want to pause it, yep. So when mine skips over, it'll be about 1 minute in, because it's going to skip over past the opening credits, because
okay.
I guess my TV is tired of the theme song for some reason. Although I don't imagine how anyone can really get tired of that theme song.
I don't know, after the first 100 times, maybe.
Yep.
Wears a little thin.
It is Netflix, to be fair.
Yeah. Netflix hates opening sequences for whatever reason. So you said this was almost a one-parter at certain points.
Originally, it was proposed as a one-parter.
Okay. Oh, and it's about to play again, and here we are.
Okay, playing.
So, in the one-part version, would we have had the actual Wild West Rangers, or would it just have been Kimberly's adventure in the past?
Oh, you'd have still had the Wild West Rangers there, but it would have been, everything would have been a lot shorter.
Right. Because, like, there's so much that happens in this story between, you've got, One-Eyed Bulk and Doc Skullovich. You have, the establishment of the alternate versions of the teenagers, and then them having to take on the role of Power Rangers. It feels like just so much to compress into a single episode, along with, obviously, you can't cut anything with the cactus. Needle Nose is obviously the star of the show. So, yeah, it sounds like that would have been just so intensive to run through.
Yeah, I think they made a great decision to go for a two-parter on it.
Yeah.
It's time to breathe.
Yeah, there have definitely been episodes that have been stretched out, and yes, to the chat, we have just kicked off part 2, where we're just like, okay, we're just stretching for time. Ninja Encounter being a very strong example of a trilogy that did not have 3 episodes worth of story in many regards.
I forget that's a 3-parter.
Yeah, somebody in the Skype call just said that they forgot that was a 3-parter. Meanwhile, this one, there's enough things happening with regards to, all these fun Wild West characters that it really does feel very, very well filled out and developed.
Well, and they just had fun with it. The Vulcan Skull especially.
Yes.
And they used whatever was around them. I don't know that I necessarily had them break out of jail in that fashion.
Yes.
But I think they got there, they saw that there was a jail at the location, and said, okay, we're using this.
That's great. I also like just how the bars are just like, okay, I guess the metal just was not of good quality back in the day. This is also just, we get some great fight scenes in this 2-parter as well. Whether it's out in the desert or in the town. Oh, and now the command center. And of course, old-timey Vulcan Skull want to find out who the pig stranger is now. With the alternate command center, did you write in that it would have like these little shacks on the corners of it?
No, that was not me who put those in. I just had command center.
Okay.
1880s.
I love that they took that little note of Command Center 1880s and really ran with it, it looks like.
Yeah, I think they did.
Now, this I find kind of interesting, that she informs them that Rita and Zed are a threat. So, that makes sense that, to an extent, he would know that when Rita arrives in the 90s that Lord Zed would be coming later. Yeah.
That makes sense.
So you functionally created a little bit of a stable time loop here.
Well, certainly enough for Zordon to prepare.
Exactly. It gives him a little bit of a timeline there. And then here we get our first human ranger team, which is great.
It also gives him a reason to choose the rangers in the present that he does. Because these are the rangers from the past.
Exactly. Even though Billy's the only one of that group that's part of his initial choices, which is interesting.
True.
Oh, good old Cronton particles. I also love how Billy just kind of jumps in on whatever insane thing is happening. He just interprets... He immediately interprets everything as whatever the most insane version of that thing is. It's like, oh, I think Kimberly just fell through a time hole. And immediately Billy knows how to explain that, even though he's obviously has no hands-on experience with it.
Well, that's Billy.
In many regards, he must be just a really fun plot device of a character to have a character who immediately is able to explain whatever is happening without actually having any reason to know what's happening.
Well, certainly for a kids show, it was good to explain whatever we needed to at the time.
Exactly. And of course, we've got to have a Bulk and Skull try to find out who the Power Rangers are, bit with these versions of them as well. I'd like to imagine that that just reincarnations of Bulk and Skull need to recur throughout history, and they're like a nexus point for all of the Ranger history throughout time and space.
Every point in history need to come.
I'm down with that.
Yeah. And we also got to establish in this, obviously, the vitally important information that too much pink energy is dangerous. You know, that's obviously the moral for the kids to know at home. Too much pink energy is dangerous.
Yeah, there was some things we did. just energy in general, I think I was thinking at the time.
Yeah. Also, I think one thing that's interesting here is, you know, Zordon acknowledging that these are their great-great-grandparents. It does also give us a little bit of a reason for why Zordon's so tight-lipped on things. If he actually had foreknowledge of their futures as a result of this adventure, it would make sense that he wouldn't want to tell them things too far in advance and mess with things, like the arrival of Zed, for instance.
Sure.
So, I suspect those weren't, you know, long-term continuity implications that you were likely thinking of at the time, but those are definitely things that you can lay claim to there.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you write what you need at the time, and then later you figure out where that can go.
Yeah. It's really interesting sort of piecing together the world of Power Rangers in many regards in a retroactive sense. Like creating the story and then figuring out how it fits with everything else after it's already aired in some cases.
Well, there's so many different things you have to keep in mind, especially because you're working with footage from another show entirely, sometimes more than one show, and then keeping in mind the continuity of the show so far.
Right.
There's a lot to keep in your head.
Exactly. And you know, you had so little time in many regards to write these episodes.
I mean, for the most part, we would put episodes together in about, write a full script in about 2 weeks' time.
Right. Which, to my understanding, is a fairly compressed timeline.
It is. In other cases, there was times where we were even more compressed with that, where I would have to write a script in a single day, but I think I only had to do that once.
Which script was that with the fastest one?
It was a part of a series of storylines regarding Tommy and his brother.
Oh, and Power Rangers Zeo.
I was thinking Brother King Spear and Arrowhead. I believe that one was written in a day.
Oh, that's fascinating. I would not have expected that one to have been written in a day. Largely because that one was basically a season premiere, because there was a hiatus right before Brother Can You Spare Arrowhead, if I recall correctly. But I suppose they weren't produced that way.
No, I know that we needed it. It needed to be done fairly quickly for some production reason, and Doug Sloan came to me, and Doug and Ann Knapp came to me and asked if they gave me the footage in the morning, could could I have an outline by that night, and then if they approved it, could I have the script by the end of the day on Tuesday?
I love that. That must have been so high stress, but at the same time, just such a challenge to have to rise up to.
It turned out pretty well too, which is
absolutely.
I'm pleased to say.
I remember some of my favorite experiences back in college were doing what we call theater slams, where we'd meet up at like 8:00 on a Friday night to write a show, and then we'd perform it the following night at 8:00.
It's a lot like that.
Yeah, and there is a frantic energy that sort of comes to having to do something like that, and a lot of creativity too. Now we have gotten to the big fight for the Wild West Rangers here. Now these little aesthetic touches on the suits, the fringe and the bandanas, was that just the costume team just came up with it, or was that something that you specifically added into the script as well?
You know, I'd have to check the script to see, but my guess is it was probably the costumers who came up with that.
It's a nice little touch and just adds some nice distinction to the characters.
Well, I noticed that they don't have the power points on their belts. It's just normal belts.
Oh, that's...
We got.
Yep.
I am particularly like these episodes, which was nice because he actually wrote us a letter.
Yeah.
After these aired, and telling the cast and crew how much he appreciated the episodes.
Oh, that's great. That's always good to get that sort of validation there.
So that was something that was just, oh, look, he's getting shot by a
somebody in the Skype just noted that none of the Wild West Rangers apparently have their morphers on their belts, which is an interesting thing to be missing. I also love the voice actor work for Needle Nose. It just fits the character very well, I think. And it was Tony Oliver for Needle Nose, actually. I just double-checked that.
Oh, okay.
That's fascinating. I didn't realize that. I have the Ranger Wiki on hand to reference as we're watching, just in case I forget details.
By the way, what's your time code right now?
My time code? We're pretty near the end of this already. It's such a quick run. 14:19. 14:21. Okay. There it goes. Got a nice little hoedown going on. But yeah, the pacing on this whole two-parter is nice and quick and breezy, and it flows really well.
Well, thank you. It's kind of one of the things I always strive for is pacing, and sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. But this one it seemed to.
Yeah. Oh, I will agree that yeah. There are definitely plenty of times, especially during season 2, where the pacing feels like it's not quite hitting right. Because there was a lot to be handling at this time, especially when working up to, having all your actors go away to go film a movie in another country, and having those actors change halfway through the season.
Right. Yeah, there was a lot going on that year.
Oh, that reminds me of something I wanted to ask about. Do you know if there were any episodes this season that were initially pitched with the original cast, but then had to be reformed into fitting the newer Rangers?
Well, I imagine. Because we did a lot of these scripts in advance, not too far ahead, really. But we did do some in advance, and so there was a period of about a month and a half or so where we were, where there were a lot of meetings going on about what to do with the script so far and what to do with the scripts coming up, and just how specifically to handle the transfer of power.
Right. Fair enough. Oh, we just got another donation from Alex the Azarath, who just chipped in $10. Thank you very much, Alex the Azarath.
Very nice.
Fantastic. That pushes up to $6.55. So we're hoping to keep that chugging along so that we can hit season 3. We've managed to make it past our movie goal, which was 600. We're now $55 past that, which is very nice. Wonderful.
But everything I'm seeing on my screen right now is with the cactus monster now. He's exploding on my screen. I don't know about yours.
Yeah, I'm maybe a few seconds ahead of you. Right now, Rita is whining and because the Rangers blew up the cactus. They're very upset.
Yeah. You can just see how much footage there was to fit into it.
Hmm.
We lost Kimberly.
Oh.
I've adapted these communicators to enhance.
They've got to work around the. I like this last little. We have this last little stinger. There's still a tension to the episode post commercial before we have our final conclusion.
Like getting Kimberly back.
Right. And that's an important touch there. Like there are plenty of episodes of Power Rangers where in many regards the personal drama is resolved prior to the final monster battle, and then the denouement is often just, you know, a quick little, oh, this is what we learned kind of wrap up. Whereas this actually, you know, actively resolved a portion of the plot that was the main driver of the plot.
And there we go, she's back.
Yep. And yeah, it's crazy to kind of think that you really dove right into the action with that time travel thing, and so you really had to the opportunity to play around with this other world because you jumped into it so quickly, and then save that resolution for the very end. So you got to take advantage of really where the fun part of the episode is. It's the whole Wild West setting and dealing with all that.
Well, it's something the actors really enjoyed doing too.
Yeah.
And you can tell.
Exactly. When everyone's having fun, it plays. It plays through in the performance. And then we got that little Miss Kimmy showing up at the very end there.
Yes, yeah.
This very much sort of sense that the history sort of repeats and rhymes with itself. Where did I put my remote? There's my remote. So
there we go.
I'll pause things on my end so we can, you know, wrap up chatting about this. There's actually only one episode left in season 2, and that's crazy to me. This weekend has flown right by, and yeah, even Sheree in the chat right now is saying that this could have been a really fun season finale if the rest of the show was just Wild West Kimberly.
We almost got there. I mean, it's pretty close to the end of the season.
Yeah. Yeah, only one episode left. With the Blue Ranger Gone Bad is the next one, and that'll be the last one before we check out the movie for today. So, I do think it is nice to sort of take some lessons on this one, because it is very much a demonstration of if you want to have fun with a premise, you jump right into it. Don't get too bogged down in the exposition, although I think you had a wonderful exposition backstory for it that really works and plays into continuity there. And, you know, just lean into it. And while still working within that structure, you still had, okay, the Bulk and Skull counterparts, we're still trying to find out who the Power Rangers were, so we still had that element of familiarity. And there was a Power Ranger helping other people to gain self-confidence, which is a recurring trend that you've been seeing from the first episode. It was just in this case they were their ancestors, which is a fun twist on it.
Yeah.
So a lot of really fun, nice, and clear understanding of what makes Power Rangers work and leaning into it well, I think is all really well on display in this two-part.
Thank you. Were there any other questions from the other watchers?
All right, let's see. What do you guys have any questions for Mark? Writer of Wild West Rangers Part 1 and 2, as well as Second Chance from Season 1, Putty on the Brain, and Z-Waves also from Season 2, and many, many episodes beyond this as well.
Yeah, Master Violent Atomic Armor is one of my favorite three-parts from Mighty Morphin, so pretty awesome that he's here right now.
Yeah, Ray was just saying how awesome it is to have the writer of Master Violent and Metallic Armor here because it's one of his favorite trilogies.
Dino Charge. Dino Charge is one of my favorite seasons.
Dino Charge as well being a favorite season of his.
Oh, very, very nice to hear. Thank you.
Now, I'm obviously I'm familiar with you working on Power Rangers. I know that you're working on your children's books as well. My brain is so addled by Power Rangers. The Monster Hunters Club, or
it's called Monsters Anonymous Club.
Monsters Anonymous Club. There it is.
And it can be found on Amazon.
Yes.
I wrote this with a friend of mine named John Lip. It goes by J.L. Lip. So it's Lip with 2 P's. And the Monsters Anonymous Club with me is subtitled Extinction, which contains dinosaurs and UFOs.
It sounds so fun.
He wrote a previous book called The Monsters Anonymous Club called Don't Play with Dead Things, which is the first book in the series.
Right.
And that has to do with ghosts and a few other paranormal activities that these kids are battling. And we're just about to start writing the 3rd book in the series.
I really can't. I really want to find some time to sit, probably after, all of this election madness is resolved. I think that might need to be my next series to read. Because I'd like to see... I want to continue supporting your work and seeing what you've been up to outside of Power Rangers. I'm always interested in seeing, what other work kind of grows out of these experiences. And I know there was sort of there was a sort of a Power Rangers break for you in between, things being taken over by Disney and then Saban bringing it back and working with Chip again in Dino Charge.
Right. Basically from around 2000 to 2014 was my Power Ranger break, and then I came back briefly for Power Rangers at the end of 2014. Right. So those episodes were shown in 2015 for Dino Charge, which we shot in New Zealand.
Yeah.
And had to travel to New Zealand in order to write them.
Which must have been amazing.
That was fun. There was having a free trip, essentially a free trip to New Zealand, is one of the nicer perks of being a writer. That's
one of the dreams, to one day be able to be a part of that. Obviously I'm very happy with teaching, but that will always be sort of that childhood dream that's always on that to-do list, to try and have that experience, and I'm happy that you've been able to experience that.
Some days you have to remind yourself that you chose, as a writer, sometimes I'll think to myself, you chose this, and when it's the famine part of feast and famine, because that can happen too.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's not always trips to exotic parts of the world, but it's a life I'm very glad to be a part of.
Excellent. Yeah, I will admit, I know you've been watching the stream. You probably have seen my my Phantom Ranger costume next to me.
Yes, I have.
I know it's very unobtrusive, obviously. But yeah, whenever I'm like, doing my web series and like suiting up in the armor and losing and having trouble breathing in the mask while I'm trying to perform something, I'm just like, you chose this. No one else is making you do this right now. I'm not. In this particular case, I am literally the only person making myself do that.
Right.
So, it's part of that passion for doing what you love. What were some projects that could you share any of the stuff that you were working on? Sort of from that period of like 2001 to 2014. Any fun stuff from the Mark Litton archive that we should keep our eyes open for?
Let's see. Well, you mean from what episodes was I working on from Dino Charge, or anything else?
What you were working on that wasn't Power Rangers related during that sort of 14-year break?
Well, most of that time I was doing small things here and there for different companies. I did an episode of, for instance, that you might know about. I did an episode for Tron, the animated series.
I remember that.
Where I'm given story credit for that one, but the Tron only lasted for one season. We would have had the chance to do more if they had a second season.
Right.
And the other things that we're working on, I was working with a number of different people to pull together some, believe it or not, some horror projects that were going to be remakes of some 1950 style horror films, and then the funding fell out on those as we were approaching shooting, which happens a lot, and a lot of the other works that I was doing, we would get to a point where we're getting the money for it, but wouldn't. But for one reason or another, they didn't move forward. Usually, that can happen at the producer level. It can happen, a lot.
Right.
So that kind of thing would happen. But I was doing a lot of work for independent companies.
Cool.
At that time.
Yeah, I know that can be tricky when you don't know necessarily what. Obviously, Power Rangers was something that was a lot more stable in many regards than most children's television shows.
Well, and television in general is more stable than movies.
Right.
So in getting movies made, there's so many films, scripts out here that almost get made but don't.
Oh yeah, I can only imagine.
And that's frequent. There are people who spend their whole lives doing nothing but movies that don't get made.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that all those stories don't end up getting told in many regards.
In some cases, yes, and in other cases, it's okay.
Yes, I'm sure there are plenty of cases where it's probably for the best. I'm sure I've had plenty of ideas over the years where if I had actually gone through and executed them, I probably would have regretted it. But this has been a once again just a fantastic experience. I love sort of talking shop with you and getting a chance to sort of peel back those curtains and helping other people, find out a little bit more about what that whole process is like, because it's invisible to most of us. Yeah.
Thank you, Jacob. I really appreciate being able to get on here with you and talk and allow luck to raise some money.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we're going to continue to raise funds. We had just sort of had a little burst a little earlier today to push ourselves into the MMPR movie goal, and right now we're at 655, which it works us a little bit closer to our goal of being able to do all of season 3, and I know Master Vile and Metallic Armor is towards the end of season 3, so we really need to get all the way up there in order to get that going for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, I'll definitely keep watching to see how you're doing with the goal and whether or not we come back tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, the big things we're just asking everybody to try and do is just keep raising awareness of the cause. Spreadthevote.org to help get people voter IDs and get them to the polls so that they can vote in this election. And the more people that we can get here and get involved and see what's going on, the more contributions we'll be able to collect, and the bigger difference I'm hoping we'll be able to make. I'm also heavily encouraging everyone to volunteer at their local polling places if they can, and phone bank as well if they can. I use swingleft.org as a great organizational site for finding out about virtual phone banking going on in various swing states, so you can help out where your voice can make the most difference.
Fantastic.
So those are all points that I'm going to be focusing on, not just during the stream, but obviously volunteering myself after I have successfully exhausted everyone with my nonstop analysis of just dozens upon dozens of episodes of Power Rangers. I have to admit that some of these people in the chat are absolute champs, having had to listen to my voice for like 14 hours straight yesterday and then came back for more punishment today. I've been going for another 7.5 hours almost now. So,
well, that's dedication, definitely.
Trying my best, doing what I can. The way I see it, this is me training for a marathon. After this, I should be all good to run 5 miles. I'll be all fine. I definitely feel sore enough from being on this couch that I feel like I just ran a marathon.
I can see that.
All right. Well, thank you again, Mark, as always, for giving us that extra insight into Power Rangers and for helping us to bring more people in so that people can participate in this cause. Sheree, I was just earlier mentioning how you were calling out how Wild West Rangers would have been a great season finale, and Sheree has been with us for almost this entire thing. I believe I don't even know if she's taken any breaks because of going 14 hours yesterday and then 7.5 hours today. I can't remember really too many points where that name's disappeared off the chat list. So kudos to you and for reaching out to some of the guests we've had. So yes, thank you again, Mark. I'm hoping we get to chat more tomorrow. That'll be a sign that we've provided sufficient incentive for people to continue donating.
Me too. Well, you're very welcome, and here's hoping we talk tomorrow.
Excellent. Here's hoping.
Okay.
All right. Have a great night.
Bye for now.
All right, goodbye for now. May the power protect you, sir.
And you as well.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen, and all things in between and beyond.
He's honestly some of my favorite episodes.
Mark is just an absolute delight. He's so wonderful to talk to, so willing to lend his time, and very humble. Like he's. I always enjoy talking to him. I had some great chats with him at Power Morphicon last time around. Actually, that's what I know that a number of people were enjoying the Power Ranger prom at Power Morphicon last time, and it seemed like a lot of fun. But I was on sensory overload by that point, and I just couldn't. So I just got
It's funny.
yes.
You mentioned yesterday. Easy and I were at Morphicon, not last year, but in 2018.
Right.
The idea was we wanted to go there. We went to dinner with his friends. When we came back, the prom had already started, and we had heard rumor that the security was not letting anyone back in. So we decided just to scrap the idea.
Yeah, they were having problems with that.
Yeah, there were issues where we had apparently rented we rented the rooms, but apparently not the main hall, which doesn't make any sense because you need to go through the main hall to get to the rooms. I don't even know how that's a thing. It was very strange.
We made the right choice by going back to Pasadena for the next one.
Yeah, but the Power Ranger prom, I know people had a great time at, but I was like so exhausted because I've been running around doing so many things for the convention that I just couldn't stay with all the flashing light and the loud noise and all the people crammed together. So I popped out.
All my friends wanted to went to the prom, and I just I'm gonna take a nap.
Yeah. Well, what I did was I popped out of there and just went over to the other room where they had just finished up a panel, and I ended up talking with Mark Litton for like an hour, and that was sort of what I did instead of the prom.
That's honestly pretty
There you go.
So that's how like Mark and I are like friends on Facebook. So it's always great that I can sort of count on him to, contribute his time with projects like this. It's a wonderful feeling, especially knowing that I grew up watching some of his work. All right, so I think the time has come. We are at 4:30. This is now, I believe, 4:30 Eastern time. I believe now the time has finally come for us to hit the season finale of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Season 2.
A Jetlin finale, because he wrote this episode.
That's right. Oh man, this is our first big Chiplin finale. Oh man. It's gonna be crazy. Blue Ranger gone bad. I'm gonna hit play to let it start getting ready as it goes through the closing credits of the last episode. And we're going to be checking out the season finale. Maybe I'm hitting play. I thought I hit play. There it goes. As we're going into the season finale of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Season 2 and the crazy ride that it's been. Alright, MJ is on their way home. There we go. Alright. Where's Pocky at? Pocky needs to be in here. Somebody like tweet at Pocky, because we have double the Billy coming up. We know Pocky's going to need to be in here on this.
Well, I'm a Blue Ranger guy myself, so I'm in.
There we go. Thank you, Matty J. I think I'll just message her right now.
The intro? What are we doing here?
We are going to be doing skipping the intro. I'm just letting it roll, and I'll say when we're hitting now for play 1 minute past. So now for play 1 minute past. There we go. We are at 1 minute and 5 seconds into Blue Ranger Gone Bad. Title has just gone by.
It's so weird. Wild West Rangers is one of those episodes where it's so great, but it's so rippable at the same time. I was itching to just throw in some jokes.
Oh, it's fine. I know it's kind of wacky.
You like that?
Yeah. Okay. I'll see you in a bit. Just talking to the writer of the episode while watching it.
There's that.
Billy's little hologram is hilarious. Oh, and Billy is just not done with the ladies yet. We gotta get Violet in here now. We've had Margot, we've had Laura, now it's time for Violet. That is one of those things where it's downright unsettling. Like I'm not gonna lie. If someone like just made that made a statue of me I might be a little weirded out. Like, it'd be less weird for me because I know I'm a semi-public figure because I'm a YouTuber. I say semi-public, like, let's face it, most people in this world do not know who I am, but I do have, like, 3,000 something subscribers who ostensibly know who I am.
It's weird. I mean, I've been doing a wrestling podcast for 10, been doing Ranger Recap for about 8, at least 6 years.
Yeah.
I've joined the Easy with the Toka Riffs every Sunday.
Yeah.
People are like, hi, Maddie. But no one's like jumping at me. It's like, oh my God, it's Maddie Chang, and jumping around and saying hello, hello, and it's like, it's weird. It's a weird thing.
Yeah.
Hey, Maddie, what'd you think of that draft on Friday night?
I have a podcast that is available on Spotify called The WrestleCast.
All right, I'll go check it out.
I understand I understand this is a PG show, and I will not repeat the words I've said about that said draft.
That is fair.
Yeah.
I have words.
I remember this was part of like a Blue Ranger week too. Just I think there was a Pink Ranger week and then there was a Blue Ranger week, where on Fox Kids they were showing off like a bunch of Kimberly episodes and then they wrapped it up with Best Man for the Job, and then they showed the and then they had the Billy episodes and that concluded with Blue Ranger Gone Bad.
Not a way to lure people in.
Excuse me. Billy's just like, I wouldn't know what to say to her. It's like, Billy, you have more mad game than anyone in this franchise.
For real.
Does, technically.
What are you doing, buddies? What is that little like boot scoot boogie you're doing there? Like I never. It's always so random. Like they did a little rumba and then the little tush out kind of move. I don't know what that was, but I want to believe that it's from like a musical and like all. I want to believe the putties when they're just like there, like, standing inactive behind Zed. The reason is because they're all actually just listening to show tunes in their earbuds. That's what's happening. They just love show tunes that much.
Right. They have Bluetooth installed in their heads.
Exactly. Oh no.
Yeah, back in '95. Imagine that.
I mean, they're aliens. They could have earbuds.
True.
Thank you for the exposition for Billy there, Squat.
Let Billy know he's a statue.
There you go. By the way, I tweeted over to Pocky. I don't know if she'll get it, but
Okay, yeah, I sent her a message as well. We'll see if she's able to join in for double Billy time.
Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm always the weak thing anyway. I'm turning heel.
I like that the fog of Morpheus. That's a like Greek mythology reference there. That's a little deeper than we usually get on these. Chip's trying to show off there. How you doing there, buddy? You staying awake? You okay? You surviving? I understand. You gotta focus. You gotta focus to keep up. I get it. We'll stay with it. We're good. We're good. Just talking with my co-host here. We're making things work. Billy, so much is your type.
Wow.
Why do you, when you've been created to pretend that you're Billy, why do you have to go and do non-Billy things? I feel like that's not helpful.
Seriously, like, okay, we made it obvious, but really?
Look at him. You want to make a Billy that actually
Billy's pumping iron. Look at this.
He's benching 300 pounds. He couldn't even bench a pound.
I mean, no, it's Billy. He can bet. Like the dude's has had arms since season 1. Let's not pretend that he doesn't.
I'm just saying in character, he can only bench 8 pounds.
Next season he starts to
Like he's been doing backflips. There's no way that you can do a he's been doing all these handsprings. There's no way you can do that unless you have some serious upper body strength.
Yeah, like this is kind of the start because like by the time he's running the power chamber in Zio, he is swole.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's face it. He was always just built. Like he was ranking right up there with Zach and Jason and just trying to hide it. There you go. Yeah, just send them some Technobabble. They'll just do whatever. You use enough Technobabble, people will just roll with it and do whatever you ask them. That's what we're learning here.
Yeah, they bought it. Yeah, they bought it. Yeah, no, they totally bought it. Not blind and sinker.
Yeah. Good call there, Tommy. And I also find it interesting how the where their morphers are seems to be a thing that shifts around. Because we've seen, like, usually they just reach behind their belts, so ostensibly they're on their belts. But sometimes they're in their backpacks.
Also, Kimberly was the obvious one. I was like,
yeah.
Billy's been acting very strange.
No.
Yeah. And then you have like things where, like, when they reach behind their back to morph in the wedding, they didn't like act like, oh wait, no, it's not behind me. They acted like, wait, I tried to summon it and it didn't work. So it's like, what is the deal with these morphers? Do you summon them? Do you keep them in your backpack? Do you keep them on your belt? Where do you keep them? And even in Zed's Monster Mash, like, Kimberly took note of, oh, Tommy doesn't have his morpher. How could you tell? They're always hidden. There's a lot of inconsistency on that front, and it's curious.
Maybe they're invisible until you activate, until you reach for it behind you. I don't know.
Yeah. Basically, the short answer is the morphers are wherever the plot needs them to be.
Yeah, it's
they are. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Because in season 3, when Cat steals the power point, it's just the power point, not the morpher.
Right. They're doing it! Oh my god!
Oh, yes!
We joked about this earlier! And we are back! There we go. I'm getting the hang of this. So let me correct this again. Back to Blue Ranger Gone Bad. So everybody was wondering, what caused Jake to freak out right before it froze the laptop? And it was very simply that something I had completely forgotten about. That we were...
West Side Putties.
West Side Putties, indeed.
Yes.
Because we'd been joking how they kept referencing different musicals. And when Dave was on earlier, we were joking how it would be funny if they did West Side Story. And then they did it! They come out snapping like, when you're dead, you're dead. Like, that was some Sondheim stuff going on there. That was amazing. Oh, hello, Oliver. How are you doing there, little fluff? Alright, we are at 10:48. Ready to resume. 3, 2, 1, play. Oh my goodness, the West Side Putties.
Oh.
That was an amazing moment there. Do 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 do.
On a backpack on a tree ball and ass, brother.
Oh my goodness, amazing. P is equal to the radius times the cosine of theta over 2. B is equal to the radius times cosine of theta over 2. I'm trying to figure out what he's referring to. B is equal to the radius cosine theta over 2. What is that referencing? I'm trying to think what that's a formula for.
There's some math nerd either geeking out or raging right now.
Well, like, one of the things is, like, I'm pretty sure he's just, like, throwing things together right now, because I'm a physics and math teacher, and I don't know what formula he was trying to quote there. Like, B equals radius cosine theta over 2. That could mean anything. I don't know what B means, what B is representing in that particular situation. Or was it radius is B cosine theta over 2? I don't know what that was trying to reference. Oh, this is a nice little teamwork move there.
Yeah,
I feel like Johnny just was getting more and more confident in these as he spent more time on the show.
I just noticed that Rocky has movie hair. It's a little longer.
Yeah.
In the movie.
Oh, so, yeah. Somebody was hoping that.
Do to get a nap around here. It's always grumpy.
Scott was hoping that what I was reacting to was a hefty donation, which would be lovely. I would also love to see that. That's also always great. If there's anyone who has not yet donated, obviously, a number of people already have. Oh, and here we've got Vase Face, which is just like, it's really interesting with regards to the use of Die Ranger monsters that, like, the monsters from the monster from the season finale was just in a random spot in the middle, and then the monster that is in the actual season finale is just placed in a random episode.
Yeah, completely.
Let me see if I can find. Pretty sure I got this one somewhere as well. Gotta watch out for that toxic fog. There we go. I do have. It's a little bit out of sequence because I have it listed before. There is Vase Face. Made from a vase. He has it for his face. Once again, calling back my 25-year-old drawings. Nice, they got the backpack. I love this. The split screen Triceratops morph is great. No, I'm Billy. No, you're Billy. No, I'm your Billy.
I'm good, Billy. And you're bad, Billy.
Not sure how he gave him the power to vote. I'd like to get there.
Yeah, exactly. Probably could have morphed before. I don't know. Just make sure they don't move while you're dealing with this. Nice. And there goes Bad Billy. Oh, he just gets brutalized. Boom, boom.
It's its hand. That thing is so clearly squishy and like inflatable.
Oh yeah, I know. But it switches. Sometimes they have him with like a squishy like Nerf grenade, and then sometimes he has the actual grenade that looks like the actual like thing from the figure and from the Sentai footage. It varies because they switch back and forth between two different versions of basically the same shot.
Okay.
And it's weird. I don't know why they keep switching back and forth. I assume that they just lost track of which one was which and weren't paying that close attention.
That would make sense.
There's just so much stuff going on at this stage. But I hope that everyone has been enjoying season 2. We're hitting the end of it now. It's crazy. With the first ever Chiplin finale.
There you go.
Yes.
Complete with the the fog of Morpheus.
Yeah.
It's interesting how these first two seasons, both of them ended on like some random shipping.
Yeah, no, Strange Stew too. That was a random episode I just ended the season on.
Yeah. Because we had
Even though
yeah.
the Mutant Rangers could have been better finale for season one, but
Right. Like was Oyster Stew, you know, we had, you know, Zach finally getting together with Angela, even if it was only for one episode and then she was never seen again. Meanwhile, here we get the whole Billy Violet storyline.
And she's never seen them.
There was a lot of shipping in early Power Rangers compared to later seasons. It's interesting.
I mean, now they don't really want to focus on romance unless it's Ranger on Ranger.
Yeah. Well, recurring characters don't really happen anymore. Ooh, I wonder if Vaseface was I wonder if that was a pre-White Ranger Sentai villain. Because it felt like they just sort of snipped in that white dino, the white tiger Zord in there.
Yeah, I don't think that White Tiger Zord appeared that much in Die Ranger, so a lot of footage is just them reusing shots.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking. This was like episode 16 of Die Ranger. That's such a random choice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lovely painting. Kim did a really good job.
Aww. Didn't even look like it was something she tried to paint like some weird stuff over a photo.
Oh, Sheree was pointing out shouldn't he be doing the dual staff move with Rita, which wasn't really a move they had in season 2. The dual staff for growing monsters didn't really kick in until season 3. Great. It's great. The Golden Billy is amazing.
A Gold Ranger, like that'll never happen.
I want to believe that she gifted this to Billy, and then like during Zeo, he would go home and like look at that at his shelf and just be like, nice gesture. It's a nice gesture. Just take it for what it is.
Yeah.
And she was never seen or heard from again.
Even she's like, yeah, that was a little weird.
I'm surprised that like Laura was like, you know, that middle love interest was the only one that we actually like saw more than once.
Oh, right, the one in the Magnet episode, right?
Right, because she also invited him to the vice versa dance.
Right.
Billy just.
All right.
He just goes for it.
There's the family starting to arrive, and I gotta say hi to them. So.
All right.
Thank you for having me on, guys.
Great to have you on here. Have a great evening.
Yeah, have a great evening. You as well. Enjoy the movie. Obviously, you're gonna it's Power Rangers.
Of course. Well, MJ should hopefully be arriving soon, and then we will be watching it together. But in the meantime, I'm going to be doing my little unboxing. All right, let the power protect you, sir.
You as well.
So I'm going to just change things up to movie preview time.
Yeah. So right, everybody, that we have this preview of the duration of the movie to raise another I don't know, $545 if we want to do season 3.
Let's try for it. Can we do that? I think we could do it. What, $500 in like 2 hours? We can do that, right? We can do that standing on our heads, right? Yeah.
Remember, but it's for a good cause. We're trying to help people regain their right to vote, which is more important this year than almost any other year hasn't been in the past.
Exactly. I see that my father is in the chat. I missed that earlier. Apparently, he just discovered that that he lives within 9 miles of Xavier's school for the gifted,
Nice.
according to Google Maps. But yeah, I'm finally unboxing my DVD because I haven't had any reason to break it out because I have it all up here. And I've watched it when it's on TV. I've seen it through other means, etc. Had the old VHS. So let's check out this DVD and see what we got on here. If I can actually get the casing open. So I'm obviously very competent at everything that I try to do, including opening a basic plastic packaging. Oh, what's wrong with me? I'm a former knife salesman. I've got a pocket knife right over here.
Okay.
I've led an odd life, I guess you could say, thus far. As the physics teacher who does Power Rangers YouTube and is a former knife salesman. I spent a summer researching cancer. I spent another summer as a research assistant. In an internship for a pharmaceutical company developing a weight loss drug. A pharmaceutical company that, interestingly enough, has now issued experimental medication to the President of the United States.
Oh my.
Yeah, I actually had an internship with Regeneron. So that's a weird random thing, so I was very surprised to see their name in the news.
There you go.
Here we go. I finally got that plastic packaging off. Now it's time to remove that little
Hey Jake,
sticker.
in preparation for the movie, can I pull in one of my Ranger Asian compatriots?
Yeah. Who we got?
Shadow Ranger, one of our moderators, the guy that was here with me in the last stream.
Sure. I'm always having more the merrier.
Here.
Trying to.
He can take my place because I'm about to head out.
Okay, you need to run?
Thanks for having me on the stream. I will be on tomorrow if you guys donate enough money and we can watch season 3.
Excellent. All right, thank you, Ray.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Here we go.
Later, Shadow Ray.
So just showing it off here, we've got that packaging with that classic movie silhouette look. It doesn't have the proper logo.
Change the Shadow Ray for a Shadow Ranger. What's up, Jeff?
Yeah.
What's up?
Welcome. And then we've got You Ooze, You Lose.
We're copying you. I'm not on camera, but we're wearing the same shirt. Why aren't you on camera? Because a lot of us haven't been on camera. We're trying not to overtax Jake's phone.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
You prefer I not be on camera?
My phone has actually held up to all of this pretty well.
Camera, but he's not pointing us at the screen, so only he can see us.
I can turn you guys around to point you at the camera if you prefer.
Doesn't really matter.
It was mostly I had it pointed at myself because we were having a phone conversation with Mark Litton, and so that was the main focus. All right, so I've got the DVD. There's no other real. There's nothing else really going on inside the case. No liner notes or anything.
All right.
So I'm going to pop this in here. I'm going to give you a moment to
get out of my COVID clothes, please.
Yeah. You always like to have a change of clothes when you get home when we're living in
always a good idea.
Crazy.
Yeah, it is a good idea.
Apocalyptic scenario.
Yep. Let me.
All right, popping this into the disc machine player thing. The digital video disc player.
Be right back.
All right.
Hi, Chris.
So yes, I'm just off camera, inserting the digital video disc of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie into our Sony digital video disc player.
Are you like being Dr. K or something? Why can't you use acronyms?
Because I'm buying you time to change your clothes.
I see.
Also, I'm just trying to keep myself talking while I'm off camera because right now the moneymaker's not on screen.
Your face?
Okay.
The moneymaker?
My face is the moneymaker, obviously.
Well, I changed. I'm gonna let some popcorn pop.
Okay. Oh, you're gonna have some popcorn?
I'm
Let's be honest,
starved, and I
Jake.
don't have
That
time
helmet
to
is
cook.
the money maker.
Oh, the helmet's the money. You're right. The helmet's the money maker.
Popcorn it is.
All right.
You would see most of the stream this weekend, Joe.
Oh, I forgot. I have to
He's had the
change
phone
the.
facing
I have
up
to
to the
change
screen.
the.
He's had it in front of the helmet, so whoever's been on camera has been the Phantom Ranger.
Yes.
Don't forget to change the TV source.
I almost forgot. Well, it's not the TV source that I have to change. It's the what's plugged into the TV.
Because you've got the Wii plugged in, haven't you?
I forgot that I need to change out the cords in the back of the TV because that's how rarely we use the DVD player.
That is true.
And this is, of course, a very old DVD player at this point.
It plugs into the only VGA ports.
No, not VGA, composite. Here we go. We have our Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie up on screen. All right, I'm trying to make some room here so that MJ can join me on the couch.
You might have to evict the Phantom.
Yes, exactly. You'll have to be the new moneymaker now. You're replacing the Phantom at the start of the show here. All right, anybody want to advertise? We are hitting 5 o'clock, which means the movie will be kicking off soon. And yes, there's a golden shovel under there the whole time.
Yes, there is.
Because that is...
We need shout-outs because the main audience is tapped out. As
Yes.
is understandable after 2 whole days of this.
Exactly. I don't want to, like, exhaust all of your funds. I'm just looking to get more people in here. We need more eyeballs. We're about to react to Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie. That should be a big draw for people. Everybody's excited about Mighty Morphin.
Yeah.
Look, this is groundbreaking. This is groundbreaking. That's why we got the golden shovel.
Also, we got to be careful here. We're going to have some stiff competition because Brendan Mejia is starting a live stream in an hour.
What? Have him come over here. Tell him to have his live. Have him join us.
If he comes over here, that would be...
Have him to bring his audience over here. We're raising good funds for a good cause. Anyone want to message Brendan Mejia? I'd appreciate it. It'd be great. I'm sure everybody here obviously has pull with Brendan Mejia.
Do not pester.
Don't pester, obviously. I'm being somewhat facetious. Now let's see, what extra features do we have on here? I am intrigued.
Good stuff.
So yeah, again in social media, anyone I don't know. I don't think so. Not to my knowledge.
Hit start.
I don't think it's going.
It wouldn't surprise me if they had the Mariska Hargitay takes on there.
Ooh, I wonder.
No, none of that stuff has ever made the DVDs.
I don't
really?
think so.
Yeah.
Let's see, what are the extra features on here?
But none of that stuff none of the deleted stuff or any of that has ever
Okay,
made
this
the
just
DVDs.
has two
Everybody
things.
wants
It's
it
got
to, but it never has.
It's got a featurette and a theatrical player. So let's see the featurette. See what that's about.
Yes.
Alright, so
By the way, if anyone wants to watch it, that featurette is on YouTube under Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie behind the scenes, I believe.
oh, here we go. We're getting this little slow zoom in. State of emergency. This is the featurette. I have no idea how long this actually is. This might be like 2 minutes. This could be an hour. I have no idea.
It's about 30 minutes.
Oh, really? This is a 30-minute featurette? Okay, you know what? Yeah, let's...
I believe so. I will double check it if you give me 1 second. Hang on.
Like, I don't think that this is Secrets Revealed. Which I know was like an hour-long special on TV. Is this Secrets Revealed?
Maybe. Oh, if it's just a mini behind-the-scenes commercial, that's only about 4 minutes.
Okay, yeah. That's what I figured. I like they might be giants there in the background for a moment. I can pop you guys on the video, by the way, if you like.
Your stream, man, it's up to you. Okay, so yeah, Secrets Revealed is about 45 minutes. That's the full documentary.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I remember recording that.
The mini behind-the-scenes commercial, that's only like 4 minutes. That's what short.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Ivan Ooze is great. Oh my god. He just owns the role so well. That fade was not great.
There is one way. It's a way to get stronger powers than we had. We have to find this master warrior. Her name's Delcia.
Woo! Just a nice little audio clips here and there.
Find out how to use it.
So we're staring at your cat and your camera.
You're staring at my
That's
camera.
because we are facing, the audience can see us, but that means that the camera
That's
on
it.
the
Yeah, I
phone
pointed
is
you at
away
the
from
camera, not at me.
Big machines that we man.
We need Ninja Megazord power now!
The Megazord,
Here.
all of our Zords put
Okay,
together.
I have tweeted it out.
Just explaining what Zords are. I love that. I'm not gonna lie. I love the CG Ninja Megazord. It makes me happy. I saw that in the movie theater. I'm just like, that is just amazing. I love it.
The uniform that you're looking at right now is completely different from the one on the show. The one on the show felt like a power.
We're in trouble. Yes.
Yeah.
It's like shields, like armor.
Yeah.
All right. I see. Pocky just arrived in the chat.
All right.
Well, that was a dud.
What happened? What happened? What?
I'm gonna try another bag.
That is a weird bag of popcorn. Show me that bag of popcorn. Look at this.
That's post microwave.
It imploded. What is this?
It failed, clearly.
I'm just gonna toss this in the trash can nearby. Or at the trash can. I can't quite reach. Okay, it was close enough. It's trash can adjacent now.
I'll get it. Yeah, the popcorn did not go off well.
Oh dear.
That CG.
Though.
Like, oh my goodness, it's
That
amazing.
CG though.
That is amazing.
Star Wars.
Yeah.
It's an adventure. It's fun.
It is a fun adventure. Action. 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 Yes. There's just a lot of fun stuff to this movie. Like, I'm sure that it was just crazy to try to put together, and a bunch of things had to change all along the way.
Oh good, this one's expanding.
Okay, that's good to hear. Apparently this next bag of popcorn is not insane. Yeah, Poggy, this was like right before my 10th birthday. It was right around the same time.
Let me put my
So,
booster cushion in.
So I think, yeah, you gotta get your little boost
Booster.
going there. Your booster seat.
My booster seat.
But yeah, Pocky, if you want to join the Skype call as well, you are welcome. Just let me know if you want us to add you in.
Hi, Becky. I'm just getting some food.
Yep. We'll be making some adjustments to make sure everybody fits in the frame a little bit better in just a moment. So I may need to actually adjust this camera. It's like I know you've been staring at me from this one angle this whole time, and now I'm changing the angle, and it's like I'm shifting the world. We're changing the world here, people. That's what we're doing. One camera angle at a time. Move this over here, maybe. There we go. So now there should be, hopefully, if I shift that angle a little bit, there we go. Now you're still in view there. Now, hopefully that should, in that way, but we should still have enough room for MJ right here next to me. I think we should be good, approximately. There we go. All right, you've got the popcorn.
Got the popcorn.
We got the popcorn. Ooh, that is steamy.
Might be a little on fire.
What? Fire? Don't set popcorn on fire.
Can I have a coaster? There's one right there.
Sure. Let me get the plastic packaging out of the way from the DVD. Just making some room here. We're about to kick off this crazy movie. So yeah, I can add in Pocky here. All right, is that as close as you can get to me?
No, I can slide a little bit more, but I just gotta move my booster first.
Okay.
I'm on the edge of my booster.
I'm trying to make sure that there's room for you and for
the video.
and for the guests.
Alright, so the booster's gonna have to go closer to you, so I can go closer to you.
All right, you know what? I'm just gonna pop in a quick invite to Pocky to join as well.
Whoop!
Whoop. And this is just totally wrapped
Down
up.
goes
in
the
folder.
tripod.
Ah, I got this. I'm doing things. I'm a competent human adult.
Are you?
In some respects.
Are you now?
Sometimes. Ish. I'm gonna go with ish.
So yeah. Especially since we, at this rate, might not get Pocky tomorrow.
We'll see. We'll see. We need more people to raise more funds.
We
That's
need
what
more
we need.
eyeballs is what we need.
We need the eyeballs. Give
but
us all the eyeballs.
You know, there's a reason for this. We're not doing it just to try and like milk people. The idea is that if the stream has run its course,
Yeah.
then it needs to end.
Yeah, basically. We don't want to, you know.
Beat a dead horse.
Exactly. We're trying not to squander people's time if it's not being productive in getting funds in the right direction where we need them to go. All right. And Jenny's run out of time, so you can watch the rest later, and that's fine. Okay, I'm twisting this around. Verticality. It's
totally vert.
Totally vert. So
Totally
here we go.
vert.
Here
I'm
we go.
totally short. Even with my booster, I'm like down here.
Okay, you know what? I can probably shift a few things to make things work a little bit better. Just
Can you tell, by the way, guys in the chat, that I am fully an entire foot shorter than Jacob?
Just a little bit.
Maybe I need another pillow to sit on.
All right. Yeah, you can grab another one of those. So we are going back to the main menu here. So we're getting. You know what? I'll toss on the theatrical trailer. The theatrical trailer. That'll give us another 2 minutes there, or 30 seconds. Something in between 30 seconds and 2 minutes. Maybe 10 seconds. Maybe I'm just gonna see like coming soon, and that'll be the end of it. I don't know.
Alright, so I'm now sitting on 2 pillows.
Nice.
And my foot.
This was so hyped to see on TV in the trailer ads.
Ow!
Whoop, you okay? What'd you do?
Stubbed my toe, and yeah, I think I broke my big toenail.
What? No, why did you do that?
Didn't mean to.
So much rocking and rolling going on here. Oh my. Welcome, GD Monster. I see we've got Omega Reds here as well. Obviously, Pocky, El Nero Diablo, Sean. I'm sure we've got a bunch of people in the chat. We're gonna keep getting people here. I'm sorry that Jenny C is heading out, but I'm hoping she has a great day.
I've hurt myself. I'll be right back.
Oh my goodness.
Guys, look, you've got this featurette on.
It's a trailer. It's got like 30 seconds. I had so many questions watching this because I had no idea. No one has any idea who Mordant is. He just shows up out of nowhere. Uh-oh, we're in trouble. Something's come along and it's burst our bubble. Yeah, yeah. Uh-oh, we're in trouble. Gotta get hungry. March on the double.
I must reiterate how difficult it is for me to reach my own feet right now.
Yeah. By the way, to Pocky, I believe I've sent you an invite if you want to join the Skype call. I don't know if you got it or not.
This is a Billy Focus episode.
Well, we just finished the Billy Focus episode.
Oh, okay.
We are on a movie, hun.
We're on the movie.
That's what's happening right now.
Oh, right. Sorry, I remember seeing the tweet just before I left where people were trying to tell Pocky that the Billy episode was coming.
Right. It was the season finale of season 2.
Pay attention now. Here it comes.
Why is Billy's voice coming out of Tommy in that trailer? That's great.
Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that sounded an awful lot like David Yost.
It sounded exactly
David
like David Yost.
Okay, I'm not imagining things.
Also, I love that They Might Be Giants and Devo and Red Hot Chili Peppers are all in this. It's a crazy soundtrack. It's a great soundtrack.
You own it?
Do I? I don't think I might have it on cassettes. I'm not sure.
I'm eating around the burnt kernels. Those are yours.
Oh, I feel so blessed. Okay, so main menu.
Oh, now playing.
All right, so now we are about to kick off. For those of you who have been waiting with bated breath, we are about to kick off Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
The movie.
The movie.
Okay.
And
You're definitely going to have to do the space and indent thing.
yeah, I need to do the spacing thing that I do eventually when
So,
it reacts.
Fun fact.
What's our fun fact?
I did not know this until like a year or two ago.
Yes.
Yeah, bated breath is spelled B-A-T-E-D. It is not baited like bait with fish.
Yeah, I know.
I did not know this.
Good to know.
So yeah, confession time, guys. I've never seen this whole movie.
Which is crazy to me.
Like, I've seen clips,
Aren't?
but I have not seen, like, sat down and actually watched this movie.
It's like I don't even know you.
Babe, you just took it out of the cellophane.
I know.
When else was I gonna? How was I gonna watch it?
I don't know. Okay.
In the cellophane.
All right, here we go. Stretching it out. Rolling the neck. Feeling limber. Feeling good. Ready to go. We got this. We got this. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie. Let's go. Ready and play. I've got my remote over here. 20th Century Fox Home Entertainment.
Company right back.
Ba-lump-bum, ba-la-la-lump-bum.
I am paying attention. I'm just also keeping an eye on our Twitter situation.
By the way, you won't believe it. We got to see West Side Putties.
Is that like West Side Story, but with putties?
When the Putties arrived, we were joking how the Putties kept doing musical moves when they came out.
Yeah, they did Fosse, they did Swan Lake, and one of them was West Side Putties.
They did the snaps as they came out for Blue Ranger Gone Bad. It was amazing.
The putties are having too much fun.
It was so much fun.
Jake freaked out so hard at it that he broke his screen.
Oh my!
Since
It's gotta crawl.
It does.
Oh yes.
Command Center. For the never-ending struggle against evil. With the aid of his trusted assistant, Alpha 5, the noble master sought out his 6 extraordinary teenagers and gave them the power to transform into a superhuman fighting force.
I'll tell you something.
In time of great need.
If I was not very pregnant right now, I would totally be wearing my Alpha 5 shirt.
To call upon colossal assault vehicles known as swords and a guarded secret. Today, that tradition continues.
There's no way that I can fit this belly in that shirt, though.
I like how they refer to it as a tradition when this was before it really became like, a legacy.
Yeah. It's like they didn't know that Power Rangers was gonna last for frickin' 25 years.
Yep. Well, I gotta change this because right now it's regular definition but letterbox. I need to change the setting on the TV there.
Because now we've got double letterboxing.
Yeah.
I do have to say, I love it. It is a great logo.
Yes.
What are you, crazy? This is your idea.
There we go.
So I mentioned this earlier, but in one of the episodes that they filmed while in Australia.
Oh my goodness, they're not wearing their parachutes yet?
Nope. They're Vulcan Skull.
How
did they even lift off without being in their parachutes?
They're Vulcan Skull.
I know, but any proper parachute service that takes you up in an airplane would make sure that everybody is wearing
I'll
their
try
parachutes.
inviting Pocky again because I think she missed the previous invite. Whoop.
Would make sure that everybody is in their parachutes before takeoff.
Oh, here we go, some Stevie Wonder.
Like, you don't put your parachute on in the plane.
Right. Keep on.
So is Tommy the only one on an airboard?
Yes, because he's Tommy.
I also love that they're totally color-coded and Vulcan Skull don't question this.
It's beautiful.
Like, you'd think, watching them all do this, that you might get that kind of, are these the Power Rangers?
I know. The color-coded full body suits and everything.
I mean, it's one thing when it's just their t-shirts or whatever.
Showing up in like a shirt that color, and wearing a full bodysuit that looks like you're worth armor.
But it also you just kind of forget about all of that because it looks amazing. This is just a great, fun opening scene.
Seriously, look at that with the helmet, and you're like,
Oh, what'd I do? Come on. Till I reach the high ground. They are on the highest ground. They are skydiving. They're actually...
They're actually going to lower ground.
They're trying to reach a lower ground.
Than they were before. Oh, it's a jump-a-thon to save the observatory. Huh?
Yes, of course it is. Oh, there we go. We have the bottom half of your head right now.
They even have color-coded parachutes.
They do. If you want to adjust things, right now we have the bottom half of your face. So we can see your lovely smile, but nothing above that. There we go. Whoop. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Where are you? Ah, come back.
Hit fewer buttons.
I was trying to hit volume to make sure it was maxed out. Here comes Bit. Nice way to introduce everybody. Kimberly.
Ooh, she hit the bullseye.
Nice. Yep. They're all hitting the bullseye right there. Because they're amazing.
And then Bulk and Skull are gonna miss the target completely, aren't they? Like, has anyone seen Bulk and Skull since they jumped?
Nobody's seen Bulk and Skull.
Are they still on the plane?
Maybe.
They hadn't figured out how to put their parachutes on yet.
They might still be on the plane. They might still be on the plane. He's got to hold it up. There we go. This is all just insane.
Is this father and son important to the movie?
Yes.
Yes.
Of course they are. Alright, I'm checking on here again. Did I get Pocky in here? Okay.
You did?
And then we lost image. Okay. I'll just roll with it. That guy is...
Australian.
He's trying not to be, but he is.
He's very Australian.
Yeah. I'm amazed I never really noticed that before. It's been years.
Thank you, Billy.
They probably landed on the road.
You guys better hurry up and jump. We're running out of fuel. I gotta pee.
I'm
gonna pee the eagle. Pee the swallow.
Did anyone notice the discrepancy in that shot?
You cannot jump without buckling your helmets.
Lovely.
Did anyone else notice that Narvi had the parachute around his arm, but when they jumped, Skull had the parachute on his back?
Huh.
Suddenly they're all really good at rollerblading now, too.
They're great at everything. They're the Power Rangers. This movie really just highlighted how ridiculously good they are at
They're
everything.
not morphed, which means that they all had to learn to rollerblade this well as well.
Yes.
Like, when they were skydiving, that could very easily have been stunt people.
Oh, it was.
And actually, some of these back shots of jumping in rollerblades are also not them.
Yeah.
But they at least were really confident enough to swerve and weave like they did in that shot where we could see all their faces.
Yeah.
You can't just go rollerblading through a construction site. People are trying to work.
And there's Bulk and Skull.
Oh, you're kicking and spewing threw off the stealth eagle's sense of direction. Plain duck gets more like it.
Did they get tangled or did his chute not deploy?
I think his chute didn't deploy.
I kind of hope that like somebody sues the skydiving place after this because so many different things.
Building's supposed to be over there.
Yeah.
And what's that man doing over there without proper foot protection? Who's in charge around here, huh?
Aw, Dave.
Always.
Act like you're an authority.
It's just a fun little bit. When people act like they're in authority, other people just roll with it, regardless of how well they actually.
Oh, that's not ominous at all.
No, not even a little bit.
And that's when you call Dave. Or somebody else with an archaeology degree.
It's true.
I mean, if they know better by now.
You'd think so. You would hope so.
But apparently not.
But apparently they decided they need to get a crane in, because let's face it, capitalism. It's just like, they have a job to do.
Years ago at this point that some people opened a thing that they weren't supposed to open on the moon, and all that.
This has got to be some kind of an OSHA violation.
Yeah, but it's not on the moon, so it's okay.
These
biggest dumpster on Earth. What could go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong with this?
Well, I'm sorry, if I see a giant manhole cover looking thing with that intricate of a creepy design, I'm not
Okay,
touching
so
that.
now will you call the archaeologists?
Yeah, just that, like, it comes up out of the earth, and...
Yeah.
Don't touch it!
Why not?
Do not touch it!
Well, why touch it? See, he doesn't touch it.
Right.
He didn't touch it. He's fine.
That guy is dead.
He's fine. He's still breathing. His chest was moving.
Okay, while we're waiting.
Jason David Frank showing off by doing rollerblade stunts in a scene where you can see everybody's face.
Because he likes to show off what he can.
What's up, Alpha?
Rangers, Zordon needs you at the command center. It's urgent.
On our way.
Here we go.
Really cool normal teleportation effect.
They
Never look both ways before teleporting, do they?
It's like basic traffic safety. They're just not big on that part. It's a blind spot. It's one of the few things they're bad at.
That's a fancy command center.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that.
I
They
feel
just-
bad for Rocky in this movie because this entire time he just wanted to go to Earth and get snacks, and he gets roped into all of this.
Yeah.
He goes on an entire quest where he gets his snacks.
You must act swiftly. The planet is in grave danger.
Is it me or is David Yost the most yoked ranger at this point?
Known as Ivan Ooze, ruled the world
Yes, he is. Also, I'm a little tripped out by the fact that Zordon's mouth actually matches what he's saying.
When the Billy doppelganger was just like benching 300 pounds and nobody was suspicious about it at all.
Yeah. Billy
That's
is
not
built.
allowed.
like yourself lured him into a hyperlock chamber and buried him deep underground.
He's
But now the
he's
chamber has
buff.
been
Yeah.
accidentally
Oh, big time.
You must return
I'm
it to the
thinking
depths
the
before
Savannah
it is
Grove
opened
don't go
and
to
Ivan
the audience sure
released.
does.
Yeah. The ectomorphicons, not to be confused with the power morphicons.
Dealing with an evil here that is
Yeah.
beyond all imagination.
Jumping right into the action now. So, Pocky, I know we had your video a moment ago. Is your video not working, or did I just misplace you somehow?
I'm not sure. On my side, I have video, but
Let me double check.
Yeah, Jake, I think your phone can only show 2 videos at once in a Skype call, and since there are 4 of us, you're only seeing 2.
Oh, okay, let me try this.
Okay, well, somebody who's on here doesn't have video.
Okay, now I can see. There it goes. No, I don't want to
Everybody
remove
in
you
the
from
call
the
right
call.
now has their video on.
There we go. Did you say everyone on the call has video on right now?
Yes.
Okay, so you know what? I'll switch it up. Let's see.
You, because your video is frozen.
it's like 5 of us, right?
Yeah, there's like, I know we've had Chris on for a good bit. There we go. Gold Phoenix Ranger, I know you haven't been on for a while,
Hockey and Chris.
as far as visually.
I'd just like to say, rest in peace, Robert Axelrod.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Just an absolute amazing considering thing.
No one started that voice.
Oh, and there's our new Rita, Mordant.
What
I
is that
really
thing?
wonder.
It looks like a pig.
Yeah, I really want to know what the deal is with Mordant.
Where did he come from?
Nobody knows where Mordant
I
comes from.
I never understood this.
I want somebody to explain Mordant to me. Nobody has been able to explain
It was like
Mordant.
Goldar's cousin or something.
Goldar's cousin?
I'm trying to see if I can make you guys any louder, because it seemed very quiet out of
Well,
here.
maybe we need to turn the movie down then. Now, is this the same actress who played live-action Rita in
No.
the American footage?
This is a completely separate Rita.
No, this is not Carl Perez.
It is not Carla Perez.
What's up with Goldar's face?
It's a different face.
It's a new, different costume.
It's a whole different costume.
Thanks, I hate it.
I don't like that costume. They
Me
made
neither.
it like a foot shorter. It looks terrible.
It's very boxy.
They made Far shorter, they made Zed taller. Morden came from Shrug, who knows where.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone explain where Mordant came from. The ooze is back.
Movie Zed suit.
The ooze has
It's just
issues.
like the pulsation of the brain. That's just like, that's such a cool addition.
Yeah, it is nice.
How can I ever repay you? Do you recall the name Zordon of Eltar?
Oh, here we go. He does not like Zordon.
Yeah, he's pissed.
Yeah. Ivan Ooze is one of my favorite villains of all time.
Seriously though, where'd the pig person come from?
Nobody knows. I've never heard a story of
There's an
what.
offhanded joke at one point that he's Goldar's third cousin or something, and that's about all they give.
Yeah. I've never once heard anyone explain.
Does Zed have a new bikini?
He has a new everything.
Like his.
Completely new suit.
Yeah, his body armor is completely different.
It looks
This is
completely.
how humans in AU, everything looks different with no explanation whatsoever.
Pretty much.
Is this actually AU, or will it ever be referenced in continuity?
No, this is totally AU.
Okay.
Alternate universe.
With the same cast, interestingly enough.
Yes.
Among all the timelines, has this universe ever been addressed in Power reviews?
Nope. Not like outside of just the retro power run throughs. No.
Fair.
Smells like teenagers.
Okay, Nirvana.
I know. Well, he's just a font of pop culture references, and it's amazing.
Oh, is he?
Here's a fun fact right here. If you just notice there, when they teleported in, David Yost is standing in a very light puddle. Originally, that was going to be a recurring joke where he'd always get teleported into a puddle and they'd draw attention to it. But I think they actually made that particular puddle and then cut the gags, because when they tested the actual water in the construction site, it was so polluted they couldn't let him stand in it.
Oh god.
Jeepers!
Oy vey.
What the heck is that? Wait a second. Did it look something like this?
Poor Billy.
What?
Yes.
Also,
I love how even when she's flinching away, she's also positioning herself. Kimberly's instinct is actually to block everybody else.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a
She's
stance. It was a.
yeah.
She was like, I'm putting myself between my friends in danger.
Yeah.
Oh, they're all so good. I really don't think that you can beat the good being collective chemistry and energy of this cast. Like,
Yes.
like really a lot of MMPR's success. Really
I love that you call people good beans too. I call people good beans.
I love how basically the enemy to the teenagers is just the crotchety old man, and he's fantastic at it. Like, he's not remotely impressed right now. He's just like, where's my autograph book?
Yeah. We referenced this fun fact earlier. This was originally supposed to be the not very convincing rat suits that ended up being used in the TV show before they said, this is horrible, let's make some ooze men.
Yeah, I don't know how it got far enough that there was the consideration of just the giant rat suits that did not look movie quality.
much happened behind the scenes of this movie.
So everything happened behind the scenes of this movie.
Oh yeah. Here's a good one for you. So Paul Freeman as Ivan Ooze there once accidentally hurt himself on the set, and they had to take him to the nearby clinic, but they didn't have time to take all the makeup off, so they took him to the clinic, and the entire time, everybody's like staring at him like, oh my god, what's wrong with that guy?
Yeah.
So, I know a very similar story from Star Trek Deep Space Nine, where Nana Vister, who plays Kira Nerys, tripped on a stair and turned an ankle, and they took her to the to the emergency room to have her ankle looked at, but the doctor was completely distracted by her quote-unquote horribly broken nose. She still had the Bajoran nose prosthetic on.
Oh no.
Like, is this Devo right now? I want to say this is Devo. I love the music in this movie. It's so very 90s in all the best ways.
Oh, yeah, the soundtrack is just the best.
Here it is.
Ugh. Trailer.
Ooze you lose.
There you go. There's that trailer line.
Yes.
And yes, Sir Paladin, they did want open-faced helmets at some point. And they're just flipping like crazy. Like, how many flips is that? Like, I feel like that's too many flips.
More flips than Pancake Chef.
Like, they're just basically ignoring that Billy is not supposed to be the athletic one here at this point. They've completely thrown that out the window.
I mean, this is AU, so maybe in this one, Billy's just always been on par with everybody else.
Guess so.
He doesn't have glasses.
Yeah, because he didn't want to keep wearing them, and so he told them that he didn't have to. And the movie crew believed him.
I mean, if it's AU, he doesn't need them. What the heck is up with those suits?
These are the movie suits.
I like movie suits. These movie suits weighed like 40 pounds each, and it was such a pain for them to wear these. Aaron Ashley and Amy Jo in particular took the brunt of that with their smaller forms, and they had back problems for a long time after this.
And they were not durable as well, if memory serves me correctly. That they were just, especially in the joint areas, disintegrated by the time.
Oh yeah, and here's a fun fact on that one. There is a series of promotional images for this movie that you can find online, where if you look at the promotional image for more than a second, the crotch of the White Ranger is completely torn, because that area consistently tore, and they didn't notice it when they were doing that particular
And
shoot.
nobody bothered to airbrush the promotional pictures?
Okay, that is gross.
Why is it always Tommy's crotch?
Because it's always Tommy. Because
every problem is always Tommy. Every problem.
Like, let's face it. Are you surprised? Is there surprise in that tone? Ooh, why is this computer not? Why'd this go to sleep? It can't be.
Also, I love the fact that Ivan Ooze can just apparently circumvent the entire Morphin grid.
Yeah. He's a great
He's doing
villain.
his best impression of the Secret World of Alex Mack over here.
Yeah, a few years before.
The fact that he did that, really just, I think...
I love that this is your first time seeing all this. This is amazing.
Wait, somebody's in here who's watching this movie for the first time?
Hi!
Jake's wife MJ hasn't seen this before.
I was surprised that I had not been on this before.
That's nothing. This is my first time seeing this.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
Chris's first time too. Okay.
That's so cool, because that's like a completely different perspective than those of us who have been watching this movie at least once a year for the past 25 years.
I think that actually puts you ahead of Jake on this one.
What? Seeing it.
You have not watched this every year for 20 years.
No, that's true. Oh, I love this.
He just took it out of the cellophane today. He hasn't seen this in years.
The Spanish
I
Inquisition.
just love that Ooze's weapon is removed and he speaks like another tone. I think that's
So you built this
The
beautiful
Brady
command
Bunch
center.
reunion. Like, I love Ivan Ooze so much. He's got I love every line of his. There's nothing.
You built this beautiful command center just to completely trash it the first 20 minutes of the movie.
No, he's talking about things that he's missed over the course of 6,000 years. And the Brady Bunch not the Brady Bunch, but the Brady Bunch reunion is on that list. That really, I feel, just sells that bit so well.
It really does.
Iconic line. Totally iconic line.
Is there any like aspect of Ivan Ooze that isn't just so iconic? I love him so much. Ooh, Oozman.
He carries this movie, I think. I can't imagine this movie being as good as it is without him in that role.
Oh no, absolutely. He carries it so much. He was such a boon to this film. Oh, and that line was an improv too.
Sure, I got to see this in theaters. Apparently it came back and it was in Hollywood Studios for a while.
Nice. I do like the modified helmets. I think that's a nice
Either that or she was saying she saw Ivan Ooze in real life at Hollywood Studios. I'm not quite sure.
MJ, at Hollywood Studios, they had display cases with the, I believe, yellow and black suits from this movie.
Yeah, I remember I took pictures.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
At least one of them.
We are currently at Rocky's like crazy infrared scan.
Yeah, we don't really know the timestamp because this isn't a digital video, it's a
Every
DVD.
Ranger was supposed to have a unique thing with their helmet, but they ran out of budget, so they could only put those two in the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would
Oh,
have
you
loved
mean
to
like
see
how
more.
Trini's got headlights?
Yeah.
Exactly, and then Rocky had that scanner thing. They were really going to have one. I think the fact they ran out of budget was might have been part of the reason why Billy and Kimberly get the unique weapons later.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone was supposed to have unique weapons too, if I recall.
Now, I haven't, seen this movie in years, but part of that is because I know it so well. In many regards, I don't have to. Individual moves, I just remember, the you make me sick, 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 sick with the rapid kicks delivered from Kim. Tommy's gonna have his crazy little swooping. He's got to spin up through the air, and then he's gonna have his crazy swoop down kick that he does. That's not how gravity works.
I just noticed.
You would know. You're the physics teacher.
Yeah. And then the Oozmen splashing apart. It's always so great.
Weren't there some parent groups that were really dismayed by the exploding of the Oozmen and oh, it's like blood, but it's purple? I'm they
probably.
Yeah,
bloody
probably.
has been turned into purple gas.
Yeah.
Calm down, have a martini, and go back to living your life.
By the way, here, I found
This is so cartoony
for
too.
the benefit of people that are in the Skype call. There's the Tommy suit with the torn crotch in the promo image.
Yeah. But these fights are so cartoony. It's ooh, great kick.
You had to make the fight more cartoony to satisfy
The double whammy.
Double whammy.
Double whammy.
Well, that's very cartoony.
Like I said, the double whammy. That's such a cartoon move. And then Billy just spinning down like crazy. Stega Stinger.
It's a taser, isn't it?
No, it is some sort of weird little grappling hook in the shape of a taser for no apparent reason.
Hey, Jim.
Yo.
Genesis of Tammy.
Ah, yes. That's an in reference, Rob. Okay.
Wonderful.
With a name like Stega Stinger, I was expecting a taser.
Yeah, I know. And then we've got the pterodactyl thunder whip, which is so random.
Thunder whip again. Where's the electricity?
I don't know. Oh, and here comes that kick. Kick, 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 kick.
What?
Like that's not how anything works. That is not how.
I feel like these movie suits may have partially inspired those movie suits.
Yeah, probably to an extent.
Yeah, probably.
Because there's definitely more similarities between these suits and those suits.
I like how he just spins to check on Aisha. Like there's no reason for that spin when you're going to just check on somebody. It's like, how are you doing? Are you okay?
There's some really interesting stuff going on in the chat.
Are you William Shatner?
Sean did sell Ivanhoes in the store like slime. Yes, they did.
Oh, you gotta keep an eye on the chat, because I can't go far forward.
I love
What?
Yeah. It's Saba. Saba can fly and shoot lasers out of his eyes. We know this. Uh-oh.
Saba can fly and shoot laser out of his eyes?
Yeah, you always can.
From Sir Paladin, they never sold the movie add-on weapons, did they? Even though it feels like a toy commercial moment. I would have bought
Yeah,
Stega.
exactly. But, and Omega Res Archive has a great question there. This movie gave me unreasonable, unreasonable martial arts expectations when I was 3.
What? Imagine selling the pterodactyl thunder whip only as a ribbon dancer?
Yeah.
Can you imagine something?
Oh yeah, little girls would love that.
They would have sold a ton of those.
The girls always get short shrift on the merch.
It's true.
Yeah.
But also just like, that one kick that sent Aisha flying. Like, she did a little swoop as she flew backwards. And again, we've established,
Like every Halloween,
that's not how gravity works.
the costumes come out. And there's like 3 or 4 different boy costumes, and we get the Pink Ranger.
Exactly.
The Girl Ranger, who is not pink, never gets any merchandise.
Unless we don't have a Pink Ranger.
In which case, one will be designated.
Yeah. Zordon.
Zordon is a baby?
He's not a baby.
I
He's
mean,
an old man.
A human.
But, okay, but why is he in a swaddle sack?
Zordon is actually physically in the tube
It's
as
like
opposed to
it's like a
being
robe.
tuned in from another dimension.
Yeah. It's an interesting variation on how it traditionally is. I don't know what
Here's
that
an
means.
interesting thing to note. If you look at that wide shot of all the Rangers,
Mm-hmm.
Amy Jo Johnson is taller than Karen Ashley. But if you look at them morphed,
Yeah.
Kimberly is the shortest Ranger of the group.
Interesting. I didn't realize that.
Is she standing on a box?
Oh.
That makes me wonder how the height of the actress stands out. Because I know Karen Ashley is petite.
I mean, apple boxes are a thing.
She's short. It's adorable.
I think it's just a discrepancy between the stunt actors, is what they're referring to.
Yeah.
Um,
Here's a fun fact for people who haven't seen this before, or anyone who doesn't know about it, but originally, they designed the helmets with no visor because they wanted the actors to be able to emote. And then when they went through the first shots of footage, they realized, well, that's stupid, and put the visors back in.
It was a terrible
Yeah.
idea.
It was.
Doesn't look right.
Made the helmet so...
I mean, they kind of made it work for the 2017 movie, but it's like still something that was never really necessary to do.
I mean, it kind of had a Super Samurai Eyes thing going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, between that decision, the decision about the rats, and the Dulcia problem, they filmed 2/3 of this movie and then threw it out and started from scratch.
It's crazy.
Oh, right. Is this the movie where Mariska Hargitay was?
Yep.
Yes, it is.
We're about to meet what would have been Mariska Hargitay. Gotta save Zordon. Gotta get new powers.
Let's do it.
I do not know why trashing the command center impacted their power coins. That's not really explored here, but you just kind of roll with it.
Did they just almost fail at teleport?
They did. They're very low on power.
That makes me nervous. I'd be like, I'm not sure I want to go through this teleporter.
Well, Alpha distinctly said, I probably have enough power to get you there, but there's not going to be enough to get you back.
Exactly. And this alternate smooth
Probably have enough power to get me there. What if you don't? What if you disintegrate me and you can't reintegrate me on the other side?
It'll be fine. You won't miss anything.
I wonder how differently the Morphin grid works in this universe versus other universes that we're familiar with.
I'm still kind of...
Why do her lips still not quite match up?
Because it's Rita Repulsa, that's the way she works.
Yeah, and because if Barbara Goodson is still doing the voice.
Which is great.
So our tech admin Tachi just messaged me, reminded me that with the no visor helmet,
Yeah.
they were also going to CG the mouths and have the mouths of the
Right.
helmet lip sync to the actors.
Welcome to Jen.
We have to have the mouth move.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Terrible idea.
That is a waste of money.
Like Keeper's mouth isn't weird enough?
Like
In
this...
2020?
I love how just powerful Ivan Ooze is, that he just soaks that like it's nothing.
Keeper's mouth is even worse, because I know you guys have seen him come back in in some of those Beast Morphers episodes, and it's even more broken now than it was back when it was the title charge.
He put them in a snow globe.
Yep.
A snow globe that says Angel Grove.
Yep.
It does.
Now you have a choice. You either serve me, or you can join these insufferable dingo dogs.
I think it's just whimsical. You know, he's not angry people. He has fun with people.
Yeah. Who likes those Dingledorks?
Kind of like those Dingledorks.
They
Fun
are.
villains.
They are fun Dingledorks.
It's about to get slightly gross.
It's just like with Elizabeth Banks. You get some like a really nice, like talented actor into Power Rangers, and you just tell them, go wild, and that's what he does.
It's just like these classically trained, you know, character actors, and turn them loose, let them have a purpose. It's great.
That was one of the most irrealistic things about Galaxy Quest.
Yeah.
Was the thing where the Shakespearean trained actor had issues about being on a sci-fi show.
Yeah, exactly. They love that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, not all of
I've
them
heard
do.
some stories, because I do Star Trek also. I've heard some stories that that in the very early days of filming Star Trek Next Generation, Patrick Stewart was that guy.
Yeah.
And was, take everything extremely seriously. But the rest of the cast wore him down. And
I was gonna say, he must have got over it, because he seems to be pretty over it.
Well,
Also, these are, like, literally Wizard of Oz flying monkeys, only with proper crow faces.
Well, basically, no, they're the Tengu warriors, and he just created 10 of them out of goo. They're literally Tengu warriors.
I don't think that's what Tengu means.
I know, but it's also funny because it's double meaning. Tengu is traditionally a bird demon, but
yeah.
But they're also 10 goo warriors.
They're leaning heavy into the white with their outfits in this movie.
Yes. Everyone has a white colored outfit with the accent. Seems to be the general design.
Yeah.
I'm really wondering, you know, especially now that I've seen Kakarinder, I really wonder, like, how much they decided to incorporate.
Looks like War Talks from Don't Starve Together.
3?
And
like
20
how
years
they
earlier.
decided parts of the movie were going to carry over into season 3 and would it worse?
Yeah. I really like the design of this one creature skeleton here because it looks like a standard sort of minotaur kind of creature, but it's got like a crazy little headset, which tells you that it was from like an advanced civilization.
I'm back.
And I dig that. Welcome back, Chris.
Just really cool world. You know, it's like the details and the show don't tell of it.
Yeah, exactly. Very nice touch. I also love this factory. It's just huge and crazy.
What do you think it made?
Oh, in terms of how much money it made?
No, the factory. It doesn't really seem like it's set up to produce a product.
I have no idea.
Well, I suppose you'll be the expert on that. You forget, I'm a master of disguise.
No, he can literally morph. Like, not morph like morph, but like animorphs morph into people.
Yeah. Well, if people still want to see us do season 3, you are going to need to get people to keep donating money. We've still got a ways left to go.
Because like we said, we don't want to beat a dead horse here.
Yeah, we're at 6:55 right now. So we still have quite a bit left to go to get to season 3 in full. So let's see if we can at least get to 700. Let's see if we can get in another 45 in there. Right now we're at 6:55. Because I've been thinking things over. And I've been doing some math in my head.
Ooh, math.
Little bits of math in my head. I was thinking it over.
Jake's been doing math.
Because I don't want to make you feel like, oh, we're so far away, we just won't get there and we won't get any of it. It's all or nothing. I don't want to do all or nothing. I feel like that's a little much. So I was thinking it through. I did some math. And I checked. And apparently, if it's $600 for 33 episodes, that comes out to about $18.18 per episode. So, I'm going to put this out there. Okay? For every additional $18 that we go past 600, we will add another episode of season 3. So we're going to, however...
Looks like we've got a couple episodes worth already.
So we've now banked. At this point, we're at 6:55?
Yeah.
So that, right there, is 3 episodes worth of season 3. So we've earned enough, I think, for Friend in Need. Can we get through Ninja Quest? That's the challenge now. For Ninja Quest, we're going to need another $75 thereabouts. You guys want to see how the show handled this movie? We got to raise another $75. I think that's a good compromise.
That's a decent compromise.
That's fair.
So we don't have, you just break it down by episode, and when the thing reaches its...
Oh.
Also, then people don't feel like there's a possibility of them donating and not, getting anything out of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the point here is to go as far as we can, to make as much as we can for this charity, spreadthevote.org.
Exactly.
But also stop before this becomes tedious, old, and everybody's just like, stop begging for money already.
Exactly.
We don't want to be that guy.
So, if you guys want to see Ninja Quest, we're going to need to raise another $75 to get to Ninja Quest.
Now, how far were you planning to go tonight after the movie?
I am willing to go 10 episodes deep tonight. Is how far I'm willing to go. Nice!
And then the following morning is where you would... That would have been Mariska Hargitay, right?
Yes.
And the following morning you would pick up with any additional episodes that we had earned by then.
Yes. Yeah. But Gabrielle Fitzpatrick, she just kind of looks
now,
amazing.
wasn't she,
here.
like, originally cast, and then she got sick, and then she got unsick?
I believe so.
Exactly. No, yeah, she got correct. Yes, it is correct.
No, that's not what Mariska said. She recently came out and told the story.
Yes, I know.
Basically,
tell Mariska what happened.
Yeah.
Well, basically what happened is they had her on hold for a while, like, because they didn't get to filming her stuff.
Yeah.
And it got to the point that it became December, and she was like, well, it's Christmas, I need to be with my family, so she went home to go spend Christmas with her family. And after that, she called back up and said, all right, Christmas is over, it's ready to go. And they're like, sweetie, you're good.
Right.
Rude.
The reason Hargitay was in there is because Gabrielle Fitzpatrick developed an ovarian cyst and had to leave the production.
That was
and then
it.
when Mariska went home for Christmas, Gabrielle had recovered from the surgery, so they just brought her back in since they were throwing out the majority of what they had filmed anyway.
Okay, so they're like, we don't need the pinch hitter anymore. We got our first string back.
Which, by the way, in Mariska's version of all this included a little blue sidekick guy and the Rangers sleeping in color-coded beds.
Which sounds great. I want to see that.
I really do wonder, though, if this movie and this character in particular would have had the same impact on me that it had if it had been Mariska Hargitay.
I mean...
That's a good question.
Mariska Hargitay is great.
She is, Jane Mansfield's daughter. So I'm sure she could pull off the outfit.
Yeah, she was built, B-U-I-L-T, built at that time, and even now. But really what she lacked was the gravitas that Gabrielle Fitzpatrick was able to bring to the character.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen pictures of Mariska Hargitay in the outfit, and it's not the same, man.
The cat is sneezing repeatedly.
It didn't look like it's a proper fit in terms of character. And I think part of it is, that sort of, that mane of curly blonde hair, I think, somehow sells the whole warrior woman look a little bit more, and she has that great accent,
Zordon
that great tone of voice.
Not doing well.
No, he's not. He is.
No, not at all.
He is straight up dying right now.
Yeah.
He kind of reminds me of
Here we go.
Oh, what was his name in Babylon 5?
Babylon 5.
In The Great Machine.
Oh, that guy. The first Great Machine.
The first Great Machine guy.
Yeah.
Like, he's got no ears.
Fun never ends.
He's got weird eyes. Did they merchandise this? Could you buy this?
Not that I could recall, which makes me sad. I want Ooze, even though I know that it's evil. That's how effective he was.
Fox says, take it home in cases. If your parents try to stop you, just throw it in their faces.
Just throw it in their faces.
I was annoyed when the Ooze merchandise came out because it didn't come in the same jar. It came in like a regular,
was that it?
like Nickelodeon splat-shaped gag.
Right. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so it was actually just like gack in a gack jar that happened to be purple and was labeled Ooze.
Right, that was it.
Yeah.
But it really should have been in the jar, just for like that realism and
Whoa.
really feeling like you're acting out.
That camera angle was right up her bum.
Exactly. Yeah.
This is a great set right
in
here.
this coming up scene here, the part that was called Dulcia's compound that they filmed with Mariska and didn't use, along with the cutting of that and not reusing it, a lot of the lore that was supposed to be in the movie got cut too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Specifically, let's see, I actually got a list here, that the power of the Nigeti was developed by the Nethadians, that Dulcia is the sole surviving Nethadian, that the whole Order of the Meladon thing, where Zordon and Dulcia were both members of that group, The Nathanian monolith is where the Jedi powers were based, and that to enter it they had to focus its own power on itself for 20 triacs, a triac being 2 seconds.
Which is so crazy. With
So
many,
40 seconds?
So that's a lot of random
Pretty much.
details.
Yeah. If anybody's interested, there's a guy, but there's a I can provide the link to this, but the reason a lot of this is known is because a gentleman by the name of Paul Matthews, also known as the Zord Maker, a special effects artist, actually had a detailed recording of information that happened on the film and put it on a website.
We get like 10 seconds of They Might Be Giants right there.
Yeah.
What?
It's just such a good soundtrack.
It really is.
I think the cat might have jumped off the back of the couch. I'm not sure. I felt like a foomph in the couch.
That might have been my hand. I'm not sure.
I love how the first thing you do with random weird ooze in your house is smell it.
Oh.
Everyone in this city is just really bad at not touching things.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, did they just leave those cookies out on the? How long are those cookies out on that counter? Those are just that was just an open pack of cookies.
And how come this one guy has like ooze still dripping off his fingers, and everybody else has totally clean hands?
I mean, I couldn't see their hands that closely.
Yeah. It depends on how they was touched it, because either was telling people to throw it in their parents' faces and whatever else, so it could have hit them any number of other ways.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean,
So apparently ooze doesn't affect kids. They're just a vector for spreading it?
Yes.
So it's the coronavirus.
That you don't know what it is.
You gotta watch out. Kids are vectors for all sorts of things. You gotta be careful.
That don't necessarily affect them. So in the case of this movie, the children are all asymptomatic carriers of ooze.
Basically, yes.
Basically, yeah, pretty much.
But those chocolate chip cookies on that countertop must be so stale because they were in an open package and slid out of the open package.
Now I want chocolate chip.
Who just leaves their cookies like that?
Oh, here's another great fun fact about this, by the way. Someone else who auditioned for that role of Dulcina was Catherine Sunderland, and when they needed a new Pink Ranger in a while, they went, oh, hey, how about that Australian girl?
Right.
And they didn't cast her for this because they felt that she was too young and it wouldn't be convincing for her to be the warrior.
There we go.
What?
It occurs to me, does Fred have a mom?
Does what?
It's never stated or explained.
Oh, does Fred have a mom? No, this is Power Rangers. You only get one parent at a time.
Because if it's Fred and a single dad living in that house, then it makes sense that the cookies were just left out.
Ha! Yep.
That's sadly true.
Yeah. The Ninjetti suits.
As demonstrated by these 6 open boxes of granola to Jake's right.
Now, to be fair to Jacob, those are boxes of individually wrapped granola bars.
Yes.
Okay, that's fair.
I wish they would have kept these Ninjetti suits.
Gotta love that whole breakdown of why you have this power that has been arbitrarily assigned to you by the Sentai.
Could have been more awkward.
Yeah.
Could have been Dr. K's hug speeches.
Yeah.
And it's not a thing in the Sentai.
Yeah, I know.
It's not a thing at all in the Sentai.
Now, Kim as a crane makes sense.
Definitely is.
Adam?
I'm a frog!
Adam, what's wrong?
I'm a frog.
Another fun fact, by the way, Johnny Youngbosch improv that. He came up with that exchange.
Yeah. And it's a great exchange. It's wonderful.
And now every time he's at a convention, he talks smack about the fact that he was a frog and then a minivan.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Like, I got like the worst powers.
Oh, Johnny Youngbosch has legit beef with minivans. At the convention I've mentioned several times today, at that same panel, again, video on Austin St. John's Facebook page, Karen Ashley and Johnny told a story about how Jason David Frankie tried to murder Johnny Youngbosch by throwing him off the roof of a moving van on the freeway.
God. Sounds right.
Because he thought it was funny.
That sounds
So he wasn't
accurate.
trying to murder him. He just was being stupid and nearly murdered him by being stupid.
Their take on the time warps in this
There was
movie is
quite
really
a
interesting.
bit of
Same effect,
really
though.
awesome, but JDF more than any of them being stupid on the set.
But I find their whole approach to the time
She's an
warp
owl.
to be really interesting. She's very wise.
Is she Athena?
And she eats mice.
In the movie, does she actually show her eating mice?
No, but that's the meaning of being an. Isn't that what
Kid,
it means
did
if
you
your spirit
expect
is
to
the
happen?
owl?
Your dad touched
You're
the
very
U's.
smart and you eat mice. I think that's how that works. Right?
It's really interesting because that implies to me that there are like other animal spirits with powers beyond the six.
Oh yeah, like honestly, if you get the chance, I believe Pocky, you've already read Peregrine's work, The Sun Goes Down series. Have you read that? You've read that.
Oh, but of course, it's been a while.
What?
Yeah, it's been years since I read it. Oh, I love
What?
this. I love the dancing man.
What?
Our news demands to be entertained.
This is great. Let's get this guy to Power Morphicon. Why don't we have this guy at Power Morphicon?
Well, you've got the clown. Why not this guy?
I want this story. Also, I find it amazing how Ivan Ooze just knows all these pop culture references despite being fresh out of the egg after 6,000 years.
Seriously.
He's amazing.
Also, that effect was practical. They had them all hooked on a giant ring from a crane and then in and out the wires afterward. That was not a CGI effect.
Right, of course.
How did you fare?
I couldn't have gone better.
One of them off a mountain, one into a raging river.
I love the voices just from these random Tengus.
We're about to destroy them.
What? Kill them. You call yourself Tengu warriors, well, like Tengu tigers. And you will stop them roasted.
But Master, this monster with his huge sticks. They keep swirling them around.
Sticks? Did these sticks have a whistling sound?
It was more like nails on a chalkboard.
Garcia, that miserable, manipulating, loathsome she-devil of a witch. If she leads them to the great power, everything will be ruined.
Do you want us to take another whack at it?
How about taking another quack at it?
He's just done with them. I like the Velcro sound of ripping off the feathers.
Was that the end of the Tengus?
That's the end of the Tengus. They're done. They're out of the movie now. They're all dead. They are feathers.
Okay.
Ivan Ooze doesn't mess around. He's just like, oh, you failed. Boom. Done. I'll make something new.
In other words, he pulled the
I'm not
Darth
watching the
Vader.
chat anymore.
Oh, right.
It's time, Rangers. We must travel to the giant
Thank you.
phallus in the distance.
That monolith, man. It's compensating for something. Oh, I like.
A 1-minute review of Megaforce's Raising Spirits.
Maybe sometime, but I like this. I like this headcanon here that Omega Res is putting forward. What if the construction site used to be an apartment, and someone in the basement used to watch TV really loudly all the time? I love that as the idea for how Ivan Ooze
could hear the pop
knows
culture,
about all the pop culture
but
references.
he couldn't watch the Brady Bunch reunion.
No, Scott, these aren't the Tengas. These are the Tengus. Very different.
I can't watch it.
Beautiful scenery
I think
here.
the century getting saltier and saltier.
Yep. Oh, he is the saltiest.
He just wants to take over the world so that he can sit on his butt and watch sitcoms all day.
And it's great. That's just such an amazing reason to want to take over the world. Because, I mean, let's face it. Let's get real for a moment here. Right now, the biggest threat to the planet is an old guy who's yelling all the time and just wants to sit on his butt and watch TV. That is the biggest threat to the planet right now. And this is extremely accurate.
Threat to the planet right now is a bunch of old guys who just want to sit on their butts and watch TV. But what is the point here?
What are they up to right now?
Yeah.
That's what they're up to right now. They're digging out what the other things that were buried within his ectomorphicon titans.
Okay. I feel like they're doing it in the most inefficient ways possible.
What would you suggest?
Well, like for example, I just saw someone breaking apart a large rock on top of a pile
Fair
It
enough.
probably could have been picked up and just moved, and then you would break apart the rocks that are actually close.
They've
to
not
the thing
been
they're
recruited
digging
for their dynamic problem-solving skills. They
at.
are.
Like, Dad was breaking apart a rock that was nowhere near the thing they're digging
Oh,
out.
okay.
Like, Dad, why are you breaking that?
Buried the ectomorphic Titans. Like, you have swords.
Just blow them up.
Captured. The Titans don't have power.
Right.
Just destroy them. It seems like more work to bury them in the ground than just to blow them up. Just blow them up. Save
Just
yourself
blow
the
up
trouble.
everything.
I'd rather not find out.
Ah, the dino graveyards.
The
Dino Bowl.
Welcome to Durant.
I love what they do with
Ha!
this quest.
A little call out to the movie that
Jurassic
really helped out their initial big. Like, let's face it, the Jurassic Park coming out really did synergistically aid Power Rangers in its rise to popular consciousness. I love this skeleton creature. It's just a great, just practical creation.
Yeah.
Really neat.
Yeah, this thing will mess you up.
Yeah, it is not playing around.
Nope.
No, it is not.
Man in the chat there. Oh, making the adjustments with that thing. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, we got in our Tommy scream. Tommy! Tommy! Like, a lot of the sort of stereotypical things with regards to, like, what we think of when we think of Mighty Morphin really were, like, solidly solidified by this film. Like, the Rangers being obscenely good at everything. They go from skydiving straight to rollerblading. Kimberly screaming for Tommy. We've just seen that just now. Tommy saving the day. We're seeing that now.
It was $18, right?
Yeah. Oh, the bone. There we go.
Hashtag anatomy doesn't work that way.
What are you talking about? Like, don't we all have that little bone in the back of our neck that acts as a little pin to hold things together? That's how that. No?
This clearly.
But what'd you do? How'd you do that?
I don't know, I just put the laptop down!
How'd that happen? Everybody fell. Sorry.
We're back. Sorry I knocked you guys over. I was updating the goal.
I don't even know. It didn't even look like you touched it.
I didn't touch it.
So I don't know what
So
happened.
the table shook just slightly and the whole thing collapsed.
Yeah.
Like Jenga.
It's crazy.
You guys are under attack by the forces, clearly.
Oh, Jenga. You present such a delightful parallel to our economy.
You mean where you pull out a bunch of bricks from the bottom to put them at the top until everything collapses?
And then you keep claiming how much bigger it is now.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That's how our economy is structured in many regards. What do you do?
That's pretty dark for you.
Like, he just has no problem with just disposing of anyone when he's done with them.
No, he just kind of exploded 10 Tengus for like, just,
He's like, I'm done with you.
and
Goodbye.
that was the end of the Tengus.
That's just how he
You know what's
operates.
really funny is when I was looking at this thing, I was like, this factory doesn't appear to make anything, it just appears to shift liquid around. And now I know why.
Yeah.
Because this factory doesn't really create anything. He creates the ooze. All this factory does is package ooze.
Basically, yes.
And it's actually set up quite good for packaging liquid.
Yep. I did kind of love these critters. I believe we had both Scorptron and Hornator.
Ah, it's an angry bee.
Yep.
I don't like bees.
That's Hornator, and there's Scorptron.
Scorptron's kind of cool looking.
Yeah, especially with the CG, that mid-90s CG.
You can really do without the bees.
They're trying to show it off.
Can you, I think I put it behind the laptop.
What? What is it?
Gatorade?
Yeah. There.
Because I don't trust myself to move that laptop again, because I will just collapse
Everything. Apparently. But yeah, a lot of me just kind of wonders what this movie, what all the different versions of this movie could have been.
Ooh.
Like the version that we got is
like
still
an
fun.
Aztec temple thing going on here.
I feel like their journey is a little bit underdeveloped.
Well, they just wandered through some woods and they got there.
Well, they fought a dinosaur skeleton. Don't forget about that.
They did. What the heck is that?
I don't know. I think a car went by and somebody's background.
Somebody's motorcycle went back in the background of somebody's phone.
Yeah. So
really souped up.
Quick reminder to our audience: we are quickly moving through. We're about a little bit more than halfway through Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie. Raising funds for spreadthevote.org. We are nearing the possible end of our stream, but we still need to keep raising funds if we want to keep this stream going. So we are looking to
spread the vote.
Exactly. We're looking to spread the vote. And exactly. So another $75 will get us all of Ninja Quest. So we don't want to watch just part of Ninja Quest. Let's watch all of Ninja Quest, and we can watch that tonight if we can get enough donations. And to get more donations, we need more people. So
because
if you
the people
haven't,
we already have, we know you guys already donated, and we're not asking you to do more because y'all have done amazing.
Yep. If you're new
we're
though,
asking you to help.
feel free to chip in.
If you just showed up, by all means. If you haven't donated yet, and you're able.
Yeah.
But those who already have, no pressure. Just keep tweeting it out and grabbing more people.
We have the link in the description below. If you need a copy of the link, just let us know in the chat, and we'll happily send you a copy of it. But it is immediately available in the description. Hoods up! Time to fight! Whoop! I do like this fight. I wish that there were more challenges on Phaedos for them to encounter, but these guys were still a pretty cool collection of monsters.
Yeah, I don't know how they could have put more challenges into the quest and not ruin the pacing.
Yeah. Like, cause we had the Tanga battle as sort of the initial thing before. And it's not like there's that much stuff going on Earth to cut back and forth to. But I will say this: if there was spoilers a little bit, if there was another thing for them to encounter after defeating these 4 gargoyles, I think that just that final test when opening up the monolith, I think that would have hit that sort of rule of 3 right there to give them one last moment of this is what we've learned. This is us presenting who we are. We do get that moment in many regards from the end with Zordon, but just it would have made this journey feel a little bit more earned rather than just it being 2 encounters and then that's it. Oof. Now, here's a question. Is that acid or are these things vulnerable to water? That's what I'm wondering.
That's a good question. But speaking of monsters, to answer a question you had earlier, Jake, I see a note here that apparently the thing with the rat creatures was that nobody in Australia had actually seen the suits until they went to shoot the scene. That's why they didn't know how bad they looked.
Which is insane.
The scene, and by the next day, they had cut that footage.
It's just so insane that you have that scenario where
Production was train wreck on the movie.
yeah.
It was. to a later scene in this movie, I will tell you about what, according to the aforementioned guys reporting, was the biggest train wreck outside of the helmet debacle.
Yeah. And boom. Oof. And again we saw Tommy coming to Kim's rescue again.
Well, of course, they're an item.
Yes, it is Pick on the Frog Day.
Be like that sometimes.
There we go. I like this a little bit.
There we go.
Whoosh.
That's actually how elevators work.
Yeah.
Modern elevators don't necessarily work that way, but there was a time when elevators actually did have opposing cars going in opposite directions.
Yeah. Also, I'm fairly certain that was not actually David Yost in the suit for that moment right there.
Oh yeah. Even at like the age of 11, I remember looking at that and going, that's not my dude.
Ninjetti corkscrew kick. What
This
is...
business again.
Did he just like make up that move, or
Yes. That's just something he can do now.
like just now?
Apparently that was a load-bearing minion, because it looks like the entire temple is now going to collapse.
Not collapse. It's they've This is what I was talking about before, when I feel like there should have been
the door.
There should have been something on the other side of this door for them to overcome before this comes out. That's what I feel is that missing piece.
It really is just like a big D&D campaign.
A little bit.
Okay, but it's a big D&D campaign where the DM didn't expect the players to be quite this OP by the time they got here and failed to adjust the stats.
Basically, yes.
Ninjetti, that has to be a nat 20. I'm gonna try to.
Okay, fair. Okay, it could also be a D&D campaign where there was a lot of incredibly fortuitous dice rolling.
No, none of those fossil soldiers had names to my knowledge.
Suspicious dice rolling.
Oh, Johnny Young Bosch's, Athena heard that Johnny Young Bosch's stunt double got hurt, and so he had to do a lot of his own stunts as a result.
That's true.
That seems counterintuitive.
Yeah.
Well, when your stunt double gets hurt, maybe that's all the more reason you need a stunt double and shouldn't risk your actor.
I like the little flying Zords. It's cute.
I'm pretty sure I've seen better CG than this in a sophomore CG class.
Possibly.
At our school.
And we've got the suits back, but with the new power coin chests.
And some serious green haloing.
Yes.
They had some serious green haloing there.
Yep. And now they've got their powers back, so they can teleport away.
Bye, guys. Came to your planet, took your powers, left.
Yep, basically.
I feel so bad in the Skype conversation. That picture I posted before with the tour Tommy suit just confused the hell out of me.
It's confusing the hell out of Twitter too, when I'm trying to get everyone just curious about it.
What happened to the bee?
What?
Well, it looked cool before, and now it looks like something for the first season of Reboot.
This is around when the first season of Reboot was coming out. Well, it's different lighting now. Oh, I like the reflection. That's great. It's not actually well done, but it's still cool to see. Scorpitron was just very menacing looking.
This CG was bad for 90s standards.
It was, but it was amazing as a child. Like...
It was.
Right, but if this was contemporaneous with first season of Reboot,
yeah,
then I would expect it to be better than the first season of Reboot.
Yeah, I know.
Because it's a theatrical release.
I know. Oh, yeah. Oh, Reboot came out in 94. That's right. This would be more contemporaneous with the first season of Beast Wars.
Your child's kicking me.
Vaguely?
Where are the Power Rangers?
They're coming. Be patient.
Now, this is one of those things where, again, like, if there had been that could have been. We could have had a bridging scene between those two scenes just now, because it was daylight and now it's evening.
Okay, 1996. Now this would make this contemporaneous with third season of Reboot, right?
No,
Before
second
they died.
season.
Second season?
Yeah.
Oh, did they have a
Because
year gap?
no, Reboot came out in '94. The year after '94 is '95.
I thought we were talking about 96.
That's when Beast Wars came out. They just said.
Okay, so this was sandwiched between those.
Yes.
Got it. So I gotta stop leaning forward. I keep leaning forward to read the chat, and
Yeah.
the
The bump does not help.
well, the bump does not like it. It kicks me.
We do not talk about that.
It does not want me to fold forward that far. It's like, hey, you're cramping my style.
Honestly, this CG I just loved as a child. I just loved all CG. So I would see it, and I didn't care if it looked realistic. I just cared that it was shiny.
It's definitely shiny because they're using all thong shaders.
It's so shiny. I love the shiny.
Anybody else remember the awesome McDonald's toy from this movie with the little sword and you could put the little ranger in it?
Yeah. And here they come. Coming from the sky.
The new Zords.
I think that new Zords deserve a little donation if anyone hasn't done a donation yet.
Oh. These guys? Including the frog that goes ribbon.
Yep. And there's the bear. Got a boogie with the bear. I hope that it looks like we got another couple people who just came in, so welcome again to our stream as we are reacting to Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie. We have just gotten to the Zord battle. We have a bunch of people in our Skype call. We are having a great time raising funds for SpreadTheVote.org. You can donate through the link that is in the description through our Streamlabs. We are currently raising funds to help people get voter ID and get registered to vote. But as far as the rewards you get with our goals, for every additional $18 we raise, we will be watching yet another episode of Season 3 following this. So right now we've raised enough funds to watch Friend in Need, but we have not yet raised enough funds for Ninja Quest. So if you want to see us taking a look at the TV show's version of this movie, we got to raise another $75 to get there. So that is our goal right now.
So apparently after work, all of Ivan Ooze's people party at the juice bar.
Yes, it is.
Yep, basically. Well, these are all the kids that are without parents right now.
Yeah, have you guys noticed what happened to your parents?
Yeah. Well, this is the only kid paying attention. Yep. Jen, if you can't donate through PayPal, I believe that you can probably use your card directly at SpreadTheVote.org. Just let us know what the donation amount is, and we will just consider.
We can manually bump.
We can manually bump accordingly. So if you don't have PayPal and you can't donate directly through the Streamlabs link, you can use your card to donate directly to SpreadTheVote.org, and just let us know the amount.
Overnight, you really should set that up so that they can use their cards on us.
I didn't know. I didn't know the details of that because
I told you that last weekend.
Did you?
Yeah.
I don't remember that. I'm sorry.
After last weekend, I was like, "Hey, you should get that set up before this weekend."
I thought
Yes, you didn't.
I did not. I'm sorry. There was a lot of things that I was planning on focusing on Friday, and then we had power outage all day.
That's true. It needs what do you call it? A bank routing number and some stuff like that.
Oh, okay. That is something I can do.
Oh, I guess it's time to feed the cats. I also need the bathroom, so I'm going to feed the cats and go to the bathroom.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pause this then.
Pause this because...
So we are having our great Zord battle, but we are going to pause it for now. Taking a quick little bathroom break because, you know...
Because I'm pregnant, and sometimes I need a bathroom break. And
I'm getting...
your phone.
I'm going to stop the feed the cats alarm that's going off on my phone over your faces.
Feed the cats! Feed the cats! Yes, I'm trying to
Forgot that bit.
You heard those words correctly, cats.
Okay, so hopefully that should help things. I feel like you guys, I've been hearing you very quietly over here, and I don't know why.
Because they're facing away from us, I assume.
That might be part of it.
But also the movie's kind of loud.
That's fair. Oh, what'd I hit? I hit a thing.
I don't know, the thing holding the phone isn't over top of the phone speaker, is it?
I hope not. I don't think so. I got you guys positioned pretty high there so that it doesn't hit buttons.
Okay, that's good.
There it goes. Right now, things are just a little weird. There it goes.
Oh, and now my entire government name is on the front of the internet. Great.
Oh, I'm sorry. It should go away again soon. I apologize. I didn't realize that.
What's going on? No, it's all good.
Okay.
What kind of government data are you spreading?
Just names.
Oh.
Fun thing about my name. Because my name's in the end credits of every episode of Power Reviews. It's not a big deal for me.
Yeah, our names are kind of public knowledge at this point.
And it's on my Twitter handle. But one thing that I find that's actually kind of funny is my middle name is Ben. I thought.
Or so you thought.
For my entire life, up until I went to get married. And then I bring my birth certificate to the clerk's office to get our marriage certificate, and I wrote down in the application that my name was Jacob Ben Brody. And they're like, no, your birth certificate says Jacob B. Brody. I'm like, wait, well, yeah, but
That's my middle initial.
that's my middle initial.
Stands for Ben.
And they're like, no, because that's what's on there, that's your middle name. My middle name is the letter B, legally speaking.
Oh, wait, this is like a Homer J. Simpson situation.
But backwards, yes, exactly.
He always had the initial and then found out that he had the full name.
I had a backwards Homer J. Simpson scenario where I found out at the age of 30 that my middle initial was actually my middle name. And my parents didn't realize this. Like, my middle name is in honor of my mother's father. Like, that is an important part of my name, a meaningful part of my name, that apparently legally is not part of my name. Which is just crazy. Because you see, like, on documentation, oh yeah, that's my first name, last name, middle initial. You don't look at other people's birth certificates. You don't realize that most birth certificates
have a middle name.
Have the full middle name.
Not the middle initial. See, I guess they must have thought it was a field for middle initial, but it was a field for middle name. But they only put the B.
So my middle name is the letter B.
Legally.
Legally speaking. Personally, it's Ben, but legally, it's the letter B. And I didn't know that.
You should have that changed.
Like,
you can have that changed.
I could have that changed, this is true. But it's also hilarious.
Yes.
It's amazing. Oh, man.
Well, Scott in the chat says his dad was over 50 when he found out that his middle name, Neil, was actually spelled differently than he'd always been spelling.
He was putting it N-E-A-L, but it was N-E-I-L.
It was the other way around. That is hilarious.
Oops.
Oh, man. Alright.
Alright, let's get back to this movie.
Alright, we've got the big Zord fight. We've got the blue wolf Zord about to just pounce on Scorptron. Ready and go. It is on the tail. He's swinging around. This is just a great little fight here. They really
on the individual Zords and their abilities.
Which is great.
I feel like that part of the series properly.
The bear!
And then these giant cockpits that they made too. You can even see the face of the bear there.
The bear is not having fun.
And then Rocky's cockpit appears to be in the chest, not the head, which is interesting. They gotta take the monorail to go save the day. And jump the turnstiles. And apparently they can command the monorail. I don't know what the deal is with this monorail.
Actually, your average monorail is not that difficult to operate.
But how did you get into the front to operate it?
Because nobody was there?
At the very beginning of the movie, were we talking about, like, taxes that people pay in Angel Grove, or was that later on today? I can't remember.
Yeah. Or that was. I think that was a couple episodes ago.
Yeah, we were talking about the Angel Grove tax base being just amazing.
And that's how come their school has Australia money.
I think that was me. I made the point that given they have to rebuild the abandoned warehouse district at least
Yeah.
once a week.
Because it's the crumple zone of the city.
High, which is why they can afford to take a field trip to Australia.
Yeah, I would love to see a set of movie-accurate Ninja Zords. That would be fantastic. I was a little disappointed with my Ninja Megazord because it didn't look like this. Although the Ninja Megazord from the show is still great. Don't get me wrong. But it's not the crazy CG Megazord.
I'll deal with you later. I don't think you will, sir.
The city monorail, which is the monorail they used for this movie, shut down some years ago, so this monorail doesn't exist anymore.
I'm gonna grab this laptop.
This movie made me love the Falcon Sword. It's still one of my favorite swords ever, and I marked the hell out when Tommy pulled that out of nowhere.
Yes, just the missile wings. Time for missile wings. This is a great teamwork fight move here.
You totally lost all aerodynamics when you did that, though.
Doesn't matter. He gained all the missiles. Also, that is not an aerodynamic bird. It's got
Fair enough.
there's no Bernoulli effect happening with those wings. I'm gonna see if I can make that adjustment to the contribution thing.
Okay, you need to do it in the Streamlabs tab.
Yeah, I just need to look up a routing number.
I don't think that's the only thing it needs, but...
Well, that's what I'm looking up though, because that's the one thing I know I don't know off the top of my head. Oh my.
And when I get angry, I have trouble maintaining my physical form.
No, he is going boom.
He's going into the wasp, huh?
Yep.
Booger Man? Yeah, I know.
I know, it's just funny because this right now. I love the bit when Kimberly was flying by in the crane sword and he's just like, oh, it's that cute little pink ranger. It's like, oh, you think she's cute too, huh? It's just like,
that's gross.
Okay, so is this where I update things? Because you would know.
No.
No?
Go to the actual thing. Settings.
Oh, here's the transformation. I love this transformation.
Megazord sequence has been initiated.
Allow your viewers to send you tips and credit cards.
I love all the little gears and stuff, the expanding springs. Now it's so simplistic in so many ways, but this was blowing my mind as a child, seeing all those moving parts to the Zords as they combine together.
I hate that it has.
It's interesting that Kimberly winds up in the middle.
Yeah.
And the front middle of the cockpit is usually red.
Exactly.
I love the fact that they thought about how these things go together.
It's really well put together as an alternative to the actual Ninja Megazord.
In the reference books and stuff that they're putting out.
Oh great, there's a problem with the monorail.
Cutaways with the sword mechanism. Because that's just so cool to see.
Right.
Speaking of cool things you can do with the Zord, check this out.
Yeah, here we go, Tommy, to save the day.
Down here.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be your name, not the bank's name.
Oh, okay. Oh no.
I'm so sorry if you just use a random tower here on the ground made of metal and concrete and your superpowered sword broke against it. That was a terrible sword.
You have that memorized?
Yeah.
Not quite.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, no, actually I do. I have that part memorized, but not the next part. Oh no. Tommy, you gotta get your butt down. She used the B word. You gotta move, sir.
Precisely.
I love like the little grand sweeping music as it's coming together.
Good idea. Let's do it.
But, like, honestly, what does Falcon Zord even do for the workings of the Megazord, other than provide it more power? Like, is that what he is? Is he just, like, a big battery pack and wings that sits on the back?
It makes it fly. Like, don't you want an extra bird to make you fly?
So basically, it's like when you put Raptor on the back of the Q Ranger Zord.
Yeah, basically, yes.
To our doom. Leap to
To our doom, leap to our doom. Hail Lord Fred. Hail Lord Fred.
We'll be hailing Lord Fred later tonight. Get to season 3.
No, Hail Lord Fred was actually yesterday with Mark Litton. Z-Waves.
Oh, right. It's, for season 3, it's Lord Ed.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I just updated the donation link, so you should be able to use your credit cards now.
Check the page. See if it.
All right.
So if that's something that was blocking people in any way, you should be able to use your credit cards now, presumably. Soaring off into space. I love this. The comet. That's what they were talking about at the beginning.
Pick a dollar and then see how many the payment methods.
You're about to see the greatest button in the history of Power Rangers.
Yeah, give it a moment. We'll get there.
Have to
props on them for foreshadowing Ryan's comet. It was on the
Do I need
poster
to do something
at
else?
Scroll
the
down
event
and
for
see
the
what the
observatory in the
payment
beginning of the movie.
Oh, I didn't know how far to scroll down.
Oh, you can't push the button until you put it in the name. Test.
There we go. Saving the day. With the help of Vulcan Skull, yes.
Hour of the water hose. The water pressure is strong. Yep.
Okay. Credit card is now successfully an option. Okay, there it is. Yep, it works, fantastic. So if you are... Oh, I love this.
So for those who are complaining that they don't have PayPal, we fixed it.
Go Rangers, go Rangers. Go Ninja, go Ninja, go Ninja. No, wrong 90s movie. I'm sorry.
Wait for this,
Oh, brace for impact. Boom. Oh, and Jen apparently donated separately $53.
Alright, let me update the goal.
Thank you so much, Jen.
Thank you, Jen. I will manually update the goal now.
Yeah, you know how to do that.
Yes,
trust
I do.
You know how to do that.
I'm just going to ask you to do some quick math for me when we get there.
Okay. Oh. Oh, no. Boom. Oh, you were looking away during the emergency button, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, the only thing in history to have a need the guy in the balls button.
What's 655 plus?
Plus 53? That should be 708. Nice. They're back to normal. Everybody's back to normal. All thanks to a knee to the groin. Everybody's safe. Thanks to a knee to the groin. Handshake. Handshake.
Exactly.
No hugging.
I have a lot of questions about how that works, but I'm glad that it did.
Yes.
Like, not only is Ivan who's not human, he's also in the body of a robot. He shouldn't have abs. That shouldn't work.
You wouldn't think so, but keep in mind that his body is the ooze. So technically speaking, his body is all throughout the robot. So when you do that jam, keep in mind, yeah, that he might not have the anatomy you would need for that, but that is something that basically pinches off like the lower half of his self that is spread throughout that whole robotic body.
So you pinched him in half.
Yeah, listen to Jake. Like, some explanation for why I've been using him.
And I came up with that as I was saying it. I had no idea what I was saying until I said it.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty typical of you.
It also may just be a structural weak point, because that same concern was actually brought up in, and here's a random reference,
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo 2, the second live-action movie, when they determined that the structural weak point on the Black Knight Ghost happened to be the crotch, and they shot him in the crotch because it was a weak point, not because he had hands.
Yeah. Thank you, though, again to Jennifer for your big donation of $53. That is fantastic.
Yes, thanks so much. That's awesome.
We are at 708, so we are now, so that's $108. That covers the first 6 episodes of season 3. So we've got another 18 episodes left to go for part 4 of Ninja Quest.
18 episodes?
Or $18 left to go for part 4 of Ninja Quest.
$18, okay.
Yes.
It has 4 parts.
It had 4 parts.
Wow.
Ninja Quest was a 4-parter. It's basically the length of the movie.
Yeah, because it's basically the equivalent of the movie.
Yep. I love all
Let's
of
run
this.
the film backwards.
Alpha's just blown away by all this, and he's so verklempt. I love this.
Well, okay to all the
This is a heartwarming thing.
the last 8 minutes of the film. Thank you for staying in with us.
Like, look, there's just such joy. It's like, he's okay. He's okay. There's so much joy to this. This gets you in the
And didn't
feels.
they do that in that movie too?
Which movie? Oh, yeah, basically.
Resurrect Zordon?
No, they resurrected Billy instead of Zordon.
Right.
Rangers! He sounds so happy. You rarely hear Zordon sound happy.
It is good to see you again, too.
And Amy Jo Johnson sells this so well, too. Like, she looks on the verge of tears. It's great.
I mean, there's probably a reason that she's had one of the more prolific acting careers of the folks from the original Power Rangers.
She's had a good solid career. Oh! Dragon Trainer 201 donated that $18 to get us to the end of Ninja Quest.
Ninja Quest! We're
Fantastic.
making it to the end of Ninja Quest tonight!
There we go.
I mean, Jake and his crew are making it to the end of Ninja Quest tonight.
You're going to bed, I know.
So here's a fun Tommy fact. JDF hated what they did to his hair, because his hair is not naturally straight. His hair
Yeah.
is curly. So they have to keep putting product in it to straighten it out. And there's actually an episode, I think it's the Zio episode, but there's an episode where he starts with straight hair, but then like halfway through the episode, you'll notice his hair becomes curly, because he just said, to heck with this, don't put any product in my hair, stop it now.
Yeah.
In the Turbo movie, after he and Kat fall in the river,
Yeah.
his hair dries completely.
Yeah, well, his hair, by the time that we got to Turbo, they were just letting it curl. It got really wavy by Turbo.
I mean, he keeps it in such a tight ponytail that it hardly matters.
A lot of the time, yeah.
Stop it. That is true.
But it was getting really long by Turbo.
Yeah. Here's another fun fact about the scene, by the way. So they wanted, the ADR decided, let's get some extras for this big party scene. And somebody put an ad in the paper and mistakenly announced there was going to be $5,000 worth of Power Rangers merch given away, and the whole population of Sydney, Australia showed up. 8,000 people.
Oh, wow.
It was a mess. Most of the crew outed because they saw it coming, and it was just a mess.
That is amazing.
Also, that fireworks screen that says "Thank you, Power Rangers."
That was
they did
digitally-
actual fireworks, and the wind kept blowing the smoke in front of it. They couldn't see it, so they
Yep.
actually CGI'd that.
It had to be digitally enhanced.
Here's another
I
fun
love
fact from this. This movie was shot before they shot the power transfer. So
Yes.
no one knew who Rocket, Adam, and Aisha were, so when they showed were like, where the Power Rangers are like, you're who now?
No, Jeff. It was shot. It was that season 2 hadn't yet aired in Australia, so people in
Yeah.
Australia didn't know what was going on. They didn't know that.
Oh, right.
Ashley and Bosch were Rangers yet.
Yeah.
That's why when the 8,000 people were marching around, when they saw JDF and Yost and Amy Jo, and then later Shire and Darby, they were freaking out and milling them for autographs. It was a mess. Nobody knew who the other 3 were.
One thing that I found amazing, somebody was talking about this on Twitter. This same song was used, and Paul Freeman's Ivan Ooze, yes. This same song was used. Oh wait, we got the little teaser,
Stinger!
the little stinger. I'll talk about that song in a little bit.
Goldar's in charge. Yeah, that's not gonna last, is it?
There we go.
Rita and Zed are. Yeah, here comes Rita and Zed. Who are you calling, Dingles?
Uh-oh, we're in trouble. Something's come along and it's burst our bubble. Yeah, uh-oh, we're in trouble. Gotta get hungry, march on the double. There was like a music video with this, and the Power Rangers, and there was bubblegum. It was very...
Bubblegum? Oh, burst our bubblegum
there was
bubble?
all sorts. It was very colorful. And these... I don't know who these girls are. I forget what their names were.
Pocky's slipping.
I feel like that was like Swedish or something. Oh, just the camera slipping downwards.
Pocky, your camera's slipping down.
Sort of. It's right now we're losing the top of your head. Just the way that it's framed.
Yeah.
If you can direct it upwards. Or maybe actually I think I can do a thing. Wait, don't actually adjust. Let me try doing a thing.
Don't make adjustments on my account because I actually got an account for this.
Okay. Oh, speaking of the sound.
Pocky and me are both out after this movie.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Oh,
I don't know. It's okay. I thought I could switch your places, but apparently I didn't want to do that. Oh, Ollie's sneaking in here.
Hey, kitty, kitty, kitty. Kitty, kitty.
Like there's so much good music in this. It's just full of bops.
it's epic.
What does the kids say? It slaps?
It slaps. It slaps the bops. The bops are being slapped, I believe, is the terminology that the young children be using in the hip linguos nowadays.
I don't know. Ask Sheree. She would know. Sheree, is that right? Does it slap? It's a bop if it slaps?
It's a slappy bop. Oh, wow, Jen, you just added another $40? Really?
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much. I didn't see you. Oh, wow. Thank you. That makes for 93 in total. Wow.
I gotta update this manually again then.
Man. But it was kung fu fighting. Good thing we're not trying to monetize this video.
Would not be succeeding. Okay, so what's the total now?
So that she put in a total of 90. So that was she put in another 40, right? So that would get us 748. So that gets us. Quite a bit. So that's what another that's another 2 episodes.
Though, folks, please use the link.
That gets us all the way up to Brush with Destiny.
Because you can use credit cards on the link from here on out. No, no more of this. Because I'm going to be going to bed and it's awkward for Jake to do this.
Thank you. So yeah, 748 now, which is great. So we'll have to make note that
while this movie is not terrible, it did not age well at all.
Oh, we'll use the Streamlabs total rather than the goals
Just
total.
accept it and
Right.
love it for what it is.
Send it over.
Exactly.
right. Yes. This
What's
song.
the ay song you mentioned earlier in the
Yes.
stream?
Yeah. Ay 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 ay. For your help there. Evil. So many great songs. Don't fly. Ay 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 ay. We've got the
I took the
captions
closed
now.
captions on. Triceratops and T-Rex on the brink.
On the brink. Goldar destroyed everything except the kitchen sink. You can hear the kitchen sink now.
Papa, your last chance
Hands to give it a try.
Yay.
Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Sheree backs up the slaps. Yes, it's true.
It yeets? I
Where
thought
would
yeets
us
was when you throw
Rangers
things.
be without you?
I could yeet the remote across the room, right? That's what the yeet was.
Last chance, give it a try. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, now it's the guitar solo. Oh man, I want to see like a music video of this
hang on
with
a minute.
Alpha
Okay, how many
rocking on the
episodes of
guitar.
Alien Rangers are there?
10.
10. So.
Yeah.
So 300 divided by 10 is 30, not 100.
Yes. So I may adjust my goals to keep Alien Rangers in line with the rest of doing the $18 per episode.
Let's see what we can do.
Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. There are two types of people in this world. People who walked out of the movie theater singing ay, 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 and liars.
No, 3 types of people. People who walked out of the movie singing ay, ay, ay. People who walked out of the movie theater before ay, ay, ay started playing. And liars.
I suppose. But it's still the two types.
Some people just bolt before the credits.
Yeah. Ah, that was great. That was so great. My neck is dying, but that is great. Because I've been sitting on this very dead couch.
Very dead.
For a very long time.
We have a 1980s old couch that is in better shape than this couch on deck. It's in my parents' basement.
Yeah. I just need to finish filming with this couch, and I still haven't gotten to it yet.
Yeah. And I'm not sure when we'll even get that couch because coronavirus.
Basically, yeah. Oh, great times. Oh my goodness. But yeah, we're gonna be doing the $18 a piece. I think is a pretty good thing. Because you know what, $18 is when you can vote. 18 years old is when you can vote. $18 is not how you vote. No, that's false information. Don't take that.
That sounds like a poll tax, and we're not here for that.
Largely for my benefit.
Yeah.
It's marginally for everyone's benefit because the whole point of the goals isn't to make a certain amount. It's to ensure that we are not beating a dead horse and that we continue only so long as we are able to sustain donations.
And we're coming up, and now at this point that we're at 748, which is an amazing amount. It's fantastic. We're now going to make it up to episode 8 tonight of season 3, which is the episode of season 3 that I covered in that recent Power Reviews.
Yeah.
I say
if
recent.
Voting only costs $18, we might be done by now. Since, yes, in effect, the reason that organizations like Spread the Vote need to exist is because there are fiscal barriers to some people being able to vote.
That was one of the big things with WeGotTheVote.org was to make sure that people who had those fiscal barriers of legal fees those were no longer blocking them from voting. Now we're trying to make sure that the fiscal barriers of getting voter ID is not presenting a barrier to them.
Yeah, because obviously those people couldn't register to vote without the funds. Now, the voter registration has ended, so we've shifted our focus to people who are already registered to vote but need ID.
Also, don't start saying I endorse a poll tax. I meant to say 18 years, not $18, and you know it. Don't spread that false information.
Don't get it twisted, Scott.
We are trying to raise funds for people to vote, and that is important. We are trying to engage people in voting, to help everyone. Yes. Oh my goodness. It's just such a fun movie, and there's just like.
It was fun.
I know we were talking.
To be perfectly honest, having now watched the whole thing, I'm pretty sure the only part I'd ever seen before this was I'm a frog.
That's amazing to me that you've gone this long and like this was all like new to you.
This was all new to me.
And I'm sure I've quoted so much of this movie.
It was in theaters. I didn't go see it in theaters, and as y'all noticed before we started, Jake's copy of this DVD has been in the saran wrap the whole time we've been together.
Yeah, I never got... Because in my mind, it's just something I've seen so many times, and I always have an opportunity to see it anytime I want.
Yeah.
Like, I know, like, every beat of this movie so well. Like, I wouldn't say I have it memorized line for line, because I don't do that to myself anymore.
I did at one point. I don't think I still have it, but I definitely did.
Like, there were things that I would sometimes memorize as a kid, but I never really tried to, like, memorize a whole movie, line for line. But if I was watching a movie, I could usually, like, say the words along with it. Like, it was like, you know, singing along to a song.
You just had to be cued by the fact that you were seeing the visual cues and stuff like that. You couldn't do it from memory, but if somebody muted the thing, you could do the lines along with what you were seeing. And that's a thing.
But it's such a fun film. Like, it's not...
Dude, if Bezos wants to drop $1 million, yes, we would go all the way through to RPM.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, basically, if that were to happen, if we just had, like, $1 million dropped into this stream, then yes, we would just keep going, and I would just call into work and be like, so the thing happened. Like, you understand, right? This thing happened. I got paid $1 million to watch all of Power Rangers this week.
Well, the thing of it is you wouldn't have gotten paid that, so we'd be living off my paycheck, so please.
Yeah. Not we got paid. We were promised that $1 million would go to a worthy cause if I watched Power Rangers all week. I've got to do this, and I feel like my boss would understand.
You've got the PTO, right?
Probably. I believe so. I mean, I'm a teacher. I'm sure I can make it work.
So I can go eat dinner.
Yeah.
I gotta cook our dinner.
Oh, that's right. We haven't eaten dinner.
No, we haven't eaten dinner. That's why
We
I
ate
made
popcorn.
Good night, Liz.
Good night, Liz. Thank you for joining us. We'll keep you looped in on what continues to happen. And thank you for being so high on our leaderboard as well. Killing it. It's great.
Absolutely killing it. Right. So, I need the bathroom again. And
Go
I'm
for it.
hungry.
Go for
so
it.
I'm gonna go cook. You probably want to get your co-pilot back over in here. Because I am done for the night.
Oh, yeah. Where did I put... Oh, I put it over there on that table.
Yeah, so that Oliver wouldn't chew on it. Because
Right.
this guy...
He's a little
This
jerk.
little jerk here...
Come here. He will eat foam things.
He eats flip-flops. And he eats...
Parts of Phantom Armor.
And he eats anything that has been made out of craft foam. And he is the reason that our child will never own foam blocks. Because I know they'll just leave the blocks out. And he will eat them. No, kiddo has to have plastic blocks or wood blocks, not foam blocks. Because you will eat them. Yes, he will.
He tried to eat a bottle of vinegar.
It was full at the time.
Like a gallon jug of vinegar. A plastic jug of vinegar. He tried to eat it.
He bit it, and then the vinegar came out.
And so we just had a ton of vinegar on the floor.
Because, of course, he did this overnight.
Yep.
He bit the vinegar. We woke up in the morning, and we know it was him. Because he's bit vinegar bottles in the past. The thing of it is in the past, when he bit vinegar bottles...
It wasn't a
they
full
weren't
bottle.
Full! We also know he's not... He's a little bit stupid. Because in the past, he has bit vinegar bottles, gotten vinegar in his mouth, done this, and then bit the vinegar bottle again.
He's a cat. He does cat things.
Now
that are
this
weird.
time there was only one bite in the vinegar bottle, and I strongly suspect that he got shot in the face full force with vinegar because there was so much more vinegar in the bottle. And that deterred him from biting a second time.
Athena just said that he's a flirkin. I love that. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Scott Sandler, was it foam vinegar?
It was not. You see, the thing about Oliver is he was adopted from a hotel.
Yeah, he was just like hanging out around the hotel, and we just found him. He found us.
He came to the door while I was sleeping in the room with some friends. It was a friend's wedding. She had the bridesmaids sleep over the night with her beforehand.
Yeah.
And somebody was just like, turn off your alarm, turn off your alarm. Everybody was arguing about whose alarm it was. I was like, that's not an alarm, that's a cat. And they're like, it's a cat? I was like, that is a cat. I got up out of the bed, I opened the door, and he walked in.
Yep, and that's how we got all
And that's how we got a cat. But I strongly suspect that at some point in the past, he encountered something that wasn't vinegar in a vinegar-shaped bottle.
You think so?
That, like, he was eating cooking oil, maybe?
I don't know.
From a
Water
bottle
jugs?
or water jugs that were similar to that. And so when he sees those, he's like, oh, that's a beverage.
Or
really
something,
not.
yeah.
It's really not a beverage.
No, not generally.
Yeah. All right. I'm out, Cece. I've told the cat story and now I'm leaving.
All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna try it. Actually, I think maybe I might sit on an extra pillow because my.
You can sit on the booster.
I feel like this couch. I feel like I've just been steadily sinking into this couch across the course of the weekend.
Go ahead, sit on the booster pillow.
Oh, that feels a little better.
The other pillow I'm taking back because it's my bed pillow and I need it for my head. But sit on the booster. Go for it.
Go for it. Oh, by the way, if people enjoy the movie, if you head over to the YouTube channel of Entertainment Tonight, a while back they did a virtual Power Rangers the movie cast reunion, which was pretty cool. So go check that out.
Right. I think I heard about that. All right. So, all right, I believe that we've got someone who is going to join me here. So let me just breathe for a moment. Because singing along to all that, like, it's great, but it also takes some out of you. Like, it's definitely a film that, you know, it lacks some structural elements to really make it sing. There's no real, like, actual character arc. It's all just plot arcs and enjoyable character work. But there's no real, like, actual, like, through line to act as an emotional arc for the film. What is going on here? There it goes. So it's really just a fun romp in many regards. And when you think about it that way, it's just great times. All right, so we've fallen a little bit back behind schedule because we were buying some time for MJ to get here and watch those. It's fine. So it's now 7 o'clock and we are going to start checking out A Friend in Need, which is great.
It's my cue to go.
Okay. Have a good one, Chris. I'm gonna bring in our next friend to join us in the Skype. If I can get the cord untangled here. It's just kind of spinning it around. There it goes. Yeah, I've just had this plugged in this whole time.
If you think about it, Jake, it's really just the classic MMPR formula. It's get to the morphing, get to the Zords, get to the fighting.
Exactly.
Pumpkin Ranger videos is free from work.
Oh, really? Oh, he's home early.
He just sent it as a tweet DM.
All right, I will need to message him in a moment. All right, so let me first add the person who I was who had already signed up here. We've got quite a little meeting of the minds going on at this point.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna check in over on my social medias here to chat with the people who are messaging me.
I'm tweeting about how you're starting season 3 and the goal is $18 and stuff like that.
Yes, thank you. All right, I gotta get the Netflix set back up. Netflix. Did that not work? I don't think that worked. Let me try that again.
The good news is with the break, hopefully it won't, with only at this point 8, potentially 10 episodes to go, hopefully that'll be few enough that it won't insultingly ask you if you're still watching Power Rangers.
Yeah.
Keep in mind when you get near 12, you need to hit record on the camera.
Yes. Yeah, once we're getting to about like 8:30 or so, I'm going to hit record on the camera so we don't just completely lose everything.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. So let's see here. I'm going to try this again. I thought that I did it right, but apparently not. Let me try that again here. Go. Do the thing. Do the thing, Netflix. Or not Netflix. Skype. Skype, do the thing. So, whew. we have now funded up through. So as we continue to, oh, that's not working. He's not answering. I don't know why. I thought he was available. Maybe not. I'll have to message him again. Ah, this is not twisting the way I wanted to twist. Let me put this over here. It's disliking me for trying to include the cable in there. Whoop. I just did a thing. Did I just close out a thing? What just happened? What'd I do? There you go. Everybody just kind of disappeared for a moment.
How many episodes are funded so far? 8?
8 episodes of season 3 have been funded. Okay, so that gets
Hey,
there.
there it is. It's working.
Hey.
We got this?
Yeah, I was having trouble getting into Skype. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what was going on here. I was about to message you through another thing.
Not like me right now for some reason.
All right, so I'm gonna try turning this back sideways now. Oh, where'd you go? Oh, there you are. You're in the little corner there. Sorry, I didn't see it. Yeah, somebody put Vacky in a corner.
Well, that's interesting.
Nobody puts Vacky in a corner.
All right, let's get you out of that corner here, down to the main stage. All right. There we go. Welcome back to our good friend Simeon Scott, the Vacuuminator. Oop, I gotta adjust my tripod here. Extend the legs a little bit. There we go. Get you some height. Get you your little booster seat. There you go. There's my boy. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing great. I just took a test to see what Green Ranger I was based on my star sign, and it turns out I'm Jake from Megaforce. So,
Isn't
you mean Super Megaforce?
Somebody?
No,
Yeah.
that's Mike from Samurai.
Oh, okay.
That's a very different person. So are you ready for some season 3?
I'm ready for some season 3. I don't know how ready everyone else is, because as far as I'm concerned, this is like a notoriously terrible opener.
We're gonna go for it, though. We're gonna go for it. So one of the things that we, I believe you were in the chat. One of the things that we decided to change it up, as we are continuing to raise funds for spreadthevote.org, we decided to break down our goals to more discrete units. So instead of it having to be you get to 1280, or to 12, I don't know why I said 1280, 1200 to get all of season 3, I decided to break that down. I'm like, well, that means about $18 per episode. So that's what we're going to do. For every additional $18, we will add another episode of season 3 to this stream and keep going in that fashion. So, with that in mind, that means that we have now funded up through Brush with Destiny, which is the 8th episode of season 3, which I covered in Power Reviews with an episode I feel very good with, which was episode 87 of Power Reviews, which was a total trip. So I'm looking forward to revisiting that, and I'm hoping we get to move beyond it. So I'm getting my Netflix back up. We're all ready for season 3. I hope you're ready for season 3. I gotta change up my now playing over here.
I'm actually going to take off for a little bit, but I'll be back for Ninja Quest. So
Okay, sounds good.
Alright, I'll pull you back in for... Oh, you'll be already in here. You can pull yourself back in.
Yeah.
We'll see you then, Jeff.
So how much for me to review Masked Rider? Let's toss in another $1,000 there.
How about 2 million?
Oh,
Donated.
who just donated there? El Neo Diablo just donated another $18. So that pumps us right up. Let's get the playlist to an Adam-focused episode. There we go. Passing the lantern, yes.
Alright.
A friend in need. Friend indeed.
Are we hitting play now?
Is a friend indeed.
Part uno. Part ein. Part 1 of A Friend in Need. Oh my goodness, we're on season 3, people. Let's check it out.
Yeah.
Friend in Need Part 1. And I think this is just going to play from the top of the episode. We'll find out. And play. There we go. Loading it up. Boom, boom, boom. Percentages, 99 and Give me those riffs. Give me those riffs. Boom! Explosion. Here we go.
Oh, we're doing the opening?
Yep, it's doing the opening because we just
first episode of the season.
We just navigated back into Netflix after being out of it. So. Go, go, Power Rangers. Go, go, Power Rangers. Go, go, Power Rangers. You mighty Morphin Power Rangers. My voice might be slightly dead at this stage. Boom, 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 boom. Go, go, Power Rangers. Bang. Go, go, Power Rangers. Ooh, doo, doo, doo. Go, go, Power Rangers. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Oh, man, that Edenoi.
Oh, it's the Genesis planet from Star Trek.
That effect for Edenoi is amazing.
Nice.
Oh, this is great already. His random desert with the Plague Patrol. That is, I'm pretty sure, Japanese footage. Pretty sure.
It probably is, but honestly, it more so looks like one of those Italian Mad Max knockoffs to me.
So great. But yeah, we are only $18 away from actually hitting the number of episodes I was planning on covering tonight. We're up to we're going to be going at 9 episodes of season 3, and I was planning on 10. So $36 will get us to tomorrow, to at least start tomorrow. Even if it's only 1 episode, it gets us to tomorrow. Oh, look who's here! Speed Racer Flubber! Of course you would join us for this. Wonderful. Welcome. How much for the reversioning? Say another 1,000. You want to toss in another season, that's going to take another grand. Aw. Alpha's worried about you. Oh, man.
That makes almost no sense.
Yeah. It's also just so obvious how much older the Masked Rider footage compared to the Sentai footage we've been using so far is. Like, this is clearly from the late 80s instead of the early 90s. And now all of... There's the big change up.
I haven't seen Black RX, but that stuff is just rough.
Oh, yeah. You have a temperature, social distance, stay home. If you need to go out, wear a mask. Be responsible. I want some orange juice now. Looking at that orange juice looks good.
I can make that happen.
So with
Yeah.
So okay, so this episode for me was significant because it was the first time I was really aware of what a season premiere was. Because I was like 10. You don't really think of things in terms of seasons when you're like in elementary school. You're just like new episodes or no new episodes. And it's not like there was a big distinction between seasons back then. And it really isn't in many regards with modern kids shows. They come out in weird batches. There's not really those clear delineating markers. Unless you're watching current, modern Power Rangers. But with this, they advertised it as the new season. And that was a big deal.
Just based on the fact there's not much here.
I'll be fine.
Save it for breakfast?
Yeah. So I decided this was worthy of celebration because I was on my Power Rangers high at this point.
Was this Power Rangers Day's origin?
Yes. So, as I mentioned before with the wedding was the moment I made a promise to myself that I have somehow managed to keep for like the last 25 and a half years, which was I never wanted to miss another new episode of Power Rangers because the wedding blew my mind. Because I missed the first part of it. I come in halfway through the second part, and everything had changed. And I knew that I couldn't miss any more episodes or else I was going to miss these big changes, and I didn't want that to happen. So I was all the way on the train for that. I was all the way on the train for the movie. Loved, was super hyped there. Power Rangers had firmly established itself as my favorite show at the time. And then we had this season premiere coming, and it was a big event. So I decided it was worthy of celebration, and I decided, as a kid, because kids do this, some kids, I did this, at least, I could decide to create my own holiday and call it Power Rangers Day. So for this coming up, I'm like, okay, I'm going to celebrate Power Rangers Day by having me, my little brother, and my grandmother all dress up as Power Rangers characters. And so that was our big thing that we then did before we sat down and watched Friend in Need Part 1, kicking off Season 3 of Power Rangers. I dressed up as Ivan Ooze. I gave my grandmother a pair of party hats so that she could be Rita Repulsa. I think for my little brother, I gave him a big box and cut a hole out of the front of it so he could put his face through and be Zordon. And that was the first ever Power Rangers Day in my family, which was a tradition that I continued for the next, for a total of 8 years. From when I was 10 to when I was 17, I did this every year for whatever the big Power Rangers milestone was. Usually, it was a big season premiere. Occasionally, it would, but with the final one, it was for Forever Red. And so it was always an excuse for me to create some new, like, crazy cardboard and construction paper costume every year.
Here's what I want to know. Are there pictures of you dressed as Ivan Ooze?
Yes, but not on the internet, because it was before we had digital camera.
No, that's fair. I figured they would be on the internet. That's just great that you have those memories.
Yeah, no, my parents have them somewhere. Somewhere out there is an image of me from 2002, at the age of 17, dressed as a cardboard ISIS Megazord. That exists somewhere.
Nice! That sounds awesome. Beautiful.
Also, great job just burning like 8 minutes of this episode.
I apologize for people who are really appreciating the lore that they're actually exploring here, which is great. We're getting an origin for Alpha 5, and that's amazing. But
I do appreciate Scott down in the chat. So, Dragon, and Draymond walked into a bar.
I love that. Yes. I want, yes, all of that. All of it. The dragon at the bar says, "Am I a joke to you?"
There you go.
Well, that's the last time we're going to see those face actors for a while.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Aw, Alpha's so happy. He's like, oh, my friends are going to meet my family. My friends are going to meet my family. Oh, I'm so happy. Like, that's his feeling right now, and it's great. It's adorable.
Aww.
Alpha kinda is the one redeeming thing about this episode.
It adds a great element to the lore of Power Rangers, tying it in with Masked Rider coming in. It's so great. And I'm glad I got to sort of share my relationship with this episode. Because, you have some episodes you just have a connection to in terms of meaningful moments in your life. And this feels like it was, it's a meaningful memory for me. Like, it was a great experience. It was back when my brother and I were still, like, both kids and both having fun together before we each really kind of developed our own hobbies and became more independent people. And it's also a great memory of just, like, how awesome my grandmother was. Bubby. My grandma Bubby. From my mother's side. Bubby, in many ways, I've talked about this on the channel before. Her passing back in 2012 was what really pushed me to just be like, look, I want to do something that will make me happy. And that's what led me to start this channel. my relationship with my grandmother. Bubby was an awesome person, and you know, I still miss her. And one great memory is us watching this episode and her wearing those party hats on the side of her head to be Rita Repulsa. Which is wonderful. She didn't understand anything of what was going on this show, but she knew that it made me happy, and it made me happy to watch and talk about. So I'm glad that you guys are here to watch it with me, talk about it with me, and share in this experience. And now we can totally get back into riffing on the episode itself, because I recognize that it is absurd in a lot of respects. Gotta love the effects of a red filter. It makes everything look different. It's great. I mean,
there's a lot we could riff on here, but in reality, this episode is basically just 3 20-minute chunks of them running around in the desert. That's usually used as the desert outside the command center while dodging stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
With a red filter placed over it.
Oh, I love that that's not a real rock right there that they're hiding behind. Those are foam rocks, because you could see the edge of the bottom of that one rock. It's just like, oh, that rock is flat on the bottom. That is not a real rock. It's just plopped there for them to hide behind.
Well, they had a lot of those fake rocks around. There was a long-running joke among the crew. Oh, we're going to ask us rocks. We better raise the rocks.
Who just donated? Athena. Athena just tossed in another $18. That gets us to our 10 episode mark for tonight. Fantastic.
All right.
She's got to go take a nap. She had an early shift today. But thank you for your contribution. As always, Athena, you've been really one of our standouts throughout all of this, and it's always appreciated. Thank you.
They need to attack us. I call upon the powers of light and truth to become masked riders.
Ectophase activate!
There he is!
There he is!
Oh.
There he is! The Masked Rider himself!
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Super Sky Ranger, the Two Rangers, and Kamen Rider Black RX all on screen together.
Yeah.
Your Japanese kid in the 80s mind would be exploding right now.
Pretty much.
Apparently words have no meaning on a planet under the Cape of War. Now, what if it was under, like, I don't know, the Shawl of War? Oh, I seem to be having some sort of problem here. Oh,
The sweater of war?
Yes. What if it was the hoodie of war? I had some sort of alert pop up on my phone that was blocking all your faces.
Oh dear.
There we go. Speed Racer Flubber is here for this right now. I'm so glad that you were able to join in for this. Dante, this is Dante's jam right now. We are playing in his house, so we must put respect on that name of Speed Racer Flubber.
There is no man who loves Masked Rider as much as Speed Racer Flubber.
It's absolutely true. Even though
He sent no message to the likes of you. That means he sent a message to Sheriff Skyfire.
Dex is so aggressive here. They are so, like...
Ice is, like, so defensive and angry in these episodes, but then you get to Masked Rider and he's the most docile fish out of water.
Yeah. Always got a name drop. That resolves every conflict. Pretty much any so long as, like we just saw in the movie, you say Zordon, that resolves things. Here, you say Alpha, that resolves things. Batman v Superman, you say Martha, that resolves things. You just gotta name drop the right name and you're good.
Martha? Martha Kent?
Or Martha Wayne.
Has she not seen that movie? So have they not?
That was the connection that they used to resolve Batman v Superman. You haven't heard about that? The whole Save Martha thing? That's like the most meme-ified thing from that movie. Masked Rider can jump through the air and spin around and punch you at the same time just like you can. Like, they are trying so hard not to fight him, and he is having none of it. He's so aggressive.
I gotta wonder if they remade the Black RX suit for this, or they just included it, because it does look astoundingly good for its age at this point.
I feel like they must have recreated it. Like, because this thing's like coming up on 10 years old at this point, right? Or maybe it's more like 6 years old. When was Black RX? Was that I want to say Black RX was 89, and this would have been 95. So it was probably like 6 years old when they were filming with it.
Black RX was 88.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you say 89?
88.
88. So yeah, 7 years old. Approximately.
Hiya!
What's up?
Hiya!
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 Hiya! How you doing?
Hiya!
Hiya! How you doing?
Is there a reason this Ollie fluff is on the floor? Can I put it in the garbage?
You can throw out the... Yeah, I was brushing them out earlier and just didn't get rid of it.
All of this fight just basically boils down to them trying to grab him and him throwing them off over and over.
Over and over and over again,
All
yes.
the choreography in this episode. Wow.
Will the food...
Tall guy here. Is that a helmet or a face?
Yes.
Fair enough.
In Power Rangers, there is no difference. Your face is your helmet, and your helmet is a face.
I told you that was a guy in
And
a
if the
suit.
movie people had their way, your mouth would even move, which is creepy, yeah.
Really? Dragon's not low enough to fire on his own soldiers? What we get there? Oh, wow, wait, this... Oh, how did that become unplugged? Oh my goodness, oh my goodness.
What's unplugged?
The laptop. I'm plugging it in.
Hang on, give me that for a second.
Why?
Because right now it's entangled with the cam link. I was gonna
No, it's fine.
It's fine, you've got enough slack. Give me that popcorn.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, that must have been when the camera fell, when the phone fell over earlier.
Yes, that probably did it.
Yeah.
I swear to God, if you're
Yeah.
not doing Turbo next weekend,
My
my
ship...
feet are up and you are taking such good care of me.
But one of the things I love from the Black RX footage is that, is Dragon's ship. Dragon's ship is amazing.
It's a cool design, given.
Yeah, the insectoid design to it is fantastic.
Incompetent fools. Actually, my lord, I must say you've let them escape. Send the plate patrol and find them immediately. Your heads will roll. Now be gone.
Like, apparently he believes that Dragon would be treacherous enough to try and infiltrate their forces with spies, but not treacherous enough to fire on those spies to sell the ruse. Okay. Ooh! Oh, now we're getting the, oh, I like this.
Stuff on the counter, clean or not clean.
Is this a PSA? Are
We
getting
get this little, like,
Tommy?
PSA thing back here.
Okay.
How your mind follows your body. Yes. Or rather.
Stuff on the counter, clean or not clean.
Probably not clean.
I'll clean it.
Yeah.
Martial arts starts with the strongest
Muscle.
in the body.
Your mind. Your mind. It's just great stuff. So, okay, so that's from really all the Edenites. So, thank you to Speed Racer Flubber for being here to provide the wonderful trivia knowledge that I do not have regarding Masked Rider. Because I'm Database Ranger, not Database Rider. Yes, you gotta sell those Tommy Karate VHSs. That's what that was all about right there. But yeah, apparently the whole costuming of the Edenites is based off a 1-minute scene from episode 3 of RX, just so they could justify using desert footage. That's great. They recycled that 1 minute. They made that 1 minute work for them.
They did.
They spend so much time in caves in this show.
It's amazing how much thought probably went into Masked Rider only for it to bomb insanely.
Yeah.
I will be by my friends. I need
That
to rest
sure
my
is a
mind.
common rider. Look at those bug eyes.
Yep.
He's humanoid.
Yep.
What's your name? I feel that maybe we can trust them, sire. My name is Dex.
Hey, Dex.
Prince of Edenor.
You got a shiny on your head.
I am also called the Masked Rider.
You're very shiny on your head.
Power bestowed upon me to battle evil and injustice. It is safe to breathe in here.
Nice.
We are
That's good to
far
know.
away enough from the mine site on air similar to that of Earth.
I'm sure
So he
Dex
is familiar with
actor's
Earth.
a perfectly nice guy, but he really just looks like the dweebier younger brother of Wesley Crusher.
I have trusted you with my
He's Trip's like responsible older brother who's like rolls his eyes at why his kid brother has green hair. Nice. Nice to sort of reintroduce the caster.
Just in case you haven't been watching for the past, what is it, like 105 episodes?
We're pretty well into it now. Oh no, we've already watched 113 episodes now. This is episode 114.
If you include the last live stream.
Yes. Well, I'm referring to Power Rangers as a whole.
Pieces of Masked Rider via clips on YouTube. Do any of these background characters crop up in that show, or is it just that human family?
It's mostly the human family, but like one or two of them, I believe, do pop up. At the very least in the pilot, and then once or twice more.
Mind crystals. They give us the ability to manipulate our
Good old mind crystals. Not to be confused with mind crystals. Netflix. You're really bad with these sometimes.
Like crystals, those shiny buttons on your head.
Yeah.
You see, Edenor was a planet of great peace. We had not the need for weapons or armies for many centuries.
Okay.
Captain Dragon was aware of it, and in our vulnerability waged an attack.
Oof. The Chloe crystal is really distracting.
As we were a race of scholars and artisans.
Oh.
Price paid was our freedom. Somehow sneaky.
I like how a race of scholars and artisans supposedly were somehow able to develop this insanely powerful fighting armor in order to protect their planet after it had already been taken over and devastated.
How did you come to be the Masked Rider?
I kind of love the Speed Racer Flubber is just like all caps communication now. It's great.
Senator Servono points out if you look closely on Dex's head, you can see a montage of the same footage is actually being CGI'd into the crystal on his head.
Oh, that's fun.
There we
go.
Never get his hands on the Masked Rider powers. Or with them, he would be invincible. The entire
Nice.
galaxy would be at risk. Until Lexi.
Oh, we're getting that Masked Rider score now in the background.
Oh, listen to that theme, that's way too epic for the thing it's for.
Yeah. So much sepia. We're just all about the sepia here on Edenoi. Edenoi is the planet of sepia.
Continue to fight bravely on. And I remain an outlaw under the guise of the Masked Rider, trying to bring some sense of hope to our people.
Oh, did I miss when Hitmonkey donated earlier for the $18 to have us continue tomorrow? I think I may have missed that. We are at 8:02.
I think you missed that.
Oh my goodness, I missed that when it happened. I missed a Little Dancing Star Man. I love a Little Dancing Star Man. We are over $800, people. That is amazing. Like, that is so remarkable. We've done that together. That is fantastic. Like, our leaderboard is currently, our number one donor is Jenny C, followed by Seamus Kelly and Pocky Squirrel, tied for $100 each. We've also had just so many other great contributors throughout all of this. I know Hitmonkey's got to be up there at this point.
Volk, I love you, but why are you in this episode?
Why not? They're Bulk and Skull. They are contractually obligated. And And this is where they have now shifted from dealing with Power Rangers to wanting to get girls. They've Bulk and Skull, congratulations on hitting puberty.
No, goofball.
Yeah, a little known fact, in between seasons 1 and 2, Bulk and Skull went through puberty. They're supposed to be like 16 or 17 years old, but they only just now hit puberty.
Well, actually, okay, I'll amend that. To be fair, they were hitting on Kimberly and Trini throughout, like, all of Season 1.
They were horn dogs in Season 1.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I like that they actually acknowledge that, that Skull is fed up with Bulk's plans to try and figure out who the Power Rangers are. Because eventually, let's face it, you spend a year trying to do that, it's going to get old. You're going to get tired of it. What is this chin-scratching conga line here? And now that we have Finster, like, back in the mix again, Zed has had enough of creating his own monsters. He's like, no. Okay, hon, I'll delegate. I get it. Stop nagging me. I'll get Finster on it, okay? I know he's your friend. I'm sure he'll do very well. I know I don't need to do anything. Yes, I'll talk to the contractor. I won't try and fix it myself. I know what happened last. I get it, okay. And that's why Finster is now back to creating monsters. Oh, we are on part 2, I realize, aren't we? Thank you for reminding me. We are well into part 2 now, and I didn't update our now playing. We are 8 minutes into part 2, just a little over 8 minutes and like 10 seconds into part 2. There we go.
Just moving the entire table and everything closer to them.
What was that? Oh yeah,
Let's go and move their entire table and chairs closer to these women like it's the least conspicuous thing in the world.
It's great.
And because it's the Power Rangers universe, nobody notices.
Nope.
Exactly.
People don't notice anything ever.
Damn, I'm gonna have to make a Stewart's run tomorrow.
Were you running out of milk?
Running out of milk, running out of orange juice, running out of butter.
Skull's performance is so awkward right now, and it's amazing. I love how it's again the same shot of this one Plague Patrol guy on his alien horse.
Is it just me or do those creatures kind of like the weird reptilian things from the Turbo?
Yes, the Putropods.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You okay, hon?
Yeah.
Just struggling to sit down over there. These little critters are...
I failed at sitting down, but since I was sitting down on a soft surface when I failed at sitting down, I
kind of fell over a little bit.
I just flopped.
Okay. You're okay though, right?
Yeah, Belly didn't like that, but we're okay. Ugh. It's not kicking me or anything, it just...
Yeah.
Ow, I bent in a way that I shouldn't have bent.
That voice is sounding very familiar.
Well, this is definitely something we can help you with. Yeah, we'll take care of the Plague Patrol.
These voices are sounding familiar. At this point, we're getting far enough in that you're hearing those same voices back.
Yeah.
Pumpkin Ranger video says home is where the me is.
Ooh, I should message him.
Let's do it. Back to action. You have your wish, lonesome barbarians.
Alright.
If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have.
Thank you for letting me know.
As new friends like these rally to our cause, the day grows near when you and your evil master...
Oh my.
Dex, this is not the time for a speech. Just transform and fight them.
It's always the time for a speech. On Edenoi, You know why he has time for a speech? Because the words have no meaning on a planet under the Cape of War. So it doesn't matter what he says.
Talking is a free action!
Exactly. Talking is a free action on Edenoi. Words have no meaning on a planet under the Cape of War.
That was a Dungeons and Dragons reference.
I know that was a Dungeons and Dragons.
This shot is way better than this right now.
Very touching performance, Rebel, but we're not impressed.
I'm gonna do a few minutes of posing real quick.
Posing, posing, posing.
Get your friends inside. We'll take care of the
Yeah, poses.
Time to corral some cogwarts.
There we go. Getting that good old RX footage. Get that footage. Go for it.
Literally.
Oof.
That is like Die Another Day James Bond movie and taglines there.
Everything is great. Everything is wonderful. Everything is Power Rangers teaming up with Kamen Rider.
Yes.
Hey, the first
Rider kick! Boom! You gotta get that spin-off going.
He's a Kamen Rider. You probably can kick harder than that.
There we go. Nice. By the way, I see Pocky asking. There's some hypothesizing going on in the chat right now about perhaps Rita was pregnant and it was hidden by her dress during this time.
She does have a rather voluminous dress.
Exactly, her dress is very voluminous. So the question is,
This bump could definitely hide in that dress.
where was Thrax during Countdown to Destruction with the Z-Wave? And I believe that Squat and Babu were keeping an eye on him safe in another galaxy, because we know that Babu survived to SPD.
I'm sure there is no cause for concern, Alpha. The Rangers will be fine. You must have faith in their abilities.
Oh, I'm sure you are right, Zordon.
And to Jen, we are in the middle of.
The ones are from episode 6, and they only use this footage because the fight is in a quarry.
Of course, you need those quarries. But yeah, Jen, we are on part 2 of Friend in Need. Strength is in numbers, Speed Racer Flubber, so we should band together and go vote and help other people vote by donating to spreadthevote.org, making sure people have... I love the repainted silver horns here.
We gotta keep those donations up.
This was one of the few Die Ranger monsters that was worth like repainting and reusing, as it was actually like not just real. It was monstrous looking.
When I look back at MMPR monsters, this is weirdly at the top of my list for bring it back for Lightning Collection monsters. I would love to figure this guy just because he's so weird and out there. He kind of looks like a demented Tamagotchi almost.
Ooh.
To me, it looks like a shorter green painted version of oh crap, what was it? I always forget.
Yeah.
Redanax from
from Wild Force. Yeah, Redanax, the General Org.
I always remember Nazor and Mandalore easily. I always forget Redanax. I'm like, okay, I got the nose and the mouth one, it's the eye one. Which one is it?
Okay, I just got a little. I think I got a little inside trivia here. I'm checking on my messenger. It's taking me a moment to load. All right. So interesting. So Mark Litton let me know that let's see here. Super Gold version on V8. Okay, so a little quote from Mark Litton. Super Gold Part 1 was written by David Frost and Mark Litton in 1995 when Dex's friend Donais comes to Earth on a mission to upgrade Max's the Masked Rider powers to Super Gold. But Count Dragon kidnaps Donais and uses and I apologize if I'm butchering that, and uses the upgrade crystal meant for Dex to turn Donais into the evil Robo Rider. Note, the VHS Super Gold version of this episode features a flashback scene referencing the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers 3-part crossover, A Friend in Need, that is not present in the televised version.
What's our total right now?
Our total right now is $802, which is amazing. So yeah,
depending on the version of that episode you watch, Masked Rider either is or isn't still in continuity with Power Rangers.
Exactly. That was very cute. That was an adorable sneeze. So thank you to Mark Litton for giving us some of that little inside track info into Masked Rider acknowledging Power Rangers' existence, which is great.
Also, I love how people always complain about, like, oh, Power Rangers makes no sense. There needs to be all 5 of them to form the Megazord. They could never fight a monster if, like, one of them got sick or something.
Yeah.
They're doing that plot right here in this episode.
Right.
Nobody ever brings that up.
Yep. I'm just catching myself up on the chat a little bit. Who decided to put a tongue on the monster suit? That is a good question. Oh, that's right. He's using his molecular scrambler to drain her power.
Yes, as long as it's just audio, it'll probably be.
Danaeus, thank you, Speed Racer Flubber, for the correction here. Kimberly's just killing it.
Yeah, that's a great point, Speed Racer Flubber. In this episode, Kimberly is protecting the whole planet by herself. That's some girl power.
That is impressive.
Don't be afraid to try something just because it's new.
Oh, we gotta sell those Tommy VHSs. Tommy Karate VHS, you gotta buy them.
Confidence, you can only get your attitude if you buy the Tommy Karate VHS. Over 1995 when you call this number
There we
on
go.
your screen right now.
That shouldn't change the way you feel.
You want self-respect? Learn karate from Tommy Oliver.
Alright, it looks like I may be having another guest joining us pretty shortly. For now, though, we are rolling right into Friend in Need Part 3, which is outstanding. Let's get that thrilling conclusion. What will happen? Will the good guys do the good things? Will the bad guys do the bad things? Let's find out. With Kimberly Sneeze.
Generally, the plot of those Power Rangers.
So we're a minute and 5 seconds in. We skip past the opening credits. We are on Friend in Need Part 3. The title just faded out. We are in the command center. Oh dear. She's losing the fight with Repellator.
That's okay. She's going to give Repellator COVID.
Yeah.
You must have faith in Kimberly, Alpha. She is very resourceful.
I love how half this fight is just Kimberly winning by grossing out the monster. That's
Yeah.
the whole gimmick,
She
is
just
having
keeps
to
sneezing it.
The best part of this crossover slash backdoor pilot is the stuff that has nothing to do with the crossover slash backdoor pilot.
Yeah.
I just did a little research and I'm actually wrong. What this thing is
Yeah.
a repainted silver horns from the power transfer.
Yes, exactly. What were you thinking it was?
No, I was thinking Red and X because that has also got a similar aesthetic when I said Red and X earlier, but it was silver horns. It was
Oh yeah, it's reminiscent of Red Axe, which I was agreeing with. But no, Red Axe is obviously from Gal
Yeah,
Rangers.
it's reminiscent, definitely.
Yes. Kimberly's doing some great work here.
Are you all right, Kimberly? Where is Repellator?
Oh, Don Falance has joined in. Good to see you. Getting quite the party going here.
Correct. Stand by and be ready for
People loving MMPR Season 3.
Kimberly out.
I mean, this season is pretty much entirely carried by the villains just being a sitcom. And it's
With-
wonderful.
Well, that and the non-stop serialized arcs, which just are amazing and relentless. Because the villains get more ridiculous, but also more threatening at the same time. Which is just a great combo. And it's accurate.
That we just saw there. Alpha shoulder pads are finally consistent.
We've basically established now, through unfortunate real life discoveries, that actual evil people who threaten the fate of the world are also absurdly incompetent and spout nonsense all the time. We now realize that is not actually a fallacy. That is something that terrible people do. And the only reason that they're capable of threatening the world is because they have a disproportionate level of power due to positions of privilege, which is really unfortunate. And we should be working to dismantle that by first making sure that everyone has a voice to vote, which is our mechanism for removing very dangerous individuals in power, and it's also the mechanism by which we can create a stronger social safety net for the human race, so that we are in a better position to better shape the world in the way that we want and not be so very desperately trying to scrounge around to find time wherever we can. But that's a bit of a very much side tangent there. On track for what we're trying to raise money for, but distracting us a little bit from the shiny suits, which I'm still enjoying.
About right now.
What Tommy is thinking about right now?
No, what Saba is
What
thinking
Saba
about.
is thinking right now. It's just like, my view's not great, is what he's thinking.
Yeah. Because this is at the point where he's just an inanimate object. But you gotta remember, he was introduced like a whole new alpha-like character. And he's just bouncing around on Tommy's belt this whole episode, which
Like,
I find hilarious.
also the way he just keeps getting kind of knocked over to the side in certain regards, like, you realize he's just basically staring at Tommy's Oliver there. I love that played with you guys right there. Because truth be told, that is my...
He does seem to have a bit of a Gareth problem.
That's one of my dad's... That's a very much of a dad joke. That's totally a thing my dad does, where when he wants to say something, you just place the right emphasis on the person's last name and make it, and put a possessive on their first name, and it'll always work. Like, one of his favorite ones is, oh yeah, I hear in that movie you got to see Catherine Zeta-Jones. And it's like, and that doesn't mean anything. You just turn their first name into a possessive, you make their last name have a weird emphasis, and it somehow sounds like a ridiculous joke.
Also, what is going on in this scene? They're trying to make this monster relatable to kids by making it afraid of getting a shot?
That is a very large syringe.
And that's not a little needle.
Tummy tabs! I love the tummy tabs! Those are so cute. This is great.
I need tummy tabs.
Oh, you want tummy tabs?
My tummy hurts, but in a different way.
Because you got something happening in there.
Sure this is the right place. Oh, that's what those two clowns back at the juice box said.
These, I can't believe it's not Power Rangers costumes are so great.
Oh, I can't wait to see them. They're about to be fantastic. Oh, there they are. There they are.
Especially Votin. I've seen the Power Rangers more than enough to know that these are nowhere close.
No capes. No capes.
No capes.
Now I know right now we are up to $802, so that gets us up to 4th Down and Long, which would be the first episode for tomorrow. But the following episode after that is Stop the Hate Master. So I say if we want to really stop the Hate Master, we're going to need another 36 to get through that.
Two-parter?
Yeah, two-parter. I still, you know what though? This
It would be
should have been the spin-off that we got.
It would be a pity if the stream died tomorrow morning because people weren't awake yet to donate.
Right.
And I can imagine them doing stuff like this in.
Right.
Oh no, those are rumors. Schreier and Norby have confirmed that was true, but they ended up, that's why they were replaced by monkeys for a half a season so they could go off and work on the supposed spinoff.
Yeah.
And, however, they ended up not doing that because, as I believe Paul Schreier described it in the panel video I saw,
Yeah.
they realized that Bogus Go were not as appealing without the Power Rangers to juxtapose them against.
Oh.
And it basically said, you know, people were more interested in the show where there was the action adventure than as opposed to the show where there was lots and lots of cakes.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, look at that blurry footage of the Revolkin in action.
Oh, here we go. Just shooting stuff out of that baton sword. Slashing those quarry creatures. Great times. Man, that is so out of focus, and I don't know why.
That is some blurry footage.
It's sparkly. Let's go.
That's some good suit acting. I'll give this episode that.
Great times. Fantastic.
I'll be ready for you.
Can you imagine like the parallel timeline where the spinoff, where the Masked Rider spinoff like took Bulk and Skull with the show and had them on Masked Rider all of a sudden instead, and then Power Rangers ended up with Furbus? That would have been a fascinating, like, different timeline right there.
I mean, if you subscribe to the theory of the multiverse, there's a universe out there where not only did the Masked Rider spin-off become successful, but it took off so well that it single-handedly revived Kamen Rider and created a franchise even more popular than Power Rangers. And that's a world that I'm both terrified of and want to visit.
But somehow, we live in the timeline where a Kamen Rider adaptation somehow got a daytime Emmy. Which is still, like, blows my mind.
He does love to do that, doesn't he?
There we go. He's just having fun.
Lord Sid just confirmed that there's a thing as big-time space wrestling in this universe, and I approve.
There we go.
Perhaps it's a predecessor to Galaxy Warriors?
Yeah.
That's a good point. I didn't think about that.
Good old Galaxy Warriors. Oh no.
Yes, Diablo. Dragon Knight did win an Emmy.
The answer is always observe the viewing globe, isn't it?
As you predicted he would be.
Talk about a quick recovery. Yes, and Vita and Zen have made him grow.
Kimberly, you need to have those tummy tabs.
I'll take care of the overgrown green guy.
Kimberly, I fear Repellitor may have grown too strong for you to fight alone.
Where is everybody else?
Edenoi.
Alpha, can you contact the others and ask them to meet with their
Which is not nearby.
No, I wouldn't have guessed.
I like how they did actually think about fighting the monster for a split second there.
Edenoi is pretty Edenafar.
Edenir, Edenafar, Eden wherever you are.
There we go.
Glad we can help, really. Yeah, look, I'm sorry, but we have to cut this visit short. Trouble at home. You have your plan to protect his new eye. Good luck, Dex, and keep us informed of your welfare.
Yeah, Alpha's really worried about
By the way, Sheree pointed out that at one point we got the, there we go. First ever Power Rangers crossover. So, Sheree pointed out that, we did hear the word spandex at one point here.
Oh, as you may have noticed, I'm not paying much attention.
Oh, okay.
Did you want me to shout?
I mean, it probably actually is spandex in this particular case, because Bulk and Skull were the ones wearing it.
Yeah, that probably is in fact spandex, because Bulk and Skull are not actually Power Rangers.
So I think we'll have to wait for a new opportunity. Unless I misheard the scene.
Go ahead, Jake.
Oh no! Man, those putties just always chilling in the background. I feel like they must just be mannequins.
Maybe.
I'm like 90% sure that's what they are because they look kind of slumped over in the same way that the MMPR costumes do in Zio.
Only a little bit. It's the head down thing that throws me out of whack because you don't usually see mannequins with their heads down. Oh, this is interesting. They're reenacting the poses for the Thunderzords. They're not using the stock footage poses right now. That's interesting. I wonder why they did that.
I'll be back in just a moment, guys.
Okay, see you in a bit. Oh, I gotta follow up on things.
Am I wrong, or is this the last time we see the Thunder Megazord come together? Because doesn't it get destroyed right at the beginning of the next episode?
It does get destroyed in the next episode. I forget if we get the transformation sequence. We might. I'm gonna just check on a thing real quick. Because I asked somebody to message me, but I don't know if they did. Just double checking here. Doesn't look like I got any new messages, but it doesn't necessarily notify me if I'm in the middle of the call. Okay, so nothing new yet. Just double checking. This is great. Like, we are getting an original fight right now.
Yeah,
like,
one of the two original Zord fights.
Like, whoop, did I accidentally hit the button? There you are. This is crazy. Like,
and it's kind of incredible how good those suits look in this.
yeah, we only really got to use these Zord suits only in like 3 episodes, which is insane to me. Because we got to see them in Best Man for the Job, which not exactly an episode you would expect. And then that was just a mannequin in the suit they knocked over, and that was great. Huh. Somehow, when I change things, wait, let me twist it around again, because right now it's cutting off half your face for no apparent reason. Let me try this again. Maybe it'll stop. Why am I only getting half your face? Okay, I'll just go full screen for you now since Gold Phoenix Ranger just stepped out. Go Power Rangers, Morphin Power Rangers. That is a great way to sort of kick things off for a new season. You get an original Zord battle, a team up crossover. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, you know, I gotta admit, I went into this thinking it was gonna be like a full self-punishment.
Yeah.
But like this episode, it isn't so bad. All the Masked Rider stuff is like really boring and terrible, but there's a lot of great stuff around this.
Yeah, and there's great world building going on here, even if it's not really continually used moving forward. Like, this feels like it really could have been the season finale of season 2 in many regards.
Yeah, it might have worked better as that.
Yeah.
But then again, there are some people who say the wedding should have been the end of season 2.
That is fair. But also, like, if these 3 episodes had been the season finale, then we would have had a nice, 55 episodes for season 2, and then it would have been like a nice even 30 episodes for season 3 plus the 10 episodes for Alien Rangers. It would have been nice to have those like nicer numbers.
It would have worked out, and I do kind of get that sentiment, especially given like all the like hopeful discussion of the future of Eden that's in this. Even though you get to the actual pilot of Masked Rider, and he's just immediately like, "All right, I'm leaving. This place is screwed. Bye."
Yeah. It's all pretty crazy. I love that little robot. It's great.
Your Majesty, my wicked plans for the conquest of the planet Earth are complete. Excellent, sire. Tell us. I will annihilate those who aid Masked Rider, and the rest of the people of Earth shall be conscripted into my army.
Oh my.
Plan as bold as it is cold.
Nice. That outfit that Dex has on.
But grandfather, I can't just sleep.
It looks like I don't know if anyone's gonna get this reference, but it looks like something from the BBC Chronicles of Narnia adaptation.
Oh, I love the BBC Chronicles of Narnia. I watched that so many times as a kid.
Same. My older sister had all the VHSs, and we would just pop them in every once in a while.
Yep. Come on, Dex, you need to go. You need to leave all the political nuance behind and change genres into a sitcom, Dex. It is your destiny.
And here's some more bloopers.
Like, there's so many weird things with regards to Masked Rider. And here we get our first bloopers, yes!
I certainly don't see any Power Rangers around here.
Wonderful. I love that the Tangas are all like... How is Scorpina still in the credits?
Wait a minute. Where are the other Power Rangers?
That's a weird thing. I don't know what to say about that, honestly.
It's great.
Polishing their swords.
Their Zords. Polishing their Zords.
Okay.
That was the thing they said. Okay. So we got Ninja Quest coming up next. So I'm about to pause this in a moment. Because I want to...
Yeah, man. I actually gotta head out. It's getting a little late, and I need to edit this week's episode of Analytical Fanboys, the weekly podcast I do, before I get to bed.
Alright, so I'm going to pause this, because I do have somebody else who's trying to connect. There it goes. And I'm actually going to start recording soon, because we're coming up on 11 and a half hours.
Do you have enough space on the SD card? Did you save some?
I cleared out some space on the SD card so that I could record. I'm trying to remember, was it, or actually no, it was 11:55 that it came in, but at the same time it does feel a little weird.
Technically it's 12 hours. The problem is you may have streamed a little bit here or there while you were...
No, it cut off 5 minutes and 1 second off in each case, like precisely, so. That should be fine. Give me a moment. Let me get my phone out here. Alright. So, I see Chris is calling in again. I'm going to... So, thank you again, Vac, for joining us. Thank you to everybody else who is still here with us.
Y'all are crazy.
Yes.
I live here. What's your excuse?
I may have another person soon. I'm just making sure that I got everything working. So I got a message of person here. Checking on this, checking on that. Now keep in mind, we want this to continue tomorrow. So far we're queued up for 1 episode for tomorrow, which is a little bit of a short stream. So we want to try and see if we can get it up over that point. So we want to add another 36 if we can get the next 2-parter. Thank you again to Vac for joining us. You have a great night. Continue the good work. But yeah, we have 11 episodes funded for Season 3 so far with our goals. We want to... so we just knocked out 3. We got 7 more left to go before the night is over. Thank you, Speed Racer Flubber, for joining us in the chat. It's always great to hear your insight into Masked Rider.
I'm trying, no idea why the download kept jumping back and forth.
Okay. So, did I put a call on hold again? Oh, there it is. Okay.
Hello.
Give me a moment. So, I meant to just reopen this one. Oh, okay. It's because, Chris, you called into a new to create a new call instead of just, you were already in the old call, apparently. Let me resume this one.
There we go.
That's a little better. I know that somebody else is trying to get in.
Yep.
But he's having issues with his connectivity, so if Skype's not working for him, I may just have him call instead, because he can only do voice.
Can he do Discord?
Let me check to see if he can do Discord. Because he would be here just solely voice, because he can't do video with his internet connection.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens there. I just realized you guys are just staring at my ceiling.
Ooh, ceiling.
Isn't it got that lovely popcorn look to it? Wonderful.
It does. It does.
Popcorn ceilings are terrible.
Yeah,
but
I know.
every freaking apartment seems to have them.
I thought that I had Chris in this call. I keep apparently I thought that he was in the call. He was listed in there, but now I'm seeing that he's not actually in there, even though he was trying to get in there. And yes, everyone vote. Let's make it easier for people to do that by donating to spreadthevote.org. That is what we are all here for, to raise funds for spreadthevote.org as best as we can. We have raised a total of $802. We're looking to raise more. We want to try and see, our big goal for the entire weekend is to see if we can get to 2,000. But let's see if we can at least get to 1,000. That would be amazing. We are going to need more people for that. I know that everybody's already donated a good bit. If you haven't donated yet, please contribute if you can. If you're someone who's just now joining the stream, we just finished up Friend in Need Part 3, so we're into Season 3 now. And we're gonna, and goal-wise, our next thing will be, we're about to watch the Ninja Quest 4-parter, and goal-wise, another 36 episodes will get us the Hate Master tomorrow. So.
I can do Discord, I think. Let me look into it.
Yeah, I can see. Thank you.
Oh, you're getting those messages?
I have everything up here. I just hadn't been checking it as regularly as you're getting things. Okay. So, let me message him one more time. And meanwhile, you guys in the chat, I know I asked you this a few times, but if you haven't, said already, by all means, let us know what you plan to do during the month of October, whether it's something that you're just excited about for the month of October, or something that you're planning to do to help make the world a better place, or how you plan to volunteer through phone banking, volunteering at your polls, donating charities, or maybe something else that I haven't thought of. There's always new ways to make the world a better place and to help people get their voices heard. If you're planning on doing things to spread awareness, if there's a cause that you think deserves awareness, that you think will really help with what we're doing here to try and save the world, please let me know. I would love to hear about it. New tools in our toolbox are great. I see Speed Racer Flubber just shared our link, so that's appreciated. Let me see if I can do this here. So, just might end up just doing phone to make that work. It would just mean that he wouldn't be able to talk to you guys as well, just like what we had with Mark. So, I'm giving it just one more moment and then I'm going to do that. Now let's see. I'm trying to decide. I think I can squeeze in the first part of Ninja Quest before things cut out from YouTube saving things. But I don't think I'll be able to save more than that, so I might still want to try and just record it anyway. Yes, so I think I'm going to do that.
Yeah, if you've got the memory on your card, it's better to be safe than sorry.
Agreed.
Yeah. It's a matter of just having enough space on my SD cards. So I think we'll just do the phone call. I think that's going to be the smart thing to bring him in. Here we go. Alright, I just gave him my phone number, so that should be good. So yeah, if you like Hate Master, yeah, it's just another 36 to get the Hate Master. Ah, Dom Flance got his ballot on the 2nd, he dropped in the mail on the 5th. Good man, getting in there. Awesome.
Vote, America.
There we go. Is there an extra $4? Am I miscounting right now? I might be miscounting. I think it's... No, 202. Oh man, now my brain is frying right now. Because I thought that we were going at those $18 intervals. But if I'm off, let me know. Okay, here we go. I'm getting the phone call now. Hello, hello. Can you hear me okay? See if it's connecting. There we go. We got this working? Ooh. Oh, wait. There it goes. Speaker. There it goes. I hadn't hit speaker. I'm an idiot. Hello. Are you there?
I'm here.
Hello. Welcome. Why don't you introduce yourself to the lovely people?
Hello there, heroes. I'm the Orange Ranger, or at least the voice of the Orange Ranger. I review the Power Rangers things on the YouTube.
Fantastic. I've got a few other Ranger fans on Skype. They will be able to hear you. You won't be able to hear them. So I'm just breaking the hold on them. Alright, so you guys can hear again?
Yeah.
Alright, so I took you guys off hold. So, and Sean, you are still there. I did not, close out on you, right?
I'm still here.
Fantastic.
Alright.
So once again, we are raising funds for spreadthevote.org, and we are about to kick off Ninja Quest Part 1, because we are rolling into Season 3 at the moment. Every additional $18 will get us another episode of Season 3. That is how we are doing things. So thank you, Dragon Trainer, for donating another $302,
what?
not $302, $32 being added on to 802, apparently math-wise.
Wait a minute.
302 would be amazing. I want to hug you, even though, social
Anybody who
distancing.
wants to donate 302, feel free.
Absolutely. I'm not going to discourage that. We want to see who hits that leaderboard. So Dragon Trainer just donated $32. That apparently gets us our 12th and 13th episodes. Thank you for double checking that math, so I didn't have to do it in my head. Even though I'm a math teacher, I'm very tired. So that gets us the Hate Master 2-parter for tomorrow. So we're up to 3 episodes for tomorrow, which is fantastic. So now, my Netflix skipped right past the opening credits. So we are now at 1 minute and 3 seconds into Ninja Quest Part 1. For those who want to follow along on Netflix. We just saw the movie earlier. Let's see how the TV show handles it. Right? Yeah. Alright. Here we go. Ready. And play. Angel Grove versus Stone Canyon Volleyball Championship. Excellent.
Volleyball is fun.
Who doesn't love a bit of volleyball?
Sports are good.
At this point, they pretty much just need to do curling. They've done almost every sport at this point.
By the way, props there for the writers having Ernie mention his outdoor cafe that got cut
You
from
know,
the
the
movie.
Stanley Cup Finals this year was Dallas and Tampa Bay, so I believe there was curling in California.
There we go.
Yeah.
Ah, I love Rita's new telescope. It's great. She needed a telescope, and that's a great anniversary gift.
That's good.
So it's not actually an anniversary, even though he's claiming it is.
Seems more like a century.
You know, just in case.
I do kind of love their relationship. Their marriage is just so amusing and entertaining.
He's whipped.
You know what? I'm okay with that. He wants to make his wife happy. Are you saying that a husband should not want to make his wife happy? Are you saying that he should?
Oh no, I'm a big fan of whipped.
Oh really? Really? Are you a big fan of using that terminology in a way to sort of demean your husband in such a way that's going to make him less conducive to doing what you want him to
I'm
do?
demeaning my husband. I'm demeaning Lord Zed.
Okay. Okay. Just putting that out there, though.
She doesn't treat him nice.
She doesn't. It's true. That is because she does not love him. She is manipulating him for power solely. That is the.
And that's rude.
It is rather rude. That is impolite.
Yes. But he's still a good husband. Heck, even Boy Sandra pointed that out.
Yeah. Oh, the man, the myth, the legend has arrived. Oh, looking so intimidating.
And sharing a voice with a lizard from many episodes ago.
Yes. Ah, yes. Beautiful. The new star of the show. Who does not love Rita Revolto? Like, there are two types of Power Rangers fans. Those who love Rita Revolto and liars.
Oh.
Let's face it. He's beloved. Who does not love Rita Revolto? Ah. I enjoyed his addition to the cast so much. It's amazing. I do love that Goldar's animus for Rita carries over to Rito. And then just Rito really does reinforce his feelings on that very well.
You must repair it as soon as possible. Without it, we cannot monitor.
Goldar's not a fan of that entire family.
No, he is not. He's so done with all of it.
Parametric spectrometer. Okay.
Yeah, you gotta have a parametric spectrometer on hand, don't you? You're saying that you don't?
Yep, got it.
What are you talking? Who doesn't have a parametric spectrometer on hand?
I keep my spare one in the shed.
There you go. Exactly. I love that they reference their dad this early on. What? So I'm seeing people making comments on things that I had overlooked when I was setting things up. Oh yeah, another 45. Yeah, another 45 could get us up near around Christmas there. I'm loving that. And then helping with community service at a scouting event. That sounds great for helping with local communities. Wonderful. Working as a volunteer in the mental health field. Wonderful. That is another thing that can really help people in fighting this challenge that we're in. Like,
That's very admirable.
I'm loving seeing that. These are all wonderful things. Because one of the big things is, in order to be able to save the world, you need to be in a good emotional state to do so. That's one of the great things with the Power Rangers. They are like very mature, emotionally healthy teens, and that allows them to really do a lot of good work and be mature in how they help others gain confidence. And so that's kind of one of the things we're doing here. We're getting everybody into a good, positive, proactive state of mind, uniting everyone around the idea that we can together save the world. Hey, who's my little buddy over here? Oh, who's my? There you go. Hey, you. You wanna be special guest here? Yeah, who's my Frankie buddy? We got Frankie on the stream here.
I can't see.
I'm so sorry, Sean.
I don't have eyes. I'm just a floating voice.
I know.
My cat just walked up too, so.
He's a sweet little buddy who is very interested in my bowl that used to have tortellini in it, but is not going to be licking that. So he's going over to Marissa's bowl that used to have tortellini in it.
No. That's still not for you.
Yes, Pocky, you got Sietoku Cat. Makes the weekend complete.
I just got an idea. Follow my lead. Excuse me, can I have your attention, please?
Oh, gracious.
I think one of the things is that you kind of assume that Repulsa and Revolto are surnames, but not necessarily. It could be just like Marianne. It's like, no, that's just...
I mean, their dad's last name.
That's
their
just...
dad's last name is Vito.
Exactly.
You know?
Gotta love how they managed to get all these people to do the drop jaws there. Finster's hard at work again. I love it.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. But yes, like we've established, the world is in danger, very much so. But it's not like one of those. It's one of those things where we need to act quickly and effectively and in a united fashion. But we shouldn't be letting it overwhelm us or let us succumb to despair.
Oh, yeah.
Power Rangers is a great way to do that. Get everybody's spirits up. Get us ready. Get us in the mood to take on this challenge. Oh, who just donated there?
One of the...
Mini Moon.
Like, chime in really quick.
We just got another $45. Making the Little Starman dance. Thank you so much. Woo!
Jake, I think one of the core lessons of the Power Rangers franchise is that no matter how much or how little power you think you have, you fight for what's right.
Exactly. Like, you do the right thing in that moment. We are all ordinary people in extraordinary circumstances trying our best to rise to the occasion, just like the Power Rangers.
Yeah, gotta do it.
Exactly.
They're plotting.
So we are up to 15 and a half episodes now for tomorrow. So,
Nice.
thank you to
15
Jen.
episodes tomorrow?
We are, sorry. We are up to 5.5 episodes for tomorrow right now.
15 and a half this season.
15 and a half for the
Tonight.
season. Yes.
You guys, I can't believe Bolt and Skull are joining the Junior Police Academy.
Bulk and Skull making a difference for the wrong reason, but yes, Mini Moon is Jen Nguyen. I hope that I pronounced it right this time. I know I screwed it up the other day. I've seen that last name plenty of times, and I'm always a little bit off on the pronunciation.
I don't see anything.
But actually, you know what? Omega Res is putting a point. Is Master Vile's first name Master? Or maybe it's like in Japan where it's flipped. Maybe the family name is Master. Maybe it's actually.
This is the kind of nerd I am.
Yeah.
That I wasn't thinking of Japan. I was thinking of Bajor from Star Trek.
Which is also reversed.
They have that too.
Yeah.
Like Nerys.
Very legit.
Which always confused me, because Kira is a human first name,
Yeah.
but it's actually a Bajoran family name.
Yeah. I love it. This is the first time we actually see Rita and Zed use their staffs together to do monster growth. Making the monster grow. We got that lightning collection, Rita and Zed, to make the monster grow. There we go. And once again, they're doing those poses not in stock footage. It's refreshing in a weird way, because there's no reason for it other than just it looks kind of cool.
I always loved how this Zord transformation sequence helps reinforce how the Thunder Zords come from the Dino Zords.
Yeah, big time. It's also crazy to me.
Link things over.
Yeah, that we are now 4 episodes into season 3, and we're still on the Thunder Zords. Our final transformation for the Thunder Zords. Like, I've got my vintage deluxe Thunder Megazord right here from 1994, and this is going to be the swan song. Oh, and by the way, I realized I had forgotten during the last episode, but bringing out my childhood monster sketchbook again, we got Repellitor right here as well. Complete with the giant tongue for his name. And I even did a little Finster sculpt for where he came from. Because he was no longer a Z-style monster that was created from objects. Yeah, Sean, I know you've been working all weekend, but yeah, I've got sketchbooks from when I was like 10 years old of drawings I did of like all the different monsters.
Oh, wow.
So I used to, record every episode, play it back, and then draw the monster in my sketchbook.
Nice.
Starting with Mirror Maniac and Cannon Top, because they were in the SNES Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie game.
Oh, yeah.
And then just from there on, I would watch episodes, and whether it was a rerun or whatever, I would try and draw that monster and keep going through in sort of that chronological order as best I could. But I've got like 7 years worth of sketchbooks over here.
Wow.
Oh, the Lizinator. The Fighting Flea.
Wait a minute, you can make more than one giant monster in the same episode? What?
I mean, we did see a ton of monsters in the wedding.
Yeah, there was a lot of monsters in that.
Is it around this?
Doesn't seem
This
like
is.
something that you can much anymore.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Like,
Okay,
one of the recent
Mr.
Morphin
T.
episodes, the one where Evox gets separated from Mary Daniel.
Oh yeah.
They mentioned how, they took out the Gigadrone, so now Evox has to come on his own, because Lord knows he can't send another Gigadrone.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they do at least have the in-universe reasoning of you need more effects to summon Gigadrones.
Yeah. It's actually something I mentioned, I think, in my most recent review. One subtle note I've liked about their writing is that there's this little ongoing plot thread of the villains and their power levels.
Yeah.
Most writers wouldn't care, but, they run down, and then they hit on something, and they pop back up.
Right.
It's just been something that motivates them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is taken from the Sentai in many regards, but it's handled very well.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, Jake?
Yes.
Oh, I'm just looking at the stream. You did not update the now playing.
Oh, did I not? Oh, I did not. I need to update that. We're almost to the end of Ninja Quest.
Part 1.
Part 1.
Rangers, the power accelerator is becoming increasingly unstable.
Honestly, this explanation for what happens to their powers is so much better than the movie. Oh, Tommy, don't. Tommy, no.
Oh, Lord, no.
The techno level went to blew up.
That must be a bad explosive powers is worth it.
No, no, no. No, no, no. Ay, ay, ay.
Ay, 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 ay.
Ay, indeed. Let's do a dance.
Conga line, everybody join the conga line, cause it's 1990s and we're not in the middle of social distancing.
It's good to know Rita shared Pandora's appreciation for music and dancing.
Yes. Oh man, now I'm imagining like people trying to do conga lines nowadays with social distancing. It's just so awkward.
Hands on empty space, 6 feet apart.
Exactly. Wow, so many of these shots are just like that is not where his lasers are directed.
I was just gonna say, should we count how many times we see the Tiger Zord jump in front of the Megazord there?
I know.
They use that shot like 5 times in this sequence.
Yeah. This is so great. Well, one of the things that's really cool with regards to like why their powers are destroyed in this case is because they were funneling too much through them and they fried them, as opposed
Too much pink power is dangerous.
As opposed to what happened in the movie where somehow the destruction of the command center took out their powers, which doesn't really make sense because the command center is not the source of their power. So here we had a very similar plot device, but handled in a way that is more internally consistent. The destruction of the Zords here.
To this day, this sequence is mildly disturbing.
Just them
the
just
way this
breaking.
is put together.
It's
arms and heads fall off and just. Oof.
Yeah, this is just filmed so well.
Yeah, it is.
Hi, I'm back.
Hey, Jeff is back. What's up, Shadow Ranger?
Oh.
And then Kimberly.
We were just about at the end of Ninja Quest Part 1.
Yeah.
There.
It's heartbreaking right
the
now.
Thunder Zords just fell apart.
Not my Thunder Zord.
Ah, yes.
And the Megazord. To be continued. Oh. Just brutal.
She's trying to run at the Zords. What does she intend to do?
Yeah. It's just brutal to have to deal with that. Especially since they've already dealt with it once before.
Yeah.
Man, Zed is cutting a rug.
Yeah, they're all about it. Dancing.
That dude is surprisingly mobile.
Ed Neal is just cutting loose in that suit right there.
It is.
Alright, here we go. Time to kick off Part 2 of Ninja Quest. Yes. Oh, I just realized I meant to hit this record button right here when we started. So, to anyone who is checking out this video here, separate from the video that is the actual stream, I'm now recording this for posterity. Welcome to the extension, the extended version that YouTube won't let you see. As we are recording the last 6 episodes of the day. This is day 2 of our of our season 2 to season 3 Mighty Votin Power Charity live stream.
6 episodes. Jeez, we still got like an hour and a half to go, huh?
I know. So this is to make sure that this gets saved. Because right now the way that it's structured is, although the live stream will keep going, YouTube will not archive. In another 10 minutes, it won't archive past that point. It has a hard limit at 11 hours and 55 minutes for whatever reason.
Come on, on YouTube.
And I didn't know that.
So we lost the last hour of last night.
Yeah, so the last hour of last night is lost to the ages. Like, if you were here for it, you were here in a moment in time that will not be returned. So I'm trying to make sure we don't lose these moments in time by recording directly from the camera with what I can fit onto the SD card. Because this is several hours.
Are you gonna count us down, or how are we doing this?
Yeah, he'll let us know.
Yeah, like, we are still going to keep on going. Don't worry, we're still going to keep going. This is for posterity that I'm making mention that is being recorded on the camera now. The camera that's been pointed at me the whole time, I just now hit the record button on it. So now it'll save these last, like, 2 hours worth.
Come on, Billy, give us some good news. I wish I could. I mean, we're talking about Command Center's power core. I don't even know how to begin to repair it.
Let it be noted that not even Zordon knows exactly where these powers come from.
Yeah, exactly. Which is crazy.
How far into the episode are you?
Yeah, did we start? What's going on?
Oh, sorry. We are rolling right through. I'm sorry, there. We are at the 3-minute mark. I'm sorry. We are 3 minutes into Ninja Quest Part 2. They are checking out the destroyed command center.
What's on the screen?
What's on the screen? We have Billy looking up at Zordon. They are in the command center. Zordon is telling how the...
I'm gonna fast forward to the command center here.
How it was... There's the myth of the power coins. It's like, hey, there's a map that goes with those. Here comes the map. There we go. That's where we are.
Hey, maybe it does exist. Maybe we can find the temple.
By the way, there was Tommy almost on cue saying even if they have a slight chance, they're going to keep fighting.
Here we go.
Now, what did I do here? Did I hit the wrong thing?
There's even a slightest chance the temple exists. You have to take it. There's even a slightest chance of victory. We have to take it. That attitude is what is driving me right now. Absolutely 100%. Right now, there's a real chance that we may have already lost. We don't know. Like, it's possible that democracy is too thoroughly eroded. It might be a chance that the climate change measures, that we're too far gone to reverse the damage. It's absolutely possible we may have already lost. But there's a chance that we haven't yet. So long as we all work together. What was that? Sorry.
I said, seizure warning.
Yes. Oh, the flashing, yes. It started just after I asked what it was, and then it was, yeah, now I see. So yeah, this is our chance. If not now, there may not be another chance. We're basically hitting that point of no return where if we do not all stand together as we go into this election, many of you have already voted, many of you are voting now, many of you are calling to get people to vote, and that is great. We all need to engage, we all need to recognize the threat we're facing, we all need to take that action to save the world. Because we still have a chance to do it. We have the small chance that we can take, and that chance gets better the more we work together.
Yes.
So,
that sign looks kind of badly put together.
What was that?
That police academy sign? Let's just throw a banner over the actual city that's written on it, it'll be fine.
We cannot succumb to the desert of despair. Isn't that right, Ollie? Ollie knows what's up.
Is that like...
I love that
despair?
Billy
Artax, no!
is the one with the least amount of clothes on.
It's a one day.
Sure.
You didn't get it, did you?
Oh, I got it. There we go. Oh, we're gonna get the Vulcan skull getting shaped during this saga. Oh, I love the Vulcan skull getting shaped.
The Vulcan skull getting shaped?
It's a song.
The Vulcan skull getting shaped.
They gotta put that song on the soundtrack.
I thought Great to Be Human was the first song. Excuse me.
Okay. They want to get girls, and they want to protect the girls.
Oh, folks, that luxurious ponytail.
Oh my goodness. Here's the thing, like this is an unintentional commentary on kind of how things work, where it's like people do get into policing for the wrong reasons, and then are just encouraged to superficially make sure that they're at least presenting as if it's the right reasons. And then it's okay. And that's a little rough.
There being a couple of white knight
Oh, these people are moving in super speed.
Those jogging guys just keep jogging straight to people, and they're realizing there's all the exercise. So much exercise. They're just freaking out over the push-ups and everything. It's amazing.
Incredible edible egg.
Yep. Volk is just committed to this bit now. He doesn't want to do it either, but he's committed to it now.
And remember, these are tangas, not tangoos.
Yes, we had the tangoos. Time for the tangas. ACAB, all cops are Volk. Really, Scott?
Well, the difference, as was pointed out when we were watching the movie earlier, is that in the movie there were 10 of them, and they were made of goo.
Yes. Gotta love the tangas. Bulk. No. Dead.
Oh, she doesn't even know. And tangas.
It's like he just slipped into the dynamics of this cast so well. It just completely. This is the moment where everything just gelled for the villains. After we brought in Zed, the dynamic of the villains kind of got out of balance. We lost a purpose for Squat and Babu. Finster just got pushed entirely out of the show for like 40 episodes. And then when we got Rita back in, you know, that added a fun dynamic to the Zed and Goldar dynamic. That was the only one we really had for the most part of season 2. So bringing back Rita added some fun here, but now we've got Rito in there, and now it's fully gelled, and it's great. I love it. Also, I love that that Earth that they're all staring at is literally a painting that's like 6 feet away from them. You look at it from an angle and the Earth foreshortens. New song. Here we go. Nice. I like they got to keep these costumes. They're great costumes. Happy birthday in the sky.
Although I will forewarn you, Jake, if you break these out in Heroes of the Grid, be careful because they are annoying as all hell, as my friend Jeff will attest to with me.
I don't have tangos actually in my Heroes of the Grid. I don't have like the Morphin Master set. I've got all the exclusives from the initial Kickstarter, but I didn't get all the expansion packs, so I don't have tangos in my set. Just putties and super putties.
Oh, so you didn't get the green with evil and the white light?
No, I didn't get those. I didn't go crazy.
I thought they all came in the Goldar box. I didn't think you could get. I thought it was just preset what was in that box.
Does Babu's American suit look really bad?
The Goldar box had like Wizard of Deception.
The Goldar box was just the expansion box for whatever additional thing. It was the box itself was one of the rewards, one of the exclusive rewards.
No, I know that. I just didn't realize. I didn't realize they could put less stuff in it.
Yeah, and they did. Like, what I have room for in the Goldar box is the original set, plus the exclusives that I got. Still in their plastics.
Because in my case, I had the original set, and then my Goldar box has that stuff, plus the white, light, and green with evil were in there, because I bought the whole freaking Kickstarter set, so everything is in that box.
Yeah. I've still got to get that Allies pack is what I got to get. I got to get me some fandom.
Yes, the Allies pack is good.
I am obligated to get that pack. I haven't yet, but I need it.
Yeah. Although I will forewarn you, Phantom Ranger in a 2-player mode, not nearly as useful.
Oh, really?
Unfortunately.
Interesting.
Yeah, if you're playing with the each player controlling 2 Rangers with a combined deck situation, Phantom Ranger becomes a little bit less useful because his ability to move in and out of the fight is not helpful if him moving out of the fight ends the fight because no one is there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry, Sean. There was someone else talking.
Does Phantom Ranger have loner abilities like Tommy? Is that why?
I was making another dumb joke.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, it's. I know you can't hear the Skype people. So what were you saying? What was your dumb joke there? I wanted to hear it.
Meanwhile, the Rangers realized Zordon teleported them like 5 miles away from the command center.
Oh yeah, exactly. There we go. And now, Gold Phoenix Ranger, you were telling me about the Phantom abilities for Heroes of the Grid.
MJ, Phantom Ranger's ability is basically the ability to go invisible and kind of disappear and go to his character card and then pop back in the middle of any given battle. But that's not helpful if, in a 2-player mode, there's only one quote-unquote player in because his other character that's with him would move together and you would end the fight by leaving the fight. So the ability becomes useless if you're not with the other player.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. Man, I really want to explore that. It's so interesting. Oh yeah, this fire is crazy.
That is some dangerous fire. No, the map!
The map! Now they gotta hold back Billy.
I'll dive in the fire and get it.
Each episode, we get somebody else who needs to be held back. Hold me back. Hold me back. Who's gonna get who do we have to hold back next time?
Oh, the ground gate, Aisha.
Quicksand.
This was so crazy because they had to dig that hole in order to put her in that. You realize?
Yeah. Form a human chain.
Do the Rangers practice linking themselves together?
They're not doing great with it.
I mean, not just Cooper Rangers, but even the fact in the early episodes, like around High 5, they used to do this human link thing where they spun around and kicked dudes in the face. It was awesome.
Oh yeah, the human chain from episode 3 is amazing. Because they call it a human chain to distract you from the fact that it's actually a human propeller. It's a genius tactical move. But yeah, Pocky, you are absolutely correct. Yeeting himself into danger is very much a Season 3 Billy move.
I think that's the rock formation we're looking for.
Is it the Vasquez rock formation?
If I'm right.
Everything happens at Vasquez Rocks.
Everything happens at Vasquez Rocks.
Everything happens at Vasquez Rocks.
Just further adding to the idea that Zordon teleported them like 2 miles.
Exactly. Because we see Vasquez Rocks all the time. Like they get there and then they get to the other side of Vasquez Rocks and it's like, what? You were right there the whole time. You sent us over to you sent us to basically your parking lot, sir. Why? What? No.
It's the only thing that remotely resembles the formation. Maybe Zordon was right. Maybe the temple is a myth.
Oh, Tenga time. Alright, so let's see how far off we are now. So, right now for tomorrow, like I said, we've got about 5 episodes lined up. So we have 4th Down and Long, straight through the Potion Notion lined up. We get another $9 that'll push us through to I'm Dreaming of a White Ranger. So we are $9 away from a very Merry Christmas. And if we can keep things rolling, like I think we all want to hear more from Mark Litton and about the origin, the introduction of Master Vile. So we've still got plenty of work left to do. I think we can do it. Oh, look at those birds go at it. They are on them like seagulls on a hot dog. There we go, crevice.
What do you know about seagulls on a hot dog?
Boarded by not being able to turn to the side.
Yes. We don't have turn to the side technology. We're just birds. We don't have your human brains.
We just straight line.
They don't really need to turn to the side. They could just, fly over the rocks.
Yeah, you'd think so. You'd think so. But that's a big brain thinking. That's not a bird brain thinking.
Small, smooth, stinky brain.
Jennifer Nguyen just added another $10 so we can make it to Christmas. Yay!
Sweet.
That gets us to I'm dreaming of a white ranger, just like the one who's too OP.
Which he totally is.
That's great. That's great. That's great.
By the way, quick heads up to people in the chat. If you do use any sort of bleepable language in any respect, it does get kind of auto-moderated. Just giving you that heads up if you're wondering why any messages that are mild in their language might not be going through. I do try to keep this very much a PG chat and a PG stream. Normally we do the bleeping and the swear jar, but however, obviously we're doing this live, so we're limited in that respect. There we go. Yes, you gotta plant that vampirus egg so that we can have a part 4 to this saga. People forget that there's a 4th part to Ninja Quest apparently, because the 4th part is basically just an extra adventure with the vampirus to get Ninjor into the mix.
Looks like the end of the road, guys.
Really?
It's a dead end.
It's obviously a dead end. We're not gonna get... Now, what would have happened to Tommy if that hadn't been a false wall? That's what I want to know. Was he just going to walk straight into a rock wall and just smash his head into a rock wall? He was just so frustrated. It's just like, I'm sick of this. Boom. I feel better now. I feel like a leader. I'm going to take a nap. And then that was what would happen.
That kind of, you might have...
Boom, 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 da, da. So that is the end of part 2. We get to see some tangas flapping around.
The thingy.
What's that?
Update the dingy.
Gotta update the thingy. Because we are about to start playing part 3 in just a moment. As we wrap up these credits, I do so love the random little outtakes and whatnot for the credits.
They are fun.
It's crazy to me that we're getting these now, because I forgot that we were at that point now. So here comes part 3. The end credits are over. It's got a quick little 20-second little lead as it counts down. It's going to skip over the opening credits, so in about another 15 seconds, you guys can sync it back up again with 1 minute in to Ninja Quest Part 3. That will be right after, right after the opening credits. So in another second, there's the little quick countdown, bump, 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 and we're gonna hear the last bit of that chord to close out the opening credits. And we are in there. We are 1 minute and 5 seconds into Ninja Quest Part 3.
All right.
And we are at a lovely location here. I love that waterfall. I want to go there.
That is beautiful. That is beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
I want to go there.
Indeed. By the way, Jake, I don't know if it was intentional, but you're not on video in the Skype call anymore.
Oh, I can fix that. Because I know that I've got Sean on the phone, but I can still be seeing you guys on Skype. I think I left my...
You don't have to. It's whatever you're comfortable with. I'm just letting you know in case it was an accident and you wanted to be on video.
Oh, okay. Alright, so... Oh, apparently I'm having an issue with my network connection, maybe? I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know. Also, in regards to Tommy walking into the rock wall, I had a math teacher in high school who, when he got frustrated with us, would bang his head against the wall because it felt good when he stopped.
Fair enough. That's interesting. Why is that doing that? I don't know what's happening with the video on the Skype call right now. It's acting like there's an extra person in there than there is, and I don't know why.
It's all good. I don't know, there's technically, including you, 4 of us in here right now, so...
Oh, okay, maybe that's what that extra person was. Maybe it was reading me as an extra person in a corner for some reason.
That voice.
Those dulcet tones!
Yeah, how did this get approved as the voice? I want to know what the casting process was like for
Ninjor.
Right?
Oh, Kim Strauss. Oh, you speak to me.
Why don't you come out of your little hiding spot and tell us where we can find Ninja?
I'm so angry.
I love Ninjor so much. She is being rather rude at the moment. Ninjor, I love you so much. Ninjor and Rito are the stars of Season 3, and I love them so much.
Our leader Zora sent us on a quest for new powers and swords. Lord say destroy the old ones.
I love that. He's got no context for Power Rangers. He's been in a jar for like 10,000 years.
Yes. Also, disproves the earlier theory of just name-dropping somebody solves your problem.
This is true. They're so used to it. I mean, you guys, to be fair, just burst into his house and started calling him a twerp. Like, you can't really blame him for not wanting to help you. Yes. Yes. Power within yourselves, knowledge of what's right and true. That is what we all have, and we should all be engaging in right now.
Yes.
Right now, we are, as I have said before, in danger of fascism dooming the world through the climate change crisis. That's where we're at, in very frank terms, and this is our best way of fighting it, by working together. Truth, honor, justice. Let's get it. Let's vote. Let's help others vote. There's always people tearing others down, and it's not enough to just not be those people. We need to be the people building others up. It's the only way to have that net gain. Otherwise, it just keeps coming down. So if we're not all building each other up, then the people tearing things down win. And I love that wanted poster of Rita Repulsa and the Putty Watch, and everything is great. Yes, I'm so, like, all over the place this stream. It's like important, meaningful commentary on the state of our world and our planet as we know it, and electoral importance, etc., etc. Oh yes, there is a cartoon drawing of a children's television villain, and I love it. Lieutenant Stone, the only, like, a man who knew to leave the police force when he felt that he was not operating in proper circumstances.
Precisely.
Very true.
Like, oddly enough, I do feel like, as much, guys, why are you jogging through the office? This is not the place for this.
And there's the...
What are you doing? Kyle, Sloan, get out of here. Terry, what are you doing? Come on.
Get a little bit of that AC.
But I feel like Bulk and Skull really actually played a huge part in Detective Stone's character development.
By the way, hey Jake.
Yes.
Oh no, here it comes.
Did you just happen to notice that the names on the joggers' t-shirts are the producers?
That ponytail, both
Oh man, you're right.
Lynn, so on.
You're right. Oh, that's brilliant. I love it. Oh man, those luscious locks.
Oh no.
These aren't going anywhere, people. This is not going anywhere. I'm just saying, this ponytail here, this ain't going anywhere. Don't worry about it. Like, yeah, I'll trim the ponytail, but this hair. Oh, Polly. Oh. They're doing this live too. They're just. Skull is working that undercut though.
They're just time-lapsing this.
Okay. Truth be told, the one time that my dad convinced me to get a crew cut when I was like 12, I basically had this same reaction. This was awful to me. Oh man, that face. And you know what? Skull had a beautiful mane going on there.
He did.
They're not paid. Oh my god. It's crazy that we're... And that is a very clean cut. I'm not going to deny it.
Yeah.
But that's just like... so completely changes their look now.
I thought I asked you a question, by the way. Has Lieutenant Stone ever come to, like, Morphin or anything? Because if not, he should.
We have not managed to track down Greg Bullock. We all would love to. We don't know what he's been up to. That
Both
scene.
got the short shrift there.
He did not get as good a haircut as Skull, it's true.
Not at all.
But I'm not gonna lie.
They gave Narvi a nice flat top, get a little extra length on top, but
yeah.
they just shaved poor Polly.
But like, I got a haircut that was not even quite as short as Skull's when I was like 12, and I hated it. I'm not ashamed to say that haircut made me cry as a 12-year-old, and I've never gotten my hair cut that short again. Obviously, I have the much longer hair now, and I don't feel like I could find anywhere in the middle that would still work with my hairline.
You did have the sort of a floppy, non-ponytail length hair several times.
Yes. And yeah, no, I had just a regular shorter haircut, but not a crew cut since I was 12.
Yeah, something like what they call boys regular.
Yeah, exactly. That was my standard haircut for a lot of years. The ponytail, I didn't really solidify as sort of my look until like, maybe like 12 years ago, if that. After I graduated college, like, I was just kind of growing out my hair, and I'm like, oh, well, I'll get it cut when I get like a real, like, proper job.
And then by the time
And then that took till I was like 30. So I'm just like, well, I guess this is just what I look like now.
And everybody rolls with it because you look good like that.
I like the ponytail look.
I love the ponytail on you, babe.
Yeah. While I've been discussing haircuts, we have been granted the powers of the ninja.
That's why Frankie's so interested in the TV right now.
There's a bug that flew onto the TV.
You gonna get that Box Elder bug?
Oh, those ninja Zords.
See, those are Zords.
Those are some great Zords there. And yeah, we do have those Ninjetti suits getting some use. And they do look great. Gotta love the Ninjetti suits.
I prefer the movie ones.
Here we go. Let's see if and it's interesting. They have different rationales, I believe, for how they choose. Learn from its wisdom and strength. So it's very similar.
Where did it go? Oh, there it is.
The Bear Ninja Zord. It's got might and cunning. That's not what it had in the movie. Like, it's interesting how it was just slightly different. The reason.